Forward. You said you wanted to know about Wei Yanho. Master Musen's eyes were deep and transparent. Only when the man met Master Musen's deep gaze could he understand why he was called the living Buddha. The transparent eyes of Master Musen possessed an inexplicable power that made one look inward with just being contemplated. A great monk, even someone who did not have a deep respect for Buddhism, would feel infinite respect for someone who had devoted his whole life to the Buddhist path by seeing the appearance of Master Musen. A kingdom where I kept it in my heart flowed naturally. Faced with the high dignity of such Buddhist cultivation, man could only marvel with admiration. Wei Yanho. Master Musen's eyes, while repeating the name quietly, are stained with a distant look, as if he remembered something from the past. I think it was a being sent by Buddha to save all living creatures. A gentle smile flourished in the corners of Master Musen's mouth. The smile that appeared on his lips, covered by long white mustaches, naturally brought peace to the heart of the man watching him. A person who could naturally make someone of such a high level of cultivation smile just by thinking about him. It wasn't hard to guess what kind of person he was. In fact, the words that flowed from Master Musen's mouth were exactly what the man had expected. He was righteous and upright and also compassionate. He knew how to take care of the weak, never chickened out before the strong, and was more sincere than anyone else. Something strange happened. Master Musen's eyebrows shook slightly as he continued to praise Wei Yanho. And his words became increasingly sporadic, as if he had some difficulty. And he behaved with propriety. Master Musen's face was slightly twirled. Master. The man looked at Master Musen with a worried expression. Why would this great man, who seemed to never falter even if Mount Tai collapsed and the heavens turned upside down, suddenly struggled so hard to continue with his words? The transcendent aura that had emanated from him when I first saw him was nowhere to be found. Cough Amitabha. Master Musen coughed hard and then smiled. I'm sorry I'm not feeling well today. You're welcome. Yes, where was he? No one can deny Wei Yanho's achievements. After all, he is the one who saved the world. But the reason people should follow his example is that he was a gentleman and a model for all. Master Musen closed his mouth. His face seemed to blush slightly. His breathing accelerated and his long beard trembled. Master. The man called Master Musen, bewildered by this strange change. The old monk who had perfectly embodied the term living Buddha now trembled with his red face, as if he had secretly drunk several bottles of liquor like a libertarian monk. Master Musen's mouth opened slightly. This is crazy. Excuse me. Master Musen coughed hard and shook his hand. Amitabha. Well. Master Musen breathed deeply several times and finally let escape a sigh that seemed to cause the ground to sink. Sorry, this monk isn't feeling well today. Yes, I will. Then I'll say goodbye. Master Musen suddenly rose from his seat and quickly walked away without looking back. The man observed Master Musen with empty eyes. What the hell happened to that old monk all of a sudden? Monk who until a few moments ago had been as gentle as a living Buddha full of dignity, now showed him his back pathetically bent as he hurriedly left the scene. Like I've seen a ghost. At that time, man's ears grasped Master Musen's silent murmur for himself. Damn it. Man's face changed strangely. Did that old monk just curse? That can't be right. You must have heard wrong. Man dried up the cold sweat that kept flowing as he watched the figure moving away from Master Musen, the former abbot of Shaolin, a living Buddha and the same person who had saved the world from chaos as Wei Yanho's close friend in the past. Please come in. The man couldn't help but be amazed. Who was Peng Dayaji? Wasn't he the legendary swordsman who was once called the greatest sword under heaven and made his name known in the 9 provinces and the 8 paras? Wasn't he the living myth of the martial world, whose sword technique any sword user would want to see even in their dreams? And such a person had gone out to the front door of the Hebei Peng family to welcome him. Given his status, he could not complain even if he was rejected at the door. But far from being rejected, who would imagine that he would personally come out to receive him like this? He had heard rumors that Peng Dayaji was a great hero who treated everyone without distinction, regardless of their status or age, but he had never imagined that he would receive him with such warmth. I am grateful for the hospitality of the great hero. Peng Dayaji burst into a laugh. Ha ha ha, receiving visitors is natural. Why be so grateful? When the renowned great hero Peng personally meets a stranger like me, how could he not be grateful? Even if my name is famous, I'm human, and so are you. What difference does it make between people for me to build walls? These words contained a profound meaning. The man nodded with his head. The rumors about Peng Deji spreading around the world were not entirely wrong. The person before him was truly a great hero and a good man. Would you like to come in first? How could I dare to expect such luxury? But if I left a guest here, the world would curse me. Then can I first confirm whether you will answer my question? Peng Deji smiled. Let's do it. What do you want to know? I want to know about Wei Yanho. Peng Deji had a warm smile. Did you say Wei Yanho? The man responded vigorously. Yes, GOLPA. At that time, the front door closed with tremendous noise. Wow! The door closed so tightly that the dust spread in all directions, and the tiles decorating the top of the door trembled. The man stared at the closed door with an empty expression. Through the door tightly closed, you could hear Peng Deji's voice. Is anyone there? Here I am, Supreme Chief of the family. Come out. Excuse me. Don't you hear? Get out, get salt a whole sack. No, bring a whole sack and spread it in front of the door. Yes, I understand. This morning's bad luck is coming, people of all kinds. This will bring bad luck for 3 months. Hearing Peng Deji's curses, the man's mouth slowly opened. Damn it, contact the nearest temple and perform a ritual to ward off evil. No, if that bald Musin can't handle this evil spirit, what could the other monks do? Spread out generously. A bag, no, bring all the salt bags out of the warehouse and block the door. The man dried his cold sweat with a cloth he had prepared beforehand while listening to Peng Deji's irritated voice. Peng Deji, the greatest master of the sword under the sky, the former head of the Hebei Peng family known as the largest family under the sky, and above all, the man recognized throughout the world as close friend of Wei Yanho, never met the man again after that. A historian. Yes, that's right. The supreme elder of the beggar sect, the divine mendigo Guanquishan, bowed his head to one side. What's that? A person who records history. History. That's right. Guanquishan looked at the man as he yawned. What does such a person want from this beggar? How much can a beggar of history know? I want to know about Wei Yanho. Wei Yanho. Yes. The radiant martial lord Wei Yanho. That's right. Guanquishan turned his head with indifference. Is there anyone who doesn't know about Wei Yanho? The man nodded. Everyone knows about him. Well, yes. The radiant Lord Marshal, Wei Yanho, the mythical figure who put an end to the great calamity of the world. He was a knight, a great man, and is known throughout the world as a great hero. Some call him the greatest person of all time, others call him the greatest hero of all time. You know very well. What do you care? Man's eyes lit up. While searching for records of Wei Yanho to document the history of the martial world, I discovered something strange. Something strange. Wei Yanho's assessments and achievements can be found anywhere in the world. However, the actual facts of Wei Yanho are remarkably scarce. A naughty smile appeared on Guanquishan's lips. It is really strange. It is the most famous and praised person in the world. However, curiously, there are few records of what it did in the past and how it lived. And it lived just 100 years ago. That would be the case. That's why I dared to look for the divine beggar. I thought that you, who once wandered the world with Wei Yanho, could tell me precise memories of him. So you came looking for me? Yes. Do you look like a beggar? Indeed, the appearance of man was that of a beggar so excellent that he would not be inferior even when compared to Guanquishan before him. I thought you had come to join the beggar sect. The man's face got red. You are so elusive, divine mendigo. I heard you've been chasing me for half a year, but you could have gone elsewhere. Master Musin of Shaolin said he was not feeling well, and the great hero Peng of the Peng family rejected me at his door. Head those guys. Guanquishan laughed as if he had expected this. Please tell me in the past what the hell happened. The divine mendigo shook his hand with disdain. You'd better not know. I want to know. I tell you it's better not to know. I have been following Wei Yanho for 5 years. I am a historian with a duty to inform the world about true history for future generations. There is a story that is better not to tell. The man prostrated himself on the ground. Please help me. If you don't tell me, divine beggar, there is no other place in the world where I can know the truth about Wei Yanho. Isn't that a story everyone knows? No, my intuition tells me there is something else. Please tell me. You are the only one I can count on now. Please, I beg you, don't you know how important it is to transmit the right story to the world? At the man's determined words, Guangquishan smiled. That smile had a rather peculiar light. Approachable history. Yes. Do you really want to know? Yes. Man nodded repeatedly, as if he feared Guangquishan might change his mind. Really? Yes. Guangquishan's smile became even deeper. His smile clearly contained itch. All right, do I tell you a story? Thank you. You don't need to thank me. Excuse me. Guangquishan snapped his tongue with an enigmatic expression. Because it would really be more comfortable not to know. Guangquishan opened his mouth. Wei Yanho, almost everything we know about him is true, except for one thing. Man's eyes lit up. Which part? Well, you know. Guangquishan stole his ear and blew the wax with his mouth. Then he said with indifference, well, it's obvious. Your character. Guangquishan smiled and opened his mouth. That guy's a complete scoundrel, see. His personality is also quite horrible, but at least it is tolerable. No, wait, there's a problem with saying it like that. To be more precise, her personality is horrible, but other problems eclipse in her. What? Is it rumored that Guangquishan has a righteous personality? What the fuck? Think about it logically. That guy is the one who put an end to the great calamity of the world, and he will be talked about countless times in the future. But would you tell your son, that bastard became a great figure despite being a piece of shit, so you should follow his example and become a good piece of shit too? You couldn't, could you? Well, of course not. So what are you doing? You make things up. You make up all sorts of things and spread the message that that guy was a wonderful person. Wei Yanho just sat there and took it. He had no choice but to sit there and accept it. That's him. He doesn't care about those things. What? No, not that he doesn't care about those things specifically. He doesn't care about anything. I'm telling you, he doesn't care. This guy doesn't really understand what people say. It's not about reputation or anything. This guy really doesn't care about anything. Because that guy is. Every human being lives with dreams. Sometimes they forget their dreams when they are swept away by the waves of the world, and sometimes they try to hide the dreams they harbor, but fundamentally, we all have great dreams in our hearts. So what dream would a child born into a martial arts family have? Of course, it would become the best under the sky. Practicing chivalry with the best martial arts in the world, establishing justice, and raising the name all over the world, that would be the right dream for a descendant of a martial arts family. There was a boy like that here. A child born in a martial arts family who grew up learning about the chivalry of martial artists. The child also had in his heart the dream of becoming the best under heaven. And the boy knew the fastest way to become the best under the sky. Endless effort. No matter how talented a genius can be, he cannot become the best under the sky effortlessly. A diligent fool can defeat a lazy genius. The boy knew better than anyone that only daily and tireless training would elevate him to the position of the best under the sky. Of course, the child also had the will to endure difficulties that wore out his bones. But there was a problem. It wasn't a big problem. If you think about it, it was a very trivial problem. But that triviality put him to the test. It's too late today. The boy saw the sunset outside the window. What a shame. Today was the day I was going to sweat and lay the foundations to become the best of tomorrow under the sky, but it was already too late. The sun was setting. Couldn't you train at night? What nonsense. If I were to train late today, I couldn't get enough rest, and train without enough rest would be inefficient. In the end, it would be much better to sleep well and start training early tomorrow morning instead of training today. I should sleep well today and train tomorrow. The boy took a firm resolve. The effort is not just about moving the body. The real effort is to move efficiently with a perfect understanding of training and accurate planning. The boy covered himself with the blanket. I need to sleep early today to wake up early tomorrow. A firm will settled in the boy's heart. But when do things happen in the world as planned? The boy's great ambition would soon suffer a huge obstacle. Head. The door opened abruptly. Space called his room, which had been lovingly embracing only the child, began to be invaded by ruthless outside intruders. How to solve this sad and presumptuous situation? The boy didn't move. It was not time to act hastily. Was it not the first thing you had to do to analyze with your whole body the information about who entered the room? Head. Steps were heard. The boy's ears rose. The child began to analyze the situation based on the steps he heard. Those heavy and strong steps are. This is definitely. Get up. It was his father. The boy didn't move. If I pretend to sleep, I may not wake up and go. Whispering. The blanket that covered the child flew through the air. Oh. The boy felt an indescribable void and lifted his head slightly. Dear blanket with which he had hooked up about 300 of the 365 days of the year was now moving away before his eyes. And through the waving blanket, he could see the figure of a middle-aged man. It was a familiar face. Of course, it was his father's face. But today that face looked a little strange. Has the wind come? Her father's cheek trembled nonstop. Get up. The child slowly lifted the top of his body. Yanho. Yes, the sun is setting. I saw. But you're still lying down. Because the sun is setting. The child's father, Wei Jianghan, smiled. Do you know how long you've been locked up in your room, lying down? The boy bowed his head. Was it 3 days ago or 4 days ago? It was ambiguous. 3 days. Wei Jianghan shouted loudly. You've been locked up in your room for 4 days, covered with a blanket and turning around. Your back hurts. Even a bear would turn around after 3 days lying down in the sweat of his back. The boy nodded. Wasn't it a child's duty to respond when his father said something right? So I would get up and go back to bed from time to time. Crack. Wei Jianghan's teeth collided, producing a rough sound. So during the 4 days I was out of the house, you stayed in your room and only got the food that the servants brought you. The child felt wronged. Actually, I was also going to train. But every time I opened my eyes, the sun went down. Then, the boy scratched the back of his head. When the sun sets, you have to sleep so you can get up early tomorrow and train. Kralik. Wei Jianghan grabbed the bed and lifted it. When the bed was raised and tilted, the poor boy in bed lost his balance and rolled to the ground. Oh. Wei Jianghan grabbed the neck of the boy who had fallen to the ground and lifted him up. Thanks to that, the boy ended up hanging in the air. Today I'm going to correct that laziness of yours and that flamboyance since I'm here. The boy made a tearful grin. The invader who had broken into his room did not seem to intend to let him go quietly. He seemed to have chosen the wrong day. Can't you stand up properly? NGH. What? Wei Yanho carried a water carrier and took a difficult horse posture. The sweat was pearly in his forehead, his eyes scotched, and his legs trembled. Being breathless after only a quarter of an hour in the horse's posture, are you really a descendant of a martial arts family? Wei Yanho's mouth opened wide. Are not the children of martial families also human? It is natural that heavy things tire us. That fucking mouth of yours. Wei Yanho's mouth came back in. What an obedient and attentive son, but unlike Wei Yanho, Wei Jianghan did not seem to like anything. Wei Jianghan screamed with an angry face. Martial arts are accomplished with effort no matter how talented someone is. If he does not train and strives day by day, he will never reach a high level. I know. But Wei Yanho seemed to think for a moment, then opened his mouth. Well, there are a lot of people in the world who work hard, so do I really need to become a teacher too? Tremble. Wei Jianghan's eyelids began to tremble. Not everyone needs to become teachers. If everyone worked hard for the same goal, what a hard and difficult world it would be to live in it. Teachers need beginners to support them from below to be teachers, and if they were all, what would be the point of being a teacher? Scream. The switch Wei Jianghan held broke, unable to withstand his grip. The world is supposed to respect diversity. Wei Yanho, who had been talking for a while, bowed his head. Are you sick somewhere? Wei Jianghan, who was shaking with tight fists, regained consciousness at the words of Wei Yanho and let a deep sigh escape. Well, diversity, that's a good word. Head right. Wei Yanho smiled. Now does it look like we're finally communicating? With that spirit, you should try to shoot in different ways today. Wei Yanho made a dying grimace. That's not what I meant. Don't even think about resting until midnight today. Wei Jianghan threw a wooden sword that he had placed close to Wei Yanho. Take something. Like this. Put it down. Wei Yanho silently left the water carrier and caught the wooden sword. Punch from the top. Wei Yanho pouted and lifted the wooden sword over his head. 1,000 hits from above. I think the number is a little wrong. 1,000 times. Wei Jianghan had no intention of compromise. I'll say it 1,000 times. If you don't complete 1,000 head blows today, consider that you won't be able to eat, let alone drink water. Water too. Water too. Wei Yanho's mouth stood out like a duck's beak. Start. This is child abuse. And it was unreasonable punishment. How can you make sense 1,000 blows above your head for saying something wrong? Don't hit the center, but knock over your head. Just lifting the wooden sword above your head requires a lot of strength, and do it 1,000 times. This is tyranny. But what power did he have? Poor Wei Yanho sighed deeply and began to launch airstrikes. After the wooden sword went up and down a couple of times, Wei Jianghan, who had been watching, opened his mouth. Stop. Wei Yanho looked at Wei Jianghan with delight. Honestly, 1,000 times it was too much. What are you doing? Oh, I asked you what you're doing. I'm banging over my head. Is that so? What's wrong with that? What do you think is a hit from above? Well, it's hitting the sword from top to bottom, literally. So what are you doing? Wei Yanho smiled widely. Fights from the top. Growlek. Wei Jianghan threw the switch that held Wei Yanho. Wei Yanho, making his slow movements so far look like a lie, dodged the flying switch with quick moves and shouted. Why are you doing this? A fly killer that a dying old man waits to catch mosquitoes would have more power and precision than your wooden sword. But I did what you told me. Wei Jianghan's face turned red. It was the moment when his resolve never to use violence in his son's education was shattered as paper. Wei Jianghan approached Wei Yanho with great steps. That's when it happened. What are you doing? Wei Jianghan's face contracted sharply when he heard the voice coming from somewhere. In contrast, Wei Yanho's face lit up with joy instantly. Mom, Han Sang-a. Wei Jianghan's wife and Wei Yanho's mother approached them. Wei Yanho looked at Wei Jianghan's expression. However, although at first glance it seemed that he was reading Wei Jianghan's mood, he was not actually reading Wei Jianghan's mood at all, but was explaining the situation to Han Sang-a. Nodding, Han Sang-a captured Wei Yanho's intention and nodded. She snapped her tongue as she looked at Wei Jianghan. What a good thing you're doing. KHRM. Wei Jianghan coughed loudly with an expression of disgust. Get out of daylight and make noise in the neighborhood at this time. What kind of behavior is this? How can there be day and night when it comes to educating a child? There is day and night when it comes to causing riots. Wei Jianghan remained like a mute who had eaten honey. Yonho. Yes. It's too late today, so come in now. Yes. When Wei Yanho was about to head to his room with joy, Wei Jianghan looked at him with murderous eyes. Wei Yanho shook, shrunk his neck, and stopped at the place. Now Sang-a. When Wei Jianghan's voice rose, Han Sang-a's eyes narrowed. If you scold a child who is already lazy until so late, what will happen tomorrow? If you really want to discipline him, you should discipline him early tomorrow. But, am I wrong? No. I absolutely had to fix that brat's insolence today. Wei Jianghan stared at Wei Yanho and shouted. But don't think it's the end tomorrow. If you're not training when I get back from my tour tomorrow, I'll fix your insolence. When will you be back? Why do you need to know that? So I can make a plan and... When Wei Jianghan picked up the switch that had fallen to the ground, Wei Yanho cut his words and said clumsily. I guess there's no need to be so curious. I'll do what you say. Kai Kyung. Wei Jianghan grabbed his forehead. The next day, Wei Jianghan headed for the front door with quick steps. The sun was already setting behind the western mountains. I was back from attending the 60th birthday celebration of someone I was usually close to. But Wei Jianghan's head was filled only with thoughts about Wei Yanho. He'll train today, as lazy as that brat is. Wei Jianghan thought this way, but on the other hand, he also recognized the reality that this was a foolish expectation. He was his son. The son he knew was the best under the sky to crush people's expectations and the greatest of all times to be lazy. But I'm sure he'll at least pretend he's doing something, or at least he'll be at the training camp. After getting so angry, if he hadn't even done that, where would his humanity be? If he were a human being with human skin, he couldn't ignore it and just lie down. Have you returned? The Waisa guard guarding the front door bowed his waist. Open the door quickly. Yes, Kiwayek. The door opened and the training camp appeared in sight. Wei Jianghan's gaze quickly moved from one side to the other. It's not there. The veins swelled on Wei Jianghan's forehead. Where's that brat? What do you mean? Yonho, that brat didn't come to the training camp. Waisa smiled clumsily. I haven't seen him today. Kai Kyuyong. Wei Jianghan tightened his fist and headed for Wei Yanho's quarters. That can't be. Probably not. Still, I was human, and after seeing such an angry appearance yesterday, I couldn't sleep peacefully. I'm sure you don't. Head. Wei Jianghan opened the door abruptly and entered Wei Yanho's room. And Wei Jianghan could see that his thoughts were wrong. Since Wei Yanho was also human, it seemed that he could not sleep calmly after seeing Wei Jianghan so furious. But the problem was that even when he was awake, he was lying in his bed. Are you early? Seeing Wei Yanho half incorporated and grasping his blanket, Wei Jianghan's energy was completely exhausted. Wei Yanho also let out an uncomfortable laugh, as if the current situation were very embarrassing. That's when his plan to go out and pretend to train was revealed just as Wei Jianghan returned. Wei Jianghan closed her eyes as she looked at Wei Yanho's uncomfortable smile. If I couldn't find peace of mind, I could end up having a funeral here. Didn't you hear what I said yesterday? Of course I heard it. I have ears too. Then, I was going to train. Was you going to? Wei Yanho smiled clumsily. Well, I was gonna get some rest before I started, but before I knew it, time had. Kralek. Wei Jianghan fell over Wei Yanho. Alek. Wei Jianghan grabbed Wei Yanho's neck and lifted him up in the air, screaming. You have no choice today. I will tear away the laziness that you have embedded in your bones. Shut up. Easy. Yes, father, I think you should calm down. You're getting older. You should also worry about your health. Without saying another word, Wei Jianghan threw Wei Yanho on the bed. Deaf noise. Ugh. Wei Jianghan raised his hand. We're going to kick your ass today. Calm down, I said. That day, the sound of a pig being sacrificed resonated in Guangdong's Wei family. Let me see. It hurts. Relax. Han Sangha rubbed the basin from his son's eye, which was bruised and blue. Oh. Han Sangha hit Wei Yanho's back. Head. Why are you hitting me again? That's why I keep telling you to moderate your laziness. I was really going to get up before Dad came back. Looking at Wei Yanho complaining, Han Sangha let a deep sigh escape. It's all my fault. Han Sangha looked at Wei Yanho, who was pouting his lips out. It wasn't like he liked seeing his son so lazy. However, the reason Han Sangha protected him so much was because she was partly responsible for Wei Yanho becoming so lazy. Wei Jianghan had departed on his martial journey when Wei Yanho was young. At that time, Han Sangha had just given birth to Wei Suryeon, the younger sister of Wei Yanho. Therefore, Han Sangha had to take care of the newborn while she was dealing with all important and small family matters. Filling the void left by her husband, who had suddenly left, was already a heavy task. Moreover, raising a newborn was even more difficult. Not even 10 hands would have been enough, and exhausted by working and caring for children throughout the day, she often fell asleep exhausted. Still, she paid attention to the eldest son Wei Sanho and the newborn Wei Suryeon, but she was also human, so there were limits to what she could do, and she couldn't help but neglect Wei Yanho, who was clumsily trapped in the middle. Only after Wei Sanho went to the academy to train, and Wei Jianghan returned to assume the role of head of the family, Han Sangha realized that his second son had become the most incomparable lazy boy in the world. And she could see that the reason was because she had not received proper attention at an age when she should have been growing up and receiving the love of her parents. It's all my fault. And she realized that the cause of all this was in herself, that she had not been able to pay attention to her while the child was growing up, and in her father who had abandoned him. It could not be hard only with Wei Yanho. Thanks to this, Han Sanga had become an infinitely weak mother to Wei Yanho, unlike Wei Sanho or Wei Suryeon. Smashing a child like that. Han Sanga's eyes narrowed coldly. Although she hurried to be late to take Wei Yanho, by then Wei Yanho was already blue and black. My God, this man. Han Sanga squeezed his teeth, grr. It's okay to hit the kid. When it comes to disciplining, you may detect a switch. But how could you make such beautiful eyes on such a child? How long are you gonna stay so lazy? Wei Yanho shivered and shrugged. Han Sanga let a deep sigh escape. From tomorrow, you should also stop being lazy so your father doesn't get mad anymore. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. Han Sanga let another deep sigh escape as he watched Wei Yanho, who smiled brilliantly. Kai Kyuyong. Wei Jianghan held his head and let a groan escape. Are you worried about the second young teacher? Cho Bang, the main steward of Guangdong's Wei family, comforted Wei Jianghan. If it's not that brat, what else could I worry about? Zhou Bang smiled. The young master will soon come to his senses as well. Has he come to himself? Wei Jianghan shook his head vigorously. No, look what that brat does. He's not one of those who comes to his senses so easily. But the young master is also the son of a martial artist. Even if he is a little lazy now, he will soon walk the path of a martial artist. Kai Kyong. Wei Jianghan held his head. Walk a martial artist's way. Easy to say. What kind of martial artist is a brat who locks himself in his room for 4 days sleeping when you tell him to train? Why did you let the child come like this? Cho Bang spoke with a face that clearly showed that he felt wronged. How could I touch the young master who receives the lady's protection? Kai Kyong. Wei Jianghan let a deep sigh escape. It's all my fault. Wei Jianghan had left on his martial journey when Wei Yanho was 2 years old. He thought it would be a martial journey that would end in about 2 years at most, but as he became involved in several incidents, he could only return home after 8 full years passed. Thanks to this, he was able to win the excessive nickname of Sword of the Righteous Hero, but what he lost was too big. When he returned home, he discovered that his wife, who was once modest, had become more frightening than a tiger, and the boy who once loved as the girl in his eyes had transformed into a lazy one who was afraid only to look at him. Did they not say, cultivate your being, regulate the family, order the state, and bring peace to the world? It is not wrong for a martial artist to take a martial journey to temper himself. Chief Butler Cho comforted him. But Wei Jianghan did not find it pleasant to hear those words. Are you saying I was too obsessed with self-cultivation and couldn't control my family? That's not what I meant. Well, so what? It's the truth. Wei Jianghan's sigh became deeper. First of all, I wasn't supposed to leave the house. He thought it was the style of a martial artist. He thought that if he grew old, he could not leave. He wanted to be a respectable martial artist before protecting his family. No, maybe the weight of having to carry the family and get out was too heavy. But that martial journey had ruined his son. Chief Butler Cho smiled. Don't worry too much. Doesn't it look like I'm gonna worry? Head of the family, the second young teacher is smarter than he thinks. As a young man, he was certainly much smarter than the first young master. I even thought that the family hierarchy could stagger if things went on like this. Is that so? Chief Butler Cho smiled. It has excellent foundations. Only the fundamentals will be excellent. Wei Jianghan outlined a bitter smile. What good are the excellent foundations? Your mental state is terrible from the beginning. I wouldn't say rotten. Do you know what other people call our son? They call it lazy turtle. They treat the second son of Guangdong's great Wei family like a turtle. Lazy turtle. Wei Jianghan's eyebrows rose slightly. You think it suits you right now, don't you? Chief Butler Cho shook his hands. How can that be? Kai Kyong. Wei Jianghan jumped out of his seat. This can't be. I can't face my father even dead. I have to fix that brat's mind somehow. But would it be easy? If Sangha didn't interfere, he could fix it even by hitting it. Wei Jianghan's voice was tempered by repentance. But after leaving his home for 8 years, he became a man who became infinitely small every time he stood in front of Han Sangha. I sigh, it's all my karma. Wei Jianghan's sigh became deeper. Zhou Bang smiled itchily. Even so, there must be a way. A way? Yes. Have you forgotten? That person will be back soon. Wei Jianghan's face lit up. That's right, that's right. Yon Ho, that brat is going to meet the parka. Wei Jianghan smiled with pleasure. The person Wei Yanho most feared in the world was approaching the house. Wei Yanho was immersed in a sweet dream like honey. The funny thing was that, as much as I slept, it was never enough. You would think that sleeping too much would take your sleep away the next day, but it wasn't. The day after his deep sleep, he was sleeping even earlier. Wei Yanho's dream had accumulated layer after layer in this way, and now, if he did not sleep more than 8 shijin a day, fatigue would overwhelm him and he could not maintain sanity. TL/N, shijin, is an ancient Chinese time unit equal to 2 modern hours. Wei Jianghan foamed in his mouth and cursed every time he saw this, but what could he do with the constant sleep? It was not Wei Yanho's fault that the dream came. How could it be Wei Yanho's fault? It was the dream's fault. That's why Wei Yanho was right even today. The sunlight that warmed his face seemed to force him to sleep deeply. At that moment, the door opened. Brother, wake up. Wei Yanho wrinkled her face and hugged her blanket tightly. He could feel the strength pulling his blanket. Wake up, bear, wake up. Wei Yanho grabbed his blanket harder, but this little demon trying to wake him up today didn't seem to have any intention of surrendering. Wake up. Wow. Wei Yanho popped his face under the blanket and screamed. Why are you bothering people since morning and making such a fuss? Normally, Wei Suryeon would have already been angry and gone. But today's Wei Suryeon didn't understand the meaning of surrender. Wei Suryeon hit the blanket, zas, zas, and shouted, You have to wake up or you'll get in trouble. Hurry up and wake up. Why are you giving your heavenly older brother trouble again in the morning? You have to go out and train quickly. You do it. That's all. Suryeon, this older brother, is very tired right now, so go train. Wei Suryeon's pretty cheeks swelled. You'll regret it. Wei Yanho, receiving the adorable threat, could not help but laugh. This little thing was already trying to play with people. Repent of what? I warned you clearly, brother. Don't say anything different later. Whatever. Wei Yanho wrapped himself in the blanket like he was a jerk. Wei Suryeon frowned and let a scream escape. Smash you to death or not. After Wei Suryeon spit out his curse and left, Wei Yanho, irritated, buried his body in bed. What girl likes to train so much? What name did she choose so well? Having escaped from his sister's claws that bothered him since the morning, Wei Yanho happily closed his eyes again. The fact that Wei Suryeon came to look for him was very painful, but there was something to gain. His arrival meant that Wei Jianghan, who used to try to devour Wei Yanho, would not return, and from now on could sleep more deeply. In this world, if you lose something, you also win something. Should I get some more sleep? So now it was time to sleep sweetly. Crack. But right then, the door opened again. Wei Yanho, who was about to fall asleep, woke up. That fucking girl, seriously. Deaf noise. Deaf noise. That's all. Wei Yanho, who was about to get angry, closed his mouth. He thought Wei Suryeon had returned, but something was different. The steps were too heavy and deaf to be those of Wei Suryeon. Is it Dad? The steps slowly approached him. I would say I trained. As I really did, he won't say anything. If he insists on why I did it so briefly, I can excuse myself by saying that he didn't tell me to do it for long. Then tomorrow he will tell me to do it longer, but today I can rest a little longer. Get up. A quiet voice was heard. But Wei Yanho didn't move. If he stayed there a little longer. Head. At that moment he felt an unbearable headache. Alia. Wei Yanho screamed and jumped up. Where was there a law that said that you could hit someone in the head so suddenly, just because he didn't listen to you after you were told once? You could just talk, why? But Wei Yanho's words could not continue. He was not his father, but a robust young man who looked at him with a stiff and hardened face. Brother, how many shijin do you think you've been sleeping? When did you come? I asked first. Wei Yanho looked out the window. The sun was high in the sky. It's half day. The young man's face hardened a little more. Wei Yanho made excuses with a desperate face. Wei Yanho knew very well that his brother was more dangerous when he made that kind of face. No, no, brother, I trained at dawn. I trained so intensely that I was tired and slept a little. Really, brother? Wei Yanho put excuses frantically, shaking his hands desperately. Had his father or his mother pressed him, Wei Yanho would never have acted like this. Rather, he would have come out of the situation with a calm answer. But such things didn't work with the person in front of him now. When did he come back? Wei Sanho, the eldest son of the Wei family of Guangdong and the only brother of Wei Yanho. Compared to Han Sanga, who could not scold Wei Yanho because of the guilt of not being able to take care of him, or Wei Jianghan, who felt distant from Wei Yanho because he had been away from home, Wei Sanho had no reason to make concessions to the circumstances of Wei Yanho. And Wei Sanho was the kind of person who valued martial arts training even more than Wei Jianghan and couldn't bear to see his younger brother drift off the road. And have you trained? Yes. Get out. Let's see how much you've improved during the 3 years I've been away. Wei Sanho was also the same person who taught Wei Yanho while his father was away. If I'm not satisfied, you'd better be prepared. Wei Yanho's face was sorely distorted. I'm fucked. Wei Yanho and Wei Sanho faced each other at the training camp. The two who held wooden swords looked at each other. I really trained. Despite Wei Yanho's excuses, Wei Sanho stood firm. Then show me. Puaj. Wei Yanho let a deep sigh escape. Wei Sanho had been a martial arts fan even when he was home. And he was the person who had pushed Wei Yanho harder than anyone else. He often went out of the house or went into detention to train, but when he didn't, he was someone who couldn't stand seeing Wei Yanho being lazy. If I hadn't been there, Wei Yanho would have become an even worse slacker than he is now. Although they were brothers, there was an age difference of 6 years, and as I had cared for him since he was a baby, Wei Yanho did not dare rebel against Wei Sanho. At least for Wei Yanho, Wei Sanho was much more like a father than Wei Jianghan. 3 years ago, after leaving home saying that he was going to enter the martial academy of the Hidden Dragon, Wei Yanho's life had flourished, but now he had returned without saying a word. What are you doing? Faced with the pressured words, Wei Yanho shivered and looked at Wei Sanho. Oh, whatever. Wei Yanho grabbed his sword hard. Hello. Wei Yanho's sword cut the air. It was the Biryong Bichen technique of the Biryong Chinsang sword, the secret martial art of the Guangdong Wei family. Punch. But Wei Yanho's Bijong Bichen did not seem like a flying dragon at all. Wei Sanho's wooden sword moved slightly, and Wei Yanho's wooden sword was shot down and blown up. Wei Sanho, who had diverted Wei Yanho's sword, raised his wooden sword. Oh. Wei Yanho covered his head with both hands. What would happen next was obvious. That cruel wooden sword would surely try to hit and check if Wei Yanho's head was well cooked. But curiously, Wei Sanho's wooden sword did not impact Wei Yanho's head. Wei Sanho, holding his sword tightly, stared at him for a long time with a rigid face before lowering the sword. A low sigh naturally escaped from his mouth. It's been 3 years. 3 years is enough time to learn a sword technique, enough time to make Wei into a kingdom. Wei Yanho couldn't answer. But you're worse than 3 years ago. Wei Yanho felt like getting into a mouse hole. It was not for Wei Sanho's scolding. Scolding was something he always listened to, and common criticism could not penetrate Wei Yanho's hard skin. What made Wei Yanho shrink was the sincere disappointment that appeared on Wei Sanho's face. But Wei Yanho's feelings were not compared to those of Wei Sanho. He was really disappointed at the time was Wei Sanho. Wei Yanho was not weak. Wei Sanho knew too. Among others of his age, Wei Yanho's skills were quite outstanding. Wei Sanho, who had seen countless people in the martial academy, was fully aware that his younger brother's level was not something that could be underestimated. However, the reason Wei Sanho was disappointed was that Wei Yanho's level had dropped more than 3 years ago. Now Wei Yanho may have gained a little more strength than in the past, but his mastery of the sword was incomparable to his past self. Wei Sanho's feelings as he realized that his younger brother, who should have been called a genius at the age of 9, was now on an ordinary level at the age of 12, were devastatingly tragic. What do I have to do? Obviously, during his absence, Wei Yanho had left the training aside and had done what he wanted lazily. Wei Sanho was only able to stay there for about 2 weeks. Following his return to the martial academy, Wei Yanho repeated his life for the past 3 years. Wei Sanho had no intention of standing by and observing such a thing. Go to your room. Wei Sanho left those words and turned his body abruptly to get away. Wei Yanho watched with hesitation how Wei Sanho was leaving. In the past, he would have caused a great stir, but curiously, his brother simply left. It's good they didn't hit me, but... Wei Yanho was somewhat more anxious about the unusual situation. If he had been violently angry or beaten, he would not have felt so anxious, but now that he had left like this, he felt even more anxious. Kig keko. At that moment, a laugh was heard from behind. Wei Yanho abruptly turned his head. Wei Suryeon. Yes. You knew that, didn't you? What? Wei Suryeon played dumb. Don't pretend you don't know. Yes. Why didn't you tell me? Wei Suryeon asked calmly. Did you ask? This one. Wei Suryeon laughed and ran away. Before you tell me something, you have to think first about what the older brother will do, right? Hey, don't you stop there. Wei Yanho became angry and then let a deep sigh slip away. Well, what would have been different if I had known? Wei Sanho's anger was not because Wei Yanho was lazy, but because his training level had fallen. If martial arts could be improved by studying thoroughly, no one would bother to train. Lying. Wei Yanho walked into his room with his shoulders down, with heavy passage, presenting the coming storm. Dinner took place in a rather sober atmosphere. It was not especially copious, you might say. But for Wei Yanho, it was like having dinner with demons from hell. The grains of rice looked like dry grains of sand, and cold tea turned his stomach, as if he were drinking bleach. I'm going to have indigestion. Wei Yanho looked around cautiously, but Wei Sanho did not pay attention to him. Wei Jianghan smiled softly. What is life like in the academy? Okay. No difficulties. If there were no difficulties in training, it wouldn't be training. I think these are challenges I have to overcome. Wei Jianghan nodded repeatedly. Looking at Wei Yanho and then at Wei Sanho, his eyes lit up and felt like a warm breeze blowing from somewhere. Look at that. Didn't it look like there was even a subtle halo visible there? You must have suffered a lot while this father was away. Father, it is you who suffered during the long martial journey. No, how can a martial artist call suffering a martial trajectory? You should have had difficulty being the eldest son. If I had returned a little earlier, I could have seen you enter the academy. When the conversation arose about the martial journey, Han Sanga's eyes became slightly sharp. Wei Jianghan shook and quickly closed his mouth. Han Sanga opened his mouth. You don't need anything for your training. Okay. Aren't you short of money? I think you don't need to send me maintenance this year. Han Sanga shook his head. A man must always be prepared for any situation. If you have anything left over, save it. It will be useful to you when you need it urgently. I'll do whatever you say. A warm smile also flourished on Han Sanga's face. What a trustworthy son he was. Thinking that was the time, Wei Jianghan opened his mouth. Sanga, I've been a little short of money lately, too. You should keep your mouth shut. And Sanga looked at Wei Jianghan as if to devour him, then turned his head again to look at Wei Sanho with a warm smile. It was really an extreme reaction. Well then, is there no problem? There's one. Han Sanga bowed his head and asked, what is it? It's about Yonho. Wei Jianghan's face creaked. Han Sanga's face also tightened slightly. Wei Yanho sank his neck on his shoulders. What about Yonho? Wei Sanho spoke without hesitation. I need to take Yonho to the academy. To the academy? Yes. Wei Jianghan opposed it. Yonho is still too young. 12 years is enough to enter the academy. There are cases of 10-year-olds and people entering after 20. If you reach a certain level, age does not matter. The important thing is not the age, but the level. I think the current level of Yonho is not enough to enter the academy. But you didn't come in just after you turned 15. That's because I thought it was better to prepare myself better before entering. But Wei Sanho looked at Wei Yanho and then opened his mouth. Yonho is different. Before Wei Sanho's firm words, Wei Jianghan ended up nodding. More preparation here. I'd be lucky if I didn't forget what I already had. This time Han Sangha opposed. Even so, it's too early for Yonho. Above all, I'm worried if that boy can stand academic life. The laziness of the child would be the problem. When Wei Sanho's words hit the target, they all remained silent. Honestly, if Wei Yanho were sent to the academy like that, there would be no more family misfortune. Right. If we send that boy to the academy without correcting his laziness, the others will see him with bad eyes. And I worry what he will learn and bring from there. Wei Sanho shook his head. Being lazy in the academy has its limits, and since I'll be there too, it won't be able to act with the same insolence as here. But if Yonho stays home alone, it might not be a disgrace, but the ruin of the child. Does the prestige of the family matter, or is it important that the successor of the family remain on the throne? The latter inevitably had to be given priority. This last, I guess. Wei Sanho nodded. As you know, the boy's talent is exceptional. Wei Jianghan snorted. His talent for laziness is the greatest under the sky HMPH. When Han Sangha's eyes sharpened, Wei Jianghan shook and turned his head slightly. I don't mean that kid's talent is incomparable to mine. If he's taught well, he's a guy who could spread the name around the world. Well, that's going too far. Wei Jianghan was derogatory. Even Han Sangha nodded. It didn't matter if it was her son, humanly speaking. Wei Yanho was a person she couldn't see with good eyes. Wei Sanho sighed silently. Wei Jianghan did not know the skills of Wei Yanho because he had not seen him grow, and Han Sangha had no deep knowledge of martial arts. In a way, this reaction was natural. But Wei Sanho, who knew the truth, couldn't give up so easily. In any case, I think the best method is for the boy to enter the martial academy of the Hidden Dragon. Wei Jianghan nodded slightly. Yes, that would also be a method. But Han Sangha still opposed it. Yonho is still young. We don't know what happens if that kid stays home like this. Han Sangha sighed and looked at Wei Yanho. He had heard that he was going out at dawn saying he was going to train, waving his sword a couple of times, and then going back to sleep. Without a doubt, if he stayed home like this, Wei Yanho would be ruined. At that time, Wei Yanho opened his mouth. I don't think I'm quite ready yet. Relax. Stay silent. Shut up. In the face of consecutive attacks on the order of father, mother, and older brother, Wei Yanho lifted the white flag cleanly. Han Sangha also finally surrendered to Wei Jianghan's persuasion and Wei Sanho's gaze. Well, let's send him in. That would be the way for Yonho. No, it's not, mother. Wei Yanho screamed inside, but those words could not come out of his mouth. Thus that night it was decided that the second son of the Wei family of Guangdong, Wei Yanho, would be admitted to the martial academy of the Hidden Dragon. But even then, none of them could guess the consequences of this decision. It would take a long time to know how far-reaching the events that this little decision would bring to the martial world in the future would be. Piuaj. Wei Yanho's face was like a warrior going to battle. The difference was that while the warriors who went to battle generally had determined faces and prepared for death, Wei Yanho had the face of a soldier participating in a war for the first time, trembling with fear. Why do I have to go there? His older brother had only entered at the age of 15, but Wei Yanho was barely 12. That was too unfair. But as even his mother, whom he had trusted in the end, had given up, there was no one left to side with Wei Yanho. No, there was exactly one person. Can't you not go? Wei Suryon grabbed Wei Yanho's sleeve, with tears springing from his eyes. If Wei Yanho left, Wei Suryon would stay home alone. Wei Suryon hated that very much. I don't want to go either. Wei Yanho responded honestly. You're not even old enough to go, so why are you being forced to go so urgently? I know. Wei Yanho was powerless. He had already gone too far to change the situation with Wei Suryon's tantrum. Wei Yanho put his luggage on his shoulder and walked away with difficulty. With his heart frustrated, he looked toward the sky. Haha, the weather, it should be nice. The dark clouds approaching the distance seemed to insinuate the future of Wei Yanho. When he went out to the training camp, his family and his followers were waiting for him. What? Wei Yanho approached and received the looks that greeted him. Did you sleep well? At the words of Wei Jianghan, Wei Yanho responded with indifference. More or less. Yes, I suppose so. Wei Jianghan, who would normally have exploited, this time was not particularly angry. It wasn't a situation to be angry about either. Han Sanga approached and grabbed Wei Yanho's hands. When you go to the academy, be careful. Make sure you eat well and wash well there. I worry that you bring family misfortune. If you get hurt during training, don't suffer alone. Go to the medical room right away. Your older brother will take care of everything, but still don't neglect your training. That region is cooler than here, so make sure you cover yourself with blankets while sleeping. If you sleep carelessly dressed like you do here because of the heat, you'll get hurt. You should wash your hands and feet well. I am not going to war. Wei Yanho interrupted Han Sanga's long speech. Han Sanga's heart seemed to hurt as the tears secretly dried up, then bowed his head and continued to hold Wei Yanho's hands. Thanks to this, Wei Yanho had to walk with Han Sanga hanging from one side and Wei Suryeon from the other. If you're worried, then don't send me. When Wei Yanho exploded, Han Sanga shook and turned his head. But what could be done? He had to go. Wow. Wei Yanho kept sighing with his frustrated heart. Wei Sanho approached Wei Yanho. Are you all ready? Wei Yanho snuck into his bundle. I packed everything lightly. Then let's go. Wei Yanho cursed inside his heartless older brother. It was the first time in his life he left home. Wouldn't it be nice to give him a little more time? But Wei Sanho was simply cold, as if he had buried human feelings somewhere. You're late because you fell asleep, so we have to go quickly. I know. Wei Yanho grumbled and followed Wei Sanho. There were tied two beautiful horses that seemed splendid at first sight. MMM. When Wei Jianghan looked at the horses with dissatisfied eyes, Han Sanga's gaze became threatening. They were not horses to keep raising them, but horses to ride once and sell, so he seemed upset that so much money was spent to buy them. But Han Sanga, who regretted his son's departure, did not dare to buy normal horses. Do I have to ride this? Wei Sanho nodded. I've never mounted one before. Just hold on. Will that work? As long as you don't fall. Actually, Wei Sanho didn't need horses. If it were not for Wei Yanho, Wei Sanho would have used lightweight techniques to address Henan. But Wei Yanho was still young and lacked the resistance to endure the long journey to Henan. Wei Yanho rode the horse carefully. The horse shook his head, but when Wei Sanho calmed him a few times, he soon became docile. Does it discriminate against people? Wei Yanho was upset, but he couldn't fight a horse. Wei Sanho calmed Wei Yanho's horse and rode his. Well, then we're leaving. I'm leaving now. Wei Suryeon finally burst into tears. Brother, don't go. Wei Yanho frowned fiercely. Why are you being so good now that it's all over? Head. Wei Sanho hit the back of Wei Yanho's head. Oh, what kind of harsh words are those to tell your sister? Are these harsh words? These. So hard words are not allowed, but hitting your brother in the head is perfectly fine. Wei Yanho looked defiantly at Wei Sanho. Under normal circumstances, such behavior would have been unimaginable, but what could Wei Yanho see in his present state? Because they would still drag him helpless into hell, causing a little fuss would not change anything. At that time, murmuring voices reached Wei Yanho's ears. Even so, it's a little sad for the second young master to leave, isn't it? How many times have you seen the face of the second young master? In the 5 years I've been working here, I can count on one hand the times I've seen him. Isn't that a good thing? Well, how? You don't know what you're talking about. I know someone who works in another family, and their young master is so troublesome that he causes all kinds of incidents. He never leaves them alone for a day. They say they're going crazy to clean up their messes. Compared to that, our second young master is quiet, doesn't cause trouble, and you barely know if he's there or not. What a wonderful person. Now that you say it like that, I guess you're right. Wei Yanho snapped his tongue. They're having a great time. To think he had trusted those people as his servants. It was so unfair that he could go crazy and jump everywhere. Wei Yanho had to receive individual farewells from the servants and ignore the tears of Han Sanga and Wei Suryeon before he could finally leave the house. Second young master, please take care and return safe and sound. Young master, please take good care of the second young teacher. Second young master, you must return as a great person. Wei Yanho frowned his lips. Great person, my frozen ass. Who said staying home makes you a little person? Wei Yanho looked up at the sky with clear eyes like a cow dragged into the slaughterhouse. Why is it so cloudy today? It's so cold that it makes you cry. My destiny. Wei Yanho looked at Wei Suryeon, who was clinging to his mother and crying. For no particular reason, the tip of his nose began to tingle. Still, he made me sandwiches. He scolded me a lot, but he also listened attentively. Still, she was a family, and to think she wouldn't see her for a while made him feel infinitely sad. Come on. Wei Yanho's head turned sharply. This person clearly did not have the same blood running through his veins. No, before that it was questionable if he had any blood flow. Let's go. Wei Yanho greeted Wei Suryeon with his hand. Upon receiving his farewell, Wei Suryeon cried even more sadly. Oh, don't cry, it's not like I'm being dragged into war. Wowza. When Wei Suryeon began to cry at full lung, Wei Yanho sighed deeply, dismounted from his horse and patted Wei Suryeon on the back. I told you not to cry. Smell. The brother will be back soon. What? Wei Yanho barely managed to comfort Wei Suryeon and remounted his horse. I'll be right back. When Wei Yanho gave his last farewell, everyone said a word while he was being fired. Take care of yourself and come back safe and sound. Come back as a real man. Brother, you must return safe and sound. Second young master, please come back safe and sound. Wei Yanho listened to his goodbyes and clenched his teeth. I'll definitely come back, I'll do it. The curses they should have followed could not continue because Wei Sanho grabbed the reins with force and departed. Wei Yanho left behind indefinite words and departed for Henan. When the figures of Wei Yanho and Wei Sanho decreased as points, Han Sangha let a deep sigh escape. I wonder if he will be okay. When Han Sangha dried up his tears, Wei Jianghan silently placed his hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, he's our son, right? You won't take your hand off. Wei Jianghan shook his hand. Han Sangha hugged Wei Suryeon, who was crying. Even so, Suryeon followed his brother very well. Han Sangha looked at Wei Yanho, who was leaving, and sighed deeply. You have to stay healthy. No matter how lazy and pathetic the child was, a mother's love showed no discrimination. The trip went smoothly. From the perspective of Wei Sanho, of course. If there was any problem, it was that it could not be known whether Wei Yanho was riding the horse or whether the horse was carrying Wei Yanho, and Wei Yanho's face, barely hung on the horse, had turned from a deadly pale blue as if it were to collapse at any time, but for Wei Sanho, it was an extremely quiet journey. The small incidents of Wei Yanho falling asleep on his horse and almost falling down or launching towards the cliffs were already anticipated. Of course, Wei Yanho's perspective was completely different. Her buttocks had been burning for years for riding that unknown horse, and even the task of simply sitting on the horse without doing anything consumed enormous resistance. Thanks to this, Wei Yanho was completely withered. For Wei Yanho, who was used to a soft bed, the frantic rebound from the back of the horse was unbearable agony. Puaj. Wei Yanho grabbed the horse's neck and groaned. Is it far? Faced with Wei Yanho's question, Wei Sanho responded with a direct voice. Only 10 more days. 10 days. If you had been able to ride well, we would have arrived in 5 days. Wei Yanho became angry and screamed. I told you I've never rode before. I wasn't blaming you. You're blaming me right now. I was just answering because you asked me. Wei Yanho squeezed his teeth, but he couldn't help it. He wasn't stronger and had a higher rank. Moreover, what Wei Sanho said wasn't bad, so no matter how detestable and annoying it was, he had no choice but to put up with it. Let's rest a bit. Resting is not difficult. As long as you don't mind going faster than now for the remaining 9 days. Wei Yanho made a tearful grimace. Do you know how steep this is? Do you know how hard it is? I'm going to break my back and feel like my buttocks are going to burst. Look over there, look how difficult it is. Even those people are lying on the road resting. When Wei Yanho pointed to people lying far away, Wei Sanho's face hardened like a stone. Hurry up. What now? Wei Sanho did not respond and grabbed the reins of Wei Yanho while kicking the horse group. Abonga, oh, it hurts. Wei Yanho jumped up and down on the horse. In spite of everything, Wei Sanho spurred his horse and galloped toward the fallen. As soon as he approached, Wei Sanho jumped off the horse and watched them with serious expression. Wei Yanho grumbled as he dismounted. What is so urgent? Relax. Wei Sanho placed his hand over the neck of the fallen. He then slowly denied his head. Too late. Too late for what? They're dead. Wei Yanho remained silent. In front of Wei Sanho lay two middle-aged men. Looking at them carefully, their complexions seemed a little pale, but he never imagined they were corpses. Heavens, see corpses on the road. You mean they're corpses? Is this the first time you've seen one? Yes. You will see them often. At the direct words of Wei Sanho, Wei Yanho's body trembled. Wei Sanho searched the bodies and lifted their shirts. Look at this. Where Wei Sanho pointed out, there was a strange wound. In the middle of the body's chest, there was a strange mark that looked like a fallen leaf, or from another angle, a red flower cocoon. When Wei Sanho lifted someone else's clothes, the same wound was there. What is it? Wei Sanho said with a hardened face. This is a technique called tamwujing, palm obsessed with flowers. Tamwujing. That's right. What a strange name, coveting flowers, enjoying them. Tamwujing's original name is jiakwujing, red flower palm. That's a much more appropriate name, so why is it called tamwujing? The jiakwujing is a palm technique that comes from the demonic path. It is a brutal technique where the meridians of the heart burst upon being beaten, but at least a name was made as a powerful palm method. However, the bastard who now uses the jiakwujing in the martial world is such a disgusting scum that he has even stained that name. Disgusting. Damwesasing Seo Juak. He is an evil sex demon. That bastard uses jiakwujing, so they changed his name to Tamwujing. So you're saying that sex demon is here? Wei Yanho looked around. In Wei Sanho's words, didn't that mean there was an evil sex demon in this area? It could be dangerous. It's not safe. MMM. Seeing the condition of the corpses, they haven't been dead for long. They still keep warm. In terms of time, only an hour. But for a martial artist, an hour is not short. He may not be in this area anymore. Then there's nothing we can do. Let's take care of the bodies and follow our path. That won't do. Why? Tamwesasing Seo Juak never uses his techniques with men. What does that mean? Wei Sanho said with a hardened face. The reason why Seo Juak has not lost his mind in the martial world despite his infamy as a sex demon is because he possesses excellent camouflage skills and knows very well how to save his life. Despite being a sex demon, he never frequents places like brothels. Like a bandit, he attacks women who travel on lonely mountain trails. Is that so? The fact that there are bodies here of people who died because of tamwujing means that Seo Juak attacked the women and ambushed these men. Wei Sanho's eyes became desolate. There is a woman in danger right now. Wei Yanho denied his head slowly. He understood what Wei Sanho was saying, but that didn't mean they could do anything about it. And what are we going to do? Do you know where it is? Even if we look all over the area, by the time we find it, it'll all be over, won't it? But Wei Sanho was determined. We can't just sit here and do nothing. Brother, don't do that. At that time, something happened that made Wei Yanho shut his mouth. He heard a small sound near his ear. It was a very mild sound, but Wei Yanho did not overlook it. A loud scream that sounded like a woman's. The heads of Wei Yanho and Wei Sanho turned simultaneously. Combining what Wei Sanho had just said with the cry they heard, what was happening at the place where the cry came from was very clear without the need for interpretation. The address was determined. The distance was pretty far away. Wei Sanho walked where the horses were and drew his sword. Stay here. Are you telling me to stay here alone with these corpses? I'll be back soon. Brother, I'll be back. Wei Sanho left those words and flew using his lightness techniques. Wei Yanho watched the scene quietly and then slowly turned his head. What was left was two horses grazing quietly on the grass, and two bodies lying on the ground. Wei Yanho sighed deeply. I'm fucked. Wei Yanho was especially sad today. Liar. It was my mistake to trust him. It was my mistake to trust people. Despite his words, Wei Sanho had not returned even after a good while. Wei Yanho could not determine the exact time, but judging from the position of the sun, it seemed that several shijin had already passed, but Wei Sanho did not show signs of returning. Wei Yanho, who was wandering around in bed in the shade of a tree, looked at the corpses with an uncomfortable expression. Wow, if there were no corpses nearby, I could at least sleep peacefully, but with corpses that I had never seen before right in front of him, Wei Yanho felt anxious and uncomfortable, unable to sleep well. If it was going to be like this, I should have taken him. Of course, Wei Yanho knew this was silly. Even being a pervert, someone who used demonic arts would be much stronger than Wei Yanho, so following the current would only be an obstacle. Also, with Wei Yanho's Jiongong skills, it would be treated as a simple burden in urgent situations. But if he said he'd be back early, shouldn't he be back early? The sun was already setting. How dangerous were the nights in the mountains? What would happen if the sun went down? For the fragile Wei Yanho, walking the mountain alone at night was a terrifying thought. Are there tigers on this mountain? It was not a situation in which I could guarantee that there were none. Being such a deep mountain, it would not be strange for 1 or 2 tigers to roam around. Besides, wasn't this the perfect situation for wild beasts to attack? The sun was setting, and just in front of him were corpses that the wild beasts would love. Wei Yanho began to feel more and more anxious. What do I have to do? Waiting for Wei Sanho to return would be the best course of action, but unfortunately, Wei Sanho had already left for several shijin. It was too long for him to catch and deal with a pervert. Of course, there was no way the great Wei Sanho would be defeated by a pervert. It wasn't just because he was his brother. Wei Sanho was truly ridiculously strong. Few people his age could match him. Even seeing all Gangho, Wei Yanho could not imagine that there were many people with abilities comparable to those of Wei Sanho. Sometimes it seemed that Wei Sanho could even be stronger than Wei Jianghan. Wei Yanho, with a superficial knowledge of martial arts, could not know for sure, but it was absolutely impossible for a mere lustful demon to threaten Wei Sanho. Wow, but still something must have happened, otherwise why would I be so late? Sigh. Wei Yanho stood up with difficulty. I had to do something about it. If I was still lazy, I could become easy prey. Laziness was fine when it was time to be, but there was nothing more important than life. First, I should at least climb a tree. At that time, a sad sound reached the ears of Wei Yanho. Rumbles, rumble, rumble. Wei Yanho looked up at the sky with a slightly rigid expression. In the distant sky, black storm clouds were fast approaching. Wei Yanho narrowed his eyes and turned his head. He could see 2 horses and 2 corpses. Really, I'm fucked. Wei Yanho was increasingly discouraged. Whoosh! Heavy rain began to fall on Wei Yanho's head. What did I do to deserve this? Wei Yanho climbed the mountain by squeezing his teeth. Relincho. These useless horses. Wei Yanho kicked the horse's ass while he shook his head. If they're horses, shouldn't they take people from one side to the other? Wei Yanho had already completely forgot that they had been carrying him until then. With the heavy rain, the horses became useless baggage. They say being nice doesn't lead anywhere. When it started raining, he was most concerned about corpses. If they were left alone, they would obviously become food for the beasts of the mountain, but he could not carry them either, so he had to do something. After burying the corpses in haste, the rain would fall into pitchers, and if he did not find shelter, he would surely be sick. Getting sick would be lucky, but spending the night in the mountains after the soaked sunset was extremely dangerous. His body temperature could fall quickly and kill him, and if he were attacked by a pack of wild beasts in the dark night, really terrible things would happen. I had to find shelter from the rain as quickly as possible. There was no way to find refuge from rain on the open path of the mountain, so the desperate Wei Yanho climbed the mountain looking for a cave or at least a place full of trees. At first, he looked for a downward path, but as the horses were constantly slipping, he had no choice but to climb up and up. The problem was that the horses, which had been the best means of transport along the way, became completely mad as they entered the mountain. The horses slipped and could not even climb small hills, and Wei Yanho barely managed to climb the mountain carrying the horses practically. And that was while he was dragging 2 horses, his and Wei Sanho. Damn it, I can't leave these things behind. A person in his right mind wouldn't think of climbing a mountain by dragging horses. Of course, Wei Yanho had initially planned to leave the horses behind. But when he saw the horses motionless in the heavy rain, soaked, he felt sorry for them and could not bear to leave them behind. I'm an idiot. Wei Yanho kept grumbling as he pushed the backs of the horses up. What did you eat to be so heavy? Relencho. The horse shook his head, but could not resist the force pushing him from behind. Relencho. After slipping several times, the horse resisted and kicked with its hind legs. Punch. Wei Yanho, struck by the back legs of the horse, shouted and fell to the ground. Oh. Having fallen down the steep slope, there was no way that it could easily stop. Wei Yanho rolled for a while before finally stopping when he hit a cliff at the end of the slope. Oh my back, you fucking fool. And here he was going through all this work so he wouldn't abandon his master, and instead of thanking him, the horse kicked him. Wei Yanho, who had decided to turn that foal into horse meat, slipped back on the ground. He had lowered his hand, but it sank to the ground. Oh. Wei Yanho carefully examined where he had placed his hand. From the outside, it seemed like a place where fallen leaves and branches had accumulated, but there was nothing underneath. Wei Yanho swept the surrounding fallen leaves. Then a large hole was revealed that covered the floor and wall. It was a cave big enough for several adult men to pass comfortably. Wei Yanho put his head in the cave. Finding a cave was good, but if by chance there was a bear sheltering from the rain inside, he might have to risk his life unintentionally. Is there nothing there? Fortunately, he did not perceive any particular signs of life within the cave. Wei Yanho climbed the slope to lower the horses and entered the cave. The inside of the cave was quite spacious, more than I expected. It was not very deep, but the circular gap was much larger than most of the pavilions. Fortunately, he had found a place to take refuge from the rain. Relencho. Whether or not they knew they had found refuge from the rain, the foals slowly approached Wei Yanho. Damn it, I can't even hit these things. The horse that had kicked him looked at Wei Yanho with clear eyes. I wanted to kick his ass, but it was also true that thanks to him, I had found this place. Since I had a merit and a defect, I had to compensate them. Wei Yanho entered the cave with the horses. As long as he could avoid rain, no matter where he was. Wow. Wei Yanho, who had abruptly tied the horses, took off her clothes. She was already soaked and covered with dirt. If he kept using them, he'd catch a cold. Wei Yanho unpacked his botchum to look for clothes to change, but his botchum was equally soaked. TL/N, botchum, is a traditional Korean fabric package used to transport or store personal belongings. In cases like this, they said we had to look for dry branches and light a fire. But where could I find dry branches in the middle of that downpour? I sigh, I would rather die than suffer. Knowledge, however plausible, used to be useless when one was in that situation. Besides, Wei Yanho was a man who quickly gave up. Wei Yanho abruptly tied the horses to a rock bump on the ground, sat down, and pulled out some dry meat. He had no choice but to chew the fish-flavored dried meat that had wet and let a long sigh escape. What kind of situation is this? They say leaving home means difficulties. And the fact that he didn't even want to leave that house made Wei Yanho feel even more discouraged. The rain became stronger, and getting out of the cave became more and more difficult. There is no choice. It seemed like he'd have to stay there for several days. Meanwhile, Wei Yanho could do nothing but expect Wei Sanho to return. Wei Yanho left a simple marker at the entrance of the cave. If I were his brother, I could find where he was with just the prince and this marker. Wei Yanho pulled a blanket out of his botchum and abruptly drained moisture. Then he spread the blanket on the floor and lay down. I don't know anymore, I'm going to sleep. Wei Yanho frowned and felt an intense cold on the back. But there was no way to dry the blanket either. It was annoying, but what could I do about it? Wei Yanho was a man who knew how to be satisfied with the given situation. Wei Yanho fell asleep slowly. The tiredness of not having rested for several days struck him at once. Wei Yanho slept like a dead man. 1 day passed and 2 days passed, but Wei Yanho showed no signs of awakening. How long has it been? It was still raining outside the cave, and the horses he had tied up when he went to sleep were not in sight. That's why they call themselves beasts. After all the troubles that had to happen to bring them here and protect them from the rain, they couldn't stand it and fled. That must be why they're called beasts. Of course, Wei Yanho never thought of the fact that during those 2 days, he had not given them grass to eat, let alone water to drink. Wei Yanho closed his eyes again. Anyway, he couldn't move until it stopped raining. In that case, it would be more beneficial to sleep one more moment. Wei Yanho fell asleep again. Another day happened like this. Now only Wei Yanho's breath flowed smoothly through the cave. Then something strange happened. Wei Yanho's body began to rise slowly from the ground. It was really a supernatural event. Wei Yanho remained deeply asleep, but his body, along with the baggage scattered around him, rose slowly from the ground. Then he began to fly slowly through the air towards the cave wall. Wow! Wei Yanho's body, upon reaching the cave wall, did not slow down and loaded forward. But curiously, he crossed the cave wall. There were only traces of his stay in it, and the figure of Wei Yanho disappeared without a trace. Like a ghost, Wei Yanho disappeared as if he had never been there. Wei Yanho slowly opened his eyes. An unknown vision appeared in his vision. Oh! The roof of the cave had definitely changed. It was the roof I had been looking at for 3 days. I had definitely changed. Wei Yanho slowly lifted his body and looked around. Where is this? Looking carefully, he could see to his left the cave where he had been lodged. The strange thing was that the cave I had been in clearly had only one entrance and was quite narrow, but the place where I was now was deeper than that cave. Wei Yanho rose slowly. It was weird. The place where he was had definitely been blocked. But after sleeping and waking up, the locked place was completely open, and he had entered it. Wasn't this something that made ghosts moan? That's when it happened. Young man. A rumbling voice reached the ears of Wei Yanho. Spanka. Wei Yanho turned his head. He saw something strange in the direction the sound came from. Something like a beautiful white jade, like snow, emitted a bright light. Who are you? I welcome the young man who has arrived here, following destiny. I am a descendant of Guangjiam, Sword of Light, Beak Muhan White Unlimited. Who is this? Young man, you will inherit my sword after so many years. It has been a long wait. Now I want to leave all mine. Young man, you must inherit my sword and dedicate yourself to establishing justice in the martial world. Where are you talking from? Wei Yanho looked around, but there was no person visible around him. Also, as it was a cave, the sound echoed, so I couldn't understand where the voice came from. Young man, I have already rid myself of the bonds of the flesh. I transmit my will to you through time and space. You must accept my will and appease all under heaven. Wei Yanho's face hardened. Get rid of the limitations of the flesh. So, a ghost. Wei Yanho took a hesitant and frightened step back. There is nothing to fear. I am already someone who has ascended. What remains here is just my mental essence. I have left my will here for the young man who would arrive here later. So do not hesitate, young man, and follow my will. Wei Yanho's ears were cheered up. This was a situation I had heard about somewhere. A cave without people, and the mental essence of an ancient teacher. In rivers and lakes, they would probably call this situation a fateful encounter. Absurdly, a fateful encounter had happened to Wei Yanho. As I have lived virtuously, heaven is bestowing blessings upon me. Heaven must have made some kind of mistake. There is no time. Young man, you must inherit my sword and establish justice in all under heaven. I will convey my Guangjiam style to you, so you must perfect yourself through unceasing training. If you have inherited my blood, your talent must be exceptional. If you train here for 30 years, you will be able to reproduce some of my skills. At that time, Wei Yanho turned around without hesitation. 30 years. It was not a period of time worth considering or comparing. Even 5 years could have been tempting, but 30 years. What good would it be to become a master if he was stuck here for 30 years, training like a madman? It seemed 100 times better to live comfortably outdoors, even if it was a little weaker. Young man. Wei Yanho spoke definitely. I don't think it's fate. Please find the next person. Young man. Well, bite. Wait a minute. Wei Yanho turned his head slightly. The voice had changed. Instead of the resounding voice that had come out so far, it was a clearly audible voice. Wei Yanho let a deep sigh escape. Of course. A scammer. Clearly, after trying to pretend there was something mysterious and watch his plans fall apart, he was revealing himself. How dare you see me as what I am and say those things? Yeah, I get it. But where are you? You're not in front of me. Wei Yanho looked here and there, but could not see even the shadow of a person. I can't see you. You're not right in front of me, right in front of you. Then, even if it shines so bright, you don't know. Ho. Only then did Wei Yanho contemplate the beautiful jade shining before his eyes. The jade, placed on what looked like a stone altar, emitted a brilliant glow. Ho. Yes, it's me. Wei Yanho quickly stepped back. F ghost. No. Then where are you? Am I not here? Phantasm. I said no. If you're not a ghost, then what are you? I'm just a mental essence. I'm nothing like a ghost. I just left my physical body. Have you left your physical body, and there is only your essence thought? It was completely incredible. That's right. Wei Yanho shouted, goodbye. That's exactly what a ghost is. I said no. For a moment, the beautiful jade shone brightly. The voice emanating from the jade was filled with indignation that had not been there before. It's different from a ghost, it's different from a ghost. I don't think it's very different. Anyway, it's different from a ghost you wouldn't know, but this is something called thought essence transmission technique, which only high-level martial artists can perform. So that's what makes you a ghost. I said no. The jade's voice resounded thunderously throughout the cave. This happened 3 days after Wei Yanho entered the cave, 2 weeks after he left home. Wei Yanho nodded. So you have already passed away, but before you die, did you leave your thoughts in that orb? That's right. The common people would call that kind of thing a ghost. I said no. So what do you want from me? Should I help you achieve Buddhist enlightenment? The jade light blinked wildly. I've already ascended. Don't you believe me? I believe you, I believe you. You don't believe me. No, I think so. I'm believing. Oh, let a guy like that be my descendant. The jade light blinked. He simply could not believe that among his descendants there was such a frivolous individual. Wait. Suddenly the jade shone intensely and illuminated Wei Yanho. The light shone over Wei Yanho for a long time. From the top of Wei Yanho's head to the tip of the toes, carefully. Who are you? An urgent voice leaked from the jade. Wei Yanho said calmly. I'm Wei Yanho. Wei Yanho. Wei Yanho, do you mean the name Wei? You are not a descendant of the Beak family. Why are you here? You are not the destiny I planned. A shocked voice burst like a waterfall in the jade. Wei Yanho looked at the jade as if he found it interesting. The different colors of light that spilled in different ways were quite entertaining. I didn't come here on purpose. Then why did you meditate in the cave for 3 days? I don't know anything about meditation, I just slept. Did he sleep? Wei Yanho nodded calmly. Yes. Did you sleep for 3 days without moving from one place? Yes. What the hell? The jade light blinked wildly. There seemed to be a problem. Fortunately, Wei Yanho was a man with a very fast wit. Years of living as a lazy person had given Wei Yanho a clear awareness of the situation and a rapid perception. It seemed like this place had no connection to him. Wei Yanho stood up. From what I've heard, I don't seem to be the predestined one, so I'm leaving. Wait. What is it? When Wei Yanho turned around, the jade shone slightly. Since we have reached this point, you will have to continue with your destiny. You said I had to continue my destiny with the Beak family. The mental essence cannot remain indefinitely. I established certain conditions for my mental essence to awaken. I meditated for 3 days in the front cave. But I never imagined it would activate in such an absurd condition. I just slept. Who would have imagined that there would be a human being who would do nothing but sleep for 3 days without moving from a place? Wei Yanho was calm. Why are you angry? Grr. The jade's voice had become rough. All the blame was on Wei Yanho, who had slept for 3 days inhumanely, but as it was not intentional, he could not even be angry. Although he was once again resentful of heaven, what could be done about what had already happened? Anyway, since we have reached this point, you will have to continue with your destiny. I do not like my sword flowing to another place other than the Beak family, but there is no other choice. Consider it an honor. I'm fine with it. There's no way to refuse. No, I'm fine with that. Wei Yanho got serious. Is that okay with you? I just don't want to learn it. The jade light blinked wildly. Do you dare to say that you will not learn even when I offer you my sword? Do you not know who this Gwangjam Beek Muhan is? Gwangjam Beek Muhan. Beek Muhan from Gwangjam. I don't know. Don't you know? I've never heard of him. Don't you even know the Beek family of the 10,000 swords? Wei Yanho bowed his head. Beek family of the 10,000 swords. Aren't you going to say you haven't even heard of the 10,000 swords Beek family? It was a voice full of pride. But Wei Yanho coldly dismissed that pride. This is the first time I've heard of it. Even if you're not a martial artist, how come you don't know the Beek family of the 10,000 swords? Although I'm a martial artist. Oh, I'm a martial artist. I'm a descendant of the Guangdong Wei family. Guangdong's Wei family. Yes, Guangdong's Wei family. It's the first time I've heard of such a family. Wei Yanho frowned. You said you were a martial artist, but don't you even know the Guangdong Wei family? I don't have to know such a trivial family. It's the first time I've heard of the 10,000 swords Beek family. How can you ignore Guangdong's Wei family while promoting a family I've never heard of or seen before? You've never seen him. Oh my god, this guy is a big mouth, and he speaks without looking a lack of respect for the historic and traditional Beek family of 10,000 swords. The jade emitted an intense light. I've never heard of it anyway. I have never heard of your family either. We're very famous in Guangdong. 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 Wasn't the Iron Energy Gate in Guangdong? Iron Energy Door. That's right. Wei Yanho laughed unbelievingly and said, Perhaps you mean the Iron Energy Gate that disappeared 200 years ago. 200 years. Yes. Did you just say 200 years? Wei Yanho responded with complete courtesy. Since you're in a ghost state, your hearing may not be good, but yes, it's been 200 years since it was destroyed. Then, when did the Great Blood Arena War happen? 300 years ago. 300 years. The jade's desperate voice resounded thunderously throughout the cave. See how did this happen? Wei Yanho heard that sound and let a deep sigh escape. Of course, what a fateful encounter. What a damned frozen fateful encounter. Wei Yanho turned his head to find a way out. I couldn't understand why I had to have that kind of conversation with a ghost who wasn't even human. 300 years have passed now, then does that mean that no one came looking for me for 300 years? Though I was kind enough to prepare the way for them. Wei Yanho retreated slowly. Listening carefully to him, it seemed that he was not exactly well received by those around him, even when he was alive. Anyway, I'm leaving now. Stop there. A determined voice caught the attention of Wei Yanho. I told you I'm not learning. You're the only one. I'm fine with that. If you leave like this, I'll be stunned and then I'll disappear. It was a reasonable point. But it had nothing to do with Wei Yanho. Besides, wouldn't it be good for the world if a ghost disappeared? I meant that, but it was too cruel to say it in front of the person in question. Wasn't Wei Yanho polite and kind? Then, if I meet a descendant of the Beek family, I will tell him to come here. Can you find them? I could get to know them as long as I live. What? The jewel spoke in a serious tone. Why don't you learn? My martial arts seemed ridiculous to you when I lived. Everyone recognized me as the greatest sword under heaven. I've never heard of it. Well, it's been 300 years. Wei Yanho turned his head with an ominous expression. If a great martial artist could be forgotten only because 300 years had passed, then the legends of Zhang Sanfeng or Dharma would not have been transmitted. Even if he did not possess the martial arts of high-level master figures, if he had been recognized to some extent, Wei Yanho would have heard of him. In martial arts families, legends about these great masters are inevitably transmitted. But Wei Yanho had never heard of the title Mad Sword once. Wasn't it obvious then? He was nothing but a fraud that only talked. And even if you taught me amazing martial arts, I really don't want to learn. Why not? Well, you say I would have to train for 30 years. Would I be crazy if I did that? If you could become the greatest under heaven with 30 years of training, it wouldn't be too short a time at your age. You would become the greatest person under heaven before you turned 50. Do you know how amazing that is? But I would still have to train until I was 50. Of course, if you become the greatest person under heaven, All kinds of honors and riches will await you. If you could get it with 30 years of training, it would be too low a price. Well, I prefer to live comfortably before I turn 50. The jewel ran out of words. Although it remained a mere conscience, he never thought he would face such a situation. Who was he? Wasn't he the mad sword who had reigned alone and haughtily in the world? Why should I suffer such treatment? But the reality was hard. If you become the greatest person under heaven, you can also make money easily. Our family has a lot of money. Not only that, you'll be followed by beautiful women of all kinds. What's the point of women following me after I'm 50? Even if they're grandmothers, they'll look young after learning rejuvenation arts, you fool. And not only grandmothers, but also young women would follow their example. He meant that, but it wasn't something he could say to maintain his dignity. And people will look at you with respect. I don't need that. I'm a little shy with people. The logic of the mad sword was defeated cleanly. You have to learn, you have to learn, you have to learn, you have to learn without fail. Wei Yanho rose from his seat. Then I'll go. Do you think I'll let you go easily? At that time, the roof of the cave to which Wei Yanho was headed collapsed. Deaf noise. A huge stone door opened between the cave where Wei Yanho had been and the cave where he was now. Ho! Wei Yanho looked back. The jewel emitted a bright light. That's good, it's a jang-thick stone door with your ability. You wouldn't dare lift it or break it, but if you learn my martial arts, you can cut a stone door as if it were paper TL/N. Jang is a traditional Korean length unit, equivalent to about 3.03 meters or 10 feet. Can't you open it for me? Idiot, what are you gonna do now? Wei Yanho sighed. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. Metal sound. Wei Yanho's sword was drawn. I told you can't cut that stone door with your skill. I suppose so. Wei Yanho slowly approached the stone door. How the? Wei Yanho jumped into the air and stabbed deeply the top of the stone door. Metal sound. But strangely, a strong metallic sound was heard and the sword bounced. Oh. Did you think it would be empty just because the stone door came down from there? Idiot, I am right above you. I knew you would try. I strengthened that zone with cold iron of 10,000 years. Now, obediently, perform the Gyubi ceremony and learn to use the sword if you endure the difficulties for only 30 years. I will make you cut a stone door as if it were paper. 30 years. That's right, I'm very generous. I see. Wei Yanho approached the stone gate with his sword. It's useless. I know. Wei Yanho slowly lifted his sword and scraped it against the stone door. Squealing, but only a small scratch appeared on the stone door. The thickness of the stone door was at least 1 jang, so it was correct to think that there was no way to cut it with a sword. Hey, now surrender. Squealing, squealing, squealing. What are you doing? Wei Yanho did not respond and scratched the stone door with constant movements. Squealing. I asked you what you're doing. I'm digging a tunnel. Drawing a tunnel. As hard as it is, it's still stone, so if I scrape it with metal, it'll scratch even a little bit. If I keep scratching firmly, it'll end up opening its way. That would take a long time. Would it really take 30 years? At most a year. If I hurry, I could finish it in a month. Are you going to do that for a whole year? Haha, you say interesting things, the person who told me to train for 30 years. TR training has something to gain. This also has something to gain. What could you possibly gain from that? 29 years of freedom. The jewel didn't say anything else. He was sick of it. Where else in the world could such a person exist? Baek Muhan was now completely at the mercy of Wei Yanho. If I were an ordinary lazy person, I wouldn't think of digging a single jang thick stone door just to avoid training. But Wei Yanho wasn't just lazy. He was the laziest person under the sky. There is a prejudice that ordinary people find everything annoying and don't even think clearly, but when you get to the Wei Yanho level, history changes. When laziness exceeds a certain level, an advanced judgment is required. You have to be able to do what you can at the exact time, and exactly at the right time, so that the time you can rest increases even a little bit. Wei Yanho knew this fact very well. In this situation, the best choice he could make was to sacrifice a year of his time to earn 29 years of time to be lazy. We could really say it was a rational decision. Squealing. squealing. Are you really going to dig into all that? Of course. It would really take a long time. You are very worried about me. You could lose your life if you're not careful. If I'm going to risk my life, I'd rather bet on something with a chance. Beek Muhan raised his hands and feet. It was impossible to reason with this human. He was a human being who could simply not be persuaded. Don't do that, and how about you learn my martial arts so you could easily escape? Haha man, you don't seem to know what easy means. GRR. Beek Muhan felt like shedding tears of blood in the face of this first experience of miserable defeat. Don't have dreams or hopes. I offer to teach you the best martial arts under the sky. Don't you want to become the greatest person under the sky? That's what you call talking to. You mean you don't have dreams? No, of course I want to be. I really want to be the greatest person under heaven. Then what is the problem? I will give you those martial arts. I will surely make you the greatest person under heaven. Wei Yanho said with indifference. It's true, but... Yes, I hate training. Beek Muhan was momentarily speechless. It took him time to interpret what he had heard. The impact that Wei Yanho's words caused Beek Muhan was so great that he had to take time to interpret a simple two-word sentence. A martial artist. A person who calls himself a martial artist. He says he hates training. He would abandon the path to become the greatest person under heaven because he hates training. Isn't it natural that you have to endure heartbreaking hardships to learn martial arts and become strong? That's right. If you overcome that, you can become the greatest person under heaven. I hate that. Didn't you say you wanted to become the greatest person under heaven? I want to. Then you have to train. I hate that. No, clearly, you said you wanted to become the greatest person under heaven. Yes, I do. Then train. Wei Yanho shook his head vigorously. I hate that. Beek Muhan ran out of words. I want to become the greatest person under heaven, but I don't want to endure heartbreaking hardships. It would be fantastic if I could become strong with moderate training. Beek Muhan felt like cursing the sky. Who would have thought that the person who waited 300 years to meet would be that person? Beek Muhan swore that he had never met a human with such a rotten state of mind. In 30 more years, living 30 years in this dark cave would be really terrible. Beek Muhan wanted to beat that pathetic fool to death in one stroke if he could. But he couldn't. If Wei Yanho died, no one would know when anyone would visit this cave. Then Beek Muhan could disappear miserably without seeing another person again. He didn't have much time left. Then how long would you be willing to learn? Oh, if 30 years is difficult, I'm thinking about reducing it a little. Are you planning to teach me carelessly? How is it possible learning my martial arts means you will bear my name? If I taught you martial arts carelessly, I would stain my name. What? Wei Yanho fell into a slight contemplation. But there was something I needed to address first. But is it really strong? Oh, you said you'd teach me the best martial arts in the world, didn't you? At the time, Mad Sword wanted to cough blood. To ask him if he was strong. 300 years ago, when he was alive, if someone had dared to speak of strength in front of him, others would have seized him without him having to move a finger and would have taken him to a doctor. Was it not he who not only reached the pinnacle of the fencing, but also created a new fencing kingdom for the first time in the history of the martial world? To think that in this dark cave, he would have to prove his strength to some young novice. If Mad Sword still had a physical body, he would probably have shed clear tears for the first time since his birth. What nonsense in life! No one dared to raise his head before me. Even the monks of Shaolin avoided me, and the Taoists of Wudang dared not speak of fencing in front of me. The whole world praised me. Wei Yanho was not impressed. I should be able to believe it. It's true. After all, memories are often exaggerated. GRR tilde. Beek Muhan was down. The reputation that had been forged in life should have been considerable, so how could it not have been passed on even for 300 years? Had his name been passed on, even a little bit, things would have been much easier. In my day, they adorned their words with words. I overcame Zhang Senfeng, and I was the greatest of all time. Had all these people completely changed their tone? If only a tenth of those who praised him without ceasing had repeated to him the same words that they spoke to him in person, it would have been natural for him to leave his name in history as someone competing for the title of the greatest person of all times. Indeed, the ways of human life were incomprehensible. Grr, it's true. Wei Yanho responded with indifference. Well, let's say so. It's not suppose so, it's like that it's real. Beek Muhan had never told a lie in his entire life, nor had he felt the need to lie. So he had no idea how to persuade someone who didn't believe in his words. What would he lack to lie to others, and what would he lack to persuade them? To experience something in this way that I had never experienced while I was alive, suddenly sadness invaded him like a wave. But even if he were so strong 300 years ago, man, he's still a suspect. What do you mean by that? On what basis is the claim that the best martial arts in the world of 300 years ago are still the best in the world today? Do martial arts not develop? Hell. Beek Muhan laughed. It was something he could answer too easily. Shaolin and Wudang are not yet competing for supremacy in the world. That's true. When were the martial studies of Shaolin and Wudang created? According to your logic, they too should have been left behind or created new martial studies. But has any martial study emerged that surpasses the Yijin Jing? Has any fencing emerged that surpasses the Taiji sword of wisdom in Wudang? Wei Yanho reflected deeply and then shook his head. In fact, he had never heard of such things. No, exactly martial studies develop. But truly strong martial arts remain strong even for later generations. But if your martial arts are really strong, it's another matter. Beek Muhan now wanted to cry. The anger toward their descendants rose. He had given them clear instructions to look for it when they really wanted it. But how was it possible that not a single one of those people would have come to this place? If only one of them had entered that place, it would not have ended up in such a problematic situation. But there was no point in regretting it now. Martial arts whose strength is unknown and whose correct learning is uncertain. If Beek Muhan had a physical body, his heart would have shrunk by now. What tension! Even when the Taoist bastards of Wudang surrounded him with their Taiji sword formation, claiming that they would test their martial studies, he only laughed willingly, but now he had to feel so much tension in this situation. What does the study of martial arts matter? I'll just grab any kid and give it to him. What could I do? This was already a mistake from 300 years ago, something that could not be undone. Wei Yanho's response was unfortunately not far from his expectations. I'll pass. No, don't do that. Try to learn it once. I won't let you down. I'm not really interested. In life, you can't just do what you like. Don't be like that. Think that you are deceived and try to learn it once. I'll teach you well. I'll do the best I can. The papers had been reversed. Throughout history, has there ever been a teacher who had to beg so pathetically? Somehow I'll make it possible for you to leave this place in 20 years. 20 years. That's right. That's too long. 20 years is absolutely necessary. 20 years is very little time to learn my martial arts. But I will investigate and strive so that you can reach a kingdom just like mine in 20 years. Even after reaching so far, Wei Yanho's reaction did not impress him at all. Wei Yanho, who had abruptly settled in a corner and sat down, kept yawning and opening his mouth wide open. I was thinking about considering it if it were 3 years. 3 years, how could you learn my martial arts in just 3 years? Even if Zhang Sanfeng came back to life, that would not be possible. Is that so? The level of my martial studies is never lower than that of Zhang Sanfeng. I simply did not say those things during my time out of respect for my superior, but in fact, everyone knew I was going at least one step ahead. If it were true, this would really be tremendous content. Who could say in his own words that he was taking advantage of Zhang Sanfeng? It was the kind of statement that would make Wudang immediately wield his ancient Songwen sword and launch to destroy it. They were tremendous words, but Wei Yanho remained apathetic. Then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Well, then there's nothing to do. I guess we're not meant to be together. Beek Muhan wanted to go crazy, but with just his consciousness, he couldn't even do it. 3 years is impossible. I understand. 5 years, what do you think of 5 years? 5 years. 5 years, I'll do my best to make you the best in the world in just 5 years. Wei Yanho spoke with an apathetic expression. You're not trying to rip me off, are you? Trust me, I'll make it happen. Wei Yanho seemed to reflect for a moment. If you thought about it, digging the cave for a year was not something you should do either. It would be better to learn excellent martial arts, even if it took a little longer. You knew it from the beginning. The problem was simply that the duration and degree of training were not at the level Wei Yanho wanted. Now the duration was already set approximately. Is it difficult? Do you mind training? Yes. Beek Muhan studied the expression of Wei Yanho. As soon as I said it was difficult, I would obviously start digging back into the cave. As proof of that, Wei Yanho had not yet lowered the sword. How difficult it would be. Really? That's right, ha ha ha. Wei Yanho looked with suspicious eyes at the jewel from which Beek Muhan's voice came. The best martial arts in the world. It was tempting, but something about him smelled like a con man. His speech was full of bragging, and the person was completely unserious. But there was something that worried him from before. That jewel. Looking at it, it really seemed as if a dead man had breathed consciousness into the jewel, but he had never heard or seen anything so miraculous. A person capable of such a feat could not be an ordinary person. It had simply not been transmitted, but perhaps half of what he was saying now was true. If so, he could have been the greatest teacher in the world. The greatest in the world. His father, Wei Jianghan, who trained day and night, had barely managed to put his name at the end of the list of the world's top 100 teachers. But becoming the largest person in the world after 5 years of effortless training was a luxury that no one else could enjoy. Well, I'll become a master with this opportunity. As mentioned above, Wei Yanho had always dreamed of becoming the greatest person in the world and was willing to strive for it. The problem was simply that his physical laziness exceeded his motivation, so he could never take the first step. If he could achieve results through moderate training, Wei Yanho could also make some concessions and compromises. I will. Really? Yes. Beek Muhan was very happy. Then quickly give him the gyubi. First comes the formal ceremony of master and disciple. Wei Yanho smiled with itch. I don't want to. Oh. You were planning to completely change your attitude, using the pretext of being a teacher and disciple after the ceremony, weren't you? I'll keep it up so you can keep it up too, man. A silent silence descended into the cave. Is there a problem? No. Yes. Wei Yanho smiled cheerfully. Crazy sword Beek Muhan. It was the day when painful difficulties began that I had never experienced once in 300 years. Did you say crazy sword? The historian bowed his head. He was an author of the history of the martial world. Although investigating issues related to Wei Yanho, he was sure to know the basic history of the martial world better than anyone else. But I've never heard of a person with the nickname Crazy Sword. That's strange. Who was Wei Yanho? Mr. Radiant Marshal. It was incomprehensible that the teacher of someone who had won such a tremendous title just listening to him was a person without a name. Of course, it would be possible if he were a lonely teacher, but from what he heard, he seemed to be someone who was famous, so why was it a name that even he had not heard of? Is this the first time you've heard of him? Yeah, it's the first time I've heard the nickname Crazy Sword. So do you know the Manhwaedit? How could I not know about the Manhwaedit? Guangquishan nodded. Right. So who is the most important figure in the Manhwaedit? A prestigious family like the Manhwaedit could not have only one or two great martial artists. The founder of the Manhwaedit, Manhwamya and Bungsan Jeomjin, of whom it is said that he demolished mountains with one sword, but if he had to choose only one, all would choose him. The Sword Emperor. The same called the greatest sword of all times. The kingdom of the other masters was certainly not low, but it is true that they pale before the name of the Sword Emperor. Guangquishan smiled. Well, that person. Yes. Before that person was called the Sword Emperor, his nickname was Mad Sword. What? Guangquishan laughed between his teeth. Of course, Wei Yanho didn't know it all at the time. That gentleman was also pitiful. The last person he met in his life turned out to be such a person. Get up. Come on, get up now. Wow. Wei Yanho turned his body and covered his ears. What? Beek Muhan looked at Wei Yanho with a sad heart. There had been approximately a shijin since he began trying to wake Wei Yanho. But this damn disciple had been ignoring his words and sleeping like this for a whole shijin. How much longer are you going to sleep? Don't you need to train today? Just a little more. It looks like you've already slept 8 shijin. How can a person sleep only 8 shijin? No, wait. It should be, how can a person sleep as much as 8 shijin? Where in the world is there a human being who spends 2/3 of a 12 shijin day sleeping? But Beek Muhan's feelings of bitterness could not be expressed in words. If he brought forth such words, no one knew where this grumpy, lazy, morally corrupt disciple would go. How did I end up? Beek Muhan was filled with repentance as he remembered the past. In the past, he had been the emperor of the martial world. Everyone praised him, and no one dared to approach the martial arts he had developed. Everyone under the sky raised his name above the sky, and even the emperor of that time showed him respect. It had been someone who accomplished everything in the martial world. But now, Beek Muhan looked at his disciple with sadness. This damned disciple had fallen asleep again. Since he first entered this cave, it had been 4 days without washing even once, so his face was dirty beyond all measure, and he had even swelled to sleep too much. Even in that state, he slept so well that he rolled on the floor while he was talking in his sleep. Get up now. Ah, just a little more. If you sleep any more, it'll interfere with your training. Okay, I get it. This fucking brat actually got mad and straightened himself up. They won't even let me sleep. Beek Muhan wanted to cry. But what was the point of boiling inside? Wouldn't he be the one who missed it? Beek Muhan contained his growing anger as best he could and continued with difficulty. First go wash so you can come to your senses. Why? So you're not going to wash? Beek Muhan raised his hand and smelled. Is it okay? Beek Muhan carved the character of patience into his mind. What if he's a little dirty, as long as he learns martial arts well? But there was nothing I could do about the damn heavens. Today I will formally begin to transmit my martial arts to you. Can't we start tomorrow? It must be today. Wow. Beek Muhan persuaded and sweetly convinced the grumpy Wei Yanho. Although Beek Muhan had never once said a kind word under the belief that children should be raised rigorously, even when they were born, he was humiliating himself before Wei Yanho. If someone who knew him had seen this scene, he would have foamed in his mouth and collapsed. But Wei Yanho bowed his head. Why did you choose such a problematic method? What do you mean? If you want to broadcast martial arts, you could give me a secret manual. How can you learn martial arts with a secret manual? But normally, when you hear about it, there are many people who got secret manuals in places like this and became teachers. It's ridiculous if someone became strong only with a secret manual. He would have acquired martial arts worthy of being called master, with only 1/10 of what he should have originally learned. Oh. Beek Muhan explained it in detail. Expressing martial arts in writing is more difficult than covering everything in a painting. Wei Yanho stretched his arm forward. Slightly bend it. Wei Yanho folded his arms slightly inward. Can you now transcribe in writing the movement you just made? I can. How? Well, I'd say stretch your arm forward and then double it slightly. So someone who reads those words would bend their arm just like you. Wei Yanho thought for a moment. It probably wouldn't be exactly the same. The direction and angle of bending of the arm may be different. Even if it is indicated to bend it about 7 centimeters and point exactly upwards, the desired appearance may not be achieved, as each person has arms of different length. That's right. If a single arm is like that, what would have to be done to express the whole body? Probably explaining a single movement would require several pages. If you tried to cover a whole martial art in a secret manual, not even 100 volumes would be enough. But there are secret manuals circulating in the martial world. Humans are creatures of oblivion, so they only record the most essential things. Secret manuals are necessary not for those who do not know martial arts to see them, but for those who know them to see and remember. Oh, Wei Yanho nodded. That's why you used this method. That's the only way I can correctly transmit my martial arts. But you still can't see it the same way. You underestimate me too much. At that time, a blurry form began to appear in front of Wei Yanho. That's disgusting. The blurry form came together and soon created the form of a person. The person who appeared before his eyes was a tall man of more than 6 feet. He was of a thin complexion and had his hair carefully gathered in a bow. His face was red as a bell pepper, and his long white beard reached to his waist, which gave him greater dignity. He was truly the epitome of the appearance of a sage. See, how did you do that? Creating an appearance is nothing at all. Did you create a body? Baekmyuhan smiled bitterly. It's not that. This is just one way. I can't do anything with this body. Baekmyuhan's foot sank into the ground. Look, you're no different from a ghost. I can't do anything with this body except show things, that's all. Wei Yanho nodded. Apart from that, your appearance is quite. Baekmyuhan smiled. Although I look like this when I was alive, they said I was a handsome man comparable to Song Yu or Panin. The grandmothers must have followed you. Baekmyuhan frowned. This fucking brat can only talk like that. Anyway, from today I'll start teaching martial arts. Yes. Wei Yanho's eyes lit up as he sat properly. You don't say anything else. Like what? How to start tomorrow or get some rest. Don't you want to teach? It's not that. When I tell you to rest and do it later, you say we do it now. And when you say we do it now, it seems strange to me, so I worry that you've eaten a tree frog in your previous life. Baekmyuhan felt fortunate not to have a physical body. If he had a body, he would have gone mad a long time ago, or beaten this insolent disciple to death. Think positive, at least he's motivated. Yes, he is. He was comforted desperately, but could not help but feel sadness in a corner of his heart. I'll teach you martial arts, but first, let me tell you something. Yes. Surprisingly, Wei Yanho was docile. I am Baekmyuhan, descendant of the Baek family of the 10,000 swords. As I learned the sword techniques of my family, I realized their inadequacy and created my own martial arts. Yes. I took advantage of the advantages of countless swords under the sky and incorporated the knowledge of my 100 years of life to create this fencing, which I called Crazy Sword Style. You will be the first person to receive the transmission of Crazy Sword Style. Wei Yanho raised his hand. Speak. Am I the first? Baekmyuhan smiled. That's right. You're the glorious first winner of Crazy Sword Style. Wei Yanho's face was contorted. So you're saying that I have to learn martial arts that you created and that they haven't even been tested? Oh. Do you know what side effects it could have, and are you thinking about teaching martial arts that are not proven? Well, did you perform clinical trials? What about human experiments? Are the risks of chi deviation acceptable? Did you check for side effects? Can't I just not learn it? Baekmyuhan looked up. I couldn't see the blue sky, just the black roof of the cave. Baekmyuhan felt so sad that the black roof seemed to show him his future. After Wei Yanho's desperate struggle, he finally changed his mind after Baekmyuhan's firm persuasion that he was not at all dangerous. After persuading him for a long time, Baekmyuhan finally convinced him and cursed the heavens once again. The sword is an extension of the hand. A sword is a sword. Why is a sword an extension of the hand? Isn't a sword held and used with the hand? In other words, a dao is also an extension of the hand, a sickle is also an extension of the hand, and a cane is also an extension of the extremities. All you hold with your hands would be an extension of the extremities. Yes, you're right. Am I right? The arms held and used with the hands are all extensions of the hand. Baekmyuhan was proud that, for the first time, a proper explanation would continue. But Wei Yanho was never such a docile disciple. So the chain sickle is also an extension of the hand. How about a 10-direction hammer? So the hidden weapons are also extensions of the hand, as they are used with hands, but they are throwing. The hand does not fly out, so are they also extensions of the hand? That's different. Why is it different? You said that all the weapons that are held and used with your hands are extensions of your hand. No, let me correct it. Weapons that hold hands but do not fly are extensions of the hand. And what about weapons like whips or 10-section sticks? Hands can't do those things. Oh, understand that in broad terms. Wei Yanho complained. Why are you angry? Baekmyuhan carved the character of patience into his mind over and over again as he continued. In any case, the sword is an extension of the hand. The moment you think of the sword as something separate from your body, the unity breaks. You must always think of the sword as part of your body. I'll try. Fine. The shape of a sword suddenly appeared in Baekmyuhan's hand. The sword is called the queen of all weapons. It means it is the most excellent weapon under the sky. People who use them would curse you if they heard that. Baek Myuhan deliberately ignored Wei Yanho's words. The first weapon that appeared in the world was the cane, that is, the mace. It is no exaggeration to say that all the weapons under the sky developed from this mace. The cane arose by specializing and developing the length and thrust of the mace, and the axe arose by strengthening the swinging of the mace. Yes, and the staff was transformed into the spear, and the axe into the dao. Thus, all weapons under the sky should be seen as transformed from the club. Wei Yanho raised his hand. Speak. What about the bow? The arch developed from the slingshot. The direction is different, but the branch is the same. Yes. For once, Wei Yanho nodded obediently. And the sword as a weapon appeared after these. But as soon as it appeared, it surpassed other weapons and became the most used. This is because the sword was created taking advantage only of the advantages of the dao and the spear, which used to be the finest weapons under the sky. The sword cannot make cuts as fierce as the dao, but it can push, something the dao cannot do. Its thrust is no stronger than that of the spear, but it can cut faster and with more force than this. That's true. That's why the sword is called the queen of all weapons. How did you feel about this story? Wei Yanho responded honestly. The sword is the strongest. Baek Myuhan closed his eyes. Without expectations, there would be no disappointment. What did you expect? At this age, Baek Myuhan had learned a new thing. A sword is a weapon that harmonizes cutting and cutting. In other words, all applications of the sword are based on these two fundamental principles. So that's what you were talking about. That's right. Then you should have said so from the beginning. Why are you spreading so far? I'm sorry. Please be more careful next time. Baek Myuhan looked quietly at the sword in his hand. If it were a real sword with substance, I would immediately have cut that insolent mouth. In any case, the first requirement for using a sword is to be able to pick and cut naturally. Yes. Since you said you're the son of a martial family, naturally you should be able to do this, right? Of course. Show me once. Wei Yanho rose from his seat. Then he pulled the sword out of his waist. Look closely. Wei Yanho's sword showed a stroke and a cut. Baek Myuhan expressed his honest impression with his body. Ugh. Wei Yanho looked at Baek Myuhan with an upset expression. What's wrong with that? Baek Myuhan nodded. You're just imitating the form. So is there another level? Even a monkey can imitate the appearance. The important thing is to put the true intention. The monkey. Baek Myuhan realized his mistake and quickly tried to appease Wei Yanho. It's just a rhetorical figure, just a rhetorical figure. What? Wei Yanho had an upset expression but nodded. The important thing is to put true intention into the sword. Why do you think the stroke exists? For speed to get through the space between the enemy and yourself at the fastest speed, even with a single stroke, you must contain the will to go through the opponent and yourself as quickly as possible. If you cannot do so, there is only substanceless form, and the sword cannot develop. I see. Then you should try to strike with real intent. Yes. Wei Yanho raised his sword and pointed forward. Go through the space between you and your opponent as quickly as possible. Display the shape of the opponent. Then find the shortest line between the opponent and himself. Through that space quickly. Whistling, Wei Yanho's sword went through the air. Baek Myuhan smiled. Yes, that's how it's done. Wei Yanho went through the air several times, as if trying not to forget that feeling. Then he looked at Baek Myuhan. I understand. What's next? Baek Myuhan shook his head. Not yet. Excuse me. You need to push at least 10,000 times. That's the only way to consolidate the shape. 10,000 times. That's right. That's a lot. The martial arts without persistence are destined to lose their shine. Wei Yanho nodded. For now, it was right to do as we were commanded. I understand. Wei Yanho began to throw himself into the air again. Baek Myuhan smiled satisfied. Although his disciple had a terrible personality and was extremely lazy, he was satisfied with his understanding. Even now, with every onslaught he followed, he gradually improved. Since he was not a descendant of the Baek family, Beak Muhan had been very concerned about what to do if his understanding was insufficient, but at least the understanding of Wei Yanho was not inferior to that of the descendants of the Beak family he had expected. No, is he even older? Beak Muhan was curious about the true identity of Wei Yanho. Reason why the Beak family of the 10,000 Swords could be called a prestigious family under heaven despite not having many descendants generation after generation was because the qualities of the descendants were all extraordinary without exception. Geniuses who could appear once every few generations in other families were routinely despised in the Beak family of the 10,000 Swords for not having talent for martial studies. But Wei Yanho's talent surpassed the descendants of the Beak family of the 10,000 Swords. It's extraordinary. At this rate, transmitting all your knowledge in just 5 years may not be a dream. In this way, several hundred attacks continued. Wei Yanho's sword stopped. Beak Muhan bowed his head. What's going on? Do I have to do more? Did I not say 10,000 times? I think doing this should be enough. Beak Muhan shook his head firmly. Martial arts without solid foundations can never develop. If you build a fortress on high without a solid foundation, it is destined to collapse. All this is for development. Wei Yanho nodded. I understand. Beak Muhan was very satisfied. Though he complained a lot, did he not quickly understand? His laziness did not seem as serious as he feared. Then I will finish the rest tomorrow. What? My arms hurt and my legs hurt too. Of course it hurts when you train. I don't like painful things. Beak Muhan closed his mouth. And my back hurts and I've also sweated a lot. Puaj. So I want to rest today and do it tomorrow. How do you expect to get stronger training like this? It's just that I haven't done it in a while. I'll be working hard since tomorrow. Today's the first day. You can never get strong if you leave today's job for tomorrow. I said I'll work really hard from tomorrow. Wei Yanho said this and went to bed in a corner. Why Yanho? I'm going to sleep well, so don't bother me. No, today's training. Holy, you talk a lot. I said I'd do a lot of hard work from tomorrow. Don't you trust me? I don't trust you. As long as you're human, I can't trust you. Wei Yanho really had no conscience. Yanho, don't worry, I'll see you later. As soon as Wei Yanho lay on the ground, he fell deeply asleep shortly afterwards. Wow, Beak Muhan let go of a sad sigh. The next day was no different. For 7 days and 7 nights, Wei Yanho shook his sword quietly and then lay down saying he would the next day. Beak Muhan tried to get angry, persuade, beg, and even beg, but Wei Yanho was not moved. Yanho, let me get some more sleep. Get up now. I said I know, I get up, I say. Wow. Beak Muhan cursed the heavens. Lately his curses had become so cruel that if the Supreme Emperor in heaven had heard them, he would have become so enraged that he could have manifested himself. Although if the Supreme Emperor demonstrated and knew the circumstances, he could apologize to Beak Muhan. Please get up. Oh boy. Wei Yanho stood up at once. You never sleep, man. Oh yeah, what a dream a dead man would need, but I'm alive, don't you know people need to sleep? What person under the sky would sleep as much as you? Have you searched? Have you searched for everyone? And you don't know that everyone has different personalities. Beak Muhan felt fortunate not to have a physical body. If he had a body, he would have succumbed to a deviation from the chi or collapsed by the rupture of a blood vessel. Puaj, what glory did he intend to enjoy? What martial arts were you trying to transmit? Why did you leave your consciousness behind to witness this terrible spectacle? Beak Muhan repented of his decision. What would it matter if his martial arts were not transmitted? He should have died in peace instead of suffering like that. I'm sorry, we're going to train. Let me rest a little longer. We'll train as soon as I open my eyes. At this rate, it will not be 5 years, but 30 before your formation ends. MMM. Wei Yanho seemed a little worried about those words and rose from his seat. Oz, how annoying. Beak Muhan's face twisted horribly. Is this what someone who has done nothing but push for 7 days and 7 nights should say? Originally, this should have been over in half a day and move on to the next stage, but this human has been lengthening it for 7 days and 7 whole nights. Isn't there any way to learn more easily? Do I think it's easy enough? That's why you need to meet a competent teacher. I'm sorry. All right, it's my destiny. Wow. Wei Yanho reluctantly drew his sword and shook it a few times. Ah, I wish my body would move on its own. How can your body move on its own? You know, that kind of thing that moves just by thinking about it, without having to force it. Achieving that kingdom requires a constant effort. I suppose so. Suddenly remembering something, Wei Yanho bowed his head. But how did you do it then? At that time, you dropped that stone. Beak Muhan smiled bitterly. That was simply to activate a device that he had prepared beforehand. How? It's simple. I just had to pull the rope from a mechanism I had prepared. But you said you can't do it with your body. Good. So how did you do it? That has nothing to do with the body, just the manipulation of distant objects. Suddenly, Beak Muhan's face changed strangely. His face was changing strangely moment by moment until he finally adopted an expression. It was a broad smile. That's right, there was such a method, why didn't I think of it? What are you talking about? I was trapped in the fixed idea that I had no body. Or perhaps keeping my consciousness for 300 years has left me many imperfect parts. Anyways, thank you. Thanks to you, I have learned something very good. What are you muttering about alone? Even in the rude words of Wei Yanho, Beak Muhan did not bother or get angry. Instead, he smiled as if he was very pleased. Don't worry, you'll know soon enough. Old man, what are you doing alone again? Starburst. At that time, a strong explosion exploded right next to Wei Yanho's face. Wei Yanho got a cold sweat and turned slowly to look. A stone that had flew out of somewhere was embedded in the wall. Well, thanks to you, I found out I may not have a body, but I can move stones whenever I want. Only that. And if I can move stones, I can also do this. A stone in the ground rose slowly in the air. Wei Yanho looked at the stone with eyes full of apprehension. Somehow he felt he could know where that stone would fly. Wait a minute. First we get hit, then we start. Whispering. The stone flew to Wei Yanho, carrying all the resentment and anger Beak Muhan had felt. Head. Wei Yanho, struck directly on the forehead, collapsed on the ground without even making a sound. Pewage. Wei Yanho's mouth opened wide. Alas, it hurt so much. It hurt so much that I couldn't understand how it could hurt so much. Why are you hitting people? Beak Muhan smiled. Head, does it hurt? Of course it hurts. I see. A wide smile spread over Beak Muhan's lips. Then you need to get hit more. That's disgusting. The stones flew from all directions to hit Wei Yanho. Hit. Why are you doing this, old man, Beak Muhan frowned. Throwing stones was good, but throwing stones continuously and manipulating distant objects was quite heavy. Also, focusing on creating a physical form made it look twice as difficult. There's a good method. A stone flew through the air and headed towards Beak Muhan's fist. Soon, a stone formed within Beak Muhan's transparent fist. What exactly are you doing now? Starburst. Beak Muhan's fist struck a powerful blow to Wei Yanho's head. With the sound of a gong, Wei Yanho was dazzled. His vision was darkened and sparked. It was really a stone fist. Pewage. Wei Yanho slowly fell back. Ha, what a method. Get ready, you fucking brat. Save me. Shut your mouth. Old man, no, master. You said you wouldn't be my disciple. I will. No, it's okay, I refuse. Don't hit the same place twice. Then I will choose places not reached to defeat. That day, the dust raised by Wei Yanho's beating covered the cave with a hazy cloud. A sword is a weapon that harmonizes cutting and cutting. In other words, all applications of the sword are based on these two fundamental principles. So that's what you were talking about. That's right. Then you should have said so from the beginning. Why are you spreading so far? I'm sorry. Please be more careful next time. Beak Muhan looked quietly at the sword in his hand. If it were a real sword with substance, I would immediately have cut that insolent mouth. In any case, the first requirement for using a sword is to be able to pick and cut naturally. Yes. Since you said you're the son of a martial family, naturally you should be able to do this, right? Of course. Show me once. Wei Yanho rose from his seat. Then he pulled the sword out of his waist. Look closely. Wei Yanho's sword showed a stroke and a cut. Beak Muhan expressed his honest impression with his body. Ugh. Wei Yanho looked at Beak Muhan with an upset expression. What's wrong with that? Beak Muhan nodded. You're just imitating the form. So is there another level? Even a monkey can imitate the appearance. The important thing is to put the true intention. The monkey. Beak Muhan realized his mistake and quickly tried to appease Wei Yanho. It's just a rhetorical figure, just a rhetorical figure. What? Wei Yanho had an upset expression but nodded. The important thing is to put true intention into the sword. Why do you think the stroke exists? For speed to get through the space between the enemy and yourself at the fastest speed, even with a single stroke, you must contain the will to go through the opponent and yourself as quickly as possible. If you cannot do so, there is only substanceless form, and the sword cannot develop. I see. Then you should try to strike with real intent. Yes. Wei Yanho raised his sword and pointed forward. Go through the space between you and your opponent as quickly as possible. Display the shape of the opponent. Then find the shortest line between the opponent and himself. Through that space quickly. Whistling, Wei Yanho's sword went through the air. Beak Muhan smiled. Yes, that's how it's done. Wei Yanho went through the air several times, as if trying not to forget that feeling. Then he looked at Beak Muhan. I understand. What's next? Beak Muhan shook his head. Not yet. Excuse me. You need to push at least 10,000 times. That's the only way to consolidate the shape. 10,000 times. That's right. That's a lot. The martial arts without persistence are destined to lose their shine. Wei Yanho nodded. For now, it was right to do as we were commanded. I understand. Wei Yanho began to throw himself into the air again. Beak Muhan smiled satisfied. Although his disciple had a terrible personality and was extremely lazy, he was satisfied with his understanding. Even now, with every onslaught he followed, he gradually improved. Since he was not a descendant of the Beak family, Beak Muhan had been very concerned about what to do if his understanding was insufficient, but at least the understanding of Wei Yanho was not inferior to that of the descendants of the Beak family he had expected. No, is he even older? Beak Muhan was curious about the true identity of Wei Yanho. The reason why the Beak family of the 10,000 Swords could be called a prestigious family under heaven despite not having many descendants generation after generation was because the qualities of the descendants were all extraordinary without exception. Geniuses who could appear once every few generations in other families were routinely despised in the Beak family of the 10,000 Swords for not having talent for martial studies. But Wei Yanho's talent surpassed the descendants of the Beak family of the 10,000 Swords. It's extraordinary. At this rate, transmitting all your knowledge in just 5 years may not be a dream. In this way, several hundred attacks continued. Wei Yanho's sword stopped. Beak Muhan bowed his head. What's going on? Do I have to do more? Did I not say 10,000 times? I think doing this should be enough. Beak Muhan shook his head firmly. Martial arts without solid foundations can never develop. If you build a fortress on high without a solid foundation, it is destined to collapse. All this is for development. Wei Yanho nodded. I understand. Beak Muhan was very satisfied. Though he complained a lot, did he not quickly understand? His laziness did not seem as serious as he feared. Then I will finish the rest tomorrow. What? My arms hurt and my legs hurt too. Of course it hurts when you train. I don't like painful things. Beak Muhan closed his mouth. And my back hurts and I've also sweated a lot. Puaj. So I want to rest today and do it tomorrow. How do you expect to get stronger training like this? It's just that I haven't done it in a while. I'll be working hard since tomorrow. Today's the first day. You can never get strong if you leave today's job for tomorrow. I said I'll work really hard from tomorrow. Wei Yanho said this and went to bed in a corner. Why Yanho? I'm going to sleep well, so don't bother me. No, today's training. Holy, you talk a lot. I said I'd do a lot of hard work from tomorrow. Don't you trust me? I don't trust you. As long as you're human, I can't trust you. Wei Yanho really had no conscience. Yanho, don't worry, I'll see you later. As soon as Wei Yanho lay on the ground, he fell deeply asleep shortly afterwards. Wow, Beek Muhan let go of a sad sigh. The next day was no different. For 7 days and 7 nights, Wei Yanho shook his sword quietly and then lay down saying he would the next day. Beek Muhan tried to get angry, persuade, beg, and even beg, but Wei Yanho was not moved. Yanho, let me get some more sleep. Get up now. I said I know, I get up, I say. Wow. Beek Muhan cursed the heavens. Lately his curses had become so cruel that if the Supreme Emperor in heaven had heard them, he would have become so enraged that he could have manifested himself. Although if the Supreme Emperor demonstrated and knew the circumstances, he could apologize to Beek Muhan. Please get up. Oh boy. Wei Yanho stood up at once. You never sleep, man. Oh yeah, what a dream a dead man would need, but I'm alive, don't you know people need to sleep. What person under the sky would sleep as much as you? Have you searched? Have you searched for everyone? And you don't know that everyone has different personalities. Beek Muhan felt fortunate not to have a physical body. If he had a body, he would have succumbed to a deviation from the chi or collapsed by the rupture of a blood vessel. Puaj, what glory did he intend to enjoy? What martial arts were you trying to transmit? Why did you leave your consciousness behind to witness this terrible spectacle? Beek Muhan repented of his decision. What would it matter if his martial arts were not transmitted? He should have died in peace instead of suffering like that. I'm sorry, we're going to train. Let me rest a little longer. We'll train as soon as I open my eyes. At this rate, it will not be 5 years, but 30 before your formation ends. MMM. Wei Yanho seemed a little worried about those words and rose from his seat. Oz, how annoying. Beek Muhan's face twisted horribly. Is this what someone who has done nothing but push for 7 days and 7 nights should say? Originally, this should have been over in half a day and move on to the next stage, but this human has been lengthening it for 7 days and 7 whole nights. Isn't there any way to learn more easily? Do I think it's easy enough? That's why you need to meet a competent teacher. I'm sorry. All right, it's my destiny. Wow. Wei Yanho reluctantly drew his sword and shook it a few times. I wish my body would move on its own. How can your body move on its own? You know, that kind of thing that moves just by thinking about it, without having to force it. Achieving that kingdom requires a constant effort. I suppose so. Suddenly remembering something, Wei Yanho bowed his head. But how did you do it then? At that time, you dropped that stone. Beek Muhan smiled bitterly. That was simply to activate a device that he had prepared beforehand. How? It's simple. I just had to pull the rope from a mechanism I had prepared. But you said you can't do it with your body. Good. So how did you do it? That has nothing to do with the body, just the manipulation of distant objects. Suddenly, Beek Muhan's face changed strangely. His face was changing strangely moment by moment until he finally adopted an expression. It was a broad smile. That's right, there was such a method. Why didn't I think of it? What are you talking about? I was trapped in the fixed idea that I had no body. Or perhaps keeping my consciousness for 300 years has left me many imperfect parts. Anyways, thank you. Thanks to you, I have learned something very good. What are you muttering about alone? Even in the rude words of Wei Yanho, Beek Muhan did not bother or get angry. Instead, he smiled as if he was very pleased. Don't worry, you'll know soon enough. Old man, what are you doing alone again? Starburst. At that time, a strong explosion exploded right next to Wei Yanho's face. Wei Yanho got a cold sweat and turned slowly to look. A stone that had flew out of somewhere was embedded in the wall. Well, thanks to you, I found out I may not have a body, but I can move stones whenever I want. Only that. And if I can move stones, I can also do this. A stone in the ground rose slowly in the air. Wei Yanho looked at the stone with eyes full of apprehension. Somehow he felt he could know where that stone would fly. Wait a minute. First we get hit, then we start. Whispering. The stone flew to Wei Yanho, carrying all the resentment and anger Beek Muhan had felt. Hit. Wei Yanho, struck directly on the forehead, collapsed on the ground without even making a sound. Puaj. Wei Yanho's mouth opened wide. Alas, I. It hurt so much. It hurt so much that I couldn't understand how it could hurt so much. Why are you hitting people? Beak Muhan smiled. Head, does it hurt? Of course it hurts. I see. A wide smile spread over Beak Muhan's lips. Then you need to get hit more. That's disgusting. The stones flew from all directions to hit Wei Yanho. Hit. Why are you doing this, old man, Beak Muhan frowned. Throwing stones was good, but throwing stones continuously and manipulating distant objects was quite heavy. Also, focusing on creating a physical form made it look twice as difficult. There's a good method. A stone flew through the air and headed towards Beak Muhan's fist. Soon, a stone formed within Beak Muhan's transparent fist. What exactly are you doing now? Starburst. Beak Muhan's fist struck a powerful blow to Wei Yanho's head. With the sound of a gong, Wei Yanho was dazzled. His vision was darkened and sparked. It was really a stone fist. Puaj. Wei Yanho slowly fell back. Hahaha, what a method. Get ready, you fucking brat. Save me. Shut your mouth. Old man, no, master. You said you wouldn't be my disciple. I will. No, it's okay, I refuse. Don't hit the same place twice. Then I will choose places not reached to defeat. That day, the dust raised by Wei Yanho's beating covered the cave with a hazy cloud. Get up. Jaika. Wei Yanho suddenly joined and sat down as soon as Beak Muhan uttered those words. He moved so fast that he raised dust around him at that moment. Should you have slept enough? Damn, old man. Wei Yanho pouted but did not dare to resist. Of course not. After almost dying from the beatings he received yesterday, how could he resist? I asked you if you slept enough. I only slept 1 shijin. That's plenty of time. A shijin. Considering how much you've slept so far, it's more than enough. Compare it to what you slept last week. How is that possible? Can't you do it? Of course not. Head. Arg. Can't you do it? Now that I think about it carefully, it seems possible. Nothing is impossible for humans. Wei Yanho closed his mouth before Beak Muhan's stone fist. Neither then nor now, any hero before the rod. Listen well. Yes. In martial arts, there are no shortcuts. There are no easy methods. Only constant training is the way to improvement. That's right. Learning my martial arts in 5 years is absurd. You're not about to tell me it'll take even longer, are you? Would that be a problem? It wouldn't be impossible, but... Evil old man. Wei Yanho wanted to cry. If things went wrong, I could end up trapped in this dark cave for decades without even getting married. Tusk, don't worry. I'm Beak Muhan. Whatever I say with my own mouth, I keep it whatever happens. Yes. Wei Yanho was encouraged. Nevertheless, Beak Muhan smiled. Learning in 5 years what takes 30 must not be easy. You will live a hell without time to sleep when others sleep. You must train, and when others eat, you must train a life of training to train. Wei Yanho quickly changed his tone. Learning fast definitely doesn't seem good. I think it would be better to take a little more time and learn well. Beak Muhan smiled. As I said again, everything I say with my own mouth, I keep it whatever happens. So you better get ready. Puaj. Wei Yanho put on a crying face, and that's how hell started. Deaf noise. Wei Yanho collapsed on the ground. After only half a day of training, Wei Yanho had become a rag and twisted on the ground. Ugly. Beak Muhan laughed softly. Is it hard? Of course it's difficult, it's not easy. Really? You should be able to do this very easily. It seems that your physical condition is deficient, then I have no choice but to add a little more. Your disciple has no problem, master. Well, what a relief. Sobbing, Wei Yanho withered his tears. There was no way to escape from the clutches of that demonic old man. He had no choice but to continue this hellish training. Mother, he wanted to go home. A place with a warm bed and hot meals. Home is where the heart is, they say, and Wei Yanho again realized that home, where no one tormented him, was paradise. But coming home now was nothing but a chimera. Give me something to eat. Something to eat. The supplies I brought are over. You must have something prepared. Open that jar over there. Wei Yanho struggled to get up and staggered towards the bottle in the corner. Then he opened the lid. I'm no teacher. Is this what you meant? That's right. This one. What's going on? Wei Yanho continued without understanding. If you can see, I think you should take a look. The jewel flew through the air. This is like a real ghost. Wei Yanho shivered. Although he had seen that scene often, he still did not get used to it. The jewel that flew through the air was suspended over the bottle. How did this happen? There was nothing in the bottle. If you looked well, there was something black and dry stuck to the bottom, but if you called it food, there would be nothing incompetent in the world. Grass growing along the road or hard wooden blocks would serve to fill the stomach. I definitely filled it with provisions. Wei Yanho's face hardened. Did you think the supplies would be safe for 300 years? Wouldn't they be? Wei Yanho smiled with irony. Then there is nothing we can do. Please open that door. I will go to the village to get supplies. Do you think I'd believe it? But I can't starve to death like this. I have to be alive so that the master's martial arts can be passed on to future generations. It's true, but... So please open it. I swear by my name, I won't run away. I want to believe you. Well, it's complete nonsense, but right now I want to believe you. What do you mean? Beek Muhan spoke in a serious tone. I can't open it. What? With my skills, I can't lift something so heavy. I can't break it either. What are you talking about? If it were my real body, it would be easy, but right now I am in a state where I have only consciousness left. I do not have enough strength to lift it. Wei Yanho paled. So you're saying I'll starve like this? Even Beek Muhan was unable to respond, unable to find a suitable solution. Wei Yanho's eyes went blank as he shouted. I knew this would happen. What are we going to do now? Relax. Die in this dark cave. I said shut up. Then what are we going to do? I will die in less than 10 days. Who's dying? So you have a solution. Beek Muhan said calmly. Just open your mouth. What? Do you want to get hit and then open it, or just open it? Whether it was the aftermath of 2 days of beatings, his body reacted before his mind could think. Wei Yanho opened his mouth without saying a word. At that time, the jewel that was spinning over the bottle flew quickly through the air and lodged in Wei Yanho's mouth. Before he could react, the jewel went down Wei Yanho's throat to his stomach. Gaku. Wei Yanho threw up for the pain he felt when he felt the jewel coming down his throat and shouted. What did you do? Beek Muhan said with an expression of disgust. If there is no food, just don't eat. Then I will die. I will control your body by infusing internal energy from the inside, so it will be fine. If you have internal energy, won't you starve? Of course not. So what's the point? I can keep your body for about 5 years, absorbing external energy. My inner core contains the inner energy from when I was alive. Is this an internal core? Yes. Don't you usually get incredibly strong when you eat an inner core? You really want to see me disappear, don't you? Wei Yanho laughed clumsily and shook his head. Of course not. Oijmph. Beek Muhan snorted. As if I believed Wei Yanho's words. If I absorb the energy of the inner nucleus, I can no longer maintain consciousness. Consciousness also requires energy to sustain itself. Really? Wei Yanho's eyes lit up. Yanho. Yes. Free your inner energy. I don't absorb so easily. Head. Wei Yanho, who had been trying to steal the inner energy of the inner nucleus, said with an expression of disgust. Even so, I don't like this at all, that the master is inside my body, a man, not a woman, and also an old man. Wait, you're not trying to steal my body. How? I knew it. I'm already dead. You're a ghost, so who knows what you can't do. Wow. After letting a brief groan escape, Beek Muhan soon smiled again. Anyway, now you can train without eating, so this worked well. Pewage. Let's get started. Wei Yanho made a tearful grin. But in this situation, resisting was unthinkable. And that jewel was outside, it was already formidable, but now that it was inside his body, what could he not do? Just twisting in his stomach would blow his guts. Regardless of whether or not he understood Wei Yanho's trembling fear, Baek Myuhan spoke calmly. First, the martial art you must learn is the dream training technique. What? Dream training technique. That's right. Don't you have martial arts that sound more impressive? Like the divine technique of inequality dream training or something. Do you want to be beaten while you learn? No, but what kind of martial art is this? It's a breathing technique that allows you to train even in dreams. Wei Yanho immediately understood what that meant. Can't I learn it? I would also prefer to reduce your sleep time and force you to train instead of doing this inefficient training. But thinking about it, if you do, you will obviously experience a regression as you leave the cave after 5 years. Yes, I understand. Wei Yanho smiled. After all, whether it's the dream training technique or whatever, if Wei Yanho just didn't use it, that's all. By the way, once you learn this martial art, you won't be able to escape it until you completely master it. If you don't want to train in your dreams, you'll have no choice but to master it. Wow, it was really ghostly. I'm really fine with getting stronger little by little. I don't agree with that. Baek Myuhan smiled slightly. To learn my martial arts in 5 years, there will be no day or night. You will learn martial arts in your dreams, and when you wake up, you will see hell. If you manage to overcome that, Baek Myuhan said in a safe tone, no one in the world will dare to speak of swords before you. It was really an arrogant statement. Wei Yanho responded honestly to that. I'm not going to talk about it anyway, so what's the point? Baek Myuhan's face twisted horribly. What a tactless fool. All right, let's see if you can comment. Baek Myuhan, with large stones fixed on both fists, fell on Wei Yanho. It was a joke, 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 it was a joke. Wei Yanho screamed desperately, but Baek Myuhan shook his fists mercilessly. Baek Myuhan's training continued day and night. During the day, he learned to use the sword without rest, and at night, arguing about swords and driving them even in dreams. Life became the sword, and existence became the sword. There wasn't a single moment to afford laziness. Time passed like this. It's been a day. It's been a month. Spring is gone and summer is here. Autumn is gone and winter is near. In a place without day or night, without seasons, he forgot the time and dedicated himself to training. The sword was me, and I was the sword. The border between the sword and I became more and more diffuse. And then, 5 years passed like an arrow. Wei Yanho. Baek Myuhan called Wei Yanho softly. Ah, let me get some more sleep. Wei Yanho's liver practically hung out of his body. Recently, Wei Yanho had become strong enough to overcome Baek Myuhan's violence. Baek Myuhan had weakened, and Wei Yanho had become stronger. Finally, when Wei Yanho escaped Baek Myuhan's torment, his lost laziness returned slowly. Wei Yanho. Wow, I said just a little more. Don't you trust me? By then, a rock would fly down. Having been tormented by Baek Myuhan countless times, Wei Yanho could easily predict it. Wei Yanho prepared to dodge the incoming stone. Come here. But Baek Myuhan gently persuaded Wei Yanho. Ho! Wei Yanho stood up unspeakably. He had a strange premonition. Baek Myuhan was different from the usual. As he raised his body, Baek Myuhan sat in a meditation posture in front of him. What's going on? Baek Myuhan smiled and pointed the space in front of him. Sit down. Faced with those words, Wei Yanho knelt and sat before Baek Myuhan. Today, Baek Myuhan's words conveyed an energy that was difficult to resist. Listen carefully to what I say. Yes, I've spent my whole life learning martial arts. My only wish was to see the end of martial arts. So I didn't care about anything but martial arts. In my quest for martial arts, I became an eccentric old man, and even my family came to suspect me. That sounds good. Do you want me to hit you? No. Kindness that had bloomed momentarily on Baek Myuhan's face disappeared, and his usual demonic expression appeared. There he is. Where would this person go? This was the man who had tormented Wei Yanho to death for the past 5 years. Now that I think about it, it was natural for my family not to come looking for me. Considering what I had done, I ignored my children before martial arts and abandoned my family. I thought that if I saw the end of martial arts, everything would be accomplished. But it wasn't. Martial arts are also something that humans do, so what good is it to see the end of the sword without walking the human path? Beek Muhan looked at Wei Yanho and smiled. Wei Yanho had made him realize this. For the first time, he tried to teach someone. He got angry and irritated. But seeing Wei Yanho gradually improve, he felt joy and learned to be happy. And he understood what affection really was. That's why I didn't teach you the sword of light style. So what have I been learning all this time? I have created a framework for you. Structure. I gave you the frame that I used to create the sword of the 12 ways of light. Martial arts are also something that humans exhibit. If that person is not contained in them, it is just an empty shell. I gave you the frame, so you must go into it. I really don't understand what you mean. To the confused Wei Yanho, Beek Muhan simply sent a smile. That kind smile, like someone looking at a grandson, somehow made Wei Yanho's heart uncomfortable. You don't need to understand it yet. So I haven't really gotten so strong. That's not all. A disciple of the mad sword being weak, what nonsense do you think I would tolerate such a thing? But you said you regret your eccentric personality. Relax. Wei Yanho shook and closed his mouth. The nature of a person does not change. Words are one thing, but to change that personality, it would be faster to be reborn. Anyway, I created a frame for you. Now it's your turn to dedicate your life and create martial arts. You talk like you're about to stop seeing me now. Beek Muhan smiled. Wei Yanho felt strange seeing that smile. He and Beek Muhan had already been together for 5 years. I had seen countless expressions during that time, but this was the first time I saw Beek Muhan smile like this. Kind but melancholy. And even though it seemed to calm him down, somehow it made him anxious, that kind of smile. That's exactly how Beek Muhan's smile was now. Yes, now is the time. Wei Yanho's face hardened like a stone. What do you mean by that? Wei Yanho shook his head and laughed between his teeth. His movement seemed desperate. Master, you're joking too much. Do you think I'd believe it? Beek Muhan simply smiled wide without saying anything. Really? That's right. You said 30 years. At first you said I would have to learn for 30 years. There are still 25 years left. You should live 25 more years. Yes, that could have been the case. Then it is well. No, perhaps it is better this way. If I spend another 25 years with the master, I could die of exhaustion. Wei Yanho shook his head, but an undisguised anxiety appeared on his face. Beek Muhan wasn't someone who invented stories to make jokes. Wei Yanho, you said you'd keep quiet about any word that came out of your mouth, whatever happened, so there's still 25 years left. That's right. Then, controlling my internal energy within my body was not as easy as I thought. I don't have the strength anymore. It's time to split up. Is it my fault? Wei Yanho's voice trembled. Number, don't think like that. It's fate. In fact, even talking to you like that goes against the natural. I'll have to pay the price for it. If that's the natural order, it's okay to break it as much as you want. I see. I'll eat a lot and inject internal energy. Only words are enough. Don't you think I can? Beek Muhan smiled widely. You know it's impossible, right? Now it's done. Why didn't you tell me? Humidity leaked into Wei Yanho's voice. If you had told me, I would have gone out to eat well, and to train long ago. I couldn't escape anyway. Beek Muhan shook his head. Okay. What's good? Mad Sword smiled widely as he watched the furious Wei Yanho. I enjoyed the time I spent with you. So I thought it wouldn't be wrong to disappear like this. If I had, I could have made a little more time, but it wouldn't have been so nice. That's a strange conversation. Yeah, it's weird. I wanted to see you travel the world a little bit more too, but this is fine too. What's okay? Because I can see it. I can see you clearly wandering freely around the world. Without the master, I will lock myself in my room and not go out. So what? Beak Muhan's smile became deeper. Okay. No matter where you are or what you do, the fact that you are the proud disciple of Beak Muhan, the Mad Sword, will not change. Master. Wei Yanho. Yes. Watch the world hold the world within you, then everything else will come on its own. Yes. And look at people before the world. I looked too high and I couldn't see what was at my feet. Don't make the same mistake as me. I understand. Beak Muhan looked at Wei Yanho with warm eyes. Don't forget. I live in you. Even if I can't see you again, even if no one in the world knows about my existence, I am contained in every gesture you make, in every sword technique you execute. So even when we part, we don't really separate. Wei Yanho, watch people and travel the world to complete you. You don't need to be exceptional. You don't need to be great. Just. Beak Muhan's smile was infinitely gentle. Be happy. Master. Beak Muhan's shape began to fade. This isn't right, you can't leave now. Beak Muhan did not respond. He simply closed his eyes quietly with a soft smile on his lips. No, I said no, you can't do this anymore, I still have a lot to learn, no. I don't need to learn, I say, you don't need to teach me anymore, so just a little more, one more day. Finally, Beak Muhan's form completely disappeared. Wei Yanho held out his hand unconsciously to grab the empty air where Beak Muhan had been, knowing he could not catch him. Just a little bit more. The cold air of the cave enveloped Wei Yanho's body. Wei Yanho remained silent there for a long time, looking at the empty air and his own hand that had not caught anything. Wei Yanho's mouth, which was frozen like a statue, opened slowly. It would have been nice if you had told me a little earlier. If it hadn't been today, if you had even told me yesterday, I would have been able to prepare my heart. Stunning me to the end, that's why they called you eccentric. Wei Yanho looked at the cave wall. The traces of the sword blows Wei Yanho had made during the training. The traces that Beak Muhan had left while demonstrating. And the places where the stones were embedded were created by beating Wei Yanho. Wei Yanho slowly approached the wall and caressed the deeply carved points. What am I supposed to do if this is all you left behind? Wei Yanho sighed. He really was someone who, even with weeping eyes, had no consideration. To tell the truth, how much torment had he endured during this time? He should feel renewed. What am I supposed to do? But curiously, his eyes kept getting red. Master. Tears finally flowed from Wei Yanho's eyes. Once the tears began, they did not stop easily and flowed over and over again, as if to erase all the time they had spent together. Wei Yanho remained in the cave like this for 3 more days. Even knowing that he had to leave now, it would not be easy for him to take a step. He felt that if he left there, even the presence of Beak Muhan would disappear from his heart, so he could not take a step easily. But he couldn't stay forever. Wei Yanho finally stood up. Now was the time to leave this place. Wei Yanho shouldered the package he had originally brought and turned his head. I'm coming. But there was no answer. I'm going to rest comfortably from now on. Wei Yanho's monologue continued. So don't scold me for not getting up. Don't scold me for sleeping too much or cursing me for being lazy. All this is because the master used too much force carelessly and disappeared. For a moment, he felt that Beak Muhan was smiling widely. I'm not coming back. Of course, there was no answer. I mean it. Then like a ghost, Beak Muhan's voice was heard. So what, we're not together? I know. This is not Beak Muhan's voice. It was Beak Muhan's response that Wei Yanho had created. Wei Yanho smiled. Well, that's true. Wei Yanho turned his head without regret. The huge stone door that had blocked his step at first appeared before his eyes. Now something like that was nothing at all. The stone door had a thickness of a full jang. When Wei Yanho first entered this place, even with all his might, he could barely scratch it. But Wei Yanho was no longer the same one who had come to this place. He was the successor of the crazy Beak Muhan sword. He told me to break it and leave. Wei Yanho smiled slightly. It would certainly feel good to split the stone door that had blocked his way all this time. But Wei Yanho did not do that. He approached the stone wall and gently leaned his hand on it. The stone door rose slowly. The stone door that would not have moved even if hundreds of strong men swung over it, not just dozens, rose up in a cloud of dust. If someone had witnessed this scene, they would have been surprised, but fortunately or unfortunately, the cave outside the stone door was empty, just as it was when Wei Yanho first entered this place. Wei Yanho walked slowly under the stone door. Still as if he still had attachments, he kept looking back. Deaf noise. The stone door went back to the ground. The stone door returned to its place, as if it had been there from the beginning. No one would think there was another space inside. If I had cut the stone door, anyone could have looked inside, but now, unless it was Wei Yanho, no one would know what was behind this stone door. If over the years the stone door had cracked, a lost hunter who entered the cave would only discover mysterious traces. Even so, I will visit you from time to time. Wei Yanho smiled with nostalgia. I thought I'd bring the cave down, but he couldn't do it. If I erased the traces that were still intact, I felt that all the time, until then it would disappear like a fantasy. Even knowing that they were together, the sense of loss would not disappear. Wei Yanho slowly left the cave. Whether it was for persistent attachment or because he was being silly, his gaze kept turning to the cave beyond the stone door where there was no one anymore. When he finally managed to lift his reticent feet, he could see the entrance of the cave through which the light leapt. The sunlight I saw after 5 years was too harsh. Wei Yanho realized again that his clothes were worse than rags. Let's see were their new clothes. Wei Yanho unwrapped his package. And he discovered something strange. There were clothes in the bulge. The problem was that he had strange letters engraved on those clothes. They were letters made by inlaying stone dust. This is. Yanho, look here. By the time you read this letter, I will no longer be in this world. No, I'm already dead, so these words are not entirely appropriate. Anyway, I'll go. There are many things I would like to say, but I leave it in writing so that my final appearance is not ridiculous. You should have been very surprised and confused, but please understand. I wanted to remain your constant teacher until the end. Clear drops sprang from Wei Yanho's eyes. He seemed to still have tears to shed, even though he had cried so much. What is this? Leave something like that behind. It seemed that he would have to retract his words about the lack of consideration. The reason I've taken the trouble to leave you a letter is because there's something I absolutely have to tell you. As you can imagine, your martial arts are not yet complete. Since they are martial arts that were hurriedly instilled in you for 5 years, there are many unstable aspects. After much deliberation, I have come to a solution. A method to establish a base while completing your martial arts yourself. You care about all kinds of things. Wei Yanho smiled slightly. But after reading the next passage, Wei Yanho's face twisted horribly. If the training ended like this, you'd obviously come home and spend your whole life playing and eating lazily. In the end, my martial arts would be buried, without anyone even knowing about their existence. I know very well. Oh yes, I know very well. Of course, I have no intention of letting that happen. As you may have noticed, the reason I leave these words in a letter is because I didn't want to see your terrible expression on my final journey. Getting to the point, I've installed some kind of device on your body. I have established your martial arts based on my sword of the 12 ways of light, but centered on my inner core, I have made your martial arts grow by themselves. At first glance, it might seem like your martial arts will be strengthened without you doing anything. Not a chance. There is no such thing. If what you experience and gain is behind the speed with which your martial arts are strengthened, you will die with your inner energy, drained like a leech by my inner core. Let me say it one more time. If you neglect your training, you will die. This is not a joke or a threat. You'll really die. Wei Yanho's hands shook violently. What kind of lightning fell from the sky was this? This old man. Wei Yanho's hands grabbed the clothes. Of course you want to break these clothes right now, but you'll regret it if you do. I guarantee you'll totally regret it. Wei Yanho released the strength from his hands. He was really an old ghost. I didn't want to use those methods either, but if I don't, I see very clearly how you'll live. So you could say this is all your fault. Now you must go out and experience the world. Travel to the places I tell you and experience everything under the sky. The more you see and feel there, the more your martial arts will grow, and if you don't win a lot, we will meet again very soon. You know what it means to meet again, don't you? Krylan. Wei Yanho grabbed the hem of the clothes and threw it to the ground. Ah, this old man is playing jokes. Wei Yanho attacked and destroyed everything around him. There was nothing to destroy except innocent trees, but for Wei Yanho, with the view red, it did not matter whether those trees were guilty or innocent. What mattered was what he saw before his eyes. Wei Yanho fought the urge to destroy all the trees on the mountain, and then gasped as he looked around. Still, his anger was not completely liberated. He felt like immediately dragging the old man and beating him unconscious, but how could he drag someone who had already died and disappeared without leaving anything behind? Ah, I am ruined. Wei Yanho sat heavily on the ground. Then his eyes caught what was written on the hem of the clothes lying on the floor. If you think I'm threatening you falsely, wait. If you feel pain all over your body, it means that what I installed works properly. If you feel pain, just accept it peacefully and do as I say. At that moment, as if it were a lie, unbearable agony swept through Wei Yanho's entire body. Grrrrrgh. The agony was very brief, but it was intense enough to instantly soak the entire body of Wei Yanho with sweat. Wei Yanho grabbed the solar plexus. He felt a feeling of heaviness inside. Beek Muhan's inner core seemed to be moved. This one. Wei Yanho's face turned bright red. What the hell did you do? But there was nowhere to vent his anger. After getting angry for a while, Wei Yanho finally found the composure and picked up his clothes with an impotent hand. Travel the world and look at it. When you see the world, you'll feel something, and if you feel something, you'll win something. Don't be happy to stay in a small place and become a small person. See big things and become a great person. The first place you should go is the academic world. Learning and martial arts have a lot in common. They are people who seek the most differently from us. Find the great scholar under the sky and stay by his side. You'll probably feel something. Then, after reading the entire text, Wei Yanho threw the hem of the clothes on the floor. How many places are you telling me to visit? But what could I do? If he didn't want to die with his inner energy drained like a leech, he had to obey. In any case, even in death, it torments people. Coming to this cave had been a mistake. And meeting Beek Muhan had been a mistake. But, damn, Wei Yanho kept complaining, but he still picked up the hem from the clothes and put it in his package. As disgusting as writing was, he did not differ from the last memory Beek Muhan had left him. Even if he was angry, he could not break it or abandon it. I was going home. Wei Yanho looked away. His home would be far away. A home he had not seen in 5 years. He wanted to see his mother and Suryeon too. He wanted to see his father a little, but honestly, he didn't want to see his older brother. You must be very worried. Still, it couldn't be helped. It would be better if your son died, so that his parents understood. Wei Yanho sighed deeply and bowed towards his home. I'll figure everything out and I'll come back, so don't worry too much. Wei Yanho looked silently at his house, then turned around and made a gyubi towards the cave. For better or worse, he had been his teacher. You're tormenting me till the end. I've changed my mind. I'm not going to visit you again, so you must know. Wei Yanho sighed deeply, then turned around and walked away. Where is the academic world? As Wei Yanho walked away with difficulty and grumbled constantly, the sun set behind his back. And as Wei Yanho walked away, the figure of a person appeared in front of the cave. There was the figure of Beek Muhan, who was believed to have disappeared. Beek Muhan laughed willingly. The Wei Yanho figure, now small as a point in the distance, was visible. It was so satisfying that sesame seeds could spill. You will dry up and die like a leech if you don't learn about the world. Where are those martial arts? Beek Muhan smiled widely. The content of the letter was a lie. It did not have the capacity to create such martial arts, nor the power to force Wei Yanho's body. The pain Wei Yanho felt was exactly the result of having squeezed his last forces. Beek Muhan, who had been anxious to the end wondering if he would be deceived or not, looked at Wei Yanho with a rewarding smile. The world is too vast to live in a corner. Of course, my martial arts are too valuable to be wasted. Beek Muhan looked at Wei Yanho with a warm smile. You're a scoundrel. Beek Muhan looked at Wei Yanho's back. Wei Yanho, who had constantly caused him headaches, went out into the world. If I saw and learned many things in the world, Wei Yanho would grow even more. Even if he could not see it directly, Only the fact that his disciple grew up was enough to make Beak Muhan smile. Beak Muhan's figure gradually disappeared. Now it was the end. Thanks to you, I was happy. Beak Muhan smiled with a joy he had never shown while alive. Be happy. In the place where he disappeared, there was only the scent of wildflowers. Wei Yanho turned his head without regret. The huge stone door that had blocked his step at first appeared before his eyes. Now something like that was nothing at all. The stone door had a thickness of a full jang. When Wei Yanho first entered this place, even with all his might, he could barely scratch it. But Wei Yanho was no longer the same one who had come to this place. He was the successor of the crazy Beak Muhan sword. He told me to break it and leave. Wei Yanho smiled slightly. It would certainly feel good to split the stone door that had blocked his way all this time. But Wei Yanho did not do that. He approached the stone wall and gently leaned his hand on it. The stone door rose slowly. The stone door that would not have moved even if hundreds of strong men swung over it, not just dozens, rose up in a cloud of dust. If someone had witnessed this scene, they would have been surprised, but fortunately or unfortunately, the cave outside the stone door was empty, just as it was when Wei Yanho first entered this place. Wei Yanho walked slowly under the stone door. Still as if he still had attachments, he kept looking back. Deaf noise. The stone door went back to the ground. The stone door returned to its place, as if it had been there from the beginning. No one would think there was another space inside. If I had cut the stone door, anyone could have looked inside, but now, unless it was Wei Yanho, no one would know what was behind this stone door. If over the years the stone door had cracked, a lost hunter who entered the cave would only discover mysterious traces. Even so, I will visit you from time to time. Wei Yanho smiled with nostalgia. I thought I'd bring the cave down, but he couldn't do it. If I erased the traces that were still intact, I felt that all the time, until then it would disappear like a fantasy. Even knowing that they were together, the sense of loss would not disappear. Wei Yanho slowly left the cave. Whether it was for persistent attachment or because he was being silly, his gaze kept turning to the cave beyond the stone door where there was no one anymore. When he finally managed to lift his reticent feet, he could see the entrance of the cave through which the light leapt. The sunlight I saw after 5 years was too harsh. Wei Yanho realized again that his clothes were worse than rags. Let's see were their new clothes. Wei Yanho unwrapped his package. And he discovered something strange. There were clothes in the bulge. The problem was that he had strange letters engraved on those clothes. They were letters made by inlaying stone dust. This is. Yanho, look here. By the time you read this letter, I will no longer be in this world. No, I'm already dead, so these words are not entirely appropriate. Anyway, I'll go. There are many things I would like to say, but I leave it in writing so that my final appearance is not ridiculous. You should have been very surprised and confused, but please understand. I wanted to remain your constant teacher until the end. Clear drops sprang from Wei Yanho's eyes. He seemed to still have tears to shed, even though he had cried so much. What is this? Leave something like that behind. It seemed that he would have to retract his words about the lack of consideration. The reason I've taken the trouble to leave you a letter is because there's something I absolutely have to tell you. As you can imagine, your martial arts are not yet complete. Since they are martial arts that were hurriedly instilled in you for 5 years, there are many unstable aspects. After much deliberation, I have come to a solution. A method to establish a base while completing your martial arts yourself. You care about all kinds of things. Wei Yanho smiled slightly. But after reading the next passage, Wei Yanho's face twisted horribly. If the training ended like this, you'd obviously come home and spend your whole life playing and eating lazily. In the end, my martial arts would be buried, without anyone even knowing about their existence. I know very well. Oh yes, I know very well. Of course, I have no intention of letting that happen. As you may have noticed, the reason I leave these words in a letter is because I didn't want to see your terrible expression on my final journey. Getting to the point, I've installed some kind of device on your body. I have established your martial arts based on my sword of the 12 ways of light, but centered on my inner core, I have made your martial arts grow by themselves. At first glance, it might seem like your martial arts will be strengthened without you doing anything. Not a chance. There is no such thing. If what you experience and gain is behind the speed with which your martial arts are strengthened, you will die with your inner energy, drained like a leech by my inner core. Let me say it one more time. If you neglect your training, you will die. This is not a joke or a threat. You'll really die. Wei Yanho's hands shook violently. What kind of lightning fell from the sky was this? This old man. Wei Yanho's hands grabbed the clothes. Of course you want to break these clothes right now, but you'll regret it if you do. I guarantee you'll totally regret it. Wei Yanho released the strength from his hands. He was really an old ghost. I didn't want to use those methods either, but if I don't, I see very clearly how you'll live. So you could say this is all your fault. Now you must go out and experience the world. Travel to the places I tell you and experience everything under the sky. The more you see and feel there, the more your martial arts will grow, and if you don't win a lot, we will meet again very soon. You know what it means to meet again, don't you? Krylan. Wei Yanho grabbed the hem of the clothes and threw it to the ground. Ah, this old man is playing jokes. Wei Yanho attacked and destroyed everything around him. There was nothing to destroy except innocent trees, but for Wei Yanho, with the view red, it did not matter whether those trees were guilty or innocent. What mattered was what he saw before his eyes. Wei Yanho fought the urge to destroy all the trees on the mountain, and then gasped as he looked around. Still, his anger was not completely liberated. He felt like immediately dragging the old man and beating him unconscious, but how could he drag someone who had already died and disappeared without leaving anything behind? I am ruined. Wei Yanho sat heavily on the ground. Then his eyes caught what was written on the hem of the clothes lying on the floor. If you think I'm threatening you falsely, wait. If you feel pain all over your body, it means that what I installed works properly. If you feel pain, just accept it peacefully and do as I say. At that moment, as if it were a lie, unbearable agony swept through Wei Yanho's entire body. Grrrrgh. The agony was very brief, but it was intense enough to instantly soak the entire body of Wei Yanho with sweat. Wei Yanho grabbed the solar plexus. He felt a feeling of heaviness inside. Beek Muhan's inner core seemed to be moved. This one. Wei Yanho's face turned bright red. What the hell did you do? But there was nowhere to vent his anger. After getting angry for a while, Wei Yanho finally found the composure and picked up his clothes with an impotent hand. Travel the world and look at it. When you see the world, you'll feel something, and if you feel something, you'll win something. Don't be happy to stay in a small place and become a small person, see big things and become a great person. The first place you should go is the academic world. Learning and martial arts have a lot in common. They are people who seek the most differently from us. Find the great scholar under the sky and stay by his side. You'll probably feel something. Then, after reading the entire text, Wei Yanho threw the hem of the clothes on the floor. How many places are you telling me to visit? But what could I do? If he didn't want to die with his inner energy drained like a leech, he had to obey. In any case, even in death, it torments people. Coming to this cave had been a mistake. And meeting Beek Muhan had been a mistake. But, damn, Wei Yanho kept complaining, but he still picked up the hem from the clothes and put it in his package. As disgusting as writing was, he did not differ from the last memory Beek Muhan had left him. Even if he was angry, he could not break it or abandon it. I was going home. Wei Yanho looked away. His home would be far away. A home he had not seen in 5 years. He wanted to see his mother and Suryeon too. He wanted to see his father a little, but honestly, he didn't want to see his older brother. You must be very worried. Still, it couldn't be helped. It would be better if your son died, so that his parents understood. Wei Yanho sighed deeply and bowed towards his home. I'll figure everything out and I'll come back, so don't worry too much. Wei Yanho looked silently at his house, then turned around and made a gyubi towards the cave. For better or worse, he had been his teacher. You're tormenting me till the end. I've changed my mind. I'm not going to visit you again, so you must know. Wei Yanho sighed deeply, then turned around and walked away. Where is the academic world? As Wei Yanho walked away with difficulty and grumbled constantly, the sun set behind his back. And as Wei Yanho walked away, the figure of a person appeared in front of the cave. There was the figure of Beek Muhan, who who was believed to have disappeared. Beek Muhen laughed willingly. The Wei Yanho figure, now small as a point in the distance, was visible. It was so satisfying that sesame seeds could spill. You will dry up and die like a leech if you don't learn about the world. Where are those martial arts? Beek Muhen smiled widely. The content of the letter was a lie. It did not have the capacity to create such martial arts, nor the power to force Wei Yanho's body. The pain Wei Yanho felt was exactly the result of having squeezed his last forces. Beek Muhen, who had been anxious to the end wondering if he would be deceived or not, looked at Wei Yanho with a rewarding smile. The world is too vast to live in a corner. Of course, my martial arts are too valuable to be wasted. Beek Muhen looked at Wei Yanho with a warm smile. You're a scoundrel. Beek Muhen looked at Wei Yanho's back. Wei Yanho, who had constantly caused him headaches, went out into the world. If I saw and learned many things in the world, Wei Yanho would grow even more. Even if he could not see it directly, only the fact that his disciple grew up was enough to make Beek Muhen smile. Beek Muhen's figure gradually disappeared. Now it was the end. Thanks to you, I was happy. Beek Muhen smiled with a joy he had never shown while alive. Be happy. In the place where he disappeared, there was only the scent of wildflowers. First impression. Did I say first impression? It was pretty intense. There will never be a first impression more intense than that. When I was a little beggar, I once saw the ghost Bloodseeker, a famous murderer from the north of the river. After seeing that horrible figure completely covered in blood, I thought I would never be shocked to see a person again, but the moment I saw that guy, those thoughts immediately shattered. What? Martial arts? It wasn't that kind of thing. No, I'm telling you, it wasn't. It wasn't that kind of surprise. Let's see, how should I explain it? It was an astonishment at an existence that mercilessly crushed my pride in a field where I thought I would never be left behind by anyone. What do I mean? Anyway, it's hard to explain in words. But it was really incredibly intense. Really intense, really. Jangil was extremely puzzled at the moment. Let's see. When had he been so nervous before? When did you first see the ghost Bloodseeker in the past? No, it's not that. Or when he found out that the beggar who had welcomed him when he had nowhere to go was actually an old man of the beggar sect. It seems a little more severe than that. When did you discover that Jiangchil, the fool who couldn't even order food and who was always scolded and kicked, was actually the only lost son of a high-ranking official? This is definitely an even bigger shock than that. Jangil looked at the person who had left him so bewildered. A beggar. It was difficult to express it differently. He was nothing but a beggar. The problem was not that I was a beggar. No one would be surprised to see a beggar. Especially someone like Jangil, who lived entangled with beggars every day, could confidently say that there was no reason to be surprised to see another beggar. The problem was that this absolutely impossible and unacceptable thing was happening right now. How did this happen? The beggar I could now see in Jangil's eyes was qualitatively different from the huge masses of beggars I had seen countless times before. Yeah, different. Anyone could see that he was not any beggar. He was literally a real beggar. Jangil felt an unimaginable reverence when he saw a beggar among beggars. First, those clothes. The clothes of beggars are usually dirty and patched, which makes them almost equal to rags. Those who do not get adequate clothes sometimes find sackcloth out there and wrap with it roughly to walk. That is why the clothes of beggars had to be necessarily similar to each other. Some people perceive individuality in beggars' clothing, but since that individuality has only purposeless results, beggars' clothing does not represent a person's characteristics. At least that's what Jangil had thought so far. But the beggar before his eyes wore clothes of a different dimension. It's like he's been wearing those clothes all his life while wandering around all kinds of remote, treacherous places. The clothes of the beggar before him seemed to possess the dignity of an antiquity that transcended history and tradition. Well, that was good. The clothes might be a little more dirty and worn out. I could conclude that those strange pieces of cloth, floating on the subtle boundary between rags and clothes, while maintaining the shape and purpose of the garments in an extremely ambiguous manner, were a type of clothing that could exist in this world. However, the hands and feet that were revealed among those rags were definitely ambiguous to call them those of a beggar. Should I describe it as the feeling of having emaciated bones barely covered in skin when walking? If you sprayed water on a mummy to make it swell a little, it would probably feel exactly like that. If that mummy had been lying on the ground instead of standing, Jangil would have called the children, without hesitation, for a moment to remove the body. The problem was that now the body was standing and looking at him. MMM. Jangil tasted this new surprise. Moreover, the dirt attached to the hands and feet of the mummy seemed not to have touched the water for at least several years, even to its beggar-to-panger standards. As much as beggars live without washing, as long as there are streams and rains, it is impossible to live without touching water. And as much as beggar is one, there is a basic desire for cleanliness, so they do not spend time without washing. But the beggar visible before his eyes was mercilessly destroying that common sense. Besides, the face that appeared through a hair that had clearly not been washed in several years and hung long was more than emaciated, it was almost skeletal. Should I call him a supreme beggar, or should I call him a ghost? Jangil was extremely baffled. Even for him, who occupied the position of branch chief of a subdivision of the beggar sect, being before his eyes was a true supreme beggar he had never seen before. Even if you were to go to the main seat of the beggar sect, there would be no beggar looking like a beggar. Having lived as a beggar and destined to live as such, Jangil was moved to feel that his common sense about beggars was shattered. He felt the humiliation of seeing his pride and self-esteem as a beggar completely crushed by someone who was not even a member of the beggar sect, just a common beggar. While Jangil was still not recovering from shock, the strange beggar's mouth slowly opened. "Excuse me, is this the beggar sect?" Jangil nodded unconsciously with his head. While he was doing so, he trembled with a strange feeling. The beggar visible before his eyes was of a difficult age to guess. But to possess such dignity as a beggar would take many years. The strange thing was that the voice he heard was surprisingly rather thin and clear. Judging only by the voice, barely of age. But judging from his appearance, he seemed to be at least 50 years old. Yes, but... Jangil was again saddened by his pride that crumbled moment by moment. It was essential for beggars to discern instantly the status, age, and psychological state of an opponent only from the momentary appearances. Only then could one prevent his alms bowl from being destroyed while begging. Jangil's pride in having achieved mastery in at least this field was instantly shattered and fell to the ground. "I came because I have something to ask." "What?" Jangil's response came out irritated. When people see an existence that is beyond their range of understanding, they naturally become cautious. "Well, there's plenty." Jangil looked up and down at the beggar in front of him and snorted. "Money. Do I have to pay money?" No. What kind of beggar doesn't know how the world works? The information has to be quick to be a beggar. If the information is slow, it wouldn't be strange if you were beaten to death like a beggar. How many beggars had seen blood after going to homes that usually gave good food, without knowing that there had been a death in the family, asking for food and finding their bowls completely shattered and their whole body bruised? The beggar sect has a lot of information because beggars are very sensitive to information. So is there something free in this world? Do you want me to share information without paying a penny with child beggars who can't even eat and have to beg? That is certainly problematic. I would like to do it for free as we are in the same industry, but here too the principles are principles. The same industry. Since we are both beggars. The strange figure shook his head. "I am not a beggar." Jangil got sad. A perfect beggar whom he had never seen in his 20 years of life and who never thought he could see, now denied that he was a beggar. "A supreme beggar. I'm not. A beggar king. I'm telling you I'm not." Jangil got angry. Anyone can see you're a beggar, but you say you're not. But the strange figure was also angry. "Calling a beggar a normal person, how I look like a beggar to you." Jangil frowned at the beggar's reaction. This reaction was definitely strange in some way. "When was the last time you saw a mirror?" 5 years ago." Jangil nodded. That made sense. Seeing him, he hadn't even approached a stream in 5 years. If he didn't know what he looked like, I'd say he wasn't a beggar. But that wasn't the truth. Now was the time to tell this beggar the truth. "You'd better admit it now. You're clearly a supreme beggar to anyone who sees you. Of course, it won't be easy to admit it, but if you let it go, everything becomes more comfortable. I tell you I'm not a beggar. Anyway, if you don't have any money, I can't give you any information or anything, so go ahead." The strange figure seemed a little nervous and hesitated before slowly opening his mouth. There's no other way. Then go beg or something to make money. I'm not even a beggar, why would I beg? It's not that beggars beg. If you beg, you become a beggar. Looking at you, it seems you haven't even eaten porridge, so take advantage to learn to beg. I say it because I feel sorry for you. If you just put a basket in front of where you sit, you make a fortune with that face. Why waste that talent? It doesn't matter, just show me the method. The method. So Jengil came up with a brilliant idea. Do you want to work a little? What kind of work? A very easy and comfortable job. You just have to sit down. No, you just have to lie down. If you do that just 2 days, I will give you the information you need, but I can't do anything difficult. The supreme beggar nodded slightly with his head. Well, that's fine. Really? A smile crossed Jangil's lips. The supreme beggar no, Wei Yanho was sad. Very sad. This isn't right. Jangil kept his word. Wei Yanho really didn't have to do anything. He just had to sit properly, and if even that bothered him, he could lie down and just turn around. No, rather if he slept, Jangil was delighted. However, Wei Yanho became infinitely sad. When he lay down, Jangil fell down in front of him and lamented. Your son is incompetent. You can't eat or porridge for 5 days now. Father, I'm sorry, all those who pass by here, please help me, our father. There was no need to scream loudly. People who were interested in seeing Jangil crying in beggar's clothes looked at Wei Yanho lying there, and all dried up the moisture in their eyes as they tried to take money out of their wallets and leave. Wei Yanho's appearance seemed to have something that people simply couldn't overlook after seeing him. Not only weeping women, but even warriors who seemed not to bleed a drop even if they were punctured with a needle, forcibly concealed their contorted faces as they pulled coins out of their sleeves, threw them to the ground, and disappeared as if they were fleeing. Some people even lamented strongly and ran home specifically to raise money for charity. In an instant, copper coins were stacked like mountains in front of Jangil and Wei Yanho. Then Jangil collected the accumulated money properly, expected it to pass a while, and then cried again looking for his father, and once again the coins piled up like mountains. After repeating this several times, the coins had accumulated to the point that they could no longer fit in the bag they had brought. It was a very successful begging session. But Wei Yanho just stared at the sky. This isn't right. Wei Yanho became infinitely sad. That night, in the hut called the beggar sect branch, Jangil hugged the coins and burst into a crazy laugh. I had to think that half-year operating expenses of the beggar sect branch would be reduced in just half a day. A god of fortune has arrived. A god of fortune has arrived. Wei Yanho's cheeks swelled. Make a person a beggar. The good is good, isn't it? Come on, eat all you want. Jangil made a great decision and stopped at a famous tavern in Kaifeng to buy a lot of high-quality food. It was a luxury I could not normally even imagine, but there was no reason why I could not give this great reward to Wei Yanho, who had earned half the operating expenses of a year in just half a day. All this is because of that fucking senile old man. Wei Yanho squeezed his teeth. He had lived 5 years without being able to pluck a single blade of grass to eat. It had somehow remained with Beek Muhen's inner core, but Beek Muhen had literally provided only the energy needed for training. Thanks to that, after 5 years, Wei Yanho had become a walking skeleton. He wanted to protest, saying that he was not a beggar, but when Wei Yanho saw the mirror that Jangil had brought him, he ran out of words. To think that seeing his own face would make him want to cry. The second son of the great Guangdong, why family being a beggar Huk mother. If my mother knew this, Guangdong would become a sea of tears. Jangil laughed and patted Wei Yanho on the shoulder. Hat, don't be modest and just eat. Saim. Wei Yanho complained, but inhaled the food Jangil had bought. The food in the world that he ate 5 years later was so delicious that it made him cry. Wei Yanho served food as if he were a person with a hole in his stomach. Eat a little slower. Well. What did you say? Murgungi mangala. Oh. Wei Yanho swallowed the food in his mouth and opened his mouth. Don't make me talk while I eat. I'm sorry. Wei Yanho emptied the bowls like a storm, then grabbed his swollen belly like a balloon and lay on the ground. Now I feel like I could live. How long were you hungry? 5 years. People die if they go hungry for only a month. I tell you it's true. Well, you probably wouldn't look that way for having just been hungry for a month or two. Jang Il smiled. Well, anyway, it's fine. You're a god of fortune who came to me. I won't do it tomorrow. What does that mean? You made a lot of money, didn't you? Well, if you won so much, now give me information. Even so, a promise is a promise. After we do it until tomorrow, is it okay if I go around telling people I'm not your father? Oh, anyway, I'll be leaving soon, but you're different since you have to keep begging, right? Jang Il raised both hands and made a performance. Kyuha, you're pretty smart for what I thought. Jang Il snapped his lips. So what do you want to know? A list of great famous scholars and where they live, in addition to their hobbies and specialties. Well, that's not hard. A list of famous blacksmiths and where they live, in addition to their hobbies and specialties. Well, that too. And famous. Besides that, dozens of other places, hobbies, specialties, lifestyles, personalities, and things like that came out of Wei Yanho's mouth. All that. It's not hard, is it? None is too difficult, but the number is a little. A man shouldn't say two things with one mouth, right? Wow. Jang Il scratched his head. I thought you were a god of fortune, but you were a god of disaster. Anyway, as I made you a promise, I'll find out for you. It'll take a little while, so come back after 7 days and 7 nights. Faced with Jang Il's kind explanation, Wei Yanho smiled widely and responded. I have nowhere to go. Oh. I don't have anything to do either, so, well, I'll wait here. Are you going to wait here? Isn't that right? No, there's no reason it's not right. Then do it. And Jang Il repented of those words after only a few days. Head of Branch B. The next day, problems arose immediately. Why? It's a big problem. What is it? Well, I think you should come and see him. What do these fucking beggars have to make such a fuss? Jang Il casually followed the young beggar. Then he rubbed his eyes. Oh. Beggar who had helped him to beg the day before was lying on an extended mat, and copper coins were piled up in front of him. That. On the contrary, the beggar sect beggars who were begging on the opposite side were being scolded. You have perfectly healthy limbs. Where do you guys who don't even look like beggars try to beg for a living? Get lost. Everything in the world is relative. When a true Mendigo appeared among Mendigos, the beggars who had been surviving until then seemed very clean and robust. The nice aunt in the kitchen of the Sianwa pavilion, who until yesterday had felt sorry for them and at least had given them cold rice, was now breaking their bowls with cold eyes. How could people change so suddenly? But you can't blame them. Even in the eyes of Jang Il, the beggars along with Wei Yanho did not look like beggars. They looked like strong men, capable of plucking out the Zelkova that looked nearby with both hands. Yo. Jang Il trembled at this situation. A true god of disaster has taken over us. Because of that beggar bastard, we can't beg. Everyone who has seen him, even once, is breaking all our beggars' bowls. Even Gongsang, who has no legs, went to beg and beat him and threw him out. Even Gongsang. If even Gongsang, the myth and legend of Kaifeng's beggar world, had his bowl broken, it would not be a matter of any serious concern. At this rate, they would have to use yesterday's operating expenses as maintenance expenses. So that beggars have to spend money to eat and live. That would be momentous, and before that, it was a matter of pride as members of the Mendigo sect. It's a matter of pride your beggars too don't give up just because your bowls broke a couple of times, put passion on begging. Even the maid of the house of the khaki tree poured cold water on the beggars who went begging. The maid of the house of the khaki tree. Wasn't she the warmest woman in Kaifeng? She cried even if the wind blew and the leaves fell, and if she saw a dog limping, she would shed tears like chicken droppings and take him home to take care of him. What a big-hearted woman. The pear-flowered maiden that Jang Il had kept in a corner of her heart and appreciated in her thoughts had poured cold water. What did she say? He said that if they were once again prowling, next time he would pour water on them with excrement. Wow. Jang Il fired his first love with a single tear. Rama's boss, we must stop that beggar at this rate, we will starve to death. Beggars starving in Kaifeng. It would be something for history books. Regardless of whether Jang Il was making a fuss or not, Wei Yanho fell quietly and scratched his belly. At first it was embarrassing, but once he tried, this activity made him feel great. Without doing anything, just lying down and taking a nap, the money would accumulate in abundance. After having properly collected that money, if I went back to sleep, the money would accumulate again. If I could, I'd want to settle down like this and make money real quick. Winning money is not a big deal either. At this rate, even before a month passed, I would have enough money to prepare a large mansion. The beggars really made money easily and comfortably. Wei Yanho casually said things that would make beggars cry if they heard them. Beggars who barely managed to get a piece of cold rice to eat while they were covered with straw mats and frozen in the cold winter days. Zhang Il pounced on Wei Yanho. "What are you doing?" "Yes. What are you doing? Didn't you tell me to learn to beg?" Get up quickly." "I don't want to." "You said you're not a beggar." Wei Yanho shared a new revelation with Zhang Il. On second thought, if you have no money, you are a beggar. There is no specific category for beggars. So I guess I am a beggar. I have no money and I have nowhere to go. Now you have money. Zhang Il was so desperate that informal talk came out naturally. Well, more money is always better. At this rate, we will all starve to death. You must know what business ethics is. Don't do this, and come to my quarters. Aren't you hungry? Well, that's true. You've got to eat while you're begging. All right, I'll sleep a little more first, and then I'll eat. If you sleep like that on the main street, you'll get hurt. Come to my hut. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to sleep in the shade? I sleep well anywhere. You've never been in such a comfortable bed. Anyway, there's no bed there. What bed would there be in a beggar's den? There's probably just some coarsely stretched straw mats. I'll stay here. Zhang Il got serious. What are you talking about? Head of branch office. A bed by a bed. What a bed? Yes, a bed, the most expensive, the softest, so comfortable that you can't get up once you lie down. But the money. I've got money in my bag, so buy it quickly. Yes, I understand. There's a bed, isn't there? Zhang Il was desperate, but Wei Yanho was indifferent. Well, it's true, but I'm hungry too. I'll make money here and buy food. Food? Why would you buy food with your own money? If you are in the hut, we will beg you and offer it to you. Even so, since I'm a beginner beggar, it's hard to live by eating the cold rice I get begging. Cold rice? What beggar bastard dares to give you cold rice? Gongjin. Yes, head of branch. Go to Chhuiwal Pavilion and ask them to pack the highest quality food, the first 5 servings no, 10 servings the highest quality. Head of branch B, the money. It's in the bag, you beggar bastard. Yeah, got it. Zhang Il dried his cold sweat and talked to Wei Yanho. He felt he was going to die of frustration. Come on, come quickly to the cabin. He'll be waiting for good food when you get here. But Wei Yanho was in no hurry. And unfortunately, Wei Yanho was the type who, once he put his back on the floor, could not lift his body easily. That's annoying. It's a bit far to get to. LT's annoying to get up, so I'll sleep first. Zhangdu. Yes. Go get a cart. Do you mean a car? We've got to load it up. Hurry up and get a wagon. Yes. Come on, you don't have to move a finger. Well, if that's the case. Wei Yanho smiled widely. Zhang Il, who felt that smile somehow looked like an evil spirit, trembled. A true god of disaster had descended upon the land of Kaifeng. And so Wei Yanho took control of the Kaifeng subdivision in an instant. I'm thirsty. Bring me water. The bowl is dirty. Bring him in a new bowl, you foolish beggar. Is it warm? Get on the mountain and bring cold, clean water. How many times do I have to tell you to understand? Wei Yanho felt like in heaven. Everything was resolved as soon as he opened his mouth. Even when he was at home, he had never enjoyed such luxury by standing still. Do I have natural characteristics to be a beggar? Once he left everything and agreed to be a beggar, a new world opened up. On the contrary, the beggar sect beggars wandered through hell. Hey, hasn't the information we requested from the station arrived yet? Well, they said it would take 7 days and 7 nights. Who said that information would take 7 days and 7 nights? Yeah, got it. Wei Yanho stretched. Is it okay if I go out for a while? What reason would you have to move in? A cold sweat dripped through Jang Il's forehead. From his perspective, Wei Yanho was like a walking bomb. Even without begging, the mere fact of being seen was enough to threaten his survival. He was a terrifying god of disaster. I just want to enjoy the warm sun. What's wrong with that? The roof. Mr. Rama's chief without that roof will freeze in the rain. Do you want me to tear your stomach apart? I'll take it down. Wei Yanho frowned. But then it will be cold at nights. You heard him put him back at nights. Yes. During the 3 days he waited for information, Jang Il's blood dried up. The food didn't go down his throat, and the cold sweat ran through his throat naturally. Meanwhile, Wei Yanho spent time hanging around in bed. No matter how much the people around him supported him, anyone would get bored while lying down for 3 days, but Wei Yanho had no intention of getting up at all. Each meal offered the best cuisine, and even a single sip of water was of first quality, clear, cold, and clean, freshly extracted from the streams of the mountain valley. When it was hot, fans came from everywhere, and when it was cold, they gave us the best duvet of mandarin duck feathers. Although it was a bit dirty, by Wei Yanho standards, this place was a real paradise. During those 3 days, Jang Il and the beggars were reduced to skin and bones. Lord Chief of Rama, at this rate we will die first. Is the information still far away? They say they'll be sending it soon, but when exactly will that soon be? Should I really go and meet the Mendigo King? Instead, how about we come up with another plan? Another plan? Well, anyway, there's nowhere to escape, as silently as mice and birds. Are you the leader of a demonic sect? But the situation is... Wow. Actually, Jang Il had not considered such thoughts. However, the problem was that if there was a voice that the beggar sect beggars had murdered a poor beggar merchant, the seed of the beggars in Kaifeng could dry up completely. Let's wait a minute and spread the word discreetly that the beggars of the Mendigo sect have welcomed and fed that poor beggar. Will we get into the manipulation of public opinion? Discreetly. Understood. Another day passed like this, and the communication came from headquarters. Jang Il grabbed the document that had arrived and ran to Wei Yanho like lightning. The information you were looking for is here. Oh yeah, you're early. Hurry up and read it. Please go away, you bastard who'll die drowning in shitty water. The last words couldn't get out of his mouth. Wei Yanho, who was browsing the document, frowned. Is this all there is? Oh. Are you going to sell this as information? Jang Il took the document from Wei Yanho. Then he read it frantically. Wow. What had come as information was half written and half marked as unknown. It was a half-done document, with little information scattered everywhere. This is the best they could do. Are you sure? What beggars know is just rumors, and we tend to focus on information about martial arts. The Mendigo sect isn't a big deal either. They don't know how to beg or collect information. Wow. Jang Il's pride as a member of the beggar sect was shattered into pieces. Still, you have to complete what needs to be completed. What is this? What am I supposed to do with this? Well, you can't help it. I'll wait a little longer, so when you have the right information, tell me again. More? Of course. No, if you want more information, the price goes up a lot. Wei Yanho rose from his seat. Then there is no choice. You're leaving. I'll be back at night. Where are you going? You said you needed money, didn't you? Jang Il ran desperately and pulled Wei Yanho back to sit down. Calm down, there has to be a way. Money is the way. To be honest, this is not information that the Mendigo section can collect. As much money as you invest, you cannot get the systematic information you are looking for. This goes beyond our specialty. Hey, yeah, that would work. What? Follow me, I'll give you information. Wei Yanho and Jang Il went to the bustling Kaifeng district. Will you give me information here? No, to be precise, it's in here. Realizing Jang Il's incompetence, Wei Yanho became abrupt when he spoke. His way of speaking changed from the beginning, dealing with capable and incapable people. Jang Il entered an alley on the corner of the bustling district. Why do you keep going into dark places, murder and extermination? This is fate. Jang Il protested as if he had been hurt. Murder and extermination. Although the Mendigo sect was a prestigious Orthodox sect, there was no way that he, the leader of a branch, would do such a thing. Then he walked through alley after alley and knocked on a side door located in the deepest place. After waiting a bit, an irritated voice flowed from within. "Who is it?" "It's Jang-il." "Jang-il. The beggar Jang-il. Go ahead." When the door was opened, Jang-il put Wei Yanho in. Unlike the derailed exterior, the interior was quite spacious. All over the space filled with acre smoke, gambling was taking place. "A gambling house. Follow me." Jang-il went in without hesitation and stopped in front of a door in the corner. Then the men blocking the door stood in their way. "What is it?" "Jang-il, a member of the Mendigo sect, has come to meet with the leader of the branch." "Jang-il." The men looked at Jang-il from top to bottom and then nodded. "Wait." A man came through the door, and after a while the door opened. Jang-il entered and Wei Yanho followed him. When they entered through the door, the outside appeared again. A house. They had entered a building, but in front of them was a fairly large house. However, the house was blocked by walls everywhere, and this door was the only way out. Jang-il opened the door and entered. "Is the leader of the branch here?" Then a woman from the inside greeted Jang-il. It's unusual for Foxdog to come looking for this place. She was a woman in a very distinctive outfit, but Wei Yanho's interest wasn't there. "Zorro Dog." Jang-il smiled bitterly. "It's my epithet." "Your epithet is Foxdog because you're like a fox and like a dog." "Because I'm smart and loyal." "The same difference." "Anyway, Foxdog, Foxdog." "Foxdog. Your epithet is Foxdog." "Pewage." Jang-il held his head in his hands. "Foxdog, your epithet is Foxdog. What kind of Foxdog epithet is that?" A light dew formed in Jang-il's eyes. How did he come to have an epithet so similar to that of Foxdog? Jang-il desperately ignored Wei Yanho, who held his stomach and laughed, and spoke to the woman before him. "I need information. This is really unusual. Does the head of Kaifeng's branch come to the Howgate to ask for information? The situation got like this. Is Beggar Sect making an official request?" "That's not all." Before Jang-il's firm words, the woman shook her hand with disdain. "Then there's no reason to answer. It's not what I want. A customer. This person." Jang-il pointed to Wei Yanho. The woman honestly expressed her impression of Wei Yanho. "A beggar. I keep telling you it's not like that." "Really?" Wei Yanho was offended, but the woman seemed even more bewildered. "You're kidding, it's not even a petition from the Mendigo section, and the client is a beggar." "Someone being a beggar doesn't mean everyone is from the beggar sect. I swear this person is not a member of the beggar sect." "For something Foxdog says, the trick is too superficial. There's nothing here, so please go." "I keep telling you, I really don't." Jang-il wanted to go crazy and jump everywhere. "I had to sort this out somehow to send away this damn incarnation of disaster, but the leader of Howgate's Kaifeng branch would not believe his words at all." "Say something. I'm not from the beggar sect. Don't joke with us." "Am I serious?" The woman's irritation reached its peak. Kaifeng is where the seat of the beggar sect is located. The existence that Howgate, who lives with information, finds more problematic is precisely the section of the Mendigo, and thanks to this, the branch office of Howgate to Kaifeng was in a sense one of the most dangerous and important places. As they recognize the existence of the other, they are not openly pursued, but implicit controls are always produced. They live together but at the same time are the most dangerous enemies. That is the relationship between the Mendigo sect and the Howgate. Now the head of the branch of that beggar sect, and not any branch chief but the head of the branch of Kaifeng, had come to the Howgate asking for information, doing those tricks. And what a transparent trick to present someone who was clearly a beggar to anyone and say he's not a member of the beggar sect, so we should give him information. This was a provocation and a mockery. If they let this happen, Howgate's reputation would fall on the ground. "If you keep making fun of us like this, we will not tolerate it. Please remember that we also have our pride." "I'm not making fun of you. What would make you believe me?" So the head of the branch and that person are complete strangers." "That's right. So it wouldn't matter if that person died." Jang-il sighed. He understood what the woman in front of him meant. It was also the most accurate way to prove that they had no relationship. "It's true, but it's someone I brought." "So what are you trying to do?" "Well," Jang Il was equally frustrated. To send Wei Yanho away, he needed How Gate's information. But the How Gate was not a place where information was sold just because Wei Yanho was alone. The information handled by the How Gate contained so many secret elements that selling it to anyone could easily cause serious problems. In the end, to get so far, they needed Jang Il with his confirmed identity, but conversely, as Jang Il had come, they would not sell information. It was a situation in which neither this nor that could be done. How did I get into something like that? Jang Il died trying to find the best solution. At that time, Wei Yanho stepped forward. "Excuse me, ma'am." And so Wei Yanho took control of the Kaifeng subdivision in an instant. "I'm thirsty. Bring me water. The bowl is dirty. Bring him in a new bowl, you foolish beggar. Is it warm? Get on the mountain and bring cold, clean water. How many times do I have to tell you to understand?" Wei Yanho felt like in heaven. Everything was resolved as soon as he opened his mouth. Even when he was at home, he had never enjoyed such luxury by standing still. Do I have natural characteristics to be a beggar? Once he left everything and agreed to be a beggar, a new world opened up. On the contrary, the beggar sect beggars wandered through hell. "Hey, hasn't the information we requested from the station arrived yet?" "Well, they said it would take 7 days and 7 nights." "Who said that information would take 7 days and 7 nights?" "Yeah, got it." Wei Yanho stretched. Is it okay if I go out for a while?" "What reason would you have to move in?" A cold sweat dripped through Jang Il's forehead. From his perspective, Wei Yanho was like a walking bomb. Even without begging, the mere fact of being seen was enough to threaten his survival. He was a terrifying god of disaster. "I just want to enjoy the warm sun." "What's wrong with that?" "The roof. Mr. Rama's chief without that roof will freeze in the rain." "Do you want me to tear your stomach apart?" "I'll take it down." Wei Yanho frowned. "But then it will be cold at nights." "You heard him, put him back at nights." "Yes." During the 3 days he waited for information, Jang Il's blood dried up. The food didn't go down his throat, and the cold sweat ran through his throat naturally. Meanwhile, Wei Yanho spent time hanging around in bed. No matter how much the people around him supported him, anyone would get bored while lying down for 3 days, but Wei Yanho had no intention of getting up at all. Each meal offered the best cuisine, and even a single sip of water was of first quality, clear, cold, and clean, freshly extracted from the streams of the mountain valley. When it was hot, fans came from everywhere, and when it was cold, they gave us the best duvet of mandarin duck feathers. Although it was a bit dirty, by Wei Yanho standards, this place was a real paradise. During those 3 days, Jang Il and the beggars were reduced to skin and bones. "Lord Chief of Rama, at this rate we will die first." Is the information still far away?" "They say they'll be sending it soon, but when exactly will that soon be?" "Should I really go and meet the Mendigo King?" "Instead, how about we come up with another plan?" "Another plan?" "Well, anyway, there's nowhere to escape, as silently as mice and birds. Are you the leader of a demonic sect?" "But the situation is..." "Wow." Actually, Jang Il had not considered such thoughts. However, the problem was that if there was a voice that the beggar sect beggars had murdered a poor beggar merchant, the seed of the beggars in Kaifeng could dry up completely. Let's wait a minute and spread the word discreetly that the beggars of the Mendigo sect have welcomed and fed that poor beggar. Will we get into the manipulation of public opinion? Discreetly. Understood. Another day passed like this, and the communication came from headquarters. Jang Il grabbed the document that had arrived and ran to Wei Yanho like lightning. "The information you were looking for is here." "Oh yeah, you're early. Hurry up and read it." "Please go away, you bastard who'll die drowning in shitty water." The last words couldn't get out of his mouth. Wei Yanho, who was browsing the document, frowned. "Is this all there is?" "Oh. Are you going to sell this as information?" Jang Il took the document from Wei Yanho. Then he read it frantically. Wow. What had come as information was half written and half marked as unknown. It was a half-done document, with little information scattered everywhere. This is the best they could do." "Are you sure?" "What beggars know is just rumors, and we tend to focus on information about martial arts. The Mendigo sect isn't a big deal either." They don't know how to beg or collect information. Wow. Jangil's pride as a member of the beggar sect was shattered into pieces. Still, you have to complete what needs to be completed. What is this? What am I supposed to do with this? Well, you can't help it. I'll wait a little longer, so when you have the right information, tell me again. More. Of course. No, if you want more information, the price goes up a lot. Wei Yanho rose from his seat. Then there is no choice. You're leaving. I'll be back at night. Where are you going? You said you needed money, didn't you? Jangil ran desperately and pulled Wei Yanho back to sit down. Calm down, there has to be a way. Money is the way. To be honest, this is not information that the Mendigo section can collect. As much money as you invest, you cannot get the systematic information you are looking for. This goes beyond our specialty. Hey, yeah, that would work. What? Follow me, I'll give you information. Wei Yanho and Jangil went to the bustling Kaifeng district. Will you give me information here? No, to be precise, it's in here. Realizing Jangil's incompetence, Wei Yanho became abrupt when he spoke. His way of speaking changed from the beginning, dealing with capable and incapable people. Jangil entered an alley on the corner of the bustling district. Why do you keep going into dark places, murder and extermination? This is fate. Jangil protested as if he had been hurt. Murder and extermination. Although the Mendigo sect was a prestigious Orthodox sect, there was no way that he, the leader of a branch, would do such a thing. Then he walked through alley after alley and knocked on a side door located in the deepest place. After waiting a bit, an irritated voice flowed from within. Who is it? It's Jangil. Jangil. The beggar Jangil. Go ahead. When the door was opened, Jangil put Wei Yanho in. Unlike the derailed exterior, the interior was quite spacious. All over the space filled with acre smoke, gambling was taking place. A gambling house. Follow me. Jangil went in without hesitation and stopped in front of a door in the corner. Then the men blocking the door stood in their way. What is it? Jangil, a member of the Mendigo sect, has come to meet with the leader of the branch. Jangil. The men looked at Jangil from top to bottom and then nodded. Wait. A man came through the door, and after a while the door opened. Jangil entered and Wei Yanho followed him. When they entered through the door, the outside appeared again. A house. They had entered a building, but in front of them was a fairly large house. However, the house was blocked by walls everywhere, and this door was the only way out. Jangil opened the door and entered. Is the leader of the branch here? Then a woman from the inside greeted Jangil. It's unusual for Foxdog to come looking for this place. She was a woman in a very distinctive outfit, but Wei Yanho's interest wasn't there. Zorro Dog. Jangil smiled bitterly. It's my epithet. Your epithet is Foxdog because you're like a fox and like a dog. Because I'm smart and loyal. The same difference. Anyway, Foxdog. Foxdog. Your epithet is Foxdog. Pewage. Jangil held his head in his hands. Foxdog, your epithet is Foxdog. What kind of Foxdog epithet is that? A light dew formed in Jangil's eyes. How did he come to have an epithet so similar to that of Foxdog? Jangil desperately ignored Wei Yanho, who held his stomach and laughed, and spoke to the woman before him. I need information. This is really unusual. Does the head of Kaifeng's branch come to the How Gate to ask for information? The situation got like this. Is Beggar Sect making an official request? That's not all. Before Jangil's firm words, the woman shook her hand with disdain. Then there's no reason to answer. It's not what I want. A customer. This person. Jangil pointed to Wei Yanho. The woman honestly expressed her impression of Wei Yanho. A beggar. I keep telling you it's not like that. Really? Wei Yanho was offended, but the woman seemed even more bewildered. You're kidding, it's not even a petition from the Mendigo section, and the client is a beggar. Someone being a beggar doesn't mean everyone is from the beggar sect. I swear this person is not a member of the beggar sect. For something Foxdog says, the trick is too superficial. There's nothing here, so please go. I keep telling you, I really don't. Jangil wanted to go crazy and jump everywhere. I had to sort this out somehow to send away this damn incarnation of disaster, but the leader of Howgate's Kaifeng branch would not believe his words at all. Say something. I'm not from the beggar sect. Don't joke with us. Am I serious? The woman's irritation reached its peak. Kaifeng is where the seat of the beggar sect is located. The existence that Howgate, who lives with information, finds more problematic is precisely the section of the Mendigo, and thanks to this, the branch office of Howgate to Kaifeng was in a sense one of the most dangerous and important places. As they recognize the existence of the other, they are not openly pursued, but implicit controls are always produced. They live together but at the same time are the most dangerous enemies. That is the relationship between the Mendigo sect and the Howgate. Now the head of the branch of that beggar sect, and not any branch chief but the head of the branch of Kaifeng, had come to the Howgate asking for information, doing those tricks. And what a transparent trick to present someone who is clearly a beggar to anyone and say he's not a member of the beggar sect, so we should give him information. This was a provocation and a mockery. If they let this happen, Howgate's reputation would fall on the ground. If you keep making fun of us like this, we will not tolerate it. Please remember that we also have our pride. I'm not making fun of you. What would make you believe me? So the head of the branch and that person are complete strangers. That's right. So it wouldn't matter if that person died. Jang Il sighed. He understood what the woman in front of him meant. It was also the most accurate way to prove that they had no relationship. It's true, but it's someone I brought. So what are you trying to do? Well, Jang Il was equally frustrated. To send Wei Yanho away, he needed Howgate's information. But the Howgate was not a place where information was sold just because Wei Yanho was alone. The information handled by the Howgate contained so many secret elements that selling it to anyone could easily cause serious problems. In the end, to get so far, they needed Jang Il with his confirmed identity, but conversely, as Jang Il had come, they would not sell information. It was a situation in which neither this nor that could be done. How did I get into something like that? Jang Il died trying to find the best solution. At that time, Wei Yanho stepped forward. Excuse me, ma'am. And so Wei Yanho took control of the Kaifeng subdivision in an instant. I'm thirsty. Bring me water. The bowl is dirty. Bring him in a new bowl, you foolish beggar. Is it warm? Get on the mountain and bring cold, clean water. How many times do I have to tell you to understand? Wei Yanho felt like in heaven. Everything was resolved as soon as he opened his mouth. Even when he was at home, he had never enjoyed such luxury by standing still. Do I have natural characteristics to be a beggar? Once he left everything and agreed to be a beggar, a new world opened up. On the contrary, the beggar sect beggars wandered through hell. Hey, hasn't the information we requested from the station arrived yet? Well, they said it would take 7 days and 7 nights. Who said that information would take 7 days and 7 nights? Yeah, got it. Wei Yanho stretched. Is it okay if I go out for a while? What reason would you have to move in? A cold sweat dripped through Jang Il's forehead. From his perspective, Wei Yanho was like a walking bomb. Even without begging, the mere fact of being seen was enough to threaten his survival. He was a terrifying god of disaster. I just want to enjoy the warm sun. What's wrong with that? The roof. Mr. Rama's chief without that roof will freeze in the rain. Do you want me to tear your stomach apart? I'll take it down. Wei Yanho frowned. But then it will be cold at nights. You heard him, put him back at nights. Yes. During the 3 days he waited for information, Jang Il's blood dried up. The food didn't go down his throat, and the cold sweat ran through his throat naturally. Meanwhile, Wei Yanho spent time hanging around in bed. No matter how much the people around him supported him, anyone would get bored while lying down for 3 days, but Wei Yanho had no intention of getting up at all. Each meal offered the best cuisine, and even a single sip of water was of first quality, clear, cold, and clean, freshly extracted from the streams of the mountain valley. When it was hot, fans came from everywhere, and when it was cold, they gave us the best duvet of mandarin duck feathers. Although it was a bit dirty, by Wei Yanho standards, this place was a real paradise. During those 3 days, Jang Il and the beggars were reduced to skin and bones. Lord Chief of Rama, at this rate we will die first. Is the information still far away? They say they'll be sending it soon, but when exactly will that soon be? Should I really go and meet the Mendigo King? Instead, how about we come up with another plan? Another plan? Well, anyway, there's nowhere to escape, as silently as mice and birds. Are you the leader of a demonic sect? But the situation is... Wow. Actually, Jangil had not considered such thoughts. However, the problem was that if there was a voice that the beggar sect beggars had murdered a poor beggar merchant, the seed of the beggars in Kaifeng could dry up completely. Let's wait a minute and spread the word discreetly that the beggars of the Mendigo sect have welcomed and fed that poor beggar. Will we get into the manipulation of public opinion? Discreetly. Understood. Another day passed like this, and the communication came from headquarters. Jangil grabbed the document that had arrived and ran to Wei Yanho like lightning. The information you were looking for is here. Oh yeah, you're early. Hurry up and read it. Please go away, you bastard who'll die drowning in shitty water. The last words couldn't get out of his mouth. Wei Yanho, who was browsing the document, frowned. Is this all there is? Oh. Are you going to sell this as information? Jangil took the document from Wei Yanho. Then he read it frantically. Wow. What had come as information was half written and half marked as unknown. It was a half-done document with little information scattered everywhere. This is the best they could do. Are you sure? What beggars know is just rumors, and we tend to focus on information about martial arts. The Mendigo sect isn't a big deal either. They don't know how to beg or collect information. Wow. Jangil's pride as a member of the beggar sect was shattered into pieces. Still, you have to complete what needs to be completed. What is this? What am I supposed to do with this? Well, you can't help it. I'll wait a little longer, so when you have the right information, tell me again. More? Of course. No, if you want more information, the price goes up a lot. Wei Yanho rose from his seat. Then there is no choice. You're leaving. I'll be back at night. Where are you going? You said you needed money, didn't you? Jangil ran desperately and pulled Wei Yanho back to sit down. Calm down, there has to be a way. Money is the way. To be honest, this is not information that the Mendigo section can collect. As much money as you invest, you cannot get the systematic information you are looking for. This goes beyond our specialty. Hey, yeah, that would work. What? Follow me, I'll give you information. Wei Yanho and Jangil went to the bustling Kaifeng district. Will you give me information here? No, to be precise, it's in here. Realizing Jangil's incompetence, Wei Yanho became abrupt when he spoke. His way of speaking changed from the beginning, dealing with capable and incapable people. Jangil entered an alley on the corner of the bustling district. Why do you keep going into dark places, murder and extermination? This is fate. Jangil protested as if he had been hurt. Murder and extermination. Although the Mendigo sect was a prestigious Orthodox sect, there was no way that he, the leader of a branch, would do such a thing. Then he walked through alley after alley and knocked on a side door located in the deepest place. After waiting a bit, an irritated voice flowed from within. Who is it? It's Jangil. Jangil. The beggar Jangil. Go ahead. When the door was opened, Jangil put Wei Yanho in. Unlike the derailed exterior, the interior was quite spacious. All over the space filled with acre smoke, gambling was taking place. A gambling house. Follow me. Jangil went in without hesitation and stopped in front of a door in the corner. Then the men blocking the door stood in their way. What is it? Jangil, a member of the Mendigo sect, has come to meet with the leader of the branch. Jangil. The men looked at Jangil from top to bottom and then nodded. Wait. A man came through the door, and after a while the door opened. Jangil entered and Wei Yanho followed him. When they entered through the door, the outside appeared again. A house. They had entered a building, but in front of them was a fairly large house. However, the house was blocked by walls everywhere, and this door was the only way out. Jangil opened the door and entered. Is the leader of the branch here? Then a woman from the inside greeted Jangil. It's unusual for Foxdog to come looking for this place. She was a woman in a very distinctive outfit, but Wei Yanho's interest wasn't there. Zorro dog. Jangil smiled bitterly. It's my epithet. Your epithet is foxdog because you're like a fox and like a dog. Because I'm smart and loyal. The same difference. Anyway, foxdog, foxdog. Foxdog. Your epithet is foxdog. Pewage. Jangil held his head in his hands. Foxdog, your epithet is foxdog. What kind of foxdog epithet is that? A light dew formed in Jangil's eyes. How did he come to have an epithet so similar to that of foxdog? Jangil desperately ignored Wei Yanho, who held his stomach and laughed, and spoke to the woman before him. I need information. This is really unusual. Does the head of Kaifeng's branch come to the Hao Gate to ask for information? The situation got like this. Is Beggar Sect making an official request? That's not all. Before Jangil's firm words, the woman shook her hand with disdain. Then there's no reason to answer. It's not what I want. A customer. This person. Jangil pointed to Wei Yanho. The woman honestly expressed her impression of Wei Yanho. A beggar. I keep telling you it's not like that. Really? Wei Yanho was offended, but the woman seemed even more bewildered. You're kidding, it's not even a petition from the Mendigo section, and the client is a beggar. Someone being a beggar doesn't mean everyone is from the beggar sect. I swear this person is not a member of the beggar sect. For something Foxdog says, the trick is too superficial. There's nothing here, so please go. I keep telling you, I really don't. Jangil wanted to go crazy and jump everywhere. I had to sort this out somehow to send away this damn incarnation of disaster, but the leader of Hao Gate's Kaifeng branch would not believe his words at all. Say something. I'm not from the beggar sect. Don't joke with us. Am I serious? The woman's irritation reached its peak. Kaifeng is where the seat of the beggar sect is located. The existence that Hao Gate, who lives with information, finds more problematic is precisely the section of the Mendigo, and thanks to this, the branch office of Hao Gate to Kaifeng was in a sense one of the most dangerous and important places. As they recognize the existence of the other, they are not openly pursued, but implicit controls are always produced. They live together but at the same time are the most dangerous enemies. That is the relationship between the Mendigo sect and the Hao Gate. Now the head of the branch of that beggar sect, and not any branch chief but the head of the branch of Kaifeng, had come to the Hao Gate asking for information, doing those tricks. And what a transparent trick to present someone who was clearly a beggar to anyone and say he's not a member of the beggar sect, so we should give him information. This was a provocation and a mockery. If they let this happen, Hao Gate's reputation would fall on the ground. If you keep making fun of us like this, we will not tolerate it. Please remember that we also have our pride. I'm not making fun of you. What would make you believe me? So the head of the branch and that person are complete strangers. That's right. So it wouldn't matter if that person died. Jangil sighed. He understood what the woman in front of him meant. It was also the most accurate way to prove that they had no relationship. It's true, but it's someone I brought. So what are you trying to do? Well, Jangil was equally frustrated. To send Wei Yanho away, he needed Hao Gate's information. But the Hao Gate was not a place where information was sold just because Wei Yanho was alone. The information handled by the Hao Gate contained so many secret elements that selling it to anyone could easily cause serious problems. In the end, to get so far, they needed Jangil with his confirmed identity, but conversely, as Jangil had come, they would not sell information. It was a situation in which neither this nor that could be done. How did I get into something like that? Jangil died trying to find the best solution. At that time, Wei Yanho stepped forward. Excuse me, ma'am. And so Wei Yanho took control of the Kaifeng subdivision in an instant. I'm thirsty. Bring me water. The bowl is dirty. Bring him in a new bowl, you foolish beggar. Is it warm? Get on the mountain and bring cold, clean water. How many times do I have to tell you to understand? Wei Yanho felt like in heaven. Everything was resolved as soon as he opened his mouth. Even when he was at home, he had never enjoyed such luxury by standing still. Do I have natural characteristics to be a beggar? Once he left everything and agreed to be a beggar, a new world opened up. On the contrary, the beggar sect beggars wandered through hell. Hey, hasn't the information we requested from the station arrived yet? Well, they said it would take 7 days and 7 nights. Who said that information would take 7 days and 7 nights? Yeah, got it. Wei Yanho stretched. Is it okay if I go out for a while? What reason would you have to move in? A cold sweat dripped through Jang Il's forehead. From his perspective, Wei Yanho was like a walking bomb. Even without begging, the mere fact of being seen was enough to threaten his survival. He was a terrifying god of disaster. I just want to enjoy the warm sun. What's wrong with that? The roof. Mr. Rama's chief without that roof will freeze in the rain. Do you want me to tear your stomach apart? I'll take it down. Wei Yanho frowned. But then it will be cold at nights. You heard him put him back at nights. Yes. During the 3 days he waited for information, Jang Il's blood dried up. The food didn't go down his throat, and the cold sweat ran through his throat naturally. Meanwhile, Wei Yanho spent time hanging around in bed. No matter how much the people around him supported him, anyone would get bored while lying down for 3 days, but Wei Yanho had no intention of getting up at all. Each meal offered the best cuisine, and even a single sip of water was of first quality, clear, cold, and clean, freshly extracted from the streams of the mountain valley. When it was hot, fans came from everywhere, and when it was cold, they gave us the best duvet of mandarin duck feathers. Although it was a bit dirty, by Wei Yanho standards, this place was a real paradise. During those 3 days, Jang Il and the beggars were reduced to skin and bones. Lord Chief of Rama, at this rate we will die first. Is the information still far away? They say they'll be sending it soon, but when exactly will that soon be? Should I really go and meet the Mendigo King? Instead, how about we come up with another plan? Another plan? Well, anyway, there's nowhere to escape, as silently as mice and birds. Are you the leader of a demonic sect? But the situation is... Wow. Actually, Jang Il had not considered such thoughts. However, the problem was that if there was a voice that the beggar sect beggars had murdered a poor beggar merchant, the seed of the beggars in Kaifeng could dry up completely. Let's wait a minute and spread the word discreetly that the beggars of the Mendigo sect have welcomed and fed that poor beggar. Will we get into the manipulation of public opinion? Discreetly. Understood. Another day passed like this, and the communication came from headquarters. Jang Il grabbed the document that had arrived and ran to Wei Yanho like lightning. The information you were looking for is here. Oh yeah, you're early. Hurry up and read it. Please go away, you bastard who'll die drowning in shitty water. The last words couldn't get out of his mouth. Wei Yanho, who was browsing the document, frowned. Is this all there is? Oh. Are you going to sell this as information? Jang Il took the document from Wei Yanho. Then he read it frantically. Wow. What had come as information was half written and half marked as unknown. It was a half-done document, with little information scattered everywhere. This is the best they could do. Are you sure? What beggars know is just rumors, and we tend to focus on information about martial arts. The Mendigo sect isn't a big deal either. They don't know how to beg or collect information. Wow. Jang Il's pride as a member of the beggar sect was shattered into pieces. Still, you have to complete what needs to be completed. What is this? What am I supposed to do with this? Well, you can't help it. I'll wait a little longer, so when you have the right information, tell me again. More? Of course. No, if you want more information, the price goes up a lot. Wei Yanho rose from his seat. Then there is no choice. You're leaving. I'll be back at night. Where are you going? You said you needed money, didn't you? Jang Il ran desperately and pulled Wei Yanho back to sit down. Calm down, there has to be a way. Money is the way. To be honest, this is not information that the Mendigo section can collect. As much money as you invest, you cannot get the systematic information you are looking for. This goes beyond our specialty. Hey, yeah, that would work. What? Follow me, I'll give you information. Wei Yanho and Jang Il went to the bustling Kaifeng district. Will you give me information here? No, to be precise, it's in here. Realizing Jang Il's incompetence, Wei Yanho became abrupt when he spoke. His way of speaking changed from the beginning, dealing with capable and incapable people. Jang Il entered an alley on the corner of the bustling district. Why do you keep going into dark places, murder and extermination? This is fate. Jang-il protested as if he had been hurt. Murder and extermination. Although the Mendigo sect was a prestigious Orthodox sect, there was no way that he, the leader of a branch, would do such a thing. Then he walked through alley after alley and knocked on a side door located in the deepest place. After waiting a bit, an irritated voice flowed from within. Who is it? It's Jang-il. Jang-il. The beggar Jang-il. Go ahead. When the door was opened, Jang-il put Wei Yanho in. Unlike the derailed exterior, the interior was quite spacious. All over the space filled with acre smoke, gambling was taking place. A gambling house. Follow me. Jang-il went in without hesitation and stopped in front of a door in the corner. Then the men blocking the door stood in their way. What is it? Jang-il, a member of the Mendigo sect, has come to meet with the leader of the branch. Jang-il. The men looked at Jang-il from top to bottom and then nodded. Wait. A man came through the door, and after a while the door opened. Jang-il entered and Wei Yanho followed him. When they entered through the door, the outside appeared again. A house. They had entered a building, but in front of them was a fairly large house. However, the house was blocked by walls everywhere, and this door was the only way out. Jang-il opened the door and entered. Is the leader of the branch here? Then a woman from the inside greeted Jang-il. It's unusual for Foxdog to come looking for this place. She was a woman in a very distinctive outfit, but Wei Yanho's interest wasn't there. Zorro dog. Jang-il smiled bitterly. It's my epithet. Your epithet is Foxdog because you're like a fox and like a dog. Because I'm smart and loyal. The same difference. Anyway, Foxdog, Foxdog. Foxdog. Your epithet is Foxdog. Pewage. Jang-il held his head in his hands. Foxdog, your epithet is Foxdog. What kind of Foxdog epithet is that? A light dew formed in Jang-il's eyes. How did he come to have an epithet so similar to that of Foxdog? Jang-il desperately ignored Wei Yanho, who held his stomach and laughed, and spoke to the woman before him. I need information. This is really unusual. Does the head of Kaifeng's branch come to the How Gate to ask for information? The situation got like this. Is Beggar Sect making an official request? That's not all. Before Jang-il's firm words, the woman shook her hand with disdain. Then there's no reason to answer. It's not what I want. A customer. This person. Jang-il pointed to Wei Yanho. The woman honestly expressed her impression of Wei Yanho. A beggar. I keep telling you it's not like that. Really? Wei Yanho was offended, but the woman seemed even more bewildered. You're kidding, it's not even a petition from the Mendigo section, and the client is a beggar. Someone being a beggar doesn't mean everyone is from the beggar sect. I swear this person is not a member of the beggar sect. For something Foxdog says, the trick is too superficial. There's nothing here, so please go. I keep telling you, I really don't. Jang-il wanted to go crazy and jump everywhere. I had to sort this out somehow to send away this damn incarnation of disaster, but the leader of How Gate's Kaifeng branch would not believe his words at all. Say something. I'm not from the beggar sect. Don't joke with us. Am I serious? The woman's irritation reached its peak. Kaifeng is where the seat of the beggar sect is located. The existence that How Gate, who lives with information, finds more problematic is precisely the section of the Mendigo, and thanks to this, the branch office of How Gate to Kaifeng was in a sense one of the most dangerous and important places. As they recognize the existence of the other, they are not openly pursued, but implicit controls are always produced. They live together, but at the same time are the most dangerous enemies. That is the relationship between the Mendigo sect and the How Gate. Now the head of the branch of that beggar sect, and not any branch chief but the head of the branch of Kaifeng, had come to the How Gate asking for information, doing those tricks. And what a transparent trick to present someone who is clearly a beggar to anyone and say he's not a member of the beggar sect, so we should give him information. This was a provocation and a mockery. If they let this happen, How Gate's reputation would fall on the ground. If you keep making fun of us like this, we will not tolerate it. Please remember that we also have our pride. I'm not making fun of you. What would make you believe me? So the head of the branch and that person are complete strangers. That's right. so it wouldn't matter if that person died. Jang Il sighed. He understood what the woman in front of him meant. It was also the most accurate way to prove that they had no relationship. It's true, but it's someone I brought. So what are you trying to do? Well, Jang Il was equally frustrated. To send Wei Yanho away, he needed How Gate's information. But the How Gate was not a place where information was sold just because Wei Yanho was alone. The information handled by the How Gate contained so many secret elements that selling it to anyone could easily cause serious problems. In the end, to get so far, they needed Jang Il with his confirmed identity, but conversely, as Jang Il had come, they would not sell information. It was a situation in which neither this nor that could be done. How did I get into something like that? Jang Il died trying to find the best solution. At that time, Wei Yanho stepped forward. Excuse me, ma'am. Scream. Blood vessels bulging on the forehead of Ghost Lady, head of the Hao clan branch of Kaifeng. Aunt of a single woman. She was already worried about the appearance of wrinkles lately, and now he called her straight girl. I'm telling you, I'm not really a member of the beggar sect. How will you prove it? This aunt is being ridiculous, auntie. Are you really from the Hao clan? That's right. How are you gonna prove it? Because I'm here. Then I'm also from the Hao clan. Because I'm here. I have someone who can testify for me. I also have this beggar here who says I'm not from the beggar sect. You can't trust him. Then go and ask other beggar sect beggars. And isn't this place supposed to be an information organization? An information organization doesn't know if I'm a beggar sect beggar or not. And you still make a living selling information. You lack the basics. Blood vessels bulging in Ghost Lady's forehead. Kong Mu. Yes. When Ghost Lady opened her mouth, a voice was heard from the air. What is the identity of this person? Unknown. However, it does not belong to the beggar sect. Wei Yanho shrugged. Say, looking at Wei Yanho's triumphant face, Ghost Lady wanted to punch him. Seeing a skull-shaped face mocking her would probably be an experience she would never have in her life again. So now I can sell information, right? I won't sell it. What? I'm in a bad mood, so I won't sell it. Wei Yanho let a deep sigh escape. Commercial ethics has hit bottom. Even if someone offers to pay, you don't sell. The days of the Hao clan are numbered. You better be careful with that mouse. Well, it's not all bad. Kong Mu. Yes. Show him some manners. Yes. At that time, a pale figure appeared in front of Wei Yanho. Tusk. Jang Il was tense, sensed the situation was going wrong, when someone appeared like a ghost in front of them. He extended his hand to save Wei Yanho. At that moment, bang! With a sharp and shocking sound, the pale figure was fired at tremendous speed and crashed into the wall. Ho! Ho! Jang Il and Ghost Lady opened their mouths simultaneously. But Wei Yanho, startled, ran to the person embedded in the wall. Are you okay? Oh, I'm sorry, that old senile has been beating me so hard that when someone tries to hit me, I fight back by reflex without realizing it, so if you had announced your attack in advance, I could have controlled it better. Kong Mu looked at Wei Yanho with stunned eyes. He could not understand how he had been counterattacked and thrown. He had definitely tried to grab Wei Yanho's neck, but when he regained consciousness, he was embedded on the ground. A teacher. And an incredibly skilled teacher, too. And does it hurt a lot? An incredibly heartbreaking teacher. Ghost Lady's attitude changed. I did not know that such an esteemed person had honored us with his presence. What are you talking about? But at the words of Wei Yanho, the Ghost Lady stopped getting excited. Someone who could annihilate Kong Mu in one stroke could not be an ordinary person. Jang Il was equally surprised. I thought I might be learning martial arts, but if an ordinary person were so democratized, he would die naturally. A person like that could walk normally meant that he was learning martial arts naturally. But the technique Wei Yanho had just shown was something Jang Il could not understand, a truly rapid technique. A monster. The Kaifeng branch of the Hao clan was, in a way, the most dangerous place. Located right in front of the headquarters of the beggar sect, its importance was indescribable. Therefore, Kaifeng's branch was made up of the elite chosen by the Hao clan. Originally, it should have been operated by the absolute elite who handled murder and force rather than information. No matter how much the Hao clan was not specialized in force, living in dealing with the dark information of the world meant facing threats constantly. Therefore, the Hao clan spared no money or time in training its elites. Hao clan elite certainly was not inferior to the elite of any martial family. And yet he was knocked out with one blow. Zhang Il reflected. Could you achieve the same result as Wei Yanho? Zhang Il shook his head. He'd need at least 20 seconds. In other words, Wei Yanho was much stronger than Zhang Il. This had quite significant implications. Ghost Lady looked at Zhang Il with cold eyes. You don't seem to have come with good intentions. Zhang Il let a deep sigh escape. Section Chief Gui, I don't know if you'll believe me, but the truth is, I didn't come with those intentions. And the reason you brought that person was because of that. That's right. You drag a tiger into a rabbit's den and say you came just because you needed skin. It's hard to believe, but it's the truth. The ghost lady silently looked at Zhang Il and then nodded. I'll trust the words of the head of Kai Feng's branch. Thank you. However, giving them information is a separate matter. In any case, it is true that it injured our staff. We must receive adequate compensation for it. Compensation. There's no special compensation in the underworld. Blood for blood, life for life, 4 shadows. At once, 4 figures dressed in black appeared from the ground. Wei Yanho was impressed. Everyone here appears in mysterious ways. The ghost lady looked at the quiet Wei Yanho and spoke. I don't know what your purpose is, but since you hurt our staff, you won't go well either. I told you it wasn't intentional. You tried to hit me first, so I unconsciously gave you a little tap. The ghost lady frowned at Wei Yanho's frivolous appearance. 4 shadows. They were being stationed at the branch in preparation for possible conflicts with the Mendigo sect. Even though such people had revealed themselves, that skull-shaped bastard was completely calm, as if it were not a problem at all. The method of the underworld is simple. If an arm is cut off, the extremities are cut off, and if a cheek is slapped, we slice it off. Like the calculation of a lender. So we will be generous and just cut the meat off your face. Well then. Wei Yanho gently touched his face and made a sad expression. Hey, what? I'm sorry, but I don't have any meat on my face. Till the end. The demon fire rose in Ghost Lady's eyes. Kill him. The 4 shadows fell upon Wei Yanho with the speed of lightning. Wait, you said you'd cut the skin off your face, and now you say kill again. Interest accumulates in an instant. What a terrifying compound interest. Wei Yanho trembled as he watched the black swords flying wickedly. Obviously, those black swords seemed to be covered with poison so powerful that even a scratch could melt the flesh. But Wei Yanho didn't move. Zhut. Even as Zhang Il screamed, Wei Yanho remained calm. Finally, the 4 swords were about to fasten Wei Yanho's body like a kebab. Wei Yanho hasn't moved yet. Whistling. Instead, with a strange air-cutting sound, the 4 swords pierced Wei Yanho's body. Ghost Lady let slip a sigh of relief. As he had the ability to destroy Kongmu with one blow, he was prepared to lose 2 or 3 of the 4 shadows. Fortunately, however, Wei Yanho offered his body without any particular resistance. This is the price for raising in the Hao clan. An immediate response came to Ghost Lady's words. I never made a fuss. Ghost Lady looked at Wei Yanho in shock. Wei Yanho was standing quietly. Even though the swords of the 4 shadows had pierced him, he remained there as if nothing had happened. What? She had clearly seen the swords of the 4 shadows pierce her body. But why did he stay there so calm and without a single wound? Even if it had been brushed, the 7-step short soul venom that covered the swords should have killed his life. How? I dodged it. Say when? I dodged them one by one. Don't move. At once, the movement of the 4 shadows to nail their swords into the body of Wei Yanho stopped again completely. It wasn't his own will. By the time Wei Yanho spoke, they could not move a muscle, as if their bodies were trapped in a web. Their bodies had escaped their control. What the hell? Could anyone do this just because their martial arts were strong? What kind of supernatural power was this? Wei Yanho spoke quietly. My teacher said you can forgive yourself once, but not twice. Whoever attacks twice can attack 3 or 4 times, so never leave any future problems behind. I hate that old man, but I'm sure he never says anything bad, so if you attack me one more time, I'll avoid future problems, but I still don't want to kill people, so don't move. Wei Yanho looked at the ghost lady. My father said so too. If you are going to use your hands, never think of mercy. My brother said the same. Indifference will strangle me. Once I use my hands, I will never finish half. The ghost lady, meeting Wei Yanho's eyes, felt terror as if she had fallen into an ice cave. This was something different from martial arts. An indefinable and fundamental terror. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ghost lady nodded unconsciously. Then give the order. Return. Suitably. Remove now. Ghost lady screamed like she was squealing. Blow deaf, knock deaf. The 4 shadows plummeted on the ground as if they were falling. His clothes had been soaked in cold sweat for a long time. Humiliation and despair of having their bodies under the will of another, and the terror that they could be killed instantly if they so desired. That terror had completely exhausted them. Ghost lady finally noticed. The person in front of me wasn't someone they could handle. Even now, if he wanted to, he could take their lives in the blink of an eye. He was someone you should never touch. Ghost lady bit her lips hard. Now she had to get back together. They'd already put their heads in a tiger's mouth. If she could not recover, the Kaifeng branch of the Hao clan could disappear today. What do you want? If the force didn't work, all that was left was negotiation. If he made unreasonable demands, Kaifeng's branch office would be doomed today. Information, I told you. So what kind of information? Hey, where did that document go? Jangil pulled a document out of his chest. I've got it. Jangil gave the document to the ghost lady. Please fill in the blanks. Ghost lady opened the document with trembling hands. Oh. After reading the document for a long time, the ghost lady raised her head in silence and looked at Jangil. Yes, this information. That's right. You couldn't stand it. No, rather, it is so trivial that. The demon fire rose in Ghost Lady's eyes. Head of Kaifeng branch. Yes, I'll definitely return this favor. I'm sorry. Jangil bowed his head deeply. Seeing Ghost Lady's eyes full of resentment, he thought that sleeping in peace was over from today. The cold rice he asked for was poisoned, and when he slept, poisonous needles fell from the ceiling. Ghost Lady trembled as she stared at Jangil for a long time, then turned to Wei Yanho. Is this really the information you want? That's what I've been saying. It's not difficult, however. It will take time to find the information. Can you wait? Yes. Then please wait a minute, and the head of Kaifeng's branch. Yes. Could you see me for a moment? Yes. Jangil followed Ghost Lady like a cow taken to the slaughterhouse. From Jangil's perspective, it could be unfair, but since he was the cause of all these problems, he had nothing to say in his defense. Since his position overlapped with Ghost Lady's, they had some friendship and knowledge, which made it difficult to ignore. Jangil returned a little later, with the eyes of a bluish-black man. Seeing this, Wei Yanho burst into laughter. How did they scold you? It's not that. No, but how can someone who is head of the beggar sect be beaten? You don't know how cruel that woman is. You better take a hit and get this over with. You're really easy to convince. Don't say that. You're an easy prey. I said no more. Wei Yanho shook and asked, Are you gonna hit me? Pewage. Jangil carefully lowered his raised fist. Had it been a while ago, I would have had the courage to carry forward grunting, but after witnessing Wei Yanho's martial arts, he gained enough judgment to distinguish whether that was suicide or not. The Mendigo sect is not much either. The Hao clan is stronger. Is that woman a normal member of the Hao clan? Isn't he the head of a clan or branch of the same level? That woman's is the daughter of the leader of the Hao clan. Oh. The next clan leader, a woman who grew up eating spiritual medicine, as if she were rice and chewing spiritual pills, as if they were iron bars. How could such a person be controlled? Well, even so, your positions are the same. Wow. The ghost lady came in at the time. I have brought the information you requested. Thank you. However, from our side too. Yes. We have principles. Ho. When Wei Yanho bowed his head, Zhang Il explained instead. Information fee. Information rate. How much? 5 nyong. That's not much. Wei Yanho took 5 coins out of his pocket and handed them to him. What? Even if they mocked us, we couldn't resist, but if we didn't get the information fee, we couldn't provide it. Even if they killed us all, the principles of the Hao clan wouldn't change. What are you talking about? Zhang Il touched Wei Yanho's ribs. 5 silver nyong. What kind of information fee is so expensive? It includes first-class information. That's why the price is a little high. 5 nyong silver. Wei Yanho began to take out all the coins he had stored in his pocket and count them. I don't have enough. I'm sorry, but if it's not enough, we can't provide the information. You can't just sell me the value of a separate silver nyong. That's hard. Then there is no choice. Wei Yanho turned around without any regrets. Where are you going? I have to go make money. Oh. If I don't have enough money, I have to earn it. No, you can't. What can I do? What should I do then? Hyuk, in the end it all comes to this. Zhang Il could not control the tears that flowed from his eyes. In the end, Zhang Il was taken all the money Wei Yanho had previously earned for him, along with his hidden emergency funds, and even had to write a promissory note to cover the remainder. My heart hurts. Wei Yanho snapped his tongue as he looked at Zhang Il crying without stopping at the corner. You really are a fool, a complete fool. This was how Wei Yanho achieved his goal, even by extracting hidden emergency funds from Kaifeng's general branch office. Gui Nangnang delivered the documents, and Wei Yanho examined the materials he received. It's a different level than the materials the beggars picked up. It seems that their information organization is on another level. Hey, motherfucker, after you took me out to the emergency money I had on my bones, is that what you have to say? But it's the truth. Wei Yanho shrugged. And I have one more request. Please go ahead. I'd like to send a letter. Is it possible from here? It's possible. Then please send him to Guangdong. Is it expensive? It is more expensive than courier service. However, in this case, we can replace the fee by answering some questions. Well, if you do that, it will be good for me. Gui Nangnang asked quietly. What's your name? Wei Yanho. Age? Let's see, I'm 17. You're younger than me. Zhang Il rushed forward as if he felt wronged. Wei Yanho casually threw the hasty Zhang Il into a corner and looked at Gui Nangnang. 17. Gui Nangnang wondered whether he should trust Wei Yanho's response, which did not coincide at all with his appearance. His martial dexterity and appearance are definitely not those of a 17-year-old boy. Please tell me precisely. But is it true? Wei Yanho. After murmuring Wei Yanho's name for a moment, Gui Nangnang's eyes lit up. Guangdong. Wei Yanho. Will you be the young master Wei Yanho, the second son of Guangdong's Wei family? Hey, do you know me? Gui Nangnang nodded. I know you. How could I not know the second son of the Wei family? Besides, the Wei family once commissioned us to find the young teacher, so I know it even better. Really? Mei. At that moment, Zhang Il screamed surprised. Hey, Wei Yanho, the second son of the Wei family, are you Sanho's younger brother? Hey, you know my big brother. Gui Nangnang sighed. The second son of the Guangdong Wei family, who is known to have died, has returned. If you had returned just a year earlier, we could have received the commission. What a pity. The family charged you. Yes. They said they would give us 100 guan of gold if we found the young master. Zhang Il nodded. We also received such a commission. 100 gold guan. Wow, how rich our family is. Although he spoke calmly, Wei Yanho had to grab his tingling nose. His family had been looking for him all this time, and they had contributed as much as 100 guan of gold. They couldn't have prepared that much money easily. He could feel how desperate they should have been. If he could follow his heart, he'd want to come home right away. If it weren't for Beek Muhen's inner core embedded in his body, Wei Yanho would have gone straight home without thinking twice. Is the letter addressed to the Wei family? Yes. I'll take care of it. Do you write it now? Please do it. When the paper, brush, and ink were prepared, Wei Yanho wrote a letter to send home and handed it to Gui Nangnang. Here you go. The letter will take at least 10 days to reach Guangdong. I've waited 5 years, what's 10 days? Excuse me for the misunderstanding, as much as I saw it, you look like the beggar sect. After rotting in the mountains for 5 years, at first I was pretty soft and gentle, you know. And this? He pulled a red cloth out of his chest and extended it. What is this? It's a sign that you're a premium customer of the Hao clan. If you tie it where you're staying, our agents will find you. Is it because I paid a lot of money? It's not that. Please consider it delivered with our apologies. Is it free? That's not all either. Wei Yanho seemed down. Then it doesn't have much meaning. It'll be more useful than you think, we don't give it easily. Gui Nangnang smiled. 17-year-old with the ability to subdue Gongmu and Sajiom in one day. She could guarantee that there was no such person in the present Central Plains. It would take at least a generation back to find someone with similar abilities. In the martial world, where martial dexterity was the most important thing, someone with a force that did not correspond to his age was an extremely important existence. It wouldn't be wrong to create this connection. If you insist, I'll give up the information fee only next time. Really? I'm doing it on purpose. We don't want what happened here to distance the relationship between the Hao sect and you. But nothing really happened, did it? At the words of Wei Yanho, Zhang Il clenched his teeth. I even had to write an IOU, and I was completely broke. Well, that's common because you're naive. I'm not. Well, since everything is fixed, I'm leaving. Good journey. After Wei Yanho and Zhang Il left, Gui Nangnang spoke. Gong Mu. Yes, leader. Call headquarters immediately. The second son of the Wei family has returned. Yes. Gui Nangnang began to think while listening to Gong Mu's voice. At this time, this fact was known only to the Hao clan and the Mendigo sect. It would have been better if the beggar sect didn't know either, but it was still valuable information. I need to use this. Information has value when it is scarce. Besides, it wasn't just the simple fact that he had returned as a teacher that was important. While facing Wei Yanho, Gui Nangnang had tried an unimaginable level of fear. If that were possible only through martial dexterity, Gui Nangnang, who regularly met with the leaders of the Hao clan and influential figures of the martial world, would not have experienced it for the first time. There's something there. Wei Yanho had some sort of secret. Finding out that was what Gui Nangnang needed to do from now on. I'll be busy. After leaving the Hao clan, Zhang Il dried up his tears. My money. Money comes and goes, and a beggar should not be obsessed with money. You must be faithful to your true vocation. Kyuung. Zhang Il wanted to beat that odious bastard to death right away. But what could he do when he lacked strength? Now you have all the information, right? So there's no more business, is there? Well, there's a little problem. What now? I need to go pretty far. Then, I have no money to travel. Well, can I make some money here before I leave? Tears flowed from Zhang Il's eyes once again. After Wei Yanho again extracted supplies and other things from Zhang Il, he packed his belongings. Although he wanted to stay a little longer, with the thought that he needed to finish the tasks that his master had left him as quickly as possible to return home, he contained his laziness of his own free will, so it was practically the first time in his life. So great was Wei Yanho's longing for his home. Well, I'm leaving. Please go, just go. If you keep saying that I won't leave. Please go. Don't worry, I'll go. I'll see you soon. I won't see you again, even if I die. Really? Then there is no choice. Wei Yanho left the cabin. At the same time, all the beggars at Kaifeng branch shouted hurrah. He's gone. He's gone. To think I'd live to see someone plucking beggars. The worst test of my beggar life has passed. Buddha, please watch that scoundrel's Wei and make sure he never comes back here. Wei Yanho left for the road to receive a great farewell. And seeing the Wei Yanho figure walk away, Zhang Il kept thinking. The second son of the Wei family. The Kaifeng branch of the beggar sect. The branch located right in front of the head office. As the head office was in Kaifeng, the branch had virtually nothing to do. It was a name-only branch. The actual role of the Kaifeng branch was separate: to train future leaders to lead the Mendigo sect and nurture them. Therefore, the post of head of Kaifeng's branch was traditionally occupied by the Little Beggar's Beggar sect. The next leader of the Beggar sect, Little Mendigo Jangil, smiled as he watched the retired Wei Yanho figure. Sanho, it's a little different from what that friend said, but it's definitely a unique guy. Sanho would love to know. Jangil returned to the cabin to write a letter to send to Wei Sanho. While doing so, he looked at Wei Yanho one last time. It's unique, but I don't want to see it again. Wei Yanho walked slowly with his backpack on his back. Is this the beginning? He had obtained information about the places his teacher had mentioned. Now he had also decided where to go. Although he might have to travel far, his real journey was just beginning. I need to finish quickly and go home. I want to see Mom, Dad, and also Suryon. My older brothers. My brother Mo, is he going to hit me? Wei Yanho walked down the street whistling. Normally, it should have taken 10 days to get to the first destination. However, neither Wei Yanho nor Jangil knew. At the speed at which an ordinary person moved and the speed at which Wei Yanho moved were in different dimensions. Wei Yanho, who thought 10 days of provisions would be fine, realized when he ran out of all the provisions that had not even reached a quarter of his destination. Since he repeated the pattern of walking for 2 shijin and sleeping for 12 shijin, there was no way the provisions would last. Thus, when Wei Yanho came to his first destination by grasping his hungry stomach, it had already been a full month since his departure. At that time, I really thought I would never see him again. Guangquishan shivered as if he was shivering through the spine. No, I shouldn't have known him. I should have cut off all relationships with that guy. I shouldn't have done stupid things like contacting this Sanho guy. The historian had doubts in observing Guangquishan's appearance. No matter what, Guangquishan was someone who had served as leader of the mass sect called the Mendigo sect, and even now he was someone called a martial world legend. No matter how big it was said to be Wei Yanho, how could he shake Guangquishan to this point? Well, except for his somewhat peculiar personality, doesn't he seem to have any particular problems? At that time, Guangquishan fell over the historian like lightning and grabbed him by the neck. Do you believe that? Kuliak. Guangquishan released him and sighed deeply. Actually, I thought so too. Excuse me. I thought he was an interesting guy, even if he was unique and strange at the time, of course. What do you mean? I should have cut off all ties then. If I had, I wouldn't have experienced such terrible things later. Among those who got involved with Wei Yanho, not one had a good experience, not a single one. Well, Guangquishan continued with a trembling voice. Just take that place. Yes, the first place that guy went. Where did he go? Where do you think it is? I wouldn't know. The least suitable place for that guy, a learning room where books live and breathe. Don't tell me. That's right, the academic world. That quiet and peaceful study hall began to suffer sudden storms when that guy appeared. Well, the truth is that this guy brings disasters with him wherever he goes. Even if it's not intentional, accidents never stop where he goes. I should have known then. I later learned that the bastard had gone to the academic world. At first, I didn't believe it. Whatever happens, that subhuman bastard wouldn't fit into the academic world, even if he died. So I looked into it later, and that bastard did get into the academic world. Moreover, he had looked for Moon Yuechuan, recognized as the great scholar of 3 excellencies of his generation. That's why I found out. All those strange rumors that had been circulating about the great scholar of 3 excellencies were all that bastard's fault. Anyway, wherever you go, it just causes trouble. Meeting that bastard was the worst mistake of my life. Moon Yuechuan slowly lifted his cup of tea. Enjoying the tea path as you contemplate the blue sky on an afternoon in which the autumn mood had already been fully established was one of the pleasures long cherished by Moon Yuechuan. Especially on clear days like that, his mood was naturally rising, and he often looked up at the sky for a long time. While the fresh air was blowing and tickling on his cheek, Moon Yuechuan looked like a pleasant smile. On days like this, simply watching the distant sky quietly, doing nothing, calmed his heart. Learning is not only found in books. It is also learned in nature. At that time, a voice was heard that disturbed Moon Yuechuan's mood. Father. Moon Yuechuan's forehead shrunk slightly. He hated being disturbed while enjoying the way of tea more than anything in the world. But his daughter could not ignore this fact, so surely something had happened that justified interrupting his way of tea. He calmed his heart, which for a moment had agitated, and spoke. Go ahead. The door opened and his daughter Moon Yoonjae entered. What is it? Moon Yoonjae spoke with an expression of apology. A guest has come to see you. A guest? Yes. Moon Yuechuan bowed his head. Is there anyone who asked to see me today? There was no appointment. It is inappropriate to treat guests with carelessness. However, if you are a guest without an appointment, it would not be foolish to call you an uninvited guest. If you are an uninvited guest, kindly tell him not to be offended and to book an appointment before coming. Moon Yoonjae nodded. I will. Moon Yuechuan lifted her cup of tea and was about to nod when she asked in case. But what did they say was their business? Well, they said they wanted to participate in a hand conversation. What? At once Moon Yuechuan's eyebrows cracked. For someone who barely showed changes in expression, such a visible change in his face was not easy. Conversation of hands. Yes. The hand conversation meant go ahead. Moon Yuechuan was a well-known person with the title of Great Scholar of 3 excellencies in the academic world. One of the 3 excellences was scholarship, another was character, and the last was Go. He had taken part in hand conversations with renowned Go players from all over the country and had now ascended to a position where the title of National Master corresponded to him. TL/N, Go is a strategic table game where 2 players compete to control a territory using white and black stones. What? A slight smile formed on Moon Yuechuan's lips. While receiving the excessive title of National Master was certainly something to be happy about, it had made it increasingly difficult to find someone willing to engage in a hand talk with him in recent years. No matter how outstanding one's ability is, wouldn't it be sad if there was no one to share it with? The fact that someone came to play Go after so long captured Moon Yuechuan's interest. I've changed my mind. Moon Yoonjae hesitated a bit. But father, what is it? The guest dress is. The anger broke out on Moon Yuechuan's face. Now do you judge a guest by his attire? How rude is judging people by such superficial appearances, I have told you so many times, but what have you learned? Moon Yoonjae shook and bowed her head. I will bring them. Ahem. Moon Yuechuan let go of an upset cough with a clearly dissatisfied expression. Despite being her daughter, how much effort had she devoted to teaching her the foundations of Confucianism? However, the fact that she could not yet observe the most basic principles bothered Moon Yuechuan. She's not usually that kind of girl. If only her gender were different, she would be a girl with the qualities not only to achieve fame and honor, but also to become a great scholar. But why did she show such a disappointing side today? After a while, Moon Yoonjae entered the room again. And someone followed her back. Moon Yuechuan's eyes were wide open. Moon Yuechuan looked at Moon Yoonjae. His face was slightly blushing. Moon Yuechuan looked at Moon Yoonjae with eyes full of repentance. He had said that people should not be judged for their clothing, but how could he imagine that he would be someone like that? The appearance of the person who had entered the room after Moon Yoonjae was extremely strange. His long, rough hair covered his face, and judging by the time he did not wash, a smell of moisture stormed his nose. His clothes were no different from rags that were ashamed to call clothes, and even those rags were so blackened by dirt that they could not even be used as cleaning cloths. In addition, the face that appeared through his long hair was actually skin and bones, to the point that it would not be wrong to call him skull, and his arms and legs were terribly emaciated. He was really someone who fit perfectly with the description of a strange person. Ahem. Moon Yuechuan coughed to calm his startled heart. Throughout his life, he never imagined anyone would visit someone else's house in such a state. But Moon Yuechuan didn't lose his manners. Welcome. When he greeted him with a smile, the strange person spoke. I hope my sudden visit has not been a nuisance. Moon Yuechuan looked at the strange person with curious eyes. Unlike his appearance, it was a rather courteous greeting. A nuisance? How is it possible? A guest's visit is one of the pleasures of a scholar. So you said you wanted to have a hand conversation with me. That's all I know how to do. It was a strange answer. All right, then I'll get ready. Moon Yuechuan signaled Moon Yoonjae to prepare the Go board. but I didn't have any special expectations. Looking at the look of the strange person, he didn't seem to be a great expert on Go. It was not a question of dismissing the opponent on the basis of his clothing, but of a natural assumption. Go is not something you can study on your own. There was no other shortcut than learning from someone with skill or ability to build through an extensive game. But looking at the opponent's dress, it didn't seem like he'd spent long periods with someone versed in Go, nor did he seem to have played much. He probably heard his name and was thinking of using Go as an excuse to get food. Moon Yuechuan had enough to play moderately with the opponent and then help him a little. While it was unfortunate to waste time, it was something he himself had looked for, so who could he blame? They brought the board of Go and Moon Yuechuan took the white ones. As soon as Go's board arrived, the strange person took a stone without saying a word and made his move. John. With a clear sound, Go's stone fell upon the little eye. Moon Yuechuan straightened out his stance. The leisure that had prevailed on his face moments earlier had already vanished without a trace. Those with some knowledge of Go could evaluate their opponent's skill level to some extent simply by watching him place stones. While they could not know the exact level of skill, they could easily determine whether the opponent was someone who had played Go extensively or was a beginner. However, contrary to his outward appearance, the way the strange person placed the stones of Go was definitely not that of a beginner. A Go player who has experienced countless games through hundreds of battles. Although he did not know why that person was wearing such an outfit, that did not matter at the time. The important thing was that, after an unimaginably long time, a Go player he wanted to face was right in his eyes. Moon Yuechuan abandoned his attitude of demeaning his opponent and showed a pleasant smile. It seemed like I could play a fun game of Go again after a long time. What? A cold sweat pearled Moon Yuechuan's forehead. Proper to someone named Great Scholar of Three Excellencies, Moon Yuechuan's face was already stiff because of the tension. If those who knew him had seen this scene, they would have rubbed their eyes several times, wondering what the hell was going on. The Great Scholar of the Three Excellencies breaking in cold sweat, and while playing Go. The person who had made him so tense was naturally the strange person sitting in front of him. The strange person's ability exceeded Moon Yuechuan's expectations. It wasn't just that it was good, but to the point that Moon Yuechuan had to admit that he found it difficult to predict the result himself. The strange person's Go skill was tremendous enough to tense Moon Yuechuan, whose ability could compete for first place in the world. Amazing! Speaking coldly in pure Go, Moon Yuechuan no doubt surpassed the stranger. While his skill was excellent, it was still not enough to face Moon Yuechuan. But the way the strange person played Go had the power to make even Moon Yuechuan shake his head unintentionally. Moon Yuechuan played the Go eagerly, without going against the natural order. He never overstepped and built influence little by little. He kept out of the opponent's threats and always got what he needed. Therefore, those who played Go with Moon Yuechuan ended up playing strange games in which they could not find any particular mistakes or major mistakes, but when they looked at the results, they had been completely defeated. But the strange person was all the opposite of Moon Yuechuan. His Go style was like an angry typhoon. Even when it wasn't time to start a fight, he aggressively attacked like someone mad at the battle. If he saw even the slightest benefit, he'd throw himself like a demon and bite like lightning. Even if others ignored those small gaps, he would attack no matter at all the damage to his own influence, and was not afraid of losing in battle. A real ghost of war. Moreover, his speed in laying stones was not compared to anything seen until then. As soon as Moon Yuechuan placed a stone, he immediately made his move as if he had anticipated it, interrupting the flow. If Moon Yuechuan was a master of orthodox patterns and influence, the strange person was a genius of unorthodox patterns in combat. Where the hell? Suddenly, Moon Yuechuan was curious to know where his opponent had learned Go. It was surprising that he played Go so far from common sense, but even more surprising was that his ability was not at all at a level that could be taken lightly. Although he seemed to have learned at random, inside he could feel the ability to read hundreds of battles. Even now, the strange person rolls Go stones into the palm of his hand while staring at Go's board. Was it Moon Yuechuan's imagination that even felt murderous intentions in that apparition? Attitudinal and strange appearance. Go style that was not only aggressive but tyrannical. Moon Yuechuan smiled. What a unique person. And of course, the strange person sitting in front of Moon Yuechuan was naturally Wei Yanho. Wei Yanho looked at the board with an annoying expression. He's laying the stones with a grossly large slowness. Moon Yuechuan's speed in placing stones was lower than that of a turtle, according to Wei Yanho standards. It was a speed that could easily compete with that of a snail. Remembering when he used to play Go with his master in the past, it was enough to make him yawn. Master Beak Muhan had tormented Wei Yanho in many different ways. Among them, the method that tormented Wei Yanho the most was precisely this Go. As long as Wei Yanho was human, he couldn't devote the 12 shijin of the day to training. He had to sleep during the sleep hours and had to rest a little while during the rest hours. Training recklessly does not increase efficiency. When the body is exhausted and the mind tired, taking a proper rest is what increases efficiency. But Beak Muhan was a master of bad character who found Wei Yanho's rest extremely unpleasant. One day, it was precisely this Go that Beak Muhan started after catching and sitting Wei Yanho while resting. Wei Yanho fought violently, but against violence there was no way to win, and in the end, he had no choice but to play Go under the coercion of Beak Muhan. Of course, there was no way that beginner Wei Yanho could be a rival to Beak Muhan, who had enjoyed Go as a hobby during his life. Although somehow they matched the level with handicap stones, there was no way that Go could progress when Wei Yanho had no motivation. Finally, Beak Muhan made a bet with Wei Yanho. If Wei Yanho played Go and won, they would give him 3 days off. Wei Yanho, intoxicated by the sweet honey of 3 days of rest, plunged into the Go like a madman, and at the end of his training had become a master of Go with abilities similar to those of Beak Muhan. Of course, Wei Yanho's Go style arose from such peculiar circumstances. The longer a game of Go lasted, the more Wei Yanho's rest time decreased. Thanks to this, Wei Yanho placed stones without delay once his opponent placed his own, and to finish the Go even a little faster, he would dig madly in any space and lead him to battle. Precisely so was born an unprecedented aggressive Go style. Of course, Moon Yuechuan could not know such facts. He was really a gentleman of bad character. Wei Yanho remembered his master. He was really a narrow-minded teacher who couldn't stand even that brief moment of rest and taught people Go. Of course, contrary to what Wei Yanho thought, it was not that Beak Muhan taught Go uselessly because he couldn't stand watching him play. There was a reason that Beak Muhan taught Go to Wei Yanho. Go looked like the sword. Shape of the sword, where dozens of variations are created from a sword technique, and you should choose the correct variation according to the situation, and the form of Go, where countless variables are created according to the placement of a stone, and you should choose the most advantageous method of development, had many similarities. Beak Muhan expected Wei Yanho to develop the ability to predict and judge numerous situations in a short time through the Go. The position of Beak Muhan, who was to teach many things in a short time, gave rise to such an irregular method. Of course, his personal desire to play Go was probably also due to some extent to it. Go's game continued a little longer and then ended. The result was Moon Yuechuan's 2-point victory. It was the unfortunate defeat of Wei Yanho. If judged by skill, it would be natural for there to be a bigger difference than this, but as a result of Moon Yuechuan being influenced by Wei Yanho's strange Go style, it became a fighting match. Moon Yuechuan chuckled a happy laugh and dried up the sweat that had formed on his forehead. It was a good match. Wei Yanho nodded. Yes, it was fun. Wei Yanho did not finish expressing his inner thought. It would have been 3 times more fun if you hadn't played as slowly as a snail. Wei Yanho is an honest young man who knows how to be polite. Moon Yuechuan called Moon Yunjai. Go and bring tea and cold water. Yes, father. Moon Yuechuan saw Moon Yunjai leave and looked at Wei Yanho with a smile. At first, the clothes puzzled him a bit, but he was a skillful player with a unique Go style. If possible, he was a Go so fun that he would want to play it several times more. You have quite a unique Go style. It's because I was tormented by an evil master. Did you have a master? Yes. There is a gentleman with a lustrous face, but whose interior is as large as the gallbladder of a dry anchovy. Moon Yuechuan let go of a baffled cough. Where is there a person who speaks of his lord like that? It was something that didn't make sense to Moon Yuechuan's common sense. Head, I'd like to meet you sometime. You won't be able to see it. Is she a hard person to meet? He's dead. Moon Yuechuan issued a sound of regret. I'm sorry I made a lack of etiquette. No, it's not really a lack of label. He's been dead for quite some time. Wei Yanho wondered inwardly whether he should say that a few centuries had passed or not. I see. So this is all you came for. I was asking him if he was satisfied now that they had played Go. If it's not rude, I'd like to stay for a while. My master ordered it. What did he order you? He told me to stay in the academic world. He told me there would be things to gain. Then you're following your teacher's last instructions. You could say that. Moon Yuechuan smiled. If so, I should help. I will provide you with a room, so stay as long as you want. Wei Yanho spoke with a worried expression. But I don't have any money. How could I expect something like that from a guest? If you hadn't asked, I was about to ask you to stay first. Instead, I hope that from time to time you will talk to me or the guests who visit this mansion. Wei Yanho nodded. I think I can do that. As long as it's not very common. Then Moon Yunjai came in bringing tea and cold water. Moon Yuechuan and Wei Yanho spoke briefly. Most of the time, Moon Yuechuan asked questions and Wei Yanho answered. When the talk ended approximately, Moon Yuechuan bowed his head slightly to mark the end of the conversation. Then please rest comfortably. Moon Yuechuan called Moon Yunjai. Prepare a room and clothes for the guest, and first you lead him to the bathroom. Moon Yunjai looked at Wei Yanho and then at Moon Yuechuan. Moon Yuechuan, seeing a bit of disgust in her eyes, spoke with firmness and severe countenance. Hurry up. Moon Yunjai nodded and took the initiative. Follow me. Bye. Wei Yanho kindly greeted Moon Yuechuan and followed Moon Yunjai. Moon Yunjai accompanied Wei Yanho to the bathroom without saying much. But Wei Yanho seemed not to like to rest his mouth. How old are you? Wei Yanho opened his mouth. Moon Yunjai looked at him before answering. This year I am 16 years old. Then I'm your older brother. I'll forget the formalities. Moon Yunjai's face crept slightly. What kind of rude person is this? Moon Yunjai, who had grown up with a great scholar as a father and had met many scholars, had never seen such a rude person. Moon Yunjai, who did not feel the need to respond necessarily, walked quickly and led him to the front of the bathroom. We're here. Hot water had already been taken out of the bathroom. Oh. Wei Yanho looked at Moon Yunjai. Just a moment ago I said he'd stay here. So there was no way he would have prepared water for the bath after hearing those words. That meant that he had already prepared the water, even before Wei Yanho brought it up. She's a smarter woman than expected. Then, with gratitude, Wei Yanho went into the bathroom. I will prepare the clothes outside. When Moon Yunjai closed the door, Wei Yanho took off what was said to be clothes, but they were actually rags, and soaked his body in warm water. Oh. As the heat of warm water warmed his body, a deep sigh burst naturally. How many years had it been since he had bathed in such hot water? Wei Yanho was moved by something that was not really significant. Even before he started training, he didn't like to bathe. He preferred a warm bed to hot water. But now, the warm water in the bathtub seemed like a heavenly nectar to him. This is all because of that old man. Wei Yanho felt like crying again about the difficulties she had endured during her previous training period. What terrifying lives those had been. Thinking that he would never see that old man again, a smile formed naturally. I'm so happy I could cry. Wei Yanho dried his face. How happy I am. Wei Yanho's voice somehow sounded a little bitter. Kayak. Moon Yunjai, who was waiting for Wei Yanho, shouted. Why? When Wei Yanho came out with a towel abruptly covering the lower part of his body, Moon Yunjai was nervous and couldn't even look at him properly. Take cover more before you leave. I'm covered. Really? Does this person think it's okay to cover only the lower part of the body? Should not the upper part of the body, not just the lower part with a towel, also be covered? Go out in front of a woman with the upper part of the body completely uncovered. At least if he looked good, he wouldn't say anything. With a body where all the bones seemed to be seen. Moon Yunjai dressed him with a red face. Here. Wei Yanho laughed between his teeth and took his clothes. With Moon Yunjai turned, Wei Yanho quickly put on his clothes and finally tied his hair abruptly. How long have I not been wearing clothes like this? Moon Yunjai looked at Wei Yanho. And then she frowned. Usually shouldn't those clothes with such strange appearances look a little better when we wash them? But Wei Yanho's appearance was stranger after the washing. When he put on clean clothes and picked up his hair, his skeletal face with skin barely attached to the bones highlighted even more. How about you let go of your hair? But it's great and nice. I sigh. Moon Yoonjae shook his head and took the initiative. Wei Yanho entered the room that Moon Yoonjae had indicated to him. It was not an elegant room, but with a modest charm. Wei Yanho fell into bed without thinking twice. When he felt the sensation of the soft bed, tears of emotion naturally sprang up. Soft, it's 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 soft. Of course, Moon Yoonjae frowned. He's really a rude person. If the first impressions were taken into account, Wei Yanho would be someone who could not even get 0 points. I'll take your food to your room. Wei Yanho smiled brilliantly. You don't need to go that far. Our mansion has no dining room apart, so there's no choice. Just keep it in mind. After leaving those words, Moon Yoonjae closed the door and left. It was an attitude where a cold wind was blowing. Wei Yanho smiled and turned around. Perhaps because it was the world I was seeing after a long time, even Moon Yoonjae's cold appearance seemed simply beautiful. This is the taste of human life. There is no love that gets angry even when I am lying down, nor do I love to be scolded, or when I turn around, there is no love. Wei Yanho buried his body deep in bed. Ah, it's comfortable. And he soon fell asleep. Father, Moon Yoonjae screamed with anger. Even though her daughter broke in unannounced, Moon Yuechuan received her with a calm expression, as if she had foreseen everything. What's the problem? Please tell that man something. That man's the newcomer. Moon Yuechuan smiled slightly. He seemed to refer to the eccentric man with whom he had played Go recently. Now that I think about it, I didn't even ask her name. Moon Yoonjae's face blushed as he spoke. He hasn't left his room all day. And how is that a failure? Besides eating what they bring to the room, sleep all day long, it takes 7 days and 7 nights since he arrived. Moon Yuechuan bowed his head. 7 days and 7 nights. Yes, he hasn't even washed himself. He slept 7 days in a row. The bedding is practically full of mold. Moon Yuechuan laughed between his teeth and said, Then change the bedding more often. Father, what's the other problem? Moon Yoonjae's face twisted into frustration. Why do you let him get away with it? What do you want me to do? You have always said that laziness is sin. You have emphasized the importance of diligence. Why do you not rebuke it? Even if it is a guest, its behavior is ruining the environment. Other scholars start to murmur. If this continues, the morale of the estate will collapse. Moon Yuechuan denied his head slowly. If the presence of a lazy man disturbs your academic activities, the fault is your lack of discipline, not the lazy man himself. But father, let it be. Moon Yuechuan smiled softly. Yoonjae. Hearing his soft tone, Moon Yoonjae seemed to realize that he had overreacted and bowed his head. Yes, father. Do you know why Go is called a pseudom? TL/N, pseudom means talking with hands. I don't know. It's called a pseudom because you communicate through your hands. Moon Yuechuan spoke patiently, his voice full of conviction. I love the Go. Through it, I can understand my opponent. You can save the words, hide the expressions, but the jipung cannot be hidden. It reflects the life you have lived. TL/N, jipung means game style. Yes, an impatient person cannot play quietly, nor can a quiet person enjoy aggression. Thus, the jipung reveals the nature and experiences of a person. But that's not. His jipung was extremely ferocious and impatient. I had never seen such an extreme style. Therefore, I can say that he is neither lazy nor idle. He must have lived a harder life than we can imagine. Moon Yoonjae bit his lip. His father's words were irrefutable. There was no room for discussion. The brighter the sun is, the darker the shadow. If it is now given up to laziness, it means that its past life was that exhausting. We do not chase away the birds that seek refuge from the rain, nor do we scold them for not flying in the midst of the storm. Then can we not let it rest a little longer? Moon Yuechuan's words were impeccable wisdom, a testimony of his character. But there was one thing he didn't know. While it was true that the Jipeng revealed one's nature, Moon Yuechuan had never imagined that someone would learn Go in circumstances as extreme as those of Wei Yanho. Therefore, he had no way of knowing that Wei Yanho's Jipeng was completely opposed to his true personality. Moon Yuechuan was seriously wrong. I understand. Though her face still showed discontent, Moon Yunjai nodded, knowing that she could no longer argue. They're cheating on you. Logically, her father's reasoning made sense, but his instinct told him otherwise. A woman's intuition whispered to him, that strange man who just arrived is nothing but trouble. And her instincts were right. If Moon Yuechuan had correctly assessed the true nature of Wei Yanho, his reaction would have been completely different. This misunderstanding was entirely due to Wei Yanho's distorted Jipeng. The tragedy was that Moon Yuechuan, a man of common sense, never imagined that a human could be so lazy. If Wei Yanho had been moderately lazy, he might have suspected something, but the extreme laziness of his laziness made Moon Yuechuan assume it was the consequence of a hard life. Really, how could anyone sleep for 7 days in a row? Wei Yanho was just this lazy, and Moon Yuechuan was just that reasonable, a tragic combination. So don't be too hard on him. Yes, father, I say goodbye. When Moon Yunjai came carefully out of the room, Moon Yuechuan laughed softly and took a book. Is the wind? Murmuring for himself, he began to read. Moon Yunjai came out with an upset expression, then clenched her teeth and headed for Wei Yanho's room. If he did not control himself, that idler would only exhaust the rice reserves of the farm. Times were already difficult, they could not afford to feed a beanie like him. The moment she arrived, she opened the door without hesitation and entered. Wow! A smell of moisture stormed his nose. On the bed lay a giant cocoon, Wei Yanho wrapped in blankets. The view was so disgusting that it might well have been a giant slug. How could anyone not react to such a noisy entrance? Wake up! She screamed, but Wei Yanho did not move. She grabbed the blanket and threw. Hey you! He didn't move an inch. She pulled harder, but the blanket might well have been trapped under a 1,000-pound rock. Moon Yunjai's eyes were burning with fury. I said wake up. If the force did not work, the volume did. She cried loudly, finally getting an answer. What's going on? A weak voice escaped the cocoon. The sun is on your zenith. Then talk to me after sunset. Get up right now. There's no answer. Moon Yunjai gnashed her teeth. If you don't get up right away, I'll sprinkle you with cold water, and if that doesn't work, I'll set you on fire. Wei Yanho, imperturbable at the threat of water, shivered when he heard the word fire. The blanket loosened a little, and his head looked like an egg. Ah, what do you want? What do I want? What kind of person are you? How can you loiter 7 days and 7 nights in a place where others study? People study because they want to. I sleep because I want to. What's the problem? You're killing everyone's motivation. I've just been locked in my room. How come? Moon Yunjai ran out of words. How can someone who seems so stupid argue so well? That's enough even if it wasn't. I can't stand to see you wallowing in unwashed bedding for 7 days. Who do you think has to clean it? Go wash yourself right now. Wei Yanho put on a pity face. But I have nothing to do. No. He stubbornly denied his head. This was more than unreasonable. I didn't expect anyone who wasn't even family to scold him like that. Can I stay here? Then stop wasting our rice and go buy your own meals. Wei Yanho kept thinking. Old Wei Yanho would have fallen asleep again without hesitation, but the current Wei Yanho lacked audacity. First, I didn't have any money. Secondly, the meals served here were quite good. Frankly, after years of not eating anything, anything would taste delicious. Since he escaped from the cave, enjoying laziness and meals had been his only joys. Now one of them was about to be snatched away. Pewage. His decision was quick. Laziness was good, but food was not negotiable. If he had never tried it, it would have been different, but now, the pleasure of eating was something he could never give up. His 5 years with Beek Muhan had instilled in him a new vice, gluttony. So if I wash, okay. Yes. And after that, well, can I go back to sleep? No. Wei Yanho frowned. I have nothing else to do anyway. You have to make a living, you may not realize it, but our situation is not very good. If you studied, I would understand, but we cannot afford to feed a beanie like you. But your father clearly said, I'll take care of the finances. Well, Wei Yanho felt aggrieved. But what could I say when the lady of the house spoke like that? So what am I supposed to do? First, go wash. No, let me work first then. I can't stand the smell, so wash yourself first, do you understand me? Go. The sharp tone of it left no room for discussion. Wei Yanho came out with difficulty and without saying a word. Moon Yunjai shook her head with disbelief. As a daughter of Confucian teachings, she had always been careful with her words and actions and had never raised her voice that way before anyone. But Wei Yanho was different. His laziness had the power to destroy the common sense that guided her. With only his laziness, he had made years of his disciplined upbringing useless. How can such a person exist? For Moon Yunjai, Wei Yanho was the embodiment of an enigma. With a grimace, he picked up the blanket he had been wrapped in. Puaj. Below, the footprint of his body on the bed seemed fossilized. How can a person? She denied with her head, incredulous. While she was picking up the bedding, someone else entered the room. Oh! Outrageous, she screamed. Who are you? The man said with a baffled expression. What are you talking about? It's me. Oh! Moon Yunjai rubbed her eyes and looked back at the man. But as much as she looked, the person standing in front of her now was not the creature obsessed with the food she had been there a few moments earlier. How could she confuse that strange appearance of the obsessed creature with food when it had been so intensely memorable? Liar! Wei Yanho laughed between teeth and said, If you don't want to believe it, then don't. Really? I tell you it's true. My God, how can a person change so much in such a short time? Moon Yunjai looked at Wei Yanho with a stupefied expression. The skull-shaped face had disappeared, and the body, which kept only bones, rose before it, a man whose solid muscles were glimpsed between his clothes. In addition, the visible face under her tightly tied hair, although not exactly of incomparable beauty, was quite attractive. Could a person really change so much in such a short time? How did this happen? Well, I ate well and rested well, so I ended up like this. Liar! What a harsh world, they don't believe you even when you tell the truth. Are you really human? I knew some ghosts pretty well. Moon Yunjai let a deep sigh escape. What mattered was not whether he was human or not. What mattered was that the person in front of him was a terrible slacker, and that solid body of his had been built eating from the estate without paying a single coin. Thinking about it, it began to seem even more detestable than before. How much rice had I wasted to develop those muscles so solid? It was certainly an incomprehensibly strange event, but having grown up listening to countless stories of peculiar people in the world, Moon Yunjai could let it pass. Actually, when you thought about it, wandering around with that earlier appearance was more remarkable than this transformation. Moon Yunjai turned around and broadcast a sound that went through the air. Follow me. Wei Yanho followed Moon Yunjai as she walked forward. Although he was extremely upset, it was fair to make a living. This was not a place where he could loiter at his whim. The place Moon Yunjai drove him to was a well in a corner of the estate. And around that well, the dirty clothes in bamboo baskets were stacked so high that it was enough to leave anyone breathless. Moon Yunjai smiled. Just wash these clothes for me. All this. It's not much, is it? Not much. Wei Yanho looked at the clothes stacked around the well. It seemed that even the clothes Wei Yanho would wash in a whole year would be less. No, it would definitely be less. Wei Yanho was bothered to change clothes, so when she wore clothes, she wouldn't take them off for a whole month unless someone complained. Even when he was at home in the past, it was common for servants or his mother to come every 3 days about to change his clothes almost forcibly. Is this my payment for meals? That's right. It's not like I dusted gold dust on my food. All other guests do a lot of work. Liar, Moon Yunjai said with a smile. Don't worry, you just have to do this today. Today? Did you think you'd rest tomorrow? Then I count on you wash them well. If they are not clean, I will have you wash them again, so be sure to wash them well. Moon Yunjai left those words and slipped away. Let's see how you prove what adversity is. Moon Yunjai smiled widely. She absolutely hated lazy people. While she could not prevent him from leaving because of his father's orders, she would definitely not let him loiter without doing anything. Moreover, considering the increasingly difficult financial situation in those days, they could not afford to hire such a cap. Having grown up seeing only those who studied diligently and sincerely as their motto, Wei Yanho was for Moon Yunjai a piece of sin and a human parasite. If you can't finish it all, you'll have to keep working even after the sun goes down. Moon Yunjai hummed a melody. But Moon Yunjai could not see the expression Wei Yanho was making behind her. Are you going to make me suffer? Wei Yanho smiled. You have the wrong person, miss. Although he muttered quietly, supposedly impossible to hear for anyone else, he reached Wei Yanho's ears too clearly. Wei Yanho looked at the laundry. Ruining clothes to make Moon Yunjai suffer would also be a decent method. But for that, he felt sorry for Moon Yuechuan, who had let him stay for no hidden reason. I've really changed a lot. In the past, he wouldn't have cared about Moon Yuechuan's circumstances. But the lessons Beak Muhan had recorded on his body, with his fists made Wei Yanho aware of things that he didn't care about before. In that sense, Beak Muhan had done something truly good for the world. Well, anyway, I have to make a living. Wei Yanho slowly approached the well. Ho! Moon Yunjai called Somi, who was leaving Wei Yanho's room. Somi. Yes, sister. Somi ran to Moon Yunjai. Moon Yunjai smiled and caressed Somi's head. Somi was a girl who lived near the estate. When her father died recently and her situation became complicated, the estate welcomed her as a servant. I'm sorry, but could you take the food for that room to the well? Oh. She's probably washing her clothes. Could you take her food? But was there a person in the room? What did you say? He didn't seem to be the same guest as before, but there was a different person there. Ah, a different person. Wait a minute. If Somi didn't know that the strange person's appearance had changed, wouldn't he confuse him with someone else? So does that mean that person is really in the room right now? Moon Yunjai ran into the room and opened the door. After confirming the person in the room, Moon Yunjai shouted, Why are you here? Wei Yanho was eating his food in bed with a blanket on top. Shouldn't one at least get out of bed to eat? That's basic human decency. It's time to eat. How can you come to eat here if you haven't even finished your job? I would have brought it to you anyway. Wei Yanho said bluntly. But I'm done. Don't joke. No, I'm really done. I told you not to joke. Have you been fooled all your life? Wei Yanho shrugged and ate his food again. Moon Yunjai frowned. Are you really done? Yes. You must have done it without care. How can that be? You should know that if I check and find it wrong, you'll have to do it again. Go ahead. Moon Yunjai was furious. How could a person be so lazy that every word he uttered could irritate someone that way? Wow. Moon Yunjai left the room and ran towards the well. He must have rinsed them with water and said it was over. I'll make him do it again right now. But when he got to the well, something completely unexpected happened. Moon Yunjai's eyes trembled as if an earthquake had occurred when he saw the well. The clothes hung in neat rows and columns on stretchers along the well. Ho! Moon Yunjai approached the laundry with a baffled expression. A large blanket appeared before her eyes. Was this color originally? The blankets that had been slightly yellow now shone with a pure white color. Blankets that didn't lose their color faded no matter how much Moon Yunjai washed them, were now as white as freshly bought blankets. How did he manage to do all this? Moon Yunjai looked around with a stupefied expression. Pure white clothes hung in rows. It was so white that it almost blinded. This can't be. This was the clothes Moon Yunjai had prepared to make Wei Yanho suffer. Normally, it would have been necessary to summon dozens of people to work together for a weekend. But he had finished all that washing alone, and so perfectly, in less than one shijin. Good. Let's just say he finished washing all his clothes. But what about this color that shames new articles? Even if I had spent 3 days working on a single blanket, I wouldn't have been able to leave it so clean, but how could he have left all those clothes that clean? Moon Yunjai would never have imagined it, but Wei Yanho had solved all this mess by a very simple method. He had thrown all the visible clothes into the well, then used his true solar force to boil the entire well. Naturally, it was a shock for someone who had not learned martial arts, and if someone who had learned martial arts found out about it, he would foam in his mouth and faint. First, the fact that he could release a true solar force powerful enough to boil an entire well, and second, the even more amazing fact that he had used such an amazing ability just to wash his clothes. Of course, Moon Yoonjae did not know martial arts, so naturally he could only be surprised. Moon Yoonjae ran back to Wei Yanho's room. He opened the door without hesitation and shouted, "What did you do?" Wei Yanho looked at Moon Yoonjae and laughed between his teeth. "Why did something happen? How did you do to wash all those clothes yourself in such a short time?" Wei Yanho said calmly, "You told me to do it alone, so I did it alone." "Why? Was it something I couldn't do alone? Did you entrust me with an impossible task?" "Of course not. So what's the problem?" Wei Yanho smiled widely, and that expression gnashed in Moon Yoonjae's heart. "Did you call people to ask for help?" "Well, that doesn't matter. The important thing is that I finished today's work, and now there's just rest, right?" Wei Yanho said with a smile. "I'm a little tired and I need to rest." "Puaj, why do you have anything else to say?" "No." "Then goodbye." Wei Yanho covered himself with the blanket and lay down. Moon Yoonjae watched the scene with her teeth tight. She felt deeply aggrieved, angry, and frustrated, but had nothing to say. Wasn't it Moon Yoonjae herself who said he just needed to do that job today? She couldn't take back her own words. Moon Yoonjae closed the door and left. Arg, how outrageous. She was so frustrated she was about to cry. Tomorrow, wait till tomorrow. As Wei Yanho heard Moon Yoonjae's voice fade as he cursed, he smiled. She's a young woman full of energy. What if it was? She couldn't do anything else today. Wei Yanho slowly lifted the blanket from him and then slowly fell into sleep. But like everything Wei Yanho did, this business didn't end well either. That night, rice cooked with well water without thinking twice revealed an indescribable smell and tormented everyone on the farm. Of course, no one dreamed that the cause of all this was Wei Yanho. And Wei Yanho scolded Moon Yoonjae for bringing him smelly rice after working so hard. Poor Moon Yoonjae could only grind her teeth without stopping. The man said with a baffled expression, "What are you talking about?" "It's me." "Oh." Moon Yoonjae rubbed her eyes and looked back at the man. But as much as she looked, the person standing in front of her now was not the creature obsessed with the food she had been there a few moments earlier. How could she confuse that strange appearance of the obsessed creature with food when it had been so intensely memorable? "Liar." Wei Yanho laughed between teeth and said, "If you don't want to believe it, then don't." "Really? I tell you it's true." My God, how can a person change so much in such a short time? Moon Yoonjae looked at Wei Yanho with a stupefied expression. The skull-shaped face had disappeared, and the body, which kept only bones, rose before it a man whose solid muscles were glimpsed between his clothes. In addition, the visible face under her tightly tied hair, although not exactly of incomparable beauty, was quite attractive. Could a person really change so much in such a short time? How did this happen? Well, I ate well and rested well, so I ended up like this. Liar. What a harsh world, they don't believe you even when you tell the truth. Are you really human? I knew some ghosts pretty well. Moon Yoonjae let a deep sigh escape. What mattered was not whether he was human or not. What mattered was that the person in front of him was a terrible slacker, and that solid body of his had been built eating from the estate without paying a single coin. Thinking about it, it began to seem even more detestable than before. How much rice had I wasted to develop those muscles so solid? It was certainly an incomprehensibly strange event, but having grown up listening to countless stories of peculiar people in the world, Moon Yoonjae could let it pass. Actually, when you thought about it, wandering around with that earlier appearance was more remarkable than this transformation. Moon Yoonjae turned around and broadcast a sound that went through the air. "Follow me." Wei Yanho followed Moon Yoonjae as she walked forward. Although he was extremely upset, it was fair to make a living. This was not a place where he could loiter at his whim. The place Moon Yoonjae drove him to was a well in a corner of the estate. And around that well, the dirty clothes in bamboo baskets were stacked so high that it was enough to leave anyone breathless. Moon Yoonjae smiled. "Just wash these clothes for me." "All this?" It's not much, is it? Not much. Wei Yanho looked at the clothes stacked around the well. It seemed that even the clothes Wei Yanho would wash in a whole year would be less. No, it would definitely be less. Wei Yanho was bothered to change clothes, so once she wore clothes, she wouldn't take them off for a whole month unless someone complained. Even when he was at home in the past, it was common for servants or his mother to come every 3 days about to change his clothes almost forcibly. Is this my payment for meals? That's right. It's not like I dusted gold dust on my food. All other guests do a lot of work. Liar, Moon Yoonjae said with a smile. Don't worry, you just have to do this today. Today? Did you think you'd rest tomorrow? Then I count on you wash them well. If they are not clean, I will have you wash them again, so be sure to wash them well. Moon Yoonjae left those words and slipped away. Let's see how you prove what adversity is. Moon Yoonjae smiled widely. She absolutely hated lazy people. While she could not prevent him from leaving because of his father's orders, she would definitely not let him loiter without doing anything. Moreover, considering the increasingly difficult financial situation in those days, they could not afford to hire such a cap. Having grown up seeing only those who studied diligently and sincerely as their motto, Wei Yanho was for Moon Yoonjae a piece of sin and a human parasite. If you can't finish it all, you'll have to keep working even after the sun goes down. Moon Yoonjae hummed a melody. But Moon Yoonjae could not see the expression Wei Yanho was making behind her. Are you going to make me suffer? Wei Yanho smiled. You have the wrong person, miss. Although he muttered quietly, supposedly impossible to hear for anyone else, he reached Wei Yanho's ears too clearly. Wei Yanho looked at the laundry. Ruining clothes to make Moon Yoonjae suffer would also be a decent method. But for that, he felt sorry for Moon Yuechuan, who had let him stay for no hidden reason. I've really changed a lot. In the past, he wouldn't have cared about Moon Yuechuan's circumstances. But the lessons Beak Muhan had recorded on his body, with his fists made Wei Yanho aware of things that he didn't care about before. In that sense, Beak Muhan had done something truly good for the world. Well, anyway, I have to make a living. Wei Yanho slowly approached the well. Ho! Moon Yoonjae called Somi, who was leaving Wei Yanho's room. Somi. Yes, sister. Somi ran to Moon Yoonjae. Moon Yoonjae smiled and caressed Somi's head. Somi was a girl who lived near the estate. When her father died recently and her situation became complicated, the estate welcomed her as a servant. I'm sorry, but could you take the food for that room to the well? Oh. She's probably washing her clothes. Could you take her food? But was there a person in the room? What did you say? He didn't seem to be the same guest as before, but there was a different person there. Ah, a different person. Wait a minute. If Somi didn't know that the strange person's appearance had changed, wouldn't he confuse him with someone else? So does that mean that person is really in the room right now? Moon Yoonjae ran into the room and opened the door. After confirming the person in the room, Moon Yoonjae shouted, Why are you here? Wei Yanho was eating his food in bed with a blanket on top. Shouldn't one at least get out of bed to eat? That's basic human decency. It's time to eat. How can you come to eat here if you haven't even finished your job? I would have brought it to you anyway. Wei Yanho said bluntly. But I'm done. Don't joke. No, I'm really done. I told you not to joke. Have you been fooled all your life? Wei Yanho shrugged and ate his food again. Moon Yoonjae frowned. Are you really done? Yes. You must have done it without care. How can that be? You should know that if I check and find it wrong, you'll have to do it again. Go ahead. Moon Yoonjae was furious. How could a person be so lazy that every word he uttered could irritate someone that way? Wow. Moon Yoonjae left the room and ran towards the well. He must have rinsed them with water and said it was over. I'll make him do it again right now. But when he got to the well, something completely unexpected happened. Moon Yoonjae's eyes trembled as if an earthquake had occurred when he saw the well. The clothes hung in neat rows and columns on stretchers along the well. Oh. Moon Yoonjae approached the laundry with a baffled expression. A large blanket appeared before her eyes. Was this color originally? The blankets that had been slightly yellow now shone with a pure white color. Blankets that didn't lose their color faded no matter how much Moon Yoonjae washed them, were now as white as freshly bought blankets. How did he manage to do all this? Moon Yoonjae looked around with a stupefied expression. Pure white clothes hung in rows. It was so white that it almost blinded. This can't be. This was the clothes Moon Yoonjae had prepared to make Wei Yanho suffer. Normally, it would have been necessary to summon dozens of people to work together for a weekend. But he had finished all that washing alone, and so perfectly, in less than one shijin. Good. Let's just say he finished washing all his clothes. But what about this color that shames new articles? Even if I had spent 3 days working on a single blanket, I wouldn't have been able to leave it so clean, but how could he have left all those clothes that clean? Moon Yoonjae would never have imagined it, but Wei Yanho had solved all this mess by a very simple method. He had thrown all the visible clothes into the well, then used his true solar force to boil the entire well. Naturally, it was a shock for someone who had not learned martial arts, and if someone who had learned martial arts found out about it, he would foam in his mouth and faint. First, the fact that he could release a true solar force powerful enough to boil an entire well, and second, the even more amazing fact that he had used such an amazing ability just to wash his clothes. Of course, Moon Yoonjae did not know martial arts, so naturally he could only be surprised. Moon Yoonjae ran back to Wei Yanho's room. He opened the door without hesitation and shouted, "What did you do?" Wei Yanho looked at Moon Yoonjae and laughed between his teeth. "Why did something happen? How did you do to wash all those clothes yourself in such a short time?" Wei Yanho said calmly, "You told me to do it alone, so I did it alone." "Why? Was it something I couldn't do alone? Did you entrust me with an impossible task?" "Of course not. So what's the problem?" Wei Yanho smiled widely. And that expression gnashed in Moon Yoonjae's heart. "Did you call people to ask for help?" "Well, that doesn't matter. The important thing is that I finished today's work, and now there's just rest, right?" Wei Yanho said with a smile. "I'm a little tired and I need to rest." "Puaj, why do you have anything else to say?" "No. Then goodbye." Wei Yanho covered himself with the blanket and lay down. Moon Yoonjae watched the scene with her teeth tight. She felt deeply aggrieved, angry, and frustrated, but had nothing to say. Wasn't it Moon Yoonjae herself who said he just needed to do that job today? She couldn't take back her own words. Moon Yoonjae closed the door and left. Arg, how outrageous. She was so frustrated she was about to cry. Tomorrow, wait till tomorrow. As Wei Yanho heard Moon Yoonjae's voice fade as he cursed, he smiled. She's a young woman full of energy. What if it was? She couldn't do anything else today. Wei Yanho slowly lifted the blanket from him and then slowly fell into sleep. But like everything Wei Yanho did, this business didn't end well either. That night, rice cooked with well water without thinking twice revealed an indescribable smell and tormented everyone on the farm. Of course, no one dreamed that the cause of all this was Wei Yanho. Wei Yanho scolded Moon Yoonjae for bringing him smelly rice after working so hard. Poor Moon Yoonjae could only grind her teeth without stopping. The man said with a baffled expression, "What are you talking about?" "It's me." "Oh." Moon Yoonjae rubbed her eyes and looked back at the man. But as much as she looked, the person standing in front of her now was not the creature obsessed with the food she had been there a few moments earlier. How could she confuse that strange appearance of the obsessed creature with food when it had been so intensely memorable? "Liar." Wei Yanho laughed between teeth and said, "If you don't want to believe it, then don't." "Really? I tell you it's true." My God, how can a person change so much in such a short time? Moon Yoonjae looked at Wei Yanho with a stupefied expression. The skull-shaped face had disappeared, and the body, which kept only bones, rose before it a man whose solid muscles were glimpsed between his clothes. In addition, the visible face under her tightly tied hair, although not exactly of incomparable beauty, was quite attractive. Could a person really change so much in such a short time? How did this happen? Well, I ate well and rested well, so I ended up like this. Liar. What a harsh world, they don't believe you even when you tell the truth. Are you really human? I knew some ghosts pretty well. Moon Yoonjae let a deep sigh escape. What mattered was not whether he was human or not. What mattered was that the person in front of him was a terrible slacker, and that solid body of his had been built eating from the estate without paying a single coin. Thinking about it, it began to seem even more detestable than before. How much rice had I wasted to develop those muscles so solid? It was certainly an incomprehensibly strange event, but having grown up listening to countless stories of peculiar people in the world, Moon Yoonjae could let it pass. Actually, when you thought about it, wandering around with that earlier appearance was more remarkable than this transformation. Moon Yoonjae turned around and broadcast a sound that went through the air. Follow me. Wei Yanho followed Moon Yoonjae as she walked forward. Although he was extremely upset, it was fair to make a living. This was not a place where he could loiter at his whim. The place Moon Yoonjae drove him to was a well in a corner of the estate. And around that well, the dirty clothes in bamboo baskets were stacked so high that it was enough to leave anyone breathless. Moon Yoonjae smiled. Just wash these clothes for me. All this. It's not much, is it? Not much. Wei Yanho looked at the clothes stacked around the well. It seemed that even the clothes Wei Yanho would wash in a whole year would be less. No, it would definitely be less. Wei Yanho was bothered to change clothes, so once she wore clothes, she wouldn't take them off for a whole month unless someone complained. Even when he was at home in the past, it was common for servants or his mother to come every 3 days about to change his clothes almost forcibly. Is this my payment for meals? That's right. It's not like I dusted gold dust on my food. All other guests do a lot of work. Liar, Moon Yoonjae said with a smile. Don't worry, you just have to do this today. Today? Did you think you'd rest tomorrow? Then I count on you wash them well. If they are not clean, I will have you wash them again, so be sure to wash them well. Moon Yoonjae left those words and slipped away. Let's see how you prove what adversity is. Moon Yoonjae smiled widely. She absolutely hated lazy people. While she could not prevent him from leaving because of his father's orders, she would definitely not let him loiter without doing anything. Moreover, considering the increasingly difficult financial situation in those days, they could not afford to hire such a cap. Having grown up seeing only those who studied diligently and sincerely as their motto, Wei Yanho was for Moon Yoonjae a piece of sin and a human parasite. If you can't finish it all, you'll have to keep working even after the sun goes down. Moon Yoonjae hummed a melody. But Moon Yoonjae could not see the expression Wei Yanho was making behind her. Are you going to make me suffer? Wei Yanho smiled. You have the wrong person, miss. Although he muttered quietly, supposedly impossible to hear for anyone else, he reached Wei Yanho's ears too clearly. Wei Yanho looked at the laundry. Ruining clothes to make Moon Yoonjae suffer would also be a decent method. But for that, he felt sorry for Moon Yuhwan, who had let him stay for no hidden reason. I've really changed a lot. In the past, he wouldn't have cared about Moon Yuhwan's circumstances. But the lessons Baek Myuhan had recorded on his body, with his fists made Wei Yanho aware of things that he didn't care about before. In that sense, Baek Myuhan had done something truly good for the world. Well, anyway, I have to make a living. Wei Yanho slowly approached the well. Ho! Moon Yoonjae called Somi, who was leaving Wei Yanho's room. Somi. Yes, sister. Somi ran to Moon Yoonjae. Moon Yoonjae smiled and caressed Somi's head. Somi was a girl who lived near the estate. When her father died recently and her situation became complicated, the estate welcomed her as a servant. I'm sorry, but could you take the food for that room to the well? Ho! She's probably washing her clothes. Could you take her food? But was there a person in the room? What did you say? He didn't seem to be the same guest as before, but there was a different person there. Ah, a different person. Wait a minute. If Somi didn't know that the strange person's appearance had changed, wouldn't he confuse him with someone else? So does that mean that person is really in the room right now? Moon Yoonjae ran into the room and opened the door. After confirming the person in the room, Moon Yoonjae shouted, Why are you here? Wei Yanho was eating his food in bed with a blanket on top. Shouldn't one at least get out of bed to eat? That's basic human decency. It's time to eat. How can you come to eat here if you haven't even finished your job? I would have brought it to you anyway. Wei Yanho said bluntly. But I'm done. Don't joke. No, I'm really done. I told you not to joke. Have you been fooled all your life? Wei Yanho shrugged and ate his food again. Moon Yunjai frowned. Are you really done? Yes. You must have done it without care. How can that be? You should know that if I check and find it wrong, you'll have to do it again. Go ahead. Moon Yunjai was furious. How could a person be so lazy that every word he uttered could irritate someone that way? Wow. Moon Yunjai left the room and ran towards the well. He must have rinsed them with water and said it was over. I'll make him do it again right now. But when he got to the well, something completely unexpected happened. Moon Yunjai's eyes trembled as if an earthquake had occurred when he saw the well. The clothes hung in neat rows and columns on stretchers along the well. Oh! Moon Yunjai approached the laundry with a baffled expression. A large blanket appeared before her eyes. Was this color originally? The blankets that had been slightly yellow now shone with a pure white color. Blankets that didn't lose their color faded no matter how much Moon Yunjai washed them, were now as white as freshly bought blankets. How did he manage to do all this? Moon Yunjai looked around with a stupefied expression. Pure white clothes hung in rows. It was so white that it almost blinded. This can't be. This was the clothes Moon Yunjai had prepared to make Wei Yanho suffer. Normally, it would have been necessary to summon dozens of people to work together for a weekend. But he had finished all that washing alone, and so perfectly, in less than one shijin. Good. Let's just say he finished washing all his clothes. But what about this color that shames new articles? Even if I had spent 3 days working on a single blanket, I wouldn't have been able to leave it so clean, but how could he have left all those clothes that clean? Moon Yunjai would never have imagined it, but Wei Yanho had solved all this mess by a very simple method. He had thrown all the visible clothes into the well, then used his true solar force to boil the entire well. Naturally, it was a shock for someone who had not learned martial arts, and if someone who had learned martial arts found out about it, he would foam in his mouth and faint. First, the fact that he could release a true solar force powerful enough to boil an entire well, and second, the even more amazing fact that he had used such an amazing ability just to wash his clothes. Of course, Moon Yunjai did not know martial arts, so naturally he could only be surprised. Moon Yunjai ran back to Wei Yanho's room. He opened the door without hesitation and shouted, "What did you do?" Wei Yanho looked at Moon Yunjai and laughed between his teeth. Why did something happen? How did you do to wash all those clothes yourself in such a short time? Wei Yanho said calmly, "You told me to do it alone, so I did it alone." Why? Was it something I couldn't do alone? Did you entrust me with an impossible task? Of course not. So what's the problem? Wei Yanho smiled widely. And that expression gnashed in Moon Yunjai's heart. Did you call people to ask for help? Well, that doesn't matter. The important thing is that I finished today's work, and now there's just rest, right? Wei Yanho said with a smile. I'm a little tired and I need to rest. Puaj, why do you have anything else to say? No. Then goodbye. Wei Yanho covered himself with the blanket and lay down. Moon Yunjai watched the scene with her teeth tight. She felt deeply aggrieved, angry, and frustrated, but had nothing to say. Wasn't it Moon Yunjai herself who said he just needed to do that job today? She couldn't take back her own words. Moon Yunjai closed the door and left. Arg, how outrageous. She was so frustrated she was about to cry. Tomorrow, wait till tomorrow. As Wei Yanho heard Moon Yunjai's voice fade as he cursed, he smiled. She's a young woman full of energy. What if it was? She couldn't do anything else today. Wei Yanho slowly lifted the blanket from him and then slowly fell into sleep. But like everything Wei Yanho did, this business didn't end well either. That night, rice cooked with well water without thinking twice revealed an indescribable smell and tormented everyone on the farm. Of course, no one dreamed that the cause of all this was Wei Yanho. And Wei Yanho scolded Moon Yunjai for bringing him smelly rice after working so hard. Poor Moon Yunjai could only grind her teeth without stopping. The next day, all this. Before the sick voice of Wei Yanho, Moon Yunjai cheered inwardly. That's right. Do you want me to divide all this? In front of Wei Yanho, there was a pile of wood. Looking at the wood stacked up on a person's head, Wei Yanho was stunned. The firewood found there was firewood that the great Hanrim mansion had diligently collected to survive the winter. It was the amount that dozens of people could hardly burn throughout the winter, so the amount could not be small. It's no big deal. Wei Yanho shook his head vigorously. Humanly speaking, isn't it unreasonable to ask me to divide all this into one day? Why can't you do it? Of course not. Who could divide all this in one day? Moon Yunjai smiled with itch. You have to make a living, give it to me today, or you can go. I have no choice. Wei Yanho dragged his steps. Where are you going? To your father. Moon Yunjai blocked Wei Yanho's road. Why my father? Even if I leave, I should at least say goodbye. Are you going to leave? I have to go, what else can I do? I could never divide all that in a day, even if it cost me my life. Moon Yunjai smiled slightly. That's too bad. Well, I'm leaving. Moon Yunjai watched Wei Yanho's back as he walked away obediently, preying on a strange sense of apprehension. Wait a minute. What? What are you going to say to Dad? What do you mean? I should thank him and tell him I'm jealous of him. What are you talking about? I should thank you for letting me stay so far and tell you that I'm jealous of you because you can hire a worker who can split such a pile of firewood in one day. In an instant, Moon Yunjai's face became pale. Tell you, the truth is I'd like to see that person once. It's amazing. But if that person were here now, I wouldn't have given myself the job, so I'll just say I'm jealous of him and I'll leave. Moon Yunjai's face was contorted. And no, you can't. What? Dad is busy, so you can leave without saying goodbye. Wei Yanho shook his head. A person cannot do that after receiving kindness. No, still. Don't worry, it's just a quick goodbye. Finally, Moon Yunjai surrendered. Well, I get it, then finish it in a week. A week? Yes, that's a little short. 1 week is enough, what more do you want? I can't make concessions beyond that. Wei Yanho smiled with itch. Okay, I'll do it during the week. If I finish a little earlier, I can rest, can't I? But if you don't finish in a week, I won't let it go. What a fear. Moon Yunjai frowned. She really hated that shameless attitude about him. With every gesture and word, he irritated people. He was a real troublemaker. In a week, understand. Yes, of course. Wei Yanho walked away with a cheerful smile. Where are you going? To rest. Rest. Why rest? Why? I told you to finish all that in a week. I will. Then where are you going? Don't worry, I'll finish it in a week. Hey, I told you not to worry. Wei Yanho laughed between his teeth and went to his room. Moon Yunjai observed the Wei Yanho figure moving away and clenched his teeth. Try not to finish in time. Then I would definitely expel that detestable person from that place. Moon Yunjai solved this problem over and over again. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, and another day passed, but Wei Yanho showed no sign of functioning. Unable to bear it further, Moon Yunjai broke into Wei Yanho's room. What exactly are you doing? From inside a cocoon made of blankets, Wei Yanho's head emerged slowly. What now? You're not going to work. I will. Then why are you like that? There are still 3 days left. You're not planning on saying you can't do it on the last day and then leave, are you? Wei Yanho's face got pretty serious. What a clever idea. You really are. Wei Yanho laughed between his teeth. Then throw me out when the time comes. Do you think I'm doing this to kick you out? You're not. Moon Yunjai stuttered, confused. And not so. Then it doesn't matter. Moon Yunjai had nothing more to say and could only look at Wei Yanho without understanding. Although what he said was technically correct, who would be so direct about it? Anyway, you have to finish in time, or I won't let it go. I said I got it. Wei Yanho made a gesture of disdain with his hand, upset, and then wrapped himself back in the blanket and fell asleep. Moon Yunjai glared at him before leaving the room. I really won't let it go. After getting angry for a while, Moon Yunjai turned so abruptly that it seemed to blow a cold wind and drifted away. Wei Yanho opened her eyes slightly. She's desperate to torment people. What a woman with such a strange personality. A week later. Oh my. Moon Yunjai looked forward with a stupefied expression. How could he do all this? In front of her eyes, the wood mountain was perfectly cut and stacked. Not 10 strong men worked for 10 days in a row, they could end up with this amount. However, that impossible person had somehow ended that enormous amount in just 7 days and 7 nights. No, not 7 days and 7 nights. Had he not seen with his own eyes that he was simply loitering without working until yesterday? In the end, the time Wei Yanho actually worked was half a day at the most. In just that half day, I had accomplished this tremendous task. What kind of person? Moon Yunjai called a passing servant. Wait a minute. Yes, ma'am. What's going on? Did you see this woodcut? The servant shook his head with perplexed expression. I didn't see it. Was this here yesterday? I wasn't even there last night, so I thought the lady had bought firewood. I found it strange that the original logs had disappeared. I see. Yes, then I'll go. Moon Yunjai looked at the pile of wood with a startled expression and then turned around. What trick did he do? Moon Yunjai let a loud voice slip and ran to the rooms of Wei Yanho. What exactly did you do? Moon Yunjai opened the door abruptly and entered, about to scream, but she closed her mouth. Where did he go? Wei Yanho wasn't anywhere. The blanket Wei Yanho always wrapped with was empty inside and strangely looked like muted skin. Moon Yunjai clenched his fists and looked around Wei Yanho with an expression of grievance. She thought this time I could definitely kick him out. To break all that wood in one night, firewood that 10 strong men working for 7 days and 7 nights could not finish. What's the point of this? Ah, that's frustrating. She couldn't contain her irritation and screamed. Where did that man go? Wei Yanho whistled. Ah, this is problematic. The voice coming from below punctured the ears of Wei Yanho. Wei Yanho smiled with itch. What a grumpy lady. Wei Yanho bowed his head back slowly. The blue sky was visible. Although the weather was still cold, the roof with its wind blowing was not so bad either. Not being able to cover yourself with a blanket was unsatisfactory, but being able to avoid the looks of that annoying woman was an advantage enough. But why is this woman so desperate to get rid of me? Wei Yanho laughed between his teeth as he listened to Moon Yunjai's screams. He looked like a docile lamb in front of his father, but towards Wei Yanho, he acted with more raving than a wild cat. It was really strange. There could be several reasons. Since she was a woman raised in a place like Hanrim Grand Estate, she might not like every action of Wei Yanho, or perhaps the behavior that woman was showing now was her true nature. His true nature, which he did not dare to show before his strict father, could have surfaced within him by knowing the variable called Wei Yanho. It doesn't matter in any way. Wei Yanho leaned comfortably on the edge of the eaves. Then a fresh breeze blew and tickled his nose. This was a luxury he could never enjoy while living in the cave. Hot meals and comfortable bedrooms. And only the absence of a teacher to encourage him to train was enough to satisfy Wei Yanho with this life. But this life couldn't go on forever. What am I supposed to see and feel, master? He had come to the academic world and had seen many things, but nothing particularly caught his attention. Even the academic world was not very different. Some people dedicated their lives to research and worked diligently, but others simply had books open without knowing what they were doing. Some people did the best they could for what they thought was right, but they had no doubt that it was really right. The only thing Wei Yanho felt when he came here was that they were not different from ordinary people either. I don't feel anything particularly. Wei Yanho closed her eyes. If he didn't learn anything from the academic world, he might have to go somewhere else now. There was no guarantee that the prohibition imposed by his teacher would be lifted simply by staying in the academic world. Where are you? Wei Yanho shivered at Moon Yunjai's keen voice coming from below. One thing I understand, I have to be careful with women. This could be some kind of lighting. Wei Yanho carefully climbed the eavestower to avoid being caught by Moon Yunjai, who was looking for him. As the sun was warm and pleasant today, it would be good to sleep on the roof. Ah, this is nice. Wei Yanho, lying on the roof, whistled softly. He hasn't caused any trouble, has he? Do you believe that? Yes. Guangquishan sighed deeply. If you think so, so be it. Sagan looked at Guangquishan with suspicious eyes. The real problem is just beginning. Does it just start? Guangquishan nodded. Didn't I tell you? Wherever that guy goes, agitation never ends. Who would have imagined that this quiet urbanization would suffer such a serious incident overnight? And without any warning sign. What exactly happened? Well, nothing important. Only the Office of the East moving, the Imperial censorship moving, participation in betrayal, and the family almost destroyed overnight. Oh, what are you so surprised at? Where that guy goes, that level of incidence is routine. Basically, you have to experience at least that to think, Wei Yanho was here. Historian ran out of words. What exactly had happened on that peaceful estate to bring forth such frightening words? Have I not been telling you continuously? Guangquishan had a bitter smile. Don't expect common sense from that guy. You'll always see beyond what you imagine. Tug. A white stone flew abruptly over Go's board. Zhou Manpyong's face, widely known in the academic world as the shameless Go player, became black as the pitch, and soon a cold sweat began to sprout profusely. Zhou Manpyong stared at the board for a while with his face soaked in sweat, then soon lifted his head with an embarrassed smile all over his face. Well, Wei Yanho frowned hard. What? Zhou Manpyong looked like an unparalleled benevolent smile. His expression made him look like a saint who helped those in need. He babbled with a tone full of compassion and kindness. And can't you just let me undo one move? Are you kidding me? No, I must have lost my mind for a moment. If you can't quit, you better get up. Look, Suddenly, several loud voices were heard from behind. If you lost, get up. Don't you see people waiting? Goodbye to the brazen Go player, really shameless. You should be called a brazen Go player. Zhou Manpyong turned around with an expression of disgust. People with a red face stared at Zhou Manpyong as if they wanted to devour him. Puaj. If only one movement could go back, it seems that it could do it. But in that atmosphere, if he complained of going back one more movement, it would not be his game of Go but his life that would be taken away. Zhou Manpyong took a stone and placed it on the board. I lost. Unlike Zhou Manpyong, who was full of dejection, Wei Yanho sighed with a face full of annoyance and shook his hand with disdain. Next person. Then I'm coming. I came first. What are you talking about? I've been waiting here since yesterday. I've been waiting here since morning. Then why didn't you come yesterday too? What are you saying? We should figure it out now. Look at this person's attitude. In the end, a fight broke out. Wei Yanho watched the scene and sighed deeply. How did I end up like this? It was all a mistake of Wei Yanho for failing to accurately understand the meaning of what Moon Yuechuan had said at the beginning. Instead, I would like you to talk to me or the guests visiting this mansion from time to time. He thought they were literally just asking him to play Go with people who came to visit, but who could have imagined that Moon Yuechuan would invite people directly. While Wei Yanho was lying around, Moon Yuechuan quietly sent cards to Go players on all the central plains. It was a simple letter that said that a strong player with a unique Go style would stay at his home, so if they had time, they should come see him for themselves. Seeing this alone, one might think it was just a simple courtesy, but the problem was that these Go players were people who liked to play Go more than eat, and they were people who would not hesitate to travel 1,000 li for a tense game of Go. TL/N, li is a traditional unit of distance, approximately equal to 500 meters or a third of a mile. More than half of those who received Moon Yuechuan's letter went to the Hanrim Grand Mansion, and even those who did not take it seriously and did not go to the mansion finally had to pack their bags because of the spread of rumors. A saint of the Go has appeared in the great Hanrim Mansion. Hanrim Grand Mansion was already famous for being the place where a national master resided, but now there was a strong player recognized by Moon Yuechuan there, people who would jump even from the dream before the mention of Go could not bear it. Eventually, the great Hanrim Mansion began to be filled with unexpected guests. From the perspective of Moon Yunjai and Moon Yuechuan, it was a very welcome result. Guests who came during their economic hardships were of great help to the Hanrim Grand Mansion. Moon Yuechuan said he could not accept money from the guests, but even people staying in other people's homes playing Go and receiving meals had some sense of ownership. Although there was no direct exchange of money, several items were delivered under the name of gifts. Unlike chess, Go was still virtually exclusive to the upper class. There is no poor man among those who play Go well. Of course, to play Go well, you have to spend a lot of time on it. Those who make a living cannot spend much time on it, which can take up to 2 days for a single game at most. Even Zhou Manpyong, who had just played Go with Wei Yanho, was a descendant of a family that had served as ministers for generations. The gifts these people brought could not be cheap items. Expensive items began to accumulate as game rates disguised under the property name, and Moon Yunjai, seeing the gifts that began to fill the warehouse, let escape screams of happiness. But on the contrary, Wei Yanho was going through an absolutely miserable moment. He thought he'd just play a game or two of Go's games with business guests, but who could have imagined there would be so many people in the world who would travel 1,000 li just to play Go? Thanks to this, Wei Yanho had to play Go from waking up in the morning until the sun went down. At first, without knowing anything, he was completely absorbed in the Go, except in the moments of food. Finally, the method Wei Yanho devised was to limit the number of games per day to 5. Of course, the faster he finished Go games, the more rest time he would have, and thanks to this, Wei Yanho was able to play Go with fire in his eyes for the first time in a long time, like when he used to play Go with Beak Muhan in the cave. Here, Go's stone fell on the board like lightning. Magiok, the leader of the Swift Horse Trading Company who held the black stones, grabbed the stone tightly in his hand. The time had not yet come for the struggle to break out, but the Wei Yanho stone crossed the territory of Magiok without hesitation. If it withdrew, its territory would be divided and inevitably lost. Normally, Magiok would have quietly devastated the black stone that jumped without fear of its territory. He would have given him life or death options as long as he seemed to capture him, expanded his territory, and then ended the game by cutting his head off. But now I couldn't do it. First, I could not understand the intention behind jumping to what was clearly a dead position. Moreover, the person holding the white stones was none other than the Holy One of Go of Hanrim, who was defeating renowned Go players throughout the kingdom one after another. A person like that wouldn't have thrown himself without thinking twice. But he couldn't find that hidden movement at all. And finally, Magiok raised her head slightly to look at the face of the Holy Go. Spanko. A young man with annoyance written all over his face stared at the board with an impetus that seemed to devour someone. No, what I was looking at wasn't the board. His eyes were fixed precisely on the right hand of Magiok holding the stone. What did I do wrong? Magiok shuddered involuntarily. Once intimidated, a cold sweat strangely kept flowing and felt as if I had to place a stone quickly. Oh yehem. Magiok had no choice but to step back one step. In a situation where he could not properly understand his opponent's intention, fighting carelessly could result in a great disaster. Even though this territory was divided, we were not yet on the level of discussing a defeat, so withdrawing seemed the right thing for now. This. Grrrr. Suddenly, the sound of gnashing teeth pierced his ears. Magiok looked at the face of the Go saint by clenching her teeth as she looked at the board and became convinced. Surely if I had fought there, I would have lost. There must have been some movement I didn't see. Yes, I retired well. I certainly retired well. But Wei Yanho was thinking something completely different. Wine. Wei Yanho stared at Magiok. Wine. Why do you retire from there? Wine. Wei Yanho felt he wanted to grab and throw Magiok in front of him immediately. He had made a move against which even someone who had learned Go for 3 days could win. But these people, called the strongest under the sky, were engaged in lengthy deliberations one after the other, and then their movements were to pull their tails and retreat. From Wei Yanho's perspective, winning or losing was of no use. So even if I lost, it was better for Go's game to end quickly. That's why he deliberately threw stones to lose, but all these gentlemen would burst into cold sweats and be eager to retreat. As much as I was looking for a fight, it was useless if they didn't fight. However, if he lost flatly, rumors would clearly spread that he had played Go sloppily. This was not just a Wei Yanho problem. It was a matter of Moon Yuechuan's reputation, who had invited them. In a position where he was loitering without a single coin, he could do nothing that could damage the reputation of his host. Wei Yanho was a lazy man, but he knew the decorum. In the worst-case scenario, if Moon Yuechuan's mood worsened, Wei Yanho could be expelled from that good place where he could get free food and accommodation. That absolutely couldn't happen. Wei Yanho's stone drilled back in. Bite. Wei Yanho looked at Magiok with flaming eyes. Bite, I tell you, bite, I'll lose in 10 moves, so fight. But this time too, Magiok burst into cold sweat, stuck her tail in and retired. Pewaj. A white vapor rose from Wei Yanho's head. Wei Yanho placed a stone on the board with trembling hands. That's how it was every time. Wei Yanho continued to launch unreasonable moves to lose, and his opponent was intimidated and did not accept them as such. So those unreasonable movements became good, and contrary to his intentions, Wei Yanho continued to win. The reputation Wei Yanho had built without knowing it. The pressure felt by those who faced Wei Yanho directly. And it was the result of the impulse that Wei Yanho unknowingly exuded by pressuring his opponents. If he lost moderately and rumors ran that he lacked skill, the people gathered there would also return home, but contrary to his intentions, he continued to win, so the number of people continued to increase. I have to lose. In the end, Wei Yanho managed to lose by barely 1 point by deliberately making consecutive mistakes. You played well. Magiok smiled and bowed. I know it wasn't your real skill. If you had played well, I should have gotten rid of my problems a long time ago. With such an open mind, it seems like it was a game with a lot to learn. No, that's not. I will not forget the consideration of the Holy One of Go, however. Next time, please treat me well. This Magiok is not so intolerant. Yes, it was crazy. In the end, Wei Yanho had to play 5 games of Go with tears in his eyes, and only after 4 complete Shijin had passed could he escape the game room. Puaj. Wei Yanho massaged his legs and sighed. It would be 100 times easier to wash clothes or cut firewood. What disaster is this? Wei Yanho felt like crying. But today the sky was irritably clear. Then why did the teacher tell me to go to the academic world? When you think about it, it was all Beek Muhan's fault. And it was because of Beek Muhan's inner core embedded in his belly. Bad old man's. Wei Yanho grumbled as he walked into his chambers. Still today he had finished all his work, so now he could get some rest. At that moment, a loud cry came into the ears of Wei Yanho. I said no. Wei Yanho turned his head casually. Moon Yunjai was exchanging heated words with a man. Given Moon Yunjai's personality, as Wei Yanho understood it, it would not be strange if he were to engage in a triune fight with a flying sparrow. She was a woman who was dying to fight, after all. The problem was not Moon Yunjai, but the man who talked to her had an extremely distinctive appearance. His dress was not particularly unusual. Robes of gold silk, which anyone could recognize as faces, certainly caught attention, but that could even be considered a virtue. Those golden garments were clearly expensive to anyone who looked at them. The jewels and hanging accessories that covered those golden robes seemed a little excessive, but they were within the realm of understanding. It was subtly unpleasant to see, but each one has different tastes, and Wei Yanho was an open-minded man who knew how to respect the individuality of others. However, the story changes when someone dressed like that is so overly fat that a passing pig bends his head and calls him Big Brother. Being moderately fat can actually be a symbol of wealth and can make a person's impression more favorable. But the man standing in front of Moon Yunjai was excessively obese. Even now, unable to control his own body, he constantly dried up his sweat running with a handkerchief, and after uttering a single word, he gasped repeatedly for air. His flaccid papacy completely hid his neck, and his fallen belly made his legs look short. If he looked good, it was quite high, but his body was so round that it looked small unless you approached. It certainly was a distinctive appearance. The man opened his mouth while constantly drying the sweat running down his face with the handkerchief. Why don't you think about it carefully? Moon Yunjai snorted. There's nothing to think about or not to think about. You'll regret it, won't you? There's no chance of that happening. The fat man smiled slightly. What is so unpleasant to you? There's often no opportunity to serve a man with my previous record as a husband, and Miss Moon knows it better than anyone, right? You should know that I'm a woman who doesn't care about that background. The man burst into laughter. That's why I admire you so much, isn't it? Moon Yunjai's face was contorted. In any case, I have nothing more to say to you. You'd better reconsider it. I've never given up on anything I want to own. I'm one of those who need to get what they like to be satisfied with. I'm making this request right now, but if you keep refusing me, next time it won't be a request. Although his voice was soft, the meaning he was hiding was far from soft. Do what you want. Are you saying it's okay if the Great Hanrim Academy, which has a long history, collapses just because of you? The Great Hanrim Academy will not collapse easily. The man smiled. It may be, but I can do it. You know that too, don't you? Moon Yunjai's eyes became cold. What are you planning to do? The man shook his head as his sweat dried. I don't plan on doing anything yet. However, if you keep denying me like this, I could change my mind. Moon Yoonjae responded in a cold voice. I hate that facet of you. Do you think that everything in the world will come out according to your will? It's not impossible. No, at least I will never marry you, so there are impossible things. Well, I'm leaving. When Moon Yoonjae turned around, the man reached out and grabbed her by the shoulder. Wait a minute. You won't let me go. You better not make me angry. HMPH, what will you do if you get angry? The man smiled. I pride myself on being a gentleman, but I also know that whoever is at the center of power must never be of one color. I prefer to resolve matters through dialogue, but if the situation does not allow it, I will not hesitate to use violence or power. The man smiled triumphantly. Even if I raped you right now, could you keep acting so stubborn? Moon Yoonjae's eyes shook slightly. At that moment, a quiet voice came after Moon Yoonjae. That's not something you can say at someone else's. Moon Yoonjae's head turned. You. Faced with the sudden appearance of an uninvited guest, the man let go of his hand and stepped back. Moon Yoonjae ran quickly to get behind Wei Yanho. The man looked at him quietly before opening his mouth. Don't you think listening to each other's conversations secretly goes against the label? Excuse me, I'm a little short of a label, but you don't seem to be able to say that. For someone who cares about the label, weren't your words a little harsh? The little eyes of man, barely visible buried in the flesh, shone with light. I know who you are, you're the one called Hanrim Go Saint. Wei Yanho bowed his head. I don't know who you are. The man's face hardened slightly. I am. Oh, that's fine. I don't really want to know anyway. I don't think it's good to know. The man looked at Wei Yanho with his eyes squinted. Holy of the Go of Hanrim, if you had played Go and you had passed the time, you would not have fallen into my misfortune. That's right. In that sense, it's rather regrettable. It would be difficult for you to fall into disgrace. You're so conspicuous that you should be avoided seeing yourself. You. The man's face trembled with rage. However, the man soon breathed deeply and looked at Moon Yoonjae. I'm leaving for today, but don't think it's the end. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't hug yourself in those 3 days, I'll do it my way. The man's eyes shone in blue. You better keep that in mind. The man left those words and slowly walked away. Wei Yanho watched the man silently before opening his mouth. Who is he? Moon Yoonjae said with a chill. It's someone named Nok Mokpung. Nok Mokpung. Yes, he is the son of Grand Eunuch Nok Gi, who holds full authority in the imperial court. The son of a eunuch. Moon Yoonjae nodded. More precisely, he is an adopted child. I see. Wei Yanho looked with new eyes at the figure of the man walking away. But what was that gentleman saying to you? Moon Yoonjae's face creaked. He told me to marry him. Oh. Moon Yoonjae shuddered. I've told you not countless times, but you don't know how to give up. It's so annoying that I could die every time. But isn't it decent enough? Moon Yoonjae's eyes narrowed. Decent. I've also heard of Nok Gi. He's the leader of the eunuchs. With that background, his family must be decent, and seeing how he clings to people, he must have genuine feelings. If you changed your position and were a woman, would you like to marry that person? Wei Yanho seemed to think quietly for a moment before opening his mouth. That's not a particularly nice thought. Well, Moon Yoonjae had a bitter smile. Furthermore, that person doesn't want to marry me because he likes me. What do you mean by that? Moon Yoonjae's complexion got a little dark. I don't know if you know, but my father enjoys considerable respect among the academic community. I've heard it. I find it uncomfortable to say it in my own words, but he is considered worthy to serve as a minister of the nation. However, the reason he remains buried in the field like this is not simply because my father has no attachment to any government office. Then, it's because the eunuchs who control the imperial court keep father under control. The eunuchs have it under control. Moon Yoonjae sighed. What distinguishes the great Hanrim Academy from the typical academic factions is that my father does not belong anywhere in particular. Therefore, it was difficult to reach power, but as this extended over generations, a new force emerged. As we did not belong to any faction, we were able to forge friendships with various factions and maintain deep relationships.
Oh,
Although they know that eunuchs are treacherous officials, they cannot expel them because the academic factions cannot unite. Thanks to this, the eunuchs, who do not even represent 1/5 of the total strength, are gaining power. If Father took office and coordinated the academic factions, who would be in greater danger would be the eunuchs.
that makes sense.
So the great eunuch Nok desperately prevented Father from assuming office. And recently he found another method. Is that the marriage between you and that chubby girl?
Yes,
If that happens, the great eunuch Nok will not have to fear the unification of the academic community and will also be able to form a father-in-law relationship with Moon Yuhwan, a giant of the academic world. It's like adding wings to a tiger.
Moon Yunjai sighed.
That's why that person keeps bothering me. It's not just a matter of affection or anything like that.
MMM.
Wei Yanho nodded. Then would you consider accepting if there was affection?
Excuse me.
It seems that you refuse because there is no affection, but would you consider accepting if those feelings were genuine? Moon Yunjai shook his head firmly.
I don't want to.
I thought so. Wei Yanho smiled.
What do you mean, I assumed?
You are superficial, a superficial person who judges people by their appearance. Moon Yunjai's face blushed.
It's not like that.
What do you mean it's not like that?
I said it's not like that.
Really? Then why wouldn't it work even if there was affection?
That's.
Wei Yanho's smile got deeper.
Come on, tell me.
Why wouldn't it work?
Wine.
No, what I mean is that it is obvious that this person has no affection.
Do you see yourself changing the subject?
I asked you clearly if you would accept if there was affection.
It.
Even if there was love, it wouldn't work. That's right, being fat is a crime. That's why people need to be pretty.
Who said that?
Then, if there's love, it's okay.
Really?
Yes. Wei Yanho started walking. Where are you going?
To tell him.
Tell him what? Wei Yanho smiled. You said it's okay if there's love, right? That gentleman is sad, so I'm going to talk to him. As he doesn't show sincerity, I'll tell him to show his love.
Moon Yunjai screamed.
Stop it. Wow, you said it was okay.
Stop, I said stop.
Wei Yanho smiled itchily as she mocked Moon Yunjai. Although Moon Yunjai knew it was a joke, he grabbed Wei Yanho with a blushing face. Just imagining it was horrifying.
That's when it happened. You bastard.
A loud cry flew towards them. Moon Yunjai and Wei Yanho startled and turned around. A young man with an angry face stared at him. How dare this loafer play with the lady? Wei Yanho observed the young man who had suddenly appeared. A handsome-faced young man, dressed in the typical dress of a scholar, looked at him with anger. Wei Yanho looked away from the young man and asked Moon Yunjai.
Who is he?
Moon Yunjai did not respond and instead spoke to the young man.
No, Master Dam.
It's not like that. The young man named Master Dam shook his hand with disdain. Don't worry, miss, I'll take care of it. No, that's not what I meant. But Master Dam was stubborn. Damn bastard, I was already on the edge watching you loiter playing Go like a bum. How dare you play with the young lady? Did you think you'd get away with it? Wei Yanho laughed between his teeth. If others play Go or go fishing, it's your business. What's so special about a pathetic fool who spends all day playing Go and living in idleness? Wei Yanho looked directly at Master Dam. I will convey those exact words to the scholar Moon.
What?
That he's a pathetic idiot who spends the day playing Go and living in idleness. Isn't that an insult to your master? At the words of Wei Yanho, Dam Jingok became a little nervous. Now that I think about it, wasn't it playing Go exactly the same thing as his master Moon Yuhwan did too? You are different from my master.
How so?
You're a bum. My master likes Go as a hobby. But in the end, you're both playing Go and loitering, aren't you? How could you compare yourself to my master? Wei Yanho snapped his tongue. You do the same thing, but judge people differently. What an exceptional judge you have become.
You bastard.
Wei Yanho looked at Moon Yunjai.
Am I wrong?
Moon Yunjai couldn't answer easily. In fact, if genuine intent was examined, it was clearly wrong. How to compare Moon Yuechuan, whose personal scholarship had reached its peak and was reaching new levels, with Wei Yanho, who seemed to be unaware of even the most basic knowledge. However, based solely on superficial words, it was difficult to state that they were wrong. Wei Yanho looked at Dam Jingok with a brilliant smile. And if the others are lazy or not, what do you care? Are you my father or something? Are you not ashamed to come to this learning room to be lazy? You study because you want to study, and I sleep because I want to sleep. What difference does it make between you and me to be ashamed? How can studying be the same as sleeping? What's different about them? They're different, of course they're different. Okay, I get it, so tell me what's different. Learning gives you something. Sleeping also relieves fatigue. How learning allows you to consolidate as such. It's also hard to stay upright when you're tired. Dam Jingok squeezed his teeth. Learning can be an end in itself, but sleeping cannot be by law. Learning is an end in itself. That's right. Then why did you learn? HMPH, what an obvious question to consolidate myself, and besides, achieve fame and success. Wei Yanho smiled. Fame and success, in the end, you're just learning to get ahead in life too. HMPH, how could the purpose of fame and success be limited to mere promotion? I will ascend to office and make this country a better place to live. How? How's, you'll wonder. How are you going to make it easier to live here? If you have studied more than 10 years for that purpose, surely you have a plan for what you will do after taking office, right? What systems will you create? What laws will you establish? I will watch that the people live in peace. Oh, not those words. I could invent hundreds of them myself right now, so how about you tell me about specific processes and systems? Wei Yanho shrugged. In the end, you're only studying because you want to progress too. Or you just listened to what others were telling you about the need to study without questioning it. Maybe you think you're doing great. Well, from my perspective, you and I don't seem very different. Dam Jingok's face got red. How could I be like a lazy man like you? At least, I don't relax like you. You're probably better than me, but did you study more than 10 years to become a better person? What a pity you would have been better than me even without studying. Wei Yanho looked at Dam Jingok, whose face had turned red and breast with difficulty, and abruptly declared, if you learn or not, it's none of my business, but I'd rather you didn't despise others by believing that you're doing something great. Your Confucian studies certainly contain teachings about not disparaging others, and frankly, it's quite unseemly that someone who can't even practice the most basic teachings talks about learning. Wei Yanho left those words behind and turned around. Dam Jingok seemed to be about to say something, muttering angry before spitting curses and leaving. Moon Yunjai looked at Wei Yanho with a fresh expression. Wei Yanho smiled slightly at him. What, you see me with other eyes? Yes. Unexpectedly, Moon Yunjai nodded easily. Really? I see you with other eyes. I have never seen such sophistry in my life. Moon Yunjai let go of a hollow laugh. You say that learning and sleeping are the same because you do both things because you like them. Well, I don't think it's particularly wrong. I'd like to take a look at your mind. How can you say those things so safely? It's nothing special. Wei Yanho laughed between his teeth. Then he stepped forward, leaving Moon Yunjai behind. Moon Yunjai watched the figure of him walk away with a slight smile. I see it in a new light. The discussion was an essential part of learning. The academy always included the debate in its curriculum. Dam Jingok was someone who wouldn't let himself be beaten by anyone in the debate. Even if it were a sophistry, it was the first time I saw Dam Jingok so unilaterally overwhelmed in a debate. The more he watched Wei Yanho, the more peculiar he found it. That young man's. Yes. The old man smiled softly. Behind the old man, Moon Yuechuan remained silent with her hands intertwined. Indeed, he's an interesting young man. He is an extraordinary person. Extraordinary seems right to me. The question is, in what sense is extraordinary? It looks like he's hiding. Hide. That's what I thought, big scholar. At the words of Moon Yuechuan, the old man nodded. He looked at Wei Yanho with a deep look and then smiled. Well, it can be. The elder observed the Wei Yanho figure moving away and murmured quietly. An interesting child. The eunuch Nakgi extended his pale hand to raise his cup of tea. The fragrance of the pu'er tea of Sichuan always reassured him. The aroma of the pu'er tea, fermented for many years, brought him the pleasure of the passage of time. But now he did not perceive well the aroma of pu'er tea. It was not because it was of inferior quality, but because his mind was not at peace. Nok eunuch tasted the aroma of pu'er tea for a moment, and then opened his mouth slowly.
What did you say?
Upon the question of the eunuch Nok Mokpung bowed his head deeply.
It seems difficult, father.
Nok's eyes narrowed.
Difficult?
Yes. Wonderless fool. At the words of the eunuch Nok Mokpung was unable to respond. Did I give you something hard?
No.
If you can't even put your hands on a little girl, what can you hope to accomplish?
I'm sorry.
Nok Mokpung's face was contorted with a mixture of shame and anger. So you plan on giving up like that?
It's not easy.
With all the teachings I have given you, is it so difficult to choose a suitable method among so many strategies? Under normal circumstances, I would not have dared to disturb your peace of mind, father. The eunuch Nok bowed his head. Are they not normal circumstances? Is there a problem? Nok Mokpung raised his head and continued. A strange person named the genius of the academy has appeared in the academy.
Academy genius?
Yes, I've heard rumors. But isn't he just an ignorant fool who spends his time playing Go? He is not the problem. The problem is that influential people from all over the country have come to the academy en masse thanks to him. Being so attentive to his gaze, our movements are too restricted. If we act with clumsiness, we could face a violent reaction. Many eyes are looking.
Yes.
The eunuch Nok caressed his imberbed chin with interest. Influential people. It was well known that the tea companions of Moon Yuechuan exercised a great influence even in the imperial palace. Otherwise, someone of the stature of the Nok eunuch would not distrust Moon Yuechuan. Even without them, it would be a difficult task, but having to plan avoiding his gaze would complicate it even more.
Then I understand your hesitation. I'm sorry.
Nevertheless,
yes.
The eyes of the eunuch Nok became cold. Do you think this mission is only for my well-being? Taking control of the imperial palace is a mission that you personally entrusted to me. Not fulfilling it is impossible for me and for you too. Nok Mokpung's shoulders trembled. I'm not afraid of death, but letting that person down scares me more than death.
Yes, I understand perfectly.
The eunuch Nok nodded. There is no need to doubt. Sometimes tough methods are needed.
Rough methods.
The genius of the academy, that bastard, is helping us. If things go like this, that girl doesn't matter. Nok Mokpung bowed his head. I don't understand what you mean.
Jada Jojo.
If there are many influential people, we can use that in our favor. Moon Yuechuan has dug his own grave. Nok Mokpung did not understand what Nok Gi meant. But he knew well his ability to conspire, having ascended to the center of imperial power as an eunuch. When Nok Gi spoke like this, it meant that he was already prepared to set up Moon Yuechuan. The eyes of the Nok eunuch shone coldly. The imperial palace will now pass into my hands.
Get up.
Wei Yanho was worried.
Should I get up?
Anyway, that woman won't regret staying here easily. No, still, I should pretend I'm not awake and hold on a little longer.
Maybe she'll live.
Even if she doesn't leave, at least as long as she endures. At that time, cold water fell on Wei Yanho's face.
How cool.
Wei Yanho took off the blanket and jumped in. They had poured plenty of ice water on the bed.
What are you doing?
Moon Yunjai, holding a large bucket and looking at Wei Yanho with a triumphant expression, opened her mouth with a slight smile.
Because you didn't get up.
Faced with that refreshing smile, Wei Yanho responded dryly. Wouldn't it be basic to try to ask at least once more? You're not the type to get up even if I did. Even so, pour water on the bed of someone who sleeps.
Don't worry. I'll clean it up anyway.
Wei Yanho squeezed his teeth. But Moon Yunjai's words were not entirely wrong either. Wei Yanho grumbled as he took off the soaked garment. Why again since morning? Moon Yunjai put on the clothes he had prepared with a calm face.
Here, challenge this.
Oh my god, have you made all the preparations yet? Stop talking nonsense and change soon. Dad called you. Did Scholar Moon do it? So hurry up and get ready. Get ready. Yes, change your clothes and get ready, please move quickly. Really? Do you want us to throw another bucket of water on you before you move in? Wei Yanho shook his head with reticent expression. That's not all. Wei Yanho stared at Moon Yunjai. Moon Yunjai raised her voice as if she were frustrated. What are you doing? Should I get ready? How did you take my words? Wei Yanho nodded slowly as if he had no choice. I'm quite reluctant, but you can't help it, I guess. Wei Yanho lowered his hand and grabbed the laces of his pants. Kayak, what are you doing? You told me to change, didn't you? You told me to change, but you didn't leave and you stood there with your lost eyes. What am I supposed to do? And then you insisted that I hurry. What can I do? Apart from that, I didn't know you had those hobbies, but you're surprisingly open-minded. I guess the academic community has changed a lot lately. What nonsense are you talking about? Moon Yunjai shouted queek and ran out of the room. Starburst. The door closed abruptly as if to break. Moon Yunjai leaned on the door, breathing with difficulty. Really? The more he dealt with him, the stranger he found. I am so shocked. Moon Yunjai kept grumbling as she covered her face with her hand. Her face burned. Look at him again, look at him again. He's still as lazy and cheeky as ever. I really hate him. Honestly, it was true that I had looked at it a little differently because of what happened yesterday. But human nature goes nowhere. There would never be any reason for that lazy guy to look good in the future. If you're going to be lazy, at least have a good personality. He's lazy, his personality is terrible too. And he goes around taking his clothes off anywhere. No matter how I think about it, there's nothing good about it. Then a low sound was heard from inside the room. Moon Yunjai shuddered and shrunk her body slightly. So, Moon Yunjai put her ear against the door. You could hear sounds of low breathing. He didn't hear. Moon Yunjai caressed her chest. Do I think it's lucky right now? Why would I be lucky? Those kind of words are things I could say to his face at any time. Because that's the truth. But why am I relieved that Wei Yanho didn't hear it? Moon Yunjai shook his head vigorously. If I get involved with that person. At that moment, something crossed Moon Yunjai's mind. Low breathing sounds. Moon Yunjai slowly opened the door. And then she saw Wei Yanho sleeping in the corner of the bed that was soaked and dirty with water, lying perfectly in the only place that had not been wet. The veins swelled on Moon Yunjai's forehead. What? The old man sighed. So you haven't changed your mind yet. Moon Yuechuan smiled slightly and shook her head. I'm sorry. Is it because of that bastard Nok Gi? Moon Yuechuan did not respond. The old man frowned as if he was frustrated. I can block Nok Gi for you. Why don't you understand that His Majesty can only gain strength if you keep the balance in the center? How could I not know? Then why do you still hesitate? Moon Yuechuan hesitated a little before answering. I still lack confidence in myself. Trust. It's not just Nok Gi. Of course, I'm also afraid of him. He's someone capable of everything for his own benefit. It's not easy to face someone like that. But what makes me most doubt is the fear that I can really take such a big responsibility. Listen, I have never held a position until now. I have lived my whole life buried in the field, so what would I know to enter the Great Hall, and with what would help His Majesty? The old man looked at Moon Yuechuan with a stupefied expression. Who would dare doubt the abilities of the great scholar of 3 excellencies? Learning is not everything. Don't you know that the role you want from me can't be achieved by learning? But it is also true that there is no suitable person other than you. But the old man sighed deeply. Listen, Yuechuan. Yes, please speak. His movements have been unusual lately. Moon Yuechuan raised his head and looked at the old man. The old man he knew wasn't someone who made noise. If he said it was unusual, then it was really unusual. If it were just them, I wouldn't have asked you that. It's not just them. Disturbing movements are observed between the military and academics. Disturbing movements, you say. Moon Yuechuan's face hardened. You have not yet reached the point of being able to draw hasty conclusions, but it is true that there are movements that are shaking them. Do you suspect Nok Gi? More than suspicion, it's conviction. MMM. Moon Yuechuan's face was severely hardened. Nok Gi covering his majesty's eyes and exercising his power had been a big problem since before. But wasn't what Moon Yuechuan was saying now beyond that realm? It's hard to believe. Moon Yuechuan could not easily believe the old man's words. The soldier Nok I knew was sinister, but never naive. Had he been, he would not have reached his present position in the imperial court, where intrigues proliferated. Nok Gi is planning such a rebellion. It was impossible. Of course, with the skills of Nok Gi, it might be possible to succeed in a rebellion. But if it had been the Nok Gi whom Moon Yuechuan knew, he would not have acted so hastily. It was his custom to proceed slowly and discreetly, so that, when others realized, they would already be in an irreversible situation. The fact that others had noticed signs of rebellion in Nok Gi was in itself strange. If their abilities had been such as to show such signs to others, Nok Gi would never have reached its present position. The old man, understanding Moon Yuechuan's feelings, opened his mouth with a severe voice. It's hard to believe, but it's the truth. But the old man nodded. You want to ask why? That's right. Moon Yuechuan couldn't understand. Throughout history, rebellions have occurred countless times. But not once had a eunuch been at the center of a rebellion. What would a eunuch do that cannot continue his lineage by becoming emperor? There have been countless cases of eunuchs that have become the center of power and have controlled the emperors. The current Nok Gi also had tremendous power. Then why would he plan a betrayal to get more? The old man sighed. What do you think of Nok Gi? What do you mean? Just like I said. What do you think of Nok Gi? Well, Moon Yuechuan responded honestly. Although we find ourselves at opposite points, I think he's an exceptional person. He's someone who's really climbed from below to get to his current position. That's right. The old man nodded. But you will see. Yes. Could anyone reach the current position simply by being an outstanding person? What do you mean by that? Don't just look at the results, but at the process. Power struggles among eunuchs are more frightening than we can imagine. But isn't it strange that Nok Gi, without any power base, defeated all these formidable characters and reached his current position? Moon Yuechuan looked at the old man. Well, but wasn't the investigation of that part completed? The old man nodded. Yes, the investigation was completed. Although those who opposed him in the past died in accidents, it was revealed that they had no connection with him. Then it's no problem, right? The old man shook his head with severe expression. But the timing was too timely, and many of those who did not oppose him also died suddenly from illness, as if someone were clearing the top positions in advance. It could be a coincidence. I thought so until recently, but seeing his recent movements, I thought, could there be anyone behind him? But I'm not sure, but I have that feeling. There are too many things that can't be explained in any other way. Moon Yuechuan nodded with a heavy expression. It was something I didn't want to think about, but there was certainly a possibility. If that's true, it wouldn't be a common issue. That's right. Since it's been 30 years since Nok Gi entered the imperial court, it would mean they've been waiting for this moment at least that time. Moon Yuechuan let a deep sigh escape. If it were true, it wouldn't be a common matter. Do you have countermeasures? When even scholars are divided into factions and fail to unify their opinions, what countermeasures can we take? That is why I need you. We need to unite them. Only then can we resist. Moon Yuechuan knew what the old man wanted. But facing Nok Gi was not an easy task. If only his own life had been at risk, he would have faced it without hesitation. But he had a daughter whom he would not trade for anything in the world, and disciples who received his teachings. Nok Gi was a viper-like person who could wipe them all out without blinking. I'll think about it a little more. Please help, my friend. Then a quiet voice was heard from outside the room. Father, Moon Yuechuan responded to Moon Yunjai's voice. Yes, I brought it. Moon Yuechuan looked at the old man with eyes asking for permission. The old man nodded slowly with his head. Bring them. Yes. The door opened and Moon Yunjai and Wei Yanho entered. Each movement and gesture of Moon Yunjai was extremely cautious. However, Wei Yanho entered with a swollen face and walking with difficulty. With that walk alone, he noticed how worrying the situation was. Moon Yuechuan smiled softly. I'm worried I was rude to call you so early. Did you sleep well? Wei Yanho responded bluntly. Yes, I slept very well. If they hadn't poured cold water on my face while I slept, I would have slept a little better, which is a shame. Moon Yuechuan looked silently at Moon Yunjai. Moon Yunjai turned her head, avoiding Moon Yuechuan's gaze. Head, something like that happened, but it's lucky you slept so well. Yes, I slept deeply. I was just trying to sleep a little longer because I lacked sleep, but if someone hadn't scratched my face with my fingernails, I could have slept better, which is unfortunate. Moon Yuechuan's bewildered gaze turned to Moon Yunjai again. But Moon Yunjai's gaze remained fixed in a distant place, showing no signs of returning. Is that so? Moon Yuechuan found himself apologizing without realizing it. I'm sorry, it looks like I made a fuss this morning. It is not my duty to complain when I receive food and lodging. However, if you could avoid getting so early in the future, I would thank you. Moon Yuechuan looked out the window. The sun that hung in the middle of the sky hid behind the clouds as if it were ashamed. I'm sorry. Moon Yuechuan cleared his throat a couple of times and then turned his head towards the old man. This person is The old man spoke directly. Just say I'm an old man passing by. Wei Yanho nodded. That's an explanation that seems to have a whole story behind it. Is that it? The person who seems to have business with me is you, old man. The old man nodded. You guessed it correctly. What business do you have? The old man burst into laughter. What business do I have, you'll ask yourself, young man. What business do I have with a member of the Hanrim Academy? Just to play a game of Go, that's all. Wei Yanho looked at Moon Yuechuan. Moon Yuechuan smiled and nodded. Wei Yanho responded to Moon Yuechuan's smile with a smile of her own, then looked at the old man and smiled widely. That won't do. The old man looked at Wei Yanho with a baffled expression. Isn't it going to work? Yes. Wei Yanho responded with indifference. What do you mean by that? Aren't you already talking about hands with those who come to the mansion? You know that well. But you say I can't. Wei Yanho shook his head. I didn't say I wouldn't play Go with you, man. Then, Wei Yanho spoke with a determined expression. It is not that I am not going to play Go with you, old man, but that you must follow the order. As some came first, I ask you to wait, old man. The old man looked at Wei Yanho with a slightly hardened expression, then soon burst into laughter. Head, if it's that kind of problem, don't worry, I'll explain it to you. But Wei Yanho was determined. What does not serve does not serve. The old man's eyes opened slightly. Look, didn't I tell you I'd explain it well? Wei Yanho shook his hand with disdain, as if he were upset. Then go right now and ask permission from everyone. Do I have to go this far? People have been waiting for 3 or 4 days just to play a game of Go. They may not seem especially nice to me, but I must admit they waited like this. There are people who have been waiting for days to follow the order, but if I suddenly play Go with you, old man, how frustrated would they be? I said I can figure that out. Wei Yanho looked directly at the old man. That's not called resolution, it's called coercion. Coercion. From what I see, you seem to have a rather high position. If you speak, old man, the others will have no choice but to give in. But they will not be convinced. The elder felt that his excuses were insufficient. Certainly, if he revealed his identity and asked for understanding, no one would openly refuse, but definitely not many would enthusiastically accept it. 5 games a day. Playing Go with those who came first is a promise and a principle that we established. I don't want to break my promise with them, nor do I want to break my principles for you, old man. Faced with the determined words of Wei Yanho, the old man looked at him with a renewed expression. Isn't this a person with more character than expected? The old man exchanged looks with Moon Yuechuan. But Moon Yuechuan also did not seem to have a concrete solution, simply showing an uncomfortable expression. Well, asking Moon Yuechuan, an upright scholar, to break the principles established by his opponent would be unreasonable. This is problematic. If he had been asked to wait for a game or two from Go, he would have been willing to wait. But now Wei Yanho told the old man to follow the order. Even the old man knew that there were easily more than 10 people waiting to play Go with Wei Yanho. That meant losing here for at least 3 days, which was impossible considering the urgency of the situation. Can't you do something? Why can't you? Wait, I'm telling you. What? The old man shook his head vigorously. There was no way to communicate with him. He looked at Moon Yuechuan for help, but he also continued to bow his head in an apology. What do I have to do? The beginning and justification were on his side. While he could not wait indefinitely because of the difficult situation, these Confucian scholars could not ask others to break the principles either, so there was no way out. While the old man and Moon Yuechuan were stuck and unable to do this or that, Moon Yunjai, who had been watching the situation in silence, spoke. Father, Moon Yuechuan looked at Moon Yunjai. Speak. I think I can figure this out. Moon Yuechuan's face was illuminated by Moon Yunjai's words. You. Yes. When Moon Yuechuan looked at the old man also nodded. Moon Yuechuan was curious about the method his clever and ingenious daughter might have. On second thought, it was also true that Moon Yunjai was the one who had spent the most time with Wei Yanho since he arrived at the Great Hanrim Academy, so she knew him better. Being Moon Yunjai like that, it wouldn't be silly. Speak. Once Moon Yuechuan received permission, Moon Yunjai looked at Wei Yanho and smiled. Why don't you play one game? I said no. However, Wei Yanho flatly rejected Moon Yunjai's proposal. Her mood was already bad because of what happened in the morning, so why would she listen to her words just because she was pretty? I get it, so just play. No, I will cancel the Go games you have left to play today with just this game. Wei Yanho looked at Moon Yunjai with intense eyes. Moon Yunjai smiled triumphantly. Principles. Promises. Wei Yanho that Moon Yunjai had observed all this time was not at all someone who became obsessed with those things. The reason Wei Yanho refused was because Go's game with the old man would not count for the number of games he had to play. If I played Go this way and told the others that I had already played a game and that's why today I would only play 4, obviously it wouldn't work. Even if the elder explained the situation, it was not clear whether that would work or not. Why then should I take such a risk? At that time, Moon Yunjai's proposal approached Wei Yanho with much sweetness. Really? Moon Yunjai asked Moon Yuechuan's permission. Okay. Moon Yuechuan nodded with a reticent expression. I can explain that very well. Moon Yunjai smiled. Is it okay now? But Wei Yanho spoke in a sharp tone, as if he had never been happy. It's tempting, but since I'm a person with principles and decorum, such a method. Moon Yunjai interrupted Wei Yanho's words. Not until tomorrow. If you want to rest even today, don't cause trouble. Wei Yanho's face was tripped. He thought he could get something else if he negotiated well, but Moon Yunjai's attitude was too determined. Just one game tomorrow. No. Wei Yanho's face trembled. Don't be like that, let's have a conversation first. There's nothing to discuss. Wei Yanho's head fell like a sick chicken. Cold-blooded woman. Even if you say worse, it's not no. The fact of exempting you from today's games is already very generous. Wei Yanho sighed. A person should know when to retire. If I tried to use tricks to get something else now, I could lose something bigger. You can't help it. Wei Yanho looked at the old man. Head, let's start. The old man looked at Wei Yanho reluctantly for a moment, then turned to look at Moon Yuechuan. Moon Yuechuan avoided the old man's gaze and turned away his sight with itch. A talent. The old man's sharp gaze passed through Moon Yuechuan's back. A hidden dragon hiding. The sharper the old man's eyes became, the more Moon Yuechuan's back shivered. The old man sighed and looked back at Wei Yanho. When he came after hearing the story of Moon Yuechuan, he thought it would be someone important. When he saw Wei Yanho in person for the first time, he thought it seemed frivolous, although there was something hidden beneath the surface. But the impression he had of Wei Yanho today was, honestly speaking, the worst. The old man sighed deeply. Only his mouth is alive, only his mouth. If at least he had been inarticulated in speaking, the impression would have been better, but what he did was typical of a fraudster. If such an individual had presented himself to the official examination, the elder would have broken his response sheet without even looking at it. He looked like someone who would ruin the country. Was this a journey in vain? He also considered the possibility that Wei Yanho was acting frivolously to hide something. But the old man had not lived in vain all this time. I had the eye to distinguish between that performance and the real personality. The old man's eyes told him that the personality of the man before him coincided perfectly with what he was seeing. But something still bothering him. Observing his appearance, conversation, and behavior, he seemed unnecessary to waste time, but something kept bothering him. That restlessness prevented him from getting out of his seat. The conversation will not be very meaningful. The old man immediately ordered them to bring Go's board and took the white stones. The old man, like Moon Yuechuan, thought he could meet his opponent through conversation with his hands. Let's see what kind of person you are. Whatever appeared on the surface, a conversation with your hands would reveal what was inside. The old man grabbed Go's stones hard. The old man burned with determination to discover in depth what the man in front of him was hiding. However, the elder's efforts were destined to be in vain. No matter how much he digs and digs again, it would be impossible to find anything inside Wei Yanho. How could you create something that didn't exist from the beginning? Not knowing what kind of person Wei Yanho was turned out to be the elder's greatest misfortune. Wei Yanho's ghost stone landed abruptly on the board. Wrinkles formed on the old man's forehead. I had heard rumors, but this was really a style that made the head move unintentionally. A very explosive style. Even playing Go in the middle of the battlefield would not achieve such a game. It wasn't just about having an impatient personality or not. If having an impatient personality could produce such a Go, then one would have to draw a sword every time someone rubbed his sleeve on the street to be considered normal. But the man sitting in front of him, with arrogant expression, certainly did not seem to possess such a violent temperament. So in the first place, he was surprised that his impression changed so dramatically the moment he sat in front of Go's board, and in the second place, he was surprised that an even more intense style was emerging than that impression. What kind of life has this child lived? The more he looked, the more incomprehensible the man became. You're not going to play. Wei Yanho, with his arrogant expression, opened his mouth. MMM. The old man left the stone. Oh, you're not going to play, aren't you going to ask for it back? There's no need for that. The old man asked Moon Yuechuan to bring tea and silently looked at the board. On it, raised by a storm, Go's stones were scattered here and there in disorder. It seemed as if the newbies, who didn't even know what Go was, simply put stones at random. This doesn't fit. Neither the explosive appearance he displayed on the board, nor the lazy behavior he usually displayed, were the image of the talent he desired. The old man took a sip of tea to calm his mind. He needed to do some more research. You said you were practicing cultivation, right? Wei Yanho shook his head. No, I'm not. Didn't you say you came to the academic world to fulfill your master's last wishes? That's right. The old man's eyes trembled. But you say that's not cultivation. I do it because they tell me, but it's not cultivation, you know. The old man coughed empty. It was hard to say that his way of speaking was particularly bad, but strangely, it was a tone that made the person who talked to him feel irritated. Well then, can you tell me what kind of person your teacher was? My teacher. Wei Yanho fell into contemplation. How the hell could I explain it? For Wei Yanho, Beek Muhan was probably the most difficult person to explain. For other people it would not be different, but for Wei Yanho, it was a really difficult task. After thinking for a moment, Wei Yanho found the most perfect word he could use to describe it. He's a con man. The old man's body shuddered sharply. He almost joyfully sprayed the tea he held in his mouth on Wei Yanho's face. A con man. Wei Yanho nodded calmly. He says he's not, but look at him, he's a con man. Are you saying that your master is a con man? Wei Yanho nodded without hesitation. That's what I'm saying when I think of the time I lost being fooled by that man. Wei Yanho seemed as if he would burst into tears of indignation at any moment. The old man let a deep sigh escape. If the teacher was a scammer, where could one use someone who learned from a scammer? And if the teacher was not a scammer, where should one use someone who calls his master scammer? So what did you learn from your teacher? Wei Yanho blinked without understanding and responded. What did I learn? Well, must you have learned something?
Oh,
Wei Yanho nodded. That would be how not to be beat, how to be beaten less, how not to be beaten while being beaten once again, how not to be beaten but to be beaten to death, and so on. The old man let go of an empty laugh. He was a martial artist. But Wei Yanho's appearance was nothing like that of a martial artist. Not only the outstanding martial artists of the imperial court, but even the novices who had just become military officers had impressive sharp and physical looks without exception. While martial officers who had reached a certain level knew how to contain such a presence, waiting for such a level of Wei Yanho, who seemed to have just passed the age of majority, would be excessive expectations. The old man nodded. I understand. Now go. Wei Yanho looked at Moon Yunjai. The old man responded with an irritated voice. You don't need to play Go anymore, so rest. Only then did Wei Yanho show a silly smile on his face and come out happily. The old man's deep sigh filled the room. Moon Yuechuan looked at the old man with a somewhat worried expression. Aren't you happy with him? Are you asking me if I'm not happy? The old man shook his head. It was a waste of time. I don't understand at all why you value that person so much. Moon Yuechuan smiled softly. Oh, he should be ashamed of the reproach of the old man. Moon Yuechuan seemed completely carefree. What appears on the surface is not everything. It could be even worse than it seems. Great teacher, how could you doubt the gaze of the great teacher, who has watched countless people for much longer than I have? But that person certainly possesses something that we do not know. The old man snapped his tongue. Tusk, you really are. The old man's anger calmed a little before Moon Yuechuan's affable smile. Why do you value that person so highly? Because I saw it. Did you see it? Moon Yuechuan nodded slowly. During the Great Game, there was a time when I made a divine play. Even I thought it was an excellent play. MMM. The old man nodded with strength. Moon Yuechuan was praised by the world as a masterful player. The word divine play coming out of his lips meant it was a really excellent play. It must have been a perfect move that could decide the course of the game in one stroke. And then, thinking that the Great Game was over, I looked away from the board and looked the other way. And then I could see it. The face of that person looking at the board had a completely different expression than the previous one. Moon Yuechuan looked into the void as if he was lost in his thoughts. That face is not easy to see. It was the face of altruism that someone completely absorbed in writing and absorbed to the extreme hardly showed from time to time. How could anyone be common who shows that expression while playing Go? But the old man was still negative. Didn't you see it wrong? Moon Yuechuan shook his head firmly. I couldn't have seen it wrong. What? Moon Yuechuan continued with a serious expression. Whether it's literature or anything else, learning is always the same. Countless people face it, but those who manage to continue learning without giving up to the end are scarce in this world. Whatever you have learned, if you easily overcome the limit of altruism at such an early age after continuing that learning, it cannot be a common being. It was a statement full of conviction. Normally, the old man would have nodded without thinking twice. Moon Yuechuan's words were true, and finding someone Moon Yuechuan appreciated so much was an extremely difficult task. But the old man turned his head in disgusted expression. But the words were absolutely correct, but how could such words come out after seeing such a pathetic view? Moon Yuechuan's words were correct, but the person to whom those words were referring was definitely not a proper human being. However, I have no intention of using that person. Is that so? Moon Yuechuan snapped his tongue like he was disappointed. The old man sighed deeply. No, since I could see you like this, I can't say it was a waste of time. Are you so busy? Didn't I tell you? Mom, the mood in the imperial court is no good. Moon Yuechuan was reluctant, but had no choice but to respect the old man's wishes. Frankly speaking, what could I say when I wasn't giving any help to the imperial court? I understand. The old man looked out the window with a somewhat empty expression. It's unfortunate. He had come to look for talent, but finding out that what he thought could be a phoenix was actually a chicken, his sense of emptiness was indescribable. Where did he go? Moon Yunjai looked around her repeatedly with a face full of anger. But Wei Yanho did not appear in the room. She seemed quite upset with the previous conversation with the old man. In fact, after making such rude comments while talking to an old man who clearly seemed to have a high status, Moon Yunjai's mood could not be good. She could not act hastily in front of her father and the old man, but the story was different when they were alone. Besides, had Moon Yuechuan not felt ashamed because of Wei Yanho. "I'll catch this guy." Bang! The door slammed shut again. Then Wei Yanho popped his head from under the bed. He left. A triumphant smile flourished on Wei Yanho's face. "I knew this would happen." It was a good decision to trust the sinister premonition that would run his back. If he had been lying in bed without thinking, he would definitely not have had a pleasant experience. But why does that woman behave like that with me? Wei Yanho snapped his tongue. What good would a woman with such a personality do? Of course, Wei Yanho did not consider at all the emotions that people around him might feel when looking at him. In any case, underneath the bed was more comfortable than expected. The dark space was perfect for sleeping in broad daylight, and as it was out of sight of others, it could rest comfortably. The cold rising from the ground was a problem, but for Wei Yanho, that level of cold was no problem at all. Wei Yanho stretched lazily and hugged the blanket. "See you tomorrow." Wei Yanho closed her eyes with a pleasant smile. It has been a long time since she could afford laziness. The night came. A deep silence enveloped the estate, plunged into darkness. The lights of the rooms of those who had been reading until dawn also went out one by one, and the reading sounds that were leaking gradually went out. At a time when everyone slept to receive lessons and study from dawn, there were those who moved stealthily. "We're ready." Those who wore black pajamas whispered reports to someone who was corpulent, and the man nodded and opened his mouth. "Submit all of you quickly." "Yes." As soon as those words came to an end, dozens of night loiterers jumped over the walls towards the estate. The heavy man smiled and walked slowly toward the front door. Craig. The unlocked door opened, making a squeaky noise. The man looked quietly at the estate. "You should have listened to me." Nok Mokpung smiled triumphantly and enjoyed the fuss that was unfolding on the estate. "Who are you?" "Oh, the bandits." Rough noises were heard everywhere. Nok Mokpung closed his eyes as if he were listening to music and hummed a cheerful melody. "Oh, what a beautiful sound." A barely visible smile, buried in the flesh, formed on his voluminous lips. The member of the great Hanrim Academy, who had always despised him with arrogance, was now being raped by his hands. Although he had lived a life without anything to envy, coming to this place made him feel insignificant. At first, he simply tried to take Moon Yunjai because it was so ordered. He believed that someone with his background could conquer any woman if he proposed. But Moon Yunjai was different. She didn't pay attention to her background. She always rejected him and looked at him with contempt. It was a humiliation he had never felt in his life. That ends today. Today she would kneel before her feet. And she'd pay the price for rejecting it. It didn't take long for everyone at the academy to be dragged in front of him. Looking at Moon Yunjai's face from the front, looking at him with provocative eyes, gave him an indescribable pleasure. I could see people running frantically in the distance. Among them were Moon Yuechuan and Moon Yunjai. "What are you doing?" Moon Yuechuan screamed with an angry face. Nok Mokpung briefly savored Moon Yuechuan's angry expression. To see the face of someone called the great scholar of the three excellencies, who always kept composure, to be contorted by anger, was a vision that awakened strange emotions. "MMM." Nok Mokpung paused for a moment before speaking. "I received information that there were suspicious movements at the Grand Hanrim Academy." Moon Yuechuan screamed. "Suspicious movements." Nok Mokpung shrugged once and spoke. "I have heard that influential people across the country have been entering and leaving the Hanrim Grand Academy lately. Information that influential Central Plains figures, including families of former prime ministers, are gathering information one by one." "What's wrong with that?" How can someone called the great scholar of the three excellencies react so slowly? "What do you think it means that people with military power and political authority are constantly coming and going from one place?" Moon Yuechuan's face turned slightly pale. What Nok Mokpung was saying now was too clear. "Are you saying we planned a rebellion?" Nok Mokpung shook his hand. "Oh God, I didn't say such a thing." Nok Mokpung's eyes narrowed. The great scholar is the one who speaks. Do you have something to feel guilty about? Moon Yuechuan's face trembled. Rebellion? What kind of absurd conversation was that? I wanted to scream immediately, but once the word rebellion was mentioned, getting excited was taboo. You must also know why people gather at the academy. All these people have gathered to play Go with the person who resides at the academy. That's right. Free me, we're innocent. Voices were heard. Nok Mokpung snapped his tongue. Do you want me to believe that all these people traveled so far just to play Go? You must have heard the rumors about the Holy One of Harems Go. Nok Mokpung was relaxed. Since he had no intention of hearing what they were saying from the beginning, it was natural for him to remain relaxed no matter what they said. Rumors. I've heard rumors. But those rumors are easy to invent, aren't they? Nok Mokpung looked around and bowed his head. He tried to mention Wei Yanho by name, but could not find him anywhere. Where did that guy go? The man dressed in black, who was behind Nok Mokpung, spoke. Who are you looking for? That guy called the Go Saint or something. Where is he? The expression of the man dressed in black hardened. There was no one else in the academy. MMM. Nok Mokpung snapped his tongue like he was disappointed. Did he escape? Or did he leave earlier? It would have been impossible to escape after our arrival, so he must have left earlier. Nok Mokpung completely abandoned his interest in Wei Yanho. Although he kept unpleasant memories of him, there was no need to ruin his mood for a creature looking like an insect. Well, all right, if you're innocent, I'll soon release you. After investigating the academy, if there's no problem, I'll release you and apologize. That's when it happened. I found it. A man dressed in black came running urgently. Nok Mokpung smiled. Did you find him? The man dressed in black approached Nok Mokpung and put his hand into his chest. When the hand of the man dressed in black emerged again, he held a pamphlet. What is this? The man dressed in black answered. It's a joint request. Nok Mokpung opened the books. Inside were the names and stamps of several people. Head. A cruel smile flourished on Nok Mokpung's face. Well, with evidence like this, there's no room for excuses anymore. Moon Yuechuan's face became pale as death. It's the first time we've heard anything like this. Nok Mokpung mocked Moon Yuechuan. You keep saying that when you have that evidence before your eyes. We are. The force abandoned Moon Yuechuan's voice. The situation was obvious. Nok Mokpung had come with this intention from the beginning. The fact that he had in his hands a jointly invented petition was proof that it had been prepared from the beginning. In other words, no matter what just words Moon Yuechuan said, Nok Mokpung would obviously ignore them. We didn't. We are innocent. I didn't come here for this. Screams were heard from various places. Nok Mokpung watched the scene becoming chaotic with a bitter smile. It was a nice view. Then one of the people who had been quietly tied up stood up. Nok Mokpung. Nok Mokpung's face hardened. You are. The old man spoke with a heavy voice. You're doing something interesting. Nok Mokpung looked at the old man with a rigid expression. It was a face I had found several times in the imperial palace. As head of the censorship, I wasn't someone you could take lightly. The power of the Inspector General was absolute authority, and his other identity had a power that made even the title of Inspector General seem insignificant. Second Prince. He was someone who had the current emperor as his older brother. He was none other than Prince Gong Xulun, the younger brother of the present emperor. Call me Inspector General. The second prince ordered quietly. Faced with the words second prince, all the people tied up looked at the old man with surprised eyes. One who had received numerous authorities as prince, but cut all that off with a blow, and entered as head of the censorship himself, for the safety of the imperial family was here. The second prince. We're safe now. Those here weren't fools either. Seeing the situation, they couldn't ignore what was happening. The presence of the second prince, who suddenly appeared in a situation in which they were about to give up thinking that it was all over, extended his lifeline. Nok Mokpung opened his mouth with a heavy expression. If I had known that His Excellency was present, I would not have acted so abruptly. The second prince nodded. I'm not one of those people who cares about those things either. So untie these ties quickly. Nok Mokpung sighed and nodded. Then he slowly approached the second prince. Nok Mokpung, who had grabbed the rope that tied the second prince, hesitated for a moment before speaking. Before that, I have something to ask you. Something to ask. Nok Mokpung paused briefly. Why did you do it? What do you mean? The second prince bowed his head. He couldn't understand what Nok Mokpung was saying. Nok Mokpung had a bitter smile. Why did you plan the rebellion? The face of the second prince hardened. Seeing the expression of the second prince change, Nok Mokpung let a mocking laugh escape and slowly stepped back. Didn't you think I knew you were here? You bastard, what are you saying? Nok Mokpung opened her arms dramatically. His face twisted like a comic mask. If there are suspicious movements, naturally there must be a central point. What could the great scholar of the three excellencies accomplish by initiating a rebellion? Do you plan to become emperor? The center of rebellion is you, second prince. Don't move that mouth carelessly. The second prince screamed angry. Rebellion. Why would he plan a rebellion? Oh, don't shout like that. It's all written in this joint petition. Even with the seal swearing allegiance so tight, you keep making excuses. You bastard. The second prince squeezed his teeth. Had you planned this knowing he was here? No matter how falsified it was, being arrested in such a situation would surely bring great difficulties. Your actions have gone too far. If you don't untie these ties immediately, I will personally interrogate your crimes. Nok Mokpung looked terrified and slowly retreated. I'm so afraid I can't live. HMPH, you bastards. Nok Mokpung shook his hand. Are you saying you trust these pieces of garbage? Head. Before those words ended, the bodies fell to the ground. Wow. The second prince observed the corpses with his eyes disorbited. The skilled warriors of the censorate who had secretly protected him, as well as the warriors of the Imperial Guard, had become brutally mutilated corpses. Hello, Hatha. Nok Mokpung took his hand to his stomach and laughed. Second prince, you have become stupid with age. You presume so much to trust these worthless things. The second prince screamed with his face contracted. Your insolence has come to heaven. Did you think you would be safe after doing such a thing? Not just your father, that filthy eunuch, will not let anyone go. Suddenly Nok Mokpung's eyes shone. How? I will inform His Majesty of the truth. That's what I ask. How? Nok Mokpung's eyes shone cruelly. You seem wrong, but do you think you can see His Majesty again? No, you think you can get out of here alive. Bastard. Rebellion is immediate execution. Everyone will die here. Do you think you will be safe, you bastards, after you do such things? The truth will be revealed in some way. Nok Mokpung snapped his tongue. How stupid, so many influential people gathered in this worthless academy, and you were there too. And a joint petition arose. What do you think His Majesty will think? The face of the second prince was stained with despair. Wasn't it obvious to anyone that they were planning a rebellion? Even if the truth were not so, with so many circumstantial evidence, it could easily be covered up. They would invent evidence and leave no mouth to denounce injustice. QQ Cux, thank you. Thanks to your arrival, everything was easily resolved. Without my father's foresight, it would have been impossible, but you certainly helped. The complexion of the second prince was darkened to black. He had fallen into a deep trap from which there was no escape. It was a mistake. Before I came here, I should have thought about how Nakgi would move. I never thought he could grasp my movements. The fact that he had captured even his movements, while he was protected by the Army of Internal Affairs, meant that Nakgi's abilities were far superior to what he believed, and the price for not anticipating it was painful. All these people were going to die alone because of him. His death was not the problem. If he died that way, the martial world would suffer tremendous damage, and a massive purge would also be unleashed in the imperial court. In the end, this could result in Nakgi taking control of the imperial court. Prince Li, who had guessed all these facts, trembled with rage. Heaven will not forgive you. Yes, go ahead and pray for it. Nok Mokpung laughed while laughing. And so, Nok Mokpung stared at a point with a cruel face. Among these people, there is someone who should die first. Nok Mokpung's eyes went to Moon Yunjai and passed through it. Moon Yunjai. Moon Yunjai looked at Nok Mokpung with cold eyes. I warned you that I would handle things my way. This is the result of your rejection. Thanks to you, everyone will die. Nok Mokpung approached slowly and put his face right in front of Moon Yunjai. How about even now? Toy. Moon Yunjai spat towards Nok Mokpung's face and shouted with a loud voice. Before I marry someone like you, I'd rather die here. Nok Mokpung wiped his face covered in saliva with an unexpressive look. Then he stared at Moon Yunjai in silence for a moment before suddenly relaxing his expression and smiling in circles. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will make you think that dying would be better. Think of the worst case you can imagine. I will give you a much worse pain. Do you think I will be in that state? I would rather die than suffer such humiliation on your part. Nok Mokpung interrupted Moon Yunjai's words. If you commit suicide, your father will suffer that fate. Moon Yunjai looked at Nok Mokpung with trembling eyes. Nok Mokpung slowly turned his head toward Moon Yuechuan. And if you commit suicide, others will suffer that fate. Moon Yuechuan's face turned pale. Do not think that these are the only ones there are. Betrayal extinguishes 9 generations of relatives. If you want to commit suicide, go ahead. Then others will receive the punishment that is due to you. Nok Mokpung laughed so loudly that the estate trembled. Moon Yunjai trembled with a pale face. In Nok Mokpung's words, he could not even commit suicide. At the time of his taking his life, others would suffer. Suicide. Go ahead, kill yourself. Instead of ending alone with you, I prefer to entertain myself more. Rise, laugh. Nok Mokpung grabbed Moon Yunjai's hair. Kairak. Yunjai. Nok Mokpung dragged Moon Yunjai as she grabbed her hair. I told you to kill yourself, didn't I? Moon Yunjai glanced at Nok Mokpung with resentment, without responding. Even when he received his gaze, Nok Mokpung only laughed disguisedly. Well then, shall we begin? Her upper garment was torn, revealing her white shoulders. Moon Yunjai instinctively knew what was about to happen to her. Naturally, his mind was completely white by fear. If she could just bite her tongue. Tears flowed from Moon Yunjai's eyes. Damn bastard, my daughter. Moon Yuechuan, who had tried to pounce on Nok Mokpung, was kicked by a man dressed in black and rolled over the floor. Father, Yunjai. Moon Yunjai shed tears with a devastated heart. Kekek, it would be great to let it all go and kill me. What's important about the resentment that the dead can hear? But that wouldn't be fun, would it? So I make you a promise. If you don't kill yourself to the end, I will spare your father's life. Moon Yunjai looked at Nok Mokpung with an empty face. How much crueler could this man become? At that time, Nok Mokpung's hand slipped like a snake into Moon Yunjai's front garment. Moon Yunjai turned her head with resignation. Tears sprang from her eyes and the blood flowed from her lips, heavily bitten. Then a strange vision appeared in Moon Yunjai's eyes. It was so out of place that it looked like an opera scene. A man quickly approached them with his face full of irritation. The man tried to scream something but shook, then closed his mouth and looked at them. The face of man, understanding the situation, slowly hardened. The man sneaked back and then grabbed the wall that appeared behind him. He was trying to escape over the wall. After watching until then, Moon Yunjai couldn't stand it and finally screamed. Wei Yanho. Everyone's eyes focused on one point. What are you doing? Wei Yanho, who had a leg on the wall as if to jump it at any time, turned with an uncomfortable face. Wei Yanho's uncomfortable laughter resounded slowly across the estate. The scene was so uncomfortable that people ran out of words for a while. Nok Mokpung, coming to himself, took his hand off Moon Yunjai and turned around with an angry face. At the same time, a man dressed in black quickly approached and stood in front of Nok Mokpung. I told you to kill everyone, didn't I? I apologize. Are your eyes just ornaments? The man dressed in black hardened his face and bowed his head. But how could they think someone would be lying under the bed? If he were an ordinary person, at least there would be some presence, but finding Wei Yanho, who had been repressing even his presence to avoid Moon Yunjai, was impossible for them. Nok Mokpung spewed sharply and then looked at Wei Yanho. Wei Yanho made an uncomfortable smile and then stuck to the wall again. Moon Yunjai shouted loudly. What are you doing? Wei Yanho grumbled and frowned. Don't you see I'm leaving? How can you say you're running away? Wei Yanho, on the other hand, got angry. But if I run, why can't I say I run? Does the expression bother you because you come from a cultured family? Should I say I'm in the middle of the 36 ploys of withdrawal? The heat went up to Moon Yunjai's face. Moon Yunjai looked at Wei Yanho with disbelief. He was the kind of person who could say those things in that situation. You should help. Whom should I help? I'm having enough trouble keeping me alive. You learned martial arts. Moon Yunjai exhaled hard. Moon Yunjai wasn't dumb, so I couldn't ignore him. The strange skills he had shown. In combining the words he had said in front of Prince Li and his father, the conclusion was very simple. Wei Yanho was definitely a martial artist who had learned martial arts. You learned martial arts, you can help. Wei Yanho shook his hands while holding his leg on the wall. Enough. If you act recklessly relying on insignificant abilities, you will not die of natural death. At times like this, the shortcut to a long life is to pretend you didn't see, even when you saw, and pretend you don't know, even when you know. Wei Yanho smiled graciously and nodded to Nok Mokpung. I didn't see anything. Well, go on with what you were doing. Having finished speaking, Wei Yanho climbed the wall. Faced with that vision, Moon Yunjai's anger came to the top of his head and shouted, Hey, you fucking human. But Wei Yanho acted like he couldn't hear and covered his ears. I think I hear some noise from somewhere. Prince Li almost lost his mind to that unprecedented spectacle. If he didn't want to help, couldn't he just leave? Since his own life was at stake, he had no intention of blaming him for not helping. But if he was going to leave, why couldn't he do it gracefully instead of provoking people to the end? There was no human scum like this human scum. But Prince Li, as the experienced person who had experienced all sorts of things, did not lose the thread of reason. Stop it. But neither the Army of Internal Affairs nor the officials of the General Inspectorate were able to control these people. What could this young man do alone? It would be better if at least he kept his life. Everyone's life is important, so it would be better to reduce even a drop of blood spilled in such a useless place. Then Wei Yanho smiled itchily and said, Old man, you get it right. Prince Lei reviewed his thoughts. Perhaps it would be better for the world if such a human being died here with them. Wei Yanho pretended not to listen and climbed the wall. Moon Yunjai shouted with frustration. If I die, I will become a ghost and torment you. I know an expert shaman. Lala. Moon Yunjai felt like holding onto her neck and collapsing if she only had her hands free. How could it be that she only chose words that upset people? Nok Mokpung, unable to look further, he shouted. Stop. Wei Yanho shook and looked at Nok Mokpung. But I didn't see anything. Nok Mokpung smiled coldly. Then at least leave your eyes behind. It was a cruel statement. And before that, if you also take out the tongue that mocked me insolently before me, I will let you go. Wei Yanho looked back. I think I could escape. Nok Mokpung laughed. Escape? You are already involved in a crime of treason. The world will persecute you, and you will not be able to escape anywhere in the world. Wei Yanho laughed between his teeth. Well, I'll have to go see what happens. They say the world is vast, but is there any place without officials? Finding yourself alone is nothing. Then I'm leaving for now, so find me later. The veins swelled on Nok Mokpung's forehead. Nok Mokpung pointed to Wei Yanho with his chin. Catch him. Yes. As soon as Nok Mokpung finished talking, the man dressed in black behind him gestured. Then one of the men dressed in black, who surrounded the middle class, flew to Wei Yanho at great speed. Ho! Wei Yanho stared at the man dressed in black flying towards him. Moon Yunjai screamed unconsciously. Run! Until now he had been asking for help, but now that problems were coming, Moon Yunjai told him to flee. Wei Yanho found Moon Yunjai funny and looked at her with a smile. What a strange woman. The man dressed in black flew instantly to the front of Wei Yanho and shook his fist. Kyuhek. With a sound of intense impact, Wei Yanho, no, the man dressed in black he had loaded, rolled over the floor. And Wei Yanho looked at the man dressed in black collapsing on the floor and screamed surprised. Are you okay? A groan came out of Nok Mokpung's mouth. What? Why did your subordinate lie there? He had clearly seen the man's fist dressed in black hit Wei Yanho's head, but what had happened in that short time? And why did that guy care about the person he had knocked down? If I was gonna do that, I shouldn't have hit him at all. Wei Yanho sighed. As a child, a man looking like a con man beat me to death, so every time someone tries to hit me, I fight back by reflex without realizing it. It wasn't intentional, so please understand. This. Nok Mokpung's face blushed. No matter how I looked at him, I could only think that Wei Yanho was deliberately provoking him. Turtle bastard. Wei Yanho looked at Nok Mokpung with surprise. How did you know? Instead, Nok Mokpung was baffled. What are you talking about? Wei Yanho asked with a serious face. How did you know my nickname was Turtle? This bastard is making fun of me until the end. No, I'm serious. Wei Yanho felt aggrieved. Even when he was telling the truth, they didn't believe him. What a ruthless world this was. It didn't make sense to get more involved with such heartless people. It would only bring trouble. Anyway, then. Wei Yanho tried to jump from the wall. Wait, you bastard. At that time, Moon Yunjai cried out urgently. Why? You have to help before you leave. I told you I don't have that skill. Moon Yunjai was exasperated. It's because you find it annoying. Wei Yanho shivered. That woman understood that very well. Well, a little of that too. Moon Yunjai squeezed her teeth. It wasn't just a little bit, it was definitely that. She was furious and heated, but screaming wouldn't solve anything. Wasn't Moon Yunjai the one who was in need? If you help, I will give you a great reward. Rewards? Wei Yanho's ears were cheered up. What kind of reward? Moon Yunjai looked urgently at Li Wangya, the second prince. Li Wangya looked Moon Yunjai in the eyes reluctantly. He then observed the pathetic figure of Wei Yanho, who only turned his head while he was on the wall. Really? No matter how I looked at him, he was a person I couldn't trust. However, the movement that had blown up the man dressed in black previously definitely indicated that Wei Yanho had something. Grab a burning nail? No, calling Wei Yanho a burning nail was too generous. With the mentality of clinging even to burning nail, Li Wangya opened his mouth. If you help me, I will give you a great reward. What kind of reward? I will give you a greater reward than you can imagine. Wei Yanho seemed to reflect and then shook his head. If I die doing that, I won't need any reward. I'll leave, so keep up with what you are doing. Li Wangya lowered her head with a devastated expression. Trying to negotiate with such a damn person was already quite humiliating, but on top of being rejected. It was a night when tears could fall that I hadn't shed in decades. At the same time, Moon Yunjai realized his mistake. Such methods work with ordinary people. Wei Yanho was different. He had to use suitable methods to the person who was Wei Yanho, based on what he had observed so far. I was stupid. Realizing his mistake, Moon Yunjai quickly revised his strategy. Wait, what now? Do you have somewhere to go? Money. Wei Yanho hesitated. Do you remember you were in the bones when you got here? If you leave like this, you'll have to go back to living eating roots for a while. Wei Yanho nodded with hardened expression. In fact, getting from the cave to this place was not just a feat. As for survival, Wei Yanho was inferior to beggars wandering the streets. How much suffering had he endured, sleeping in the open night after night, to get here? While it was nice to see beautiful landscapes instead of caves, I was sick of not eating properly and getting soaked in the night dew. Expert martial artists could travel with money, camping, and hunting, but that was impossible for Wei Yanho. If I had to choose between moving his body to hunt and satiate or starve, Wei Yanho would choose the latter without hesitation. How could a person walk around catching beasts? This was Wei Yanho, who passed by the ripe fruit without reaching it because extending his arm was annoying. Then Moon Yunjai struck the decisive blow. If you solve this thing well, I won't give you the can to work from tomorrow, and you won't have to play Go either. Wow, think about it. Will you go to suffering hardships, or will you now endure a little discomfort to live comfortably for a long time? Wei Yanho looked at Moon Yunjai with penetrating eyes. Moon Yunjai also looked directly at Wei Yanho with firm eyes. His eyes met and there was an intense battle of nerves. Meals, higher qualities, sleeping time, full guaranteed day. Wei Yanho's body trembled. A day full of guaranteed action. For Wei Yanho, the guarantee of sleeping all day long was too great a temptation. It sounded so sweet that saliva almost accumulated in his mouth. You're not gonna say that and then subtly bother me, are you? No. Wei Yanho looked at Moon Yuechuan with flaming eyes. Is that true? Moon Yuechuan observed the situation with a strange expression, then suddenly coughed when Wei Yanho asked him directly. Should you get involved in this strange situation? Cough, I guarantee it. Wei Yanho jumped from the wall. Along with that, Wei Yanho's face was filled with a seriousness that had not been there before. Wei Yanho straightened his shoulders and proudly declared, as a gentleman, I cannot overlook such an unfair matter. Li Wangya's mouth opened weakly. This little bastard. Li Wangya spoke rude words for the first time in decades. Where the hell did such a person come from? It wasn't just Li Wangya who was shocked. Everyone in the courtyard looked at Wei Yanho with disbelief. Among them, the most unbelieving was undoubtedly Nok Mokpung. Ha. Where did that trust come from, as if I could wipe them all out whenever I wanted? Hyukil. TL/N. Hyukil is a Korean term meaning black horse and usually refers to a powerful martial artist or murderer with a fearsome reputation. Yes. The man dressed in black, who was behind Nok Mokpung, responded immediately. How long will I have to endure such absurdity? Excuse me, I'll take care of it immediately. Don't kill him. Hyukil looked at Nok Mokpung with perplexed eyes. Given his personality, it seemed strange that he would forgive someone like that. But Hyukil's curiosity quickly dissipated. A cruel anger was reflected in Nok Mokpung's eyes. I will destroy it with my own hands. Yes. Hyukil rose from his position and slowly approached Wei Yanho. Little bastard turtle, you've become bold. Wei Yanho corrected it. I told you it's turtle, not turtle. What an interesting boy, to see how long you still interest me. Hyukil raised both hands. Then Wei Yanho raised his hand to stop Hyukil. Wait, what? Wei Yanho looked at Moon Yunjai. Hey, yes. What happened to the sword that was trapped in my package? Moon Yunjai responded with a stupefied expression. I kept it in a corner of the room. Really? Wei Yanho snapped his lips. Then he spoke casually to Hyukil. Excuse me. What? I need to use a sword, can you wait a minute? You're a crazy bastard. Wei Yanho's cheeks swelled. Hey, you look old, but when a young man says he's gonna get a sword, you get angry. Shut your mouth. Wei Yanho kept complaining. 5 years ago it wasn't like that, but in the meantime, why has the world become so heartless? Wei Yanho looked around. Something suitable to use as a weapon. MMM. Wei Yanho walked slowly back and picked up a broom leaning against the wall. What are you doing? Wei Yanho was irritated. What do you think I'm doing? I have to go get a sword, but you won't let me, so I have to use something like this. Are you making fun of me? Why are you angry? Let me go get the sword. Unable to bear it more, Hyukil looked at Wei Yanho with an angry face and raised both hands. I will not kill you, but I will make you feel a pain that will make you think death is better. Well, even if you cry and beg. I understand, can we start now? I woke up and got a little sleepy. Hyukil felt that he understood what it meant to smoke out of his ears. This bastard was nodding with his sleepy eyes, but his mouth kept talking. It was as if only his mouth moved independently. Kaela, you little bastard turtle. Hyukil fell over Wei Yanho without warning. I told you it's a turtle. Hyukil's right hand flew quickly toward Wei Yanho's face. At the same time, Hyukil grabbed his head and stepped back. What? Wei Yanho snapped his tongue at Hyukil. It's for being me that it all ended up like this. If you'd run into our con man, sir, you'd be dead today. You can't rush so honestly. First, you need to play your opponent. Hyukil struck Wei Yanho again. Head. Then he grabbed his head again and stepped back. Wei Yanho looked at Hyukil with compassionate eyes. I'm explaining it to you nicely. But Hyukil could no longer respond to Wei Yanho's words. A cold sweat began to run him in the back. He realized that the young man in front of him was not just a fool with just a living mouth. A teacher. What if what had just hit his head had been a sword instead of that broom? Hyukil would probably have died with his head open. Moreover, Hyukil could not even see how Wei Yanho handled the broom. He was at an unimaginable speed. How exactly? Wei Yanho sighed. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. I'm telling you with affection, but you don't listen to me when I talk to you, and now you ask me. The tension appeared on Hyukil's face. Hyukil put his hand in his chest and pulled out a dagger with a black glow. It was a dagger he considered his secret weapon. Although the blade was only 7 inches long, it was covered with the poison of the 7-step soul slayer that it had obtained with difficulty. It was a terrible poison that killed you before you could take 7 steps, even with a simple scratch. A teacher. Considering his young age, he was incredible, but the young man in front of him was definitely stronger than Hyukil. Hyukil clearly recognized that fact. What he considered his strength was his carelessness. There was no need to be proud just because a child was stronger than him. In actual combat, the strong do not always win. The fight was a world where the strongest does not win, but the winner becomes strong. Young man was certainly strong, but considering his age, he would definitely not have much experience in real combat. Just a scratch and I'd win. Oh yeah, poison. Anyway, Wei Yanho casually moved his mouth, using venom in an overlap. You can blame me all you want after you die. Wei Yanho smiled. But that won't work for me. Are you saying you're immune to all poisons? Wei Yanho shook his head. It's not like I've eaten boiled ginseng root, so there's no way the poison won't work on me. Hess, you know it well. May I ask what that poison is? I'll tell you, it's the 7-step soul hunter snake. The faces of those who heard the 7-step serpent words that haunt souls hardened. Veshas. Only by the reactions of the surroundings, one could guess how extremely poisonous the 7-step soul slayer was. But Wei Yanho was calm. It's not that the poison doesn't work, Wei Yanho lifted his broom like he was upset. At that time, Wei Yanho's shape stretched like candy and suddenly appeared right in front of Hyukil's face. Spanka. Hyukil jumped and blocked with his dagger Wei Yanho's broom stroke directed at his head. But that wasn't the end. Wei Yanho's broom began flying nonstop, aiming at Hyukil's entire body. It was a series of fierce attacks where even a moment of relaxation could result in a blow to his entire body. GRR. Wei Yanho spoke as he balanced his broom. Then the master said, when the opponent seems to be preparing something great, don't expect it, just bring it down. Punch. Punch. Wei Yanho's broom became even faster. With his hands dizzy, Hyukil could not block all attacks by Wei Yanho and began to receive blows everywhere. Arg. Though Hyukil cried mercilessly, Wei Yanho's broom showed no mercy. Hyukil frantically blocked the broom. But as time went by, Wei Yanho's broom became faster and hit more and more places. At this rate, if this continued, it would end up like a dog on a hot summer day without even putting up the right resistance. His whole body could be completely softened. Hyukil strengthened his determination. After all, it was just a broom. The fact that he was beaten everywhere meant that even receiving a few blows would not cause him serious injuries. Rather, if I thought I'd give him some punches and get him to rub it only once, Hyukil could win. Having made a decision, Hyukil suddenly jumped in and nailed his dagger. Or rather, he tried to push it. At that time, Wei Yanho's broom appeared before Hyukil's sight. Punch. Hyukil received a direct blow from the broom to the face and plummeted slowly on the spot. Deaf noise. When Hyukil fell to the ground, Wei Yanho pulled out his broom and snapped his tongue. This guy was being nice, so you tried to play him hard. Wei Yanho grunted and kicked the dagger that had fallen to the ground far away. And Nok Mokpung, who had observed the whole situation, could not help but be surprised. Who was Hyukil? Wasn't he the leader of Hyukim, in whose creation his father, Nakgi, had dedicated decades of his heart and soul? Hyukim was an organization that Nakgi had created for decades by mobilizing huge funds and labor. Although they were few in number, they were strong enough to face instantly the military officers of the Office of the Royal Inspector and the Imperial Guard. But such was the leader of Hyukim, Hyukil, who had been unilaterally manipulated by a young man who had not yet lost his youthful spirit, just to collapse. Nok Mokpung rubbed his eyes. He simply could not believe that what was happening before his eyes was reality. But as much as he rubbed his eyes and pinched his cheeks, the situation did not change. What was even more shocking was that this young man was the same person who had been showing all kinds of embarrassing behavior on the wall a few moments earlier. Puaj. Wei Yanho looked at Nok Mokpung with a malicious smile. It would be convenient for both of you if you withdrew at this time. That was absolutely out of the question. If they retreated here, they would be giving Li Wangya a weakness. Li Wangya would try to use this incident as an excuse to eliminate them, and if things went wrong, Nok Gi might even fall into disgrace. No matter how much Nok Mokpung was Nok Gi's adopted son, if such a thing happened, he would never survive. What are you doing? Kill that bastard. As soon as Nok Mokpung's words fell, the men dressed in black fell upon Wei Yanho in a swarm. Ho! Wei Yanho kept thinking as he watched the men dressed in black running toward him. Then he turned his head to look at Moon Yunjai. There's a problem. Where are you looking? The blue swords of the men dressed in black struck Wei Yanho's body as he turned his head. But Wei Yanho's shape faded like a ghost and then appeared right in front of Moon Yunjai. Kaiyong, I said there's a problem. How did you do that? Wei Yanho shook his head. That's not what's important. I said there's a problem. What problem? Wei Yanho opened his mouth with a serious expression. I've never fought with several people at once. This is a real crisis. Moon Yunjai's face trembled with anger. Since she was tied up and couldn't use her hands, should I just bite her to death? So what and what? So what? I said it's a crisis. And then what should I do about it? Wei Yanho spoke bluntly. So it's like my work has increased, so. I can't do anything else for you, and I can't do anything else. Jumla. Wei Yanho snapped his lips with regret and stood up. But I've never really fought several people before. The men dressed in black fell on him again. Wei Yanho smiled slightly and stepped forward. Although he had never fought with several people, he had something he believed in. His master was Beek Muhan, a man who was the greatest in history, tormenting humans. It was impossible for such a man not to have trained him to handle such situations. The master said so. Humans can only occupy positions at the front, back, left, and right, 4 directions. If you manage to block attacks from 4 points at a time, fighting several is not difficult. Wei Yanho looked at the swords flying towards him. 2 to the front, 5 to the left and to the right, 3 from behind, 2 from above. Ho! A total of 12 blades flew to turn Wei Yanho's body into a kebab. He said, I only need block 4. Wei Yanho's broom trembled in the air and immediately created countless shadows in all directions. Liar! Daddy! The Wei Yanho broom completely covered all directions. Seeing hundreds of brooms filling the world, it seemed that the courtyard would be cleaned naturally. The men dressed in black, hit by Wei Yanho's broom, flew out in all directions. After sending 12 in one blow, Wei Yanho withdrew the broom with an expression of dissatisfaction. Anyway, that old man can't really be trusted. Men dressed in black, who were out of reach of the broom, looked at Wei Yanho with trembling eyes. One move. It was just a move. In one movement, 12 lost consciousness and collapsed. Li Wangya also looked at Wei Yanho with his mouth open. Given his position, he had met many people who were said to possess excellent martial arts. Even in Li Wangya's eyes, Wei Yanho's martial arts were extraordinary. He was just crushing the men dressed in black, whom even the military officers of the Royal Inspector's office could not handle. Where did you get such martial arts at such an early age? Magnificent. Li Wangya looked at Moon Yuechuan. Moon Yuechuan was smiling. Didn't I say there was something in it? Ahem. Li Wangya turned her head. Having something was fine, but I really wanted someone to do something about that damn personality too. And preferably that expression of sick chicken too. Regardless of what Li Wangya thought, Wei Yanho looked at the men dressed in black, with their faces overflowing with annoyance. Just softening the broom once had left his body collapsed. Wei Yanho had completely exhausted his daily assignment of activities. Don't you come. I want to finish quickly and go to sleep. Men dressed in black bit their lips. It was a statement that openly ignored them. They wanted to scream out of protest immediately. But thinking of the martial arts that Wei Yanho had just shown, they simply could not hasten towards him. If you do not come, I will come to you. Spanka. At that time, Wei Yanho's figure stretched like a caramel. Hit. Then shocking noises burst from all directions. You could hear screams from all over at the same time. Wei Yanho moved freely among men dressed in black, beating them with his broom. He seemed to be there, but suddenly he was here. Just when you thought it wasn't you, Wei Yanho appeared right in front of you waving his broom. Men dressed in black couldn't even resist Wei Yanho's movements and rolled down the floor. Grrrr. Puaj. Soon all the men dressed in black fell to the ground, clutching some part of the body. Without knowing where or how they had been attacked, the wounded lay there with faces that mixed pain and bewilderment. Wei Yanho stood in front of the last man dressed in black that was left. The man dressed in black seemed to know what would happen to him, sweating profusely. Soon he too would end up as his companions, wallowing on the floor. I couldn't even dream of resisting. Wei Yanho looked around and then spoke to the man dressed in black. Sir, Spanka, why are you so afraid? Puaj. Wei Yanho shrugged and continued. Could you bring these people together in one place? The face of the man dressed in black hardened. Now you were telling him to move his fallen colleagues to a certain place. It was a humiliating request. Please stir them up carefully in that corner. To me. Or would you rather lie down too? Wei Yanho looked at the man dressed in black from top to bottom. Head, chest, arms, legs, which would you prefer? The man's head dressed in black bowed. The man dressed in black walked weakly and began to hold the men dressed in black who rolled down the floor, moving them toward the corner. Wei Yanho watched the scene and then turned his head. The looks of Nok Mokpung and Wei Yanho met. Wei Yanho tried to enjoy what he hoped was the distorted expression of Nok Mokpung, but surprisingly, Nok Mokpung looked at him with a radiant smile. Of course, the smile was not very visible because of his skin. Nok Mokpung opened his mouth. Excellent. Nok Mokpung nodded repeatedly as if he were impressed. What martial arts at that age, really excellent. Wei Yanho looked at Nok Mokpung with his eyes wide open. What was he talking about all of a sudden? I never thought there would be a young warrior capable of fighting against all Hukum. And not only fighting but playing with them alone, you have an exceptional talent. Wei Yanho scratched the back of the head with an illuminated expression. That's true. Moon Yunjai screamed. What are you glad about? Wei Yanho responded with indifference. He's praising me. Puaj. Nok Mokpung smiled. It's unfortunate to lose Hukum here. It's also very unfortunate that Hukum couldn't defeat you alone. But on second thought, just knowing a warrior like you makes it worth bearing all this. What do you think? Wouldn't you work for me? At that moment, Moon Yunjai shouted. What kind of trick are you trying to do? Nok Mokpung ignored Moon Yunjai's words and continued. What do you think? Come to me. I'll give you things you can't even imagine. I'm talking about giving you the power to have the world in your hands and an immense wealth to build mountains of gold. At that time, Moon Yunjai saw him. Wei Yanho's ears were cheered up. Wei Yanho's mouth opened slowly. With a big smile filling his face, Wei Yanho lowered his broom. No one would refuse money. Moon Yunjai grabbed his head. Damn human. Anyone who has common sense and knowledge of the rules would not fall into such sweet words. However, the Wei Yanho that Moon Yunjai knew was someone who had buried his common sense somewhere long ago and clearly had not possessed any sense of ownership since the time he was born. Indeed, Wei Yanho opened his mouth with an interested expression. Power and wealth. That's right. Feeling the danger, Moon Yunjai turned to look at Li Wangya. Understanding the situation by his urgent gaze, Li Wangya hurriedly shouted. What are you doing right now? Do you say that power and wealth are important? Wei Yanho turned to look at Li Wangya with an astounding expression. Then he spat bluntly. They are important. Nok Mokpung nodded. They are important. Moon Yunjai groaned weakly. They are important. Li Wangya's face turned red. It seemed that he had taken the wrong approach. At times like this, we need to change the subject quickly. Important, of course they are important, but if it gives you power, how much will it give you? And if it gives you wealth, how much will it give you? I will give it to you, I will give it to you. Wei Yanho's ears turned slightly towards Li Wangya. Realizing this, Nok Mokpeng snorted. Ha, what do you think that guy can do for you? He may consider himself the emperor's brother, but he has already renounced all his riches, and as far as power is concerned, he can barely get a place in the censorate. If he were my father, the great eunuch Nok, he could give you a wealth and a power that anyone in the world would envy. Wei Yanho looked at Li Wangya with an even more stupefying expression. Li Wangya, thinking something was wrong, looked unconsciously at Moon Yunjai. If there was anyone in this place able to predict, even minimally, his behavior, that person was Moon Yunjai. Indeed, Moon Yunjai was urging Li Wangya with an extremely anxious expression. Li Wangya screamed hastily. It is not me, His Majesty the Emperor will grant you great rewards. Wei Yanho's ears were cheered up. Your Majesty the Emperor. That's right, if you help me, wouldn't you be preventing treason? Nok Mokpeng snorted. Helping me also prevents betrayal. Wei Yanho's expression was shocked again. Well, that's true, but... Li Wangya stuttered for a moment, apparently speechless. Unable to look further, Moon Yuechuan helped Li Wangya. How is it possible that conspiring with evil people to invent a betrayal is the same as exposing a real betrayal? Didn't your teacher teach you about decorum? My teacher? That's right, what did your teacher say? What did he tell you to do in such situations? Moon Yuechuan doubtless believed that a favorable response would come from Wei Yanho's mouth. Wei Yanho, he had observed so far, had only spoken negatively about his teacher, but when he thought about it, had he not come here to follow the last wishes of his teacher? It was obvious that he would treasure the teachings of his teacher. However, Moon Yuechuan's thought was only a right means. Wei Yanho certainly treasured the teachings of Beek Muhan. The problem was that Wei Yanho's teacher, Beek Muhan, was definitely not a normal person. At times like this, my teacher. What did he say? Wei Yanho smiled. He said to take the side of whoever pays the most. What? Wei Yanho nodded and said, my teacher said that in this world, considering things like property and human feeling only brings benefits the size of a rat tail and a fame that can't even feed you, so don't try to live foolishly and virtuously, but take everything you can when you can take it. That's living properly. Ha, your teacher knew what he was talking about. Nok Mokpeng applauded. Moon Yuechuan asked, half out of it. What did you say your teacher was doing? I told you he was a con man. He thought it was a joke, but it was real. What a mad teacher would teach such things. If Crazy Sword Beek Muhan had heard this, he would have coughed blood. Finally, Wei Yanho spoke, as if he had already made a decision. Well, my master's words are also true. Formerly, there was a man named Zhang who lived next to our house and lent 3 sacks of rice to his friend, speaking of friendship and humanity. But before the end of that year, that supposed friend had an affair with Zhang's wife and ran away with all her properties. I think it's right to live with cunning in this world. Nok Mokpeng laughed willingly and said, you, young man, know how to live in this world. Wei Yanho was weak with praise. Head just normal. Moon Yunjai looked at Moon Yuechuan with eyes that seemed ready to devour him. Ahem. Moon Yuechuan coughed hard and stepped back. He had only caused trouble by interfering when he should have remained silent. Li Wangya and Moon Yuechuan looked at Moon Yunjai with desperate eyes. Now Moon Yunjai was his only hope. Hey! Wei Yanho looked at Moon Yunjai with astonished eyes. What now? You're right, it's good to live with cunning in this world. Good to know. Then you should help us. Oh. Moon Yunjai smiled with confidence. As great as the power and authority of Nok Gi is, how is it compared to His Majesty the Emperor? If you want a fair share, help us. If Li Wangya speaks well of you, His Majesty will grant you great rewards. Wei Yanho kept thinking. It certainly sounded plausible. Wei Yanho looked at Li Wangya to confirm. Li Wangya said with joy, I will ask His Majesty to grant you great rewards. Seeing the contemplation of Wei Yanho, Nok Mokpung laughed. Hello, Hatha. Wei Yanho turned to look at Nok Mokpung. Why are you laughing? Do you believe in the words of such a woman? Well, it's not bad. Justified. Nok Mokpung laughed between his teeth and opened his mouth. Have you ever met His Majesty the Emperor? Of course not. If that man had ever known His Majesty the Emperor, he would never have said such things. Why? Nok Mokpung looked at Li Wangya and said, why would His Majesty grant you great rewards? Everyone in the world has a duty to work for the Emperor. Preventing treason is a natural duty, and sacrificing life for His Majesty is so too. So why would His Majesty specifically value you and grant you great rewards? Wei Yanho nodded. That made sense too. Have you ever heard in your life that His Majesty awarded great rewards to anyone? I haven't heard of it. If such a thing should happen, it would be advertised with hype and saucer to earn the loyalty of others. But there is no such thing. Why? Because it is a duty too natural, so there is no need to praise it too much. Ask Li Wangya. What reward will His Majesty grant you? At most, he will give you a few farmlands and will flaunt it. Wei Yanho looked at Li Wangya with cold eyes. Those eyes were so icy that they sparked a chilling sensation. Only that can't be. Li Wangya tried to deny it, but unconsciously avoided Wei Yanho's gaze. Really? Wei Yanho realized by Li Wangya's behavior that Nok Mokpung's words were not wrong at all. Such are the rulers. Moreover, those who were born into royalty never greatly value the achievements of their subordinates. Only those who can truly evaluate and praise the work of their subordinates are called wise kings. Do you know why they are called wise kings? Because they are scarce. Wei Yanho nodded in agreement. That's certainly true. But my father is different. My father ascended to his current position from the plebeian. He is someone who knows how to value those who help him, and he knows very well that generously rewarding talented people brings benefits. I never tell lies. What do you think? Wouldn't you work for my father? Work? That's right. What do you think? Wei Yanho's expression was stupefied. Do I have to work? Nok Mokpung bowed his head to Wei Yanho's unexpected reaction. Did something go wrong? Don't you want? I could set you up with an official position, or else I'll have you create a separate military unit, a military unit like the Black Darkness you just dealt with. Wei Yanho's expression became even more stupefied. Is there a problem? At that time, Moon Yunjai attacked Nok Mokpung's mistake. We won't force you to do jobs or anything. Pinchaizo. Wei Yanho's ears rose. I told you top quality food and rest guaranteed all day. All day guaranteed. Wei Yanho muttered unconsciously. Between being paid to work and being paid to have fun, which one is better? Others could have chosen the first option. But Wei Yanho was naturally someone who would choose the latter. Nok Mokpung realized his mistake. I was a fool. If you don't want to, you don't have to. I'll still give you the promised reward. Wei Yanho's mouth opened again. Really? There's no reason to force you if you don't want to. You can stay as a guest and help only when necessary. Wei Yanho grinned. But I have to go. Why? Because that fucking master gave me a lot of work to do. Really? It's fine with me. If you solve this situation, I'll give you a reward. It'll be reduced a little, but you can still get wealth that will allow you to live big in any part of the world. Wei Yanho was really amazed. Where could he find someone who offered such good conditions? You're so generous, you look like a great man. Ha ha ha, only you would say it. Nok Mokpung smiled with confidence. Nok Mokpung was never a fool. Had he been foolish, he would never have become Nok Gi's adopted son, nor would he have been entrusted with the important task of incriminating the emperor's brother for treason. He knew that persuading Wei Yanho now, no matter what conditions he offered, was the most important thing. Even if he lost an immense fortune in return, he would earn much more. Are you really going to believe him? Once this thing is over, he'll try to kill you to silence you. At the urgent words of Moon Yunjai, Wei Yanho narrowed his eyes and looked at Nok Mokpung. Nok Mokpung sighed. What a gullible guy. That's why he benefited, but he didn't really like the guy. If you can't trust me, I'll have them bring the wealth right now. We can take care of the rest later. And since it's just me, you can take the wealth and leave quietly. Wei Yanho turned his head to look at Moon Yunjai. Why? Why? How can you speak so badly of such a good person? Moon Yunjai wanted to foam through her mouth and plummet. A good person. What exactly is the standard that man has to understand what is good? What could be your standard for me to say such ridiculous nonsense so surely? Will you accept wealth now? Wei Yanho shook his head. There's no need to go that far. Since you're giving me wealth, I'm not so brazen as to put you through so many problems. You're pretty polite. Wei Yanho was weak in praise. Heaven, I've been told before. Li Wangya let go of a moan. Shit. He no longer had the strength to be angry. Wei Yanho turned his head slightly and spoke to Moon Yunjai. That's how it turned out. How did what turn out? Well, I did. Thank you for feeding me and staying all this time. This bastard. Moon Yunjai rose with such momentum that she seemed ready to pounce on Wei Yanho immediately. If she had not been bound with ropes, she would have climbed over Wei Yanho and slapped him with a brutal slap. This whole scene is like this. What are you going to do to it? Wei Yanho shrugged. Then he looked at Nok Mok Pung and said, So what do I need to do? Nok Mok Pung smiled. First, would you kill everyone you see in front of you? What? They are criminals who plotted a betrayal. To exterminate 9 generations is the natural consequence. We must begin by killing those who are here. Kill them. That's right. But these people have not even been judged yet. Nok Mok Pung shook his head. Do you know what punishment awaits those who commit treason? Well, death by 1,000 cuts. They slice the flesh from the whole body piece by piece, then heal it and cut it again, repeating this process thousands of times to death. That is the punishment. Wei Yanho trembled. Just imagining it was a horrible punishment. If they get a formal judgment, they'll all die like this. LT's more merciful to behead them here. MMM. Wei Yanho looked at Moon Yunjai. Is that what it says? What do you mean that's what he says? Then why did you plot a betrayal? What a betrayal we're up to that bastard made it all up, do you believe it? But the situation. Wei Yanho looked around. When he thought about it, well-known experts from the Central Plains gathered here, as well as Li Wangya was present, and even the censorate had appeared. Anyone could see that this was an obvious situation. Covetousness is fleeting. This fucking bastard. Moon Yunjai screamed at her lungs while she was tied with ropes. Wei Yanho shook and turned his head. Even so, killing seems wrong. I've never killed anyone before. Is that so? Nok Mok Pung smiled widely. Then step aside. I'll do it. Will you do it yourself? I don't want to get my hands dirty either, but in complying with the solemn national law, there must be not a moment of hesitation. You can withdraw now. No problem. I will make sure to prepare the promised wealth for tomorrow morning. MMM. Don't you trust me? No, you don't seem like a liar. I'm proud to be a good judge of character, and people like you can intimidate others, but they don't lie. So is there a problem? No. Wei Yanho stepped back slightly. Nok Mok Pung moved away from Wei Yanho and slowly approached Moon Yuechuan and the others. A short dagger appeared under his sleeve. It's time to end this in your next life. Please live loyally to His Majesty. Li Wangya screamed furiously. Fucking villain, I won't forgive you. Nok Mok Pung snorted. Anyway, I never wanted forgiveness. Moon Yuechuan also frowned and spoke. How can anyone who eats the grain of the nation commit such disloyal acts? Moon Yuechuan's voice was calm but severe. Nok Mok Pung shook unconsciously. You also know loyalty and have learned it. Even now, you are still on time. Nok Mok Pung smiled coldly. What I'm doing now is precisely loyalty. Moon Yuechuan sighed and closed her eyes. Moon Yunjai looked at Nok Mok Pung without saying a word. Even in the middle of this, he didn't forget to turn his head and look at Wei Yanho. Wei Yanho became a fool. We are innocent. This is wrong, we don't know anything. Feeling that the situation was deteriorating, people began to raise their voices. But Nok Mok Pung responded coldly. The rebel faction never ceases to make excuses until the end. Present them to the king of hell. Li Wang already clenched his teeth. Nak Mokpung Nak Gi, you think you can cover the sky with the palm of your hand. Nak Mokpung looked at Li Wangya. Even if I go to the 9 heavens, I will never forget what you bastards have done. Then why did you plan a betrayal, censorship officer? The sky knows it and the earth knows it. But people don't know, that's the way the world is. Li Wangya looked at Nak Mokpung with eyes that seemed ready to devour a person and spit out his words. Do you plan to kill everyone here? I intend to do it. What is the crime of these people? You don't ask because you don't know, do you? All right, kill us. Kill me first. As you wish. Nak Mokpung approached Li Wangya with an unknown smile. Li Wangya seemed angry, but on the other hand, he closed his eyes as if he resigned. Not having anticipated Nak Gi's movements was his eternal repentance. Although he said he would overthrow him, knowing how fearful his temperament was, it was Li Wangya himself who did not prepare enough. Who else could he blame? Moon Yuechuan looked at Li Wangya with deep eyes, and Moon Yunjai looked at Nak Mokpung with poisonous eyes. Finally, Nak Mokpung appeared before Li Wangya. Li Wangya, being on the other side of us, is your only fault. Farewell with my own hands, you, the only respected member of the imperial family, is my last courtesy. A dog barks. Nak Mokpung smiled bitterly. Then noble Li Wangya will enjoy the humiliation of dying at the hands of a dog. How tragic. Nak Mokpung lifted the dagger. That's enough. Nak Mokpung's head turned slowly. Wherever I looked, Wei Yanho sighed deeply with a face that said everything was annoying. What do you mean? I'm getting tired, I need to sleep, so that's enough. Sleeping? Yes. Nak Mokpung frowned. Have you forgotten all the conversation we just had? How could I? I don't have dementia, so how could I forget what I said a moment ago? Who should worry about senile dementia is not me, but... Wei Yanho looked down at Li Wangya. This turtle-looking bastard. Wei Yanho shook his hand. I wasn't pointing to anyone in particular. Nak Mokpung spoke to Wei Yanho with a severe face. Then, play along with your melody ends here. Are you saying you can't trust what I promised you? I trust you. So you're saying you don't need power or money? I need them. Nak Mokpung screamed angry. So what's the problem? Wei Yanho continued with a laugh. Do you know what absolutely must happen first to be lazy? Well, there was no way Nak Mokpung knew such a thing. He was someone who had lived his whole life without knowing laziness. What is it? Don't create troublesome situations. I once broke my father's precious ink stone and he was out of the house. He was away for 3 whole days, and during those 3 days I really died. When I ate, I didn't really eat. When I slept, I didn't really sleep. When my father finally returned home, I almost died, but then I could rest peacefully. Li Wangya sighed as if she really felt sorry for him. You should have died then. Moon Yunjai nodded unconsciously. Wei Yanho pouted. Really, if my father had hit me one more time, he would have died. Li Wangya hit her chest as if she really repented. One more blow would have been enough. Yeah, just one more. Hearing the conversation between Li Wangya and Moon Yunjai, Wei Yanho kept thinking. Perhaps I should let them die. Kyuk. Li Wangya turned her head with a red face. Well, in order to live comfortably, there must be nothing problematic. But no matter how much you think about it, if the people here die, I will feel very guilty. Especially that woman. Even if she dies, she will obviously become a ghost and torment people. Nak Mokpung's face cooled. Then, my teacher also said, don't forget the grudge, but don't forget the goodness anymore. Whoever doesn't return what you receive will one day pay more for that goodness received. Interest is capitalized and multiplied by 10, by 20, so you must pay the debt before that happens. Wei Yanho smiled and said, but look at it any way you look at it, now seems to be the time to return that kindness. I see. Nak Mokpung nodded. Your words are great, but will you stop me? Well, that's how it's gonna turn out, although it's not exactly what I wanted. That's aloha. Nak Mokpung laughed and then stared at Wei Yanho. Do you think I tried to conquer you because I was afraid of you? It doesn't really look like it. Do you think killing yourself would only be difficult if I proposed? I tried to appreciate you because you seem to have the talent to be so young, but you don't know how high heaven is and you act with presumption. I agree that I don't know how high the sky is and I act with presumption. Even I think I'm a little bit like that. But even if you propose, it won't be easy to kill me. Do you really think so? Wei Yanho shrugged. Whatever I say, you don't look like someone who would change his mind without consulting him directly, so I won't answer. Nok Mokpung showed his teeth. Then let me show you that killing yourself is nothing if I make up my mind. Nok Mokpung raised both hands. Then his sleeves swelled tight. Consider it an honor to die in my hands. The wind started blowing around Nok Mokpung. Li Wangya swallowed saliva when she saw this show. Even Li Wangya did not expect Nok Mokpung to hide such martial dexterity. Nok Mokpung's hands turned from a pure white and then spread slowly forward. Let me give you some advice. In your next life, give up laziness and live diligently. At that time, Nok Mokpung's hands completely filled heaven and earth in all directions. Wherever one looked, only Nok Mokpung's hands were visible. The white-handed scene that filled the courtyard was terrifying and frightening. Paidio. Faced with this amazing vision, Li Wangya breathed deeply. It was a scene as if a massive wave, made of shadows of hands, were falling on Wei Yanho. Kaoyak. Moon Yunjai also let a scream slip without realizing it. Wei Yanho's fragile body seemed about to be dragged and shattered by the wave at any time. However, Wei Yanho remained serene as he watched the scene, carrying his wooden sword with indifference and bowing his head. Even as he watched the shadow hand technique covering him, Wei Yanho did not move, as if he was thinking deeply of something. Moon Yunjai was startled and shouted at Wei Yanho. No, she tried to scream. But before the words could come out, the shadows of Nok Mokpung's hands completely enveloped Wei Yanho. Moon Yunjai closed her eyes tightly. He's dead. Anyone who received such a fierce attack with the naked body would die. Even she, who did not know much about martial arts, could guess. Moon Yunjai covered her mouth. Otherwise, I felt like I was going to scream. No, she felt like she was gonna burst into tears. Because of me. If he hadn't come to this place, he wouldn't have died. No, if she hadn't screamed to stop him when he was trying to escape, she could have lived. Because of me. Moon Yunjai couldn't even think of cleaning the tears that flowed. I've seen this somewhere. Moon Yunjai's eyes suddenly opened. She heard his voice. Oh. The scene before his eyes was completely strange. Wei Yanho remained there, looking exactly the same as before. As if Nok Mokpung's attack had been an illusion, Wei Yanho seemed completely calm and serene. But Nok Mokpung's amazement face proved that it had not been an illusion. He looked at Wei Yanho with stunned expression for a long time before opening his mouth weakly. See, how did you do that? Wei Yanho responded calmly. You saw him, why do you ask? Nok Mokpung breathed deeply. He had definitely seen it. At the time his shadow hand technique covered Wei Yanho, he moved calmly through the extremely small spaces between the attacks. In a situation where thousands of shadows of hands attacked simultaneously, Wei Yanho had slipped his body through intervals of minutes. And very slowly. Moon Yunjai thought it was amazing, Li Wangya was impressed, and Nok Mokpung was surprised. You see as much as you know. Moon Yunjai, who did not know martial arts, was simply amazed. Li Wangya, who did know martial arts, was impressed by the level of Wei Yanho. Nok Mokpung, who knew the level of his own martial arts, was able to perceive how amazing Wei Yanho's foot game was, and was shocked. Where the hell did such a monster come from? Nok Mokpung could not even imagine the level of martial knowledge Wei Yanho possessed. Even Nok Mokpung himself possessed martial skills that he could not match between people of his age. However, Wei Yanho, who was much younger, possessed a martial dexterity that Nok Mokpung could not even imagine. Did she eat a pearl that grants wishes or something? It was an absurd story, but there was no other way to explain Wei Yanho's martial dexterity. Fact was that Wei Yanho's martial dexterity was beyond what Nok Mokpung had imagined, and Nok Mokpung could not handle Wei Yanho. Just by showing a step, Wei Yanho had broken even Nok Mokpung's fighting spirit. It's strange, really. Li Wangya asked. What do you mean? Wei Yanho bowed his head. I've seen him somewhere before. Right now. I definitely saw the martial art that gentleman used before, but I don't remember where I saw it. Faced with those words, Nok Mokpung's face hardened. Have you seen my martial art? I definitely saw something similar before, but where did it go? Wei Yanho quietly looked at Nok Mokpung with a worried expression. Where did you learn that? Nok Mokpung sighed with a hardened face. I can't tell you. Then that's a problem. Wei Yanho continued to reflect. As he saw him plunged into his thoughts, Nok Mokpung lost the will to attack first and spoke with a slightly distorted face. I have a request. Wei Yanho looked up. For me. That's right. Go ahead. If I retire like this, would you let me go in peace? Wei Yanho looked at Li Wangya. That won't do. Li Wangya stood firm. He says no. Nok Mokpung looked at Li Wangya. He had understood that Li Wangya, not Wei Yanho, had the power of decision. Please let me go, Your Highness. Have you ever seen a censorship official let a traitor go? If I don't come back, Dad will think things have gone wrong. Li Wangya's mouth shut like a clam. And he will make one last bet. Whatever the result, the imperial family will suffer irreversible damage. Why are you telling me this? Because I know you'll fail, because I think it's best to seize the opportunity to plan for the future. Why should I give you time to plan for the future? Nok Mokpung spoke calmly. At least His Highness could immediately prevent the problems that will plague the imperial family. An even greater storm could erupt in the future, but His Highness would have the opportunity to turn it into a gentle breeze. Savvy bastard. Li Wangya frowned. If Li Wangya captured Nok Mokpung here, Nok Gi might think that the situation had gone wrong and try to overthrow the imperial family. Even if he failed, considering the forces Nok Gi possessed, tremendous chaos would be unleashed. And even if they repressed him, the imperial family would certainly suffer enormous damage. If I ended up at that level, I'd be lucky, but the Nok Gi Li Wangya knew was someone who could corner them with even more sinister plans. Are you telling me to watch with my own eyes how traitors beckon wide in the imperial family? Isn't that political? Bastard. Li Wangya let a deep sigh escape. Without power, justice doesn't make sense. Li Wangya knew better than anyone. Nok Mokpung's words were completely cunning, but they pierced reality accurately. Yeah, this was politics. If the censorate manages to conquer a weakness of the East Palace, I think it's not a bad deal. This idea is from your own head. Nok Mokpung outlined a subtle smile. Li Wang already clenched his teeth. They say eunuchs are like rats, digging 10 holes to escape. Li Wangya silently looked at Nok Mokpung before opening his mouth. Get lost. Nok Mokpung bowed deeply to Li Wangya. Thank you, and I trust you'll shut the fuck up. Li Wangya frowned and did not respond. Nok Mokpung smiled slightly and looked at Wei Yanho. Nok Mokpung's look at Wei Yanho was extremely complex. Because of this person, everything had gone wrong today. If it weren't for her, there would have been no need to suffer such humiliation. Feeling Nok Mokpung's gaze, Wei Yanho opened his mouth silently. As an answer to the advice I received earlier, can I also give you some advice? Speak. Bone reduction technique is a great martial art, but by using it simultaneously, its power inevitably decreases. If you really want to face me, you'd better undo that transformation. For a moment, a strange light shone in Nok Mokpung's eyes. I'll keep that in mind for the next time we meet. I don't want to see you again. Not like that, at least. Nok Mokpung looked silently at Wei Yanho and then turned around. I'm coming. Behind him followed the black darkness. MMM. Wei Yanho remained silent, watching Nok Mokpung walk away. Moon Yunjai approached Wei Yanho and asked him a question. What are you looking at so carefully? I was thinking about how interesting that person is. What do you mean? I know that each person has different tastes, but I never thought that someone would feel so comfortable with a look so fat as to force themselves to look like that. In fact, humans are unknowable beings. Isn't that his real appearance? Right. So how much does your true appearance measure? I don't know. Could it be as big as a house? Oh. Wei Yanho turned his head to look at Moon Yunjai. Moon Yunjai watched Nok Mokpung with horror expression. It seemed like a strange misunderstanding had occurred. Well, it doesn't matter. If Nok Mokpung knew, he would hit the ground with frustration, but Wei Yanho simply ignored it. Well, anyway. Wei Yanho looked around. Moon Yuechuan looked at him with a pleased face, as if he said, "I told you so." Li Wengjie frowned and put an expression, as if this was not entirely satisfactory. And middle-class people looked at him, with faces that mixed admiration and surprise. Wei Yanho shrugged. Anyway, I'm going to sleep, so I'll leave the rest to you. Wei Yanho tried to escape from that place quickly. Why are you sleeping again? At the words of Moon Yunjai, Wei Yanho said firmly. I'm guaranteed accommodation, and full board. You're not going to miss your word, are you? Wei Yanho ran quickly to his room, worried that other words might come out. Don't wake me up, I said it clearly. I'm going to keep sleeping. Until tomorrow, don't wake me up. When the pavilion door closed, Moon Yunjai muttered quietly. What kind of person is that? Li Wengjie and Moon Yuechuan nodded heavily. Indeed. However, this was how Wei Yanho successfully avoided the crisis that had affected the Grand Hanrim Academy. And that the incident of that moment would begin to drag him into even greater matters was something that the current Wei Yanho could not know. So there's the East Palace, the censorship, and something about betrayal. That's what happened. Why are you acting like this? It's true, but Wei Yanho didn't do anything, did he? It just happened that such events happened at the right time. Guangquishan nodded heavily. That's right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's the scariest thing. Don't you get it? Excuse me. It does nothing in particular, but wherever it goes, these things inevitably happen. Sometimes it becomes the trigger, sometimes the key that twists the course of events. Anyway, somehow it gets involved in situations and worsens them, without even realizing it. This incident was the same. If you think about it, if Wei Yanho had not been there, no influential people would have gathered, and then Nok-gi would have had no reason to take such extreme measures from the beginning. Wei Yanho did nothing, but only because of his presence, the situation became tremendously serious. Now that I hear it, isn't it scary? Saga the historian couldn't answer. It's scary, it's very scary. What if there was a person like that around? I should avoid associating with them. That's the right answer. Guangquishan said sadly. But we didn't know that back then. For the first time, Saga looked at Guangquishan with sympathetic eyes. Even after that day, the daily life of Wei Yanho continued to develop quite comfortably. Prince and Moon Yuechuan seemed frantically busy dealing with the consequences of the events of that day, but those matters had nothing to do with Wei Yanho. Moon Yunjai did everything possible to find some flaw in Wei Yanho, but since she had already made a firm promise with her own mouth, she could neither act nor refrain from acting, and could only boil anger from within. Had Wei Yanho been, he would naturally have ignored any promise made at a time of urgency, but Moon Yunjai, who had been strictly educated by Moon Yuechuan, found it extremely difficult to break a promise she had made with her own lips. Thanks to this, Wei Yanho was enjoying the most comfortable and peaceful life he had had since entering the Grand Hanrim Academy. At every meal they took him to his room, delicious meals, and there was no one to bother him to sleep. It was a real paradise. Paradise could not be different from this. As a cool breeze blew through the open window, Wei Yanho covered himself with his blanket and lay comfortably. His eyes began to close drowsy. The dream seemed something that the more you enjoyed it, the more I came looking for you. Well, I've had breakfast, so until dinner comes. At that moment, the door opened. Wei Yanho frowned and looked at the door. Moon Yunjai entered with an indifferent expression. Get up. I know you're not sleeping, so stop pretending to sleep and get up. What's going on? Dad is calling you. What about my day off? It is not I who calls you, it is Dad who calls, so go and argue with him directly. Aren't you saying that, after going around in bed for 7 days and 7 nights, you can't even go when they call you briefly? Well, that's not what I'm saying, but… Moon Yunjai did not doubt for a moment that Wei Yanho would rise. But Wei Yanho's reaction always exceeded her expectations. It's annoying, couldn't you tell him I'll see him later? Kaya. Moon Yunjai grabbed the blanket Wei Yanho had wrapped around himself and lifted it. Wei Yanho rolled and suddenly fell to the ground. Oh, how is it that a person doesn't come out of his blanket once in 7 days and 7 nights? Can't you see the print that was left on this blanket? But blankets naturally have prints, don't they? Jaidio. Moon Yunjai staggered with a look of despair on her face. How had such a human being come to settle in his house? Whether he likes it or not, Wei Yanho slowly rose from his place. Others may not believe it, but he was also human and had something called shame. Even dogs move their tails when someone feeds them, and he couldn't ignore Moon Yuechuan, who was feeding him and protecting him when he called. Where to? Moon Yunjai stared at him. Do you plan on going like this? How do I go then? Wei Yanho asked as he took off the laggers he had stuck all over his eye. Moon Yunjai forced a smile as the veins swelled in her forehead. Anyway, you're going to meet the elders, so how about you wash yourself a little? Wei Yanho pulled the clothes she was wearing and smelled it. Sniff, sniff, is that okay? Moon Yunjai's face trembled. If the clothes you wear to spin for a week is okay, then what clothes in the world would not be right? If I were really a beggar, I would at least applaud him for finding a truly suitable job. But he didn't look like a beggar. If Moon Yunjai had known that Wei Yanho was someone who would cause shock even in a den of beggars, he would not have had those thoughts. If you don't want to wash, you don't have to wash. Really? Yes. Because today I am going to thoroughly clean this whole room with water. Should I go out? No night. I'll clean it with you. I'll leave you glowing with latrine rags. I'm gonna wash up. Good idea. Wei Yanho grumbled as he headed to the bathroom. Why should humans immerse their bodies in water? What was the point of using cumbersome water when it was possible to clean properly with a dry cloth? It was completely inefficient. But once he plunged into the hot water, he shivered naturally. From the perspective of water, having to soak Wei Yanho among so many humans could be a shame, but it was not something Wei Yanho had to worry about. Wei Yanho washed his body for the first time in a long time and put on the clothes that Moon Yunjai had prepared. He wore impeccable white clothes and collected his hair, underwent a complete transformation, and became a pretty attractive young man. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm surprised. Why? Because I'm handsome. Moon Yunjai surprisingly nodded obediently. Wei Yanho shrugged at Moon Yunjai's unexpected reaction. I'm pretty handsome. I'm surprised how dirty you must be normally so that a person changes so much with just washing. You should have been a lot dirtier than I thought. Wei Yanho felt discouraged. I'm not really that dirty. Moon Yunjai clearly ignored Wei Yanho's senseless words. Let's go for now. Jumla. Wei Yanho followed Moon Yunjai into Moon Yuechuan's quarters. Father, I have brought that person. Go ahead. Upon receiving the answer, Moon Yunjai opened the door carefully and entered. Wei Yanho also followed it with reticent expression. Moon Yuechuan and Prince Gong were sitting in the room. You've done well, you can go. Moon Yunjai took a bow and went out. Wei Yanho also took a bow and went out. Not you, hey. The prince screamed irritably. Wei Yanho touched Moon Yunjai at the waist. They're saying you should stay. It's you, Yuho. To me. When Wei Yanho looked back, the prince was looking at him with a look that could devour him. Wei Yanho silently returned to the room and sat in front of the prince. Click. The door closed and a strange atmosphere circulated in the room. Moon Yuechuan looked from one side to the other between the prince and Wei Yanho with a subtle expression, while the prince looked at Wei Yanho from the top to the bottom with a face as if he had chewed insects and let deep sighs escape. Wei Yanho, despite all this, blatantly showed his face full of anger, indicating that he wanted them to hurry and expose their affairs. Anyone who observed would think that mortal enemies faced each other. Your Highness. When Moon Yuechuan, unable to bear it any longer, spoke, the prince let a deep sigh escape. I sigh. The prince shook his head, put his hand in his robe, and pulled something out. A little golden dagger. Immediately, Wei Yanho's eyes lit up. But the prince only pulled out the dagger and did no other action, doubting and causing his hand holding the dagger to contract several times. Your Highness. The prince threw the dagger at Wei Yanho irritatedly. Here. Wei Yanho quietly picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground and kept it in his robe. The prince observed Wei Yanho in silence and then spoke. Do you know what that is? No. So what were you thinking about taking it without saying a word? Wei Yanho responded with an enchanted smile. Because it seemed valuable. Is that so?
Yes.
Prince Gong lowered his head, and Wei Yanho smiled. My master said that if something seems to be worth money, I should take it first without hesitation.
Oh,
The prince covered his face with both hands.
this is wrong. You need to change your mind now.
The prince withdrew his hands and raised his head to examine Wei Yanho carefully. Even if Moon Yunjai addressed him, his outward appearance was that of a handsome knight. Considering his appearance and the divine ability he had demonstrated that night, anyone would say he possessed the bearing of a young hero. But knowing the true lazy, shrewd, and cursed nature hidden in the behavior of that young hero, the prince simply could not see Wei Yanho with good eyes.
That sword is.
No refunds. No, that sword is. Surely someone at the prince's level wouldn't tell someone that he's not even a child to give back something he's given him. No, what I'm saying is, I've already spit on him. As I spit on him, now he's mine. Let me speak, you fucking bastard, you deserve your 3 generations to be exterminated. The room trembled loudly, and Wei Yanho's neck instinctively shrunk. The prince was boiling with anger, but barely regained composure in the face of Moon Yuechuan's moderation.
Grrr.
The prince, who emanated blatantly disgruntled, spoke half angry. That sword is a sacred object of the censored. Wherever you go, if you show it, they will treat you with a position equivalent to mine.
Well,
What is there a problem?
that's it. Malaya.
No, I mean something that's really beneficial, something that can buy food, a house.
And then,
Come on, why would someone with your understanding act like that? Still, I've done something, so if you try to solve it with something like that, it's a little troublesome. That's how the world works. If something comes out, something should come in. Nowadays, something more material and realistic than this, so this is really problematic. It's nice, but I can't say it directly. The prince's face trembled.
money.
Wei Yanho applauded as if he were impressed. While you understand perfectly, as expected, you didn't get to that post in vain. So you want money instead of the sacred object of the censorship. Well, it's hard to say so directly. After all, I also have good manners. Suddenly, the ink stone on the prince's desk flew through the air towards Wei Yanho.
Head.
Wei Yanho gently caught the flying ink stone and left it on the ground. Are you going to give me this too? Does it look expensive? That's... Moon Yuechuan was nervous. It looked like a beautiful ink stone. The prince let a deep sigh escape. I don't know if this is the right thing to do. The prince realized that it was beneficial not to pay attention to Wei Yanho's reactions and continued to speak. Let me repeat, that is a sacred object of the censorate. It will receive the same treatment as I in any government office. In other words, it means that I am granting you an official position equivalent to that of Inspector General.
Well,
You said you were traveling the world. If you have that, you won't have to pretend you don't see world corruption. In short, my work is increasing. I'm giving you an official position. Isn't it the same? It's different. In what way? If I say it's different, then no, it's different. Faced with the reaction of the prince, Wei Yanho receded a bit, but still, he did not forget to leave a farewell comment. As I must respect my elders, so I will say. The prince touched his ears. By then, he was probably already getting smoke. Moon Yuechuan continued to speak instead of the agitated prince. The censorship has been sending undercover inspectors to the Central Plains for a long time. The post has been vacant for a while, but from now on, we would like you to assume that function. With just this. I'm not telling you to settle for this. I'm giving you a reward. I'll sell my house if necessary, and I'll give you a reward. The prince's cry covered the entire Grand Hanrim Academy. When Li Wangya, the second prince, shouted loudly, Wei Yanho snapped his tongue. My God, how do you get nervous about such trivial things so that someone your age will have such sudden mood swings? Menopause. Moon Yuechuan jumped out of his seat and desperately contained Li Wangya, who was about to pounce on Wei Yanho. Your Highness, please calm down. Do I look like I'm in a position to calm down right now? Your Highness, maintain your dignity. I really want to see the face of the one who taught that bastard and who his father is. At that time, Wei Jianghan, who had spent the whole night worrying about her son in the faraway Guangdong, had to tremble at mysterious chills for unknown reasons. But Wei Yanho remained calm. Lucky to hear that. Otherwise, it would have been trouble. Do I bother? Wei Yanho smiled slightly. Well, it's not uncommon for powerful people to default on their promises and default on their promissory notes. I also need to prepare adequate security measures. How? Well, that's nothing special really. But Moon Yuechuan understood Wei Yanho's intention. The words Wei Yanho had said earlier resounded in his ears. It looked expensive. I was planning on selling it. If Li Wang had already made a small mistake here, the great disaster of the sacred sword of the censorship displayed in a pawnshop on the market would have occurred. Anyway, then that. Li Wangya stuttered several times, unable to contain his anger, and finally turned around. Whatever you do with that thing, take care of yourself. Really? But if I hear rumors that you've been extorting innocent officials with him, I will definitely catch you and give you a severe beating. Tuzgo. Wei Yanho snapped his tongue like he was disappointed. Realistically, possessing the sacred object of Li Wangya, second in command of the imperial palace and head of the censorship, was not a common matter. Government offices would not dare interfere in most matters, so it was practically like obtaining immunity. In addition, it was certain that he could mobilize the Imperial Guard to some extent in emergency situations. But for Wei Yanho, he was just a nice but useless apricot. What kind of problems would Wei Yanho cause, and what would he do with them? For Wei Yanho, a golden sword he couldn't even sell was worth less than a great bamboo wife. Well, anyway, is this all you wanted? Li Wangya shook her head with disgusted expression and then opened her mouth in silence. What family are you from? Your master. Are you saying you can't even tell me? Wei Yanho smiled calmly. Don't you trust me? Wei Yanho nodded in silence. As he saw his reaction, Li Wangya's gaze was overshadowed. Dignity that was impossible to imagine of the old man who had been arguing with Wei Yanho just a few moments ago seemed to flow naturally from him. You know my status, but you don't trust me, and you want to hide your identity in front of me. Wei Yanho shrugged. Well, status is not the problem. Then, if there's a problem, I can't trust anyone who acts so obvious at all. Internal. Wei Yanho smiled. How many seconds would you need to master Nok Mokpung? 5 seconds or maybe 3. At once Li Wangya's eyes shone brightly. What are you saying? Nobody likes clown shows, especially when I'm forced to play the role unintentionally. A smile appeared on Li Wangya's lips. Did I make you a clown? I followed the instructions, as you fed me and hosted me out of kindness, but it wasn't a pleasant feeling. I felt like a 3-year-old threatened an adult, and I acted like I was saving him. Li Wangya took tea from her desk and drank it slowly. Then slowly he left the cup of tea. When did you notice? It seemed strange to me. No matter how crazy people are about Go, it makes no sense to travel 1,000 li just to play a game. But there was a disproportionate number of people meeting here who said they wanted to play Go. Probably the plan was already underway, but then I showed up. And I became an unexpected chess piece. Or in this case, should I say Go Stone. Anyway, in that situation, Nok Mokpung appeared and chaos broke loose. At that moment, I had to decide which side to follow. Why? Because Nok Mokpung's words were more likely to be true. Even if the invitation was false, when someone with Li Wangya's status secretly gathers influential people from all over the kingdom after spreading various smokescreens, it is difficult to think that this situation is purely to build friendship. Li Wangya nodded. The most likely scenario is definitely betrayal. Then why did you help us? Because that girl called me. If I hadn't been caught, I would have just run away. But that girl seemed to know nothing. So I couldn't turn around. I didn't want her to feel the betrayal of someone she trusted. My teacher told me not to make the mistake of looking up without looking down. The intention is important and the world is important, but if you can't see people, everything is meaningless. So you acted so ambiguously in the middle to prove my reaction. Because I was upset. Hello, Hatha. Li Wangya laughed willingly. Then let me ask you one last question. Yes. Why are you telling me this story? If what you say is true, if you had left here pretending to know nothing, you would have received great rewards and gained immense power. But if you know everything, the situation changes. Worst of all, you might not get out alive. Then why do you say this? Wei Yanho sighed and opened his mouth. Because I want to sleep with my legs stretched. What do you mean? I hate to be tied up so I can't sleep well. If you miss complicated things, then they will torment you several times. So it's better to have things straight. I'll ask directly. Are you plotting a betrayal? Li Wangya looked at Wei Yanho in silence and with cold eyes. If I answered yes, what would you do? Then I was finally able to sleep with my legs stretched. Even though I'm planning a betrayal. Do I wish you success? Head. Li Wangya laughed like it was absurd. Do you have no loyalty to the imperial family? I have received nothing from His Majesty the Emperor, so there is no reason for it. Rather, since His Highness at least gave me gold, I prefer to support it. Do you know what you just said is treason? Then His Highness would also be guilty of treason. It could escape through the power of authority. I suppose so. However, giving your sacred object to someone guilty of treason would be something you could never hide. Wouldn't it? Wei Yanho shrewdly drew the golden sword out of his robe. Li Wangya glanced quietly at the golden sword and then burst into laughter. Haha, I knew this bastard was clever, but now I see that he exceeds my expectations. Wei Yanho snapped his tongue. Acting with dignity now will not work with me. Is that so? Yes. Li Wangya sighed deeply. I was wrong about strategy. I should have been a little more dignified from the beginning. The true nature is always shown. Li Wangya nodded. Yes, you're right, but I swear on my life we weren't plotting a betrayal. We were just gathering strength to oppose that bastard Nok Gi. I see. It's the truth. Who said it wasn't? Li Wang already sighed. As you said, as you watched the situation, you appeared. Your extraordinary abilities with Go became a good opportunity to move forward with our plans, and I took advantage of that excuse to bring these people together. The problem was that Nok Gi also noticed it. Yes. Li Wangya smiled slightly. Do you know why Nok Gi sent Nok Mokpung? Do I wonder? To make me kill him. Li Wangya tasted her tea slightly and continued. Not to catch me, but in the hope that I would kill Nok Mokpung. At least I would have wanted him to subdue him and escort him. Then Nok Gi could use that as an excuse to incriminate me for treason. The fact that I am hiding my martial arts and I have gathered all these people together would be revealed in some way in the process. No, he would have revealed it in some way. Nok Gi has that kind of skill. So I could not act in that situation. Nok Gi cleverly attacked at that precise point. That's why I couldn't stop Nok Mokpung until the last moment. If I had done something, Nok Gi would have used it to frame me for treason. Having summoned all these people to my estate, no excuse would have worked. That's when you stepped forward. Li Wangya slowly bowed her head. If you felt bad, I apologize. I used you a little, but I had no bad intentions. And the clown show you mentioned was never intentional. At least Yuan and I were desperate at the time. I understand. Please believe me. I said I understand. Wei Yanho nodded. He could not understand everything, but he understood that Li Wangya should not have moved in that situation. But if I hadn't taken a step forward until the end, what were you planning to do? Would have killed Nok Mokpung. Wei Yanho sighed. And then, I would have had no choice but to assume the charge of treason alone and die. Otherwise, everyone here would have died. Just for hiding your martial arts. That's right. And you're saying that Nok Gi bastard sent his own son to die to create that situation. That's right. Is the whole imperial family like this? At least it's not a nice place. Wei Yanho looked silently at the ceiling. Then he nodded. I understand what you mean. Will you accept the post of Royal Inspector? I assure you in advance, I will never seek work on my own. All right, even if you don't want it, the world will never leave you alone. Is that a curse? That's a hero's way. I'll pass. Destiny cannot be rejected. It's the first time they call me a hero. I usually hear things like rice waste, bear, snail, turtle. Li Wangya nodded unconsciously. Although he said it himself, terms like turtle or snail definitely suited Wei Yanho better. Anyway, I guess you accept. It's annoying, but you were planning on imposing it on me anyway, right? You wouldn't like to be forced, would you? I sigh. Wei Yanho rose from his seat. Then I'm leaving. Do it. I'm leaving today. I sincerely hope we will never meet again. I feel like we'll see each other again soon. Wei Yanho shivered as if he had been scared and came out. Click. The door closed, and after a moment of silence, Moon Yuechuan opened his mouth. How do you do? Beyond expectations. Actually, Li Wang already was in shock. Although he expected Wei Yanho to be on a higher level than he appeared, he did not think he was skilled enough to detect his hidden martial arts. Have there ever been anyone in history who possessed such martial dexterity at that age? As far as Li Wangya knew, there had been no such thing. Even the chief of the marshal's office, called the greatest warrior in imperial history, would not have reached the toes of Wei Yanho at that age. I thought I caught a divine dragon, but I actually brought a monster. If I'm not careful, it could be devoured. It's worth taking that risk. If it were only martial dexterity, yes. But his plans go beyond the ordinary. While he watched the situation and understood everything, he did not move to the end. He is not simply strong. Who the hell raised such a monster? Li Wangya smiled strangely. Finally, thanks to him, we escaped the trap that Nok-Gi's bastard prepared. Even if I had not been framed for treason, the weakening of the censorate would have been inevitable. It's a heavenly fortune. Heaven is helping us. But contrary to his words, Li Wangya's eyes were low, staring at the door where Wei Yanho had come out. However, depending on how that guy moves, not only the imperial family, but all central plains could be affected. I wonder if I avoided the Nok-Gi snake just to call a wolf. Li Wangya decided to trust her instincts for now. His instincts told him that Wei Yanho was at least not a villain. If you happen to have bad intentions. Okay. Even if he has bad intentions, he will not have the will to carry them out. Only diligent people can do evil. Now I see. Li Wangya caressed her chest. That was certainly lucky. Finally, investigate everything about that little bastard. Even if we don't find his master dead, we must find out his family. Yes. And if possible, I would very much like to see the man who begot that bastard. And at that time, Wei Yanho's father, Wei Jianghan, decided to visit a doctor because of the mysterious chills that continued to appear. Wei Yanho lay on the roof tiles, looking at the rising moon floating in the sky. While a somewhat cool breeze was blowing, Wei Yanho closed his eyes and savored the wind rubbing his face. Although it was almost midnight, the sound of reading could be heard from various places in the mansion. Wei Yanho honestly thought they were extraordinary. To continue such an effort of self-will, without coercion from anyone, was not a common feat. Especially for Wei Yanho, it was like a story of another world, completely unreal. His passion and effort were certainly remarkable. However, a corner of Wei Yanho's heart was deeply sunk. Wei Yanho rose from his position. Are you planning on leaving? Then a quiet voice came from below Wei Yanho. I wasn't planning on leaving without saying goodbye to the host who fed me and hosted me. With a soft laugh, host Moon Yuechuan smiled gently. So, what are you worried about to greet the moon tonight? Wei Yanho shrugged. I feel a little suffocated. On suffocating days, the night air is good. I also enjoy the night walks when I feel my heart suffocated. Wei Yanho nodded. Even if it's not now, you're planning to leave soon, aren't you? Yes. Wei Yanho spoke honestly. He had seen many things in the academic world. He had seen those who devoted themselves with determination, unlike him, and those who had free time, unlike him. And I had seen that they too, ultimately, were no different from other people, and finally felt that the academic world was just a place in the world, not unlike anywhere else. Maybe I could see more if I stayed in the academic world, but that wouldn't make me feel much more than I already felt. It was time to go. If it is your master's last wish, you must fulfill it. However, I can't help but feel a little sorry. Young man, have you ever thought about going into the service of government? Mate. You mean mate? Your honor also seems to have a good opinion, so if you propose, you could enter the imperial court. Don't you care about that pass? Wei Yanho shook his head firmly. I don't think that's for me. Isn't it? I have no confidence in being able to endure such a place. In a place full of cunning snakes, it would give me indigestion even with one meal. Moon Yuechuan smiled without responding. Anyway, I'm seeing and feeling a lot before I leave. What have you felt? Wei Yanho seemed to reflect for a moment, then opened his mouth. If I'm allowed to mention the two most important things, one is that even people who read books, ultimately, don't live like the books they read.
That's right.
And the other is that the academic world is a scarier place than I thought.
Why is that?
I never imagined that, among all the people I've known since I came to the martial world, the place with the greatest teachers would be the academic world. I've even been at the headquarters of the Mendigo sect. Li Wangya's martial arts are certainly remarkable.
Wei Yanho smiled.
Moon Yuechuan, who had been silently observing Wei Yanho's smile, also responded with a smile.
Did you know? Yes, from the beginning.
That's a bit of a problem.
I have to ask you a favor. I won't mention it anywhere. Please, I'm really asking you. I want to live like a scholar. Wei Yanho nodded.
Instead, please tell me just one thing.
Speak. Can you hear it? What do you mean?
The sound of reading now.
I can hear it.
The sound of reading was still heard around him.
Those people are learning.
Some must aspire to progress in fame, and others must dream of improving this country. And those who are now in the imperial court should have had dreams like that.
That's right.
But why are those who entered the imperial court desperately trying to devour one another? Is power really so sweet? Wei Yanho continued to speak without waiting for Moon Yuechuan's response. I understand that the censored and that person named Nok Gi have their own reasons and justifications, but can't be solved through dialogue. Should they necessarily destroy each other? Even if that means enduring to death or sending their own child to a certain death.
Wei Yanho sighed.
My teacher told me to go to the academic world and know the world. I thought I would see the justice and moral principles of the world there. But surprisingly, what I saw here is the ugliness of the world. Now I don't even know why my teacher sent me. Moon Yuechuan nodded and opened his mouth in silence.
Nok Gi is a villain.
I suppose so. So what about Li Wangya? Well, I guess he's not exactly a villain.
Moon Yuechuan nodded.
Imagine that your first place was not this, but the East Palace, where the eunuchs reside. Imagine being treated with honor there.
Wei Yanho nodded.
Then Nok Gi would be a villain.
Wei Yanho hesitated to respond.
I guess not. So wouldn't it be us who are trying to kill him, villains from your perspective?
I think so.
Wei Yanho seemed to understand something, though not entirely. There are villains in the world who are unbreakably evil, whatever they say. Anyone would recognize them as villains. But most evil is not so obvious. The circumstances, beliefs, ideals, and history they have built are intertwined and form relationships. Thus, someone who is more benevolent than anyone else becomes crueler than a demon to others.
Wei Yanho nodded.
At first, everyone learns learning and harbors ideals in the heart. But the ideals of each one are different. When these ideals clash, people come to understand. To develop their own ideals, we must first overcome reality. Even if that means killing each other to develop our ideals. It's wrong, it's tragic, but two entangled knots can't be untied. There's no other solution than to cut them with a blade. Why should we untie the knots? Can't we leave them alone? Because you can't use the rope if you don't untie the knots.
Moon
Yuechuan spoke calmly. The world is like a tangled knot. Everyone knows we have to untie the knots, but it takes too long to untie those knots, and there is no guarantee that devoting that time really unties them. Over time, those who become impatient look for ways to undo those knots.
That's scary.
That is the identity of what you call the cunning and dirty plans to sacrifice one's life or send one's own child to a certain death.
Is everyone like that?
The imperial palace is a little harsher, but other places are not very different.
I don't understand.
Wei Yanho sighed deeply and continued to speak. I have no idea what my master wanted me to see in the world. I don't know what he wanted me to see or feel. The world is too fast for me to see, feel, and understand.
Isn't that enough?
What? If the world goes fast, you can follow it slowly. Aren't you doing it already? It may not be that you are slow, but we are fast. Therefore, we cannot untie knots. You are slow, but you see everything clearly. You saw everything that happened in this mansion. What are you worried about then? But I'm a bummed. A diligent person will see and learn many things, but a lazy person could see more clearly than a diligent person. Aren't you already doing it? That's strange. What's strange? I thought the academic world I knew considered laziness a sin. Moon Yuechuan smiled softly. Did I not say so? The world is a place created by people with different ideals and realities that intertwine. If everyone lived the same life, they would not create knots. I suppose so. Moon Yuechuan looked silently at Wei Yanho. You said you were worried about what to see and feel in the world. Yes. First walk and see the world. And feel it. No, what I mean is, what's the point of thinking ahead of time about what to see and what to feel, and then see and feel? Suddenly, Wei Yanho's eyes opened a little bit. Walk with your own steps, watch the world as it is with your own eyes, and feel how your heart feels. Then the world will show you the way you should take. As I really am, the world as it really is. That's right. The wind blew around Wei Yanho's body. Moon Yuechuan was a little startled, but seeing Wei Yanho's expression as infinitely peaceful, he calmed his mind. Wei Yanho simply closed his eyes, as the winds from all over the world seemed to gather around him. Moon Yuechuan silently surrounded Wei Yanho. Finally, Wei Yanho's eyes opened. Do you seem to understand something? Wei Yanho scratched his head slightly and then shook his head. The truth is, I'm not sure. Moon Yuechuan burst into a laugh. Hey, Ohaga, that's enough. You just need to understand with your heart. Moon Yuechuan pulled a small brush out of his chest and handed it to Wei Yanho. Wei Yanho squinted his eyes and looked at the brush Moon Yuechuan had given him. What is this? Moon Yuechuan smiled with irony. Do you immediately keep an expensive-looking blade in your chest, but do you first worry about a cheap brush? Well, that's how people live. This brush is also a masterpiece among the masterpieces. The brush in Moon Yuechuan's hand was snatched like lightning and disappeared into Wei Yanho's chest. I will accept it with gratitude for now. I think I understand Li Wangya's feelings. Moon Yuechuan shook his head and looked at the moon. The crescent moon looked at him with a smile. I hope you will one day find the answer. Moon Yuechuan left those words and slowly walked away. Wei Yanho leaned over the roof tiles and looked at the smiling moon. At the time he heard Moon Yuechuan's words, there were changes in his body. The energy around him embraced him, and the inner energy core inside him also breathed vitality into his body. As Beek Muhan had said, when Wei Yanho felt something, the inner energy core of Beek Muhan sleeping within him responded and raised his level. The words of his teacher that he would become stronger as his enlightenment deepened were true. However, Wei Yanho could not know. What did he understand? No, did you really notice anything? Wei Yanho looked up at the sky. Beek Muhan was watching him from there. Have you noticed? Wei Yanho shook his head. I'm not sure yet, master. The moon smiled like its master. That guy finished his business at the Hanram Grand Academy and moved on to his next destination. Well, as expected by now, that guy took a long time to move his heavy ass. Where did he go next, you wonder? You're pretty impatient, aren't you? No, it is more necessary to say that you still lack understanding of the human being called Wei Yanho. What do you mean? You shouldn't ask where he went next. You should ask what happened next. Oh my God, you lack understanding. Haven't I been saying it all this time? That guy brings bad luck wherever he goes. You think nothing would happen while that guy was traveling to his next destination. It is true that expectations are not something that can be created lightly, especially when it comes to something that involves that guy. Maybe the story I'm about to tell you can be quite refreshing. It's the story of the guy who treated you coldly and plunged you into a river of misfortunes. Who turned your back on you. That guy, you know him. Okay, that guy. Wei Yanho continued to live as a sparrow at the Hanram Grand Academy for 2 more weeks after that day. Didn't you say you'd leave soon? Oh, I'm leaving. I said I'm leaving. But doesn't it seem like you have a lot of intentions to leave? Oh yeah, I'm leaving. Since it's a little late today, I'll go tomorrow. You've been saying that for 2 weeks. Well, I may be a little late. It may be, but still. Are you saying that because food is expensive? Wow, I didn't see you like that, but you're very insensitive. They say people with money are worse, and I'm learning a lot coming here. I didn't mean it that way, I was just. The person who told me just 2 weeks ago that it didn't matter to be a little late, that I would take my time to look, has completely changed my mind in 2 weeks and now scolds me for being late. Your recognition of academic diversity and your flexibility not to fall into stubbornness are remarkable, but I can't help but feel sorry for the slight lack of determination and constancy you're demonstrating. Moon Yuechuan could only be amazed by the dazzling eloquence, as if oil had been applied to his mouth, and the evil heart that used such eloquence to criticize others. Where the hell did you learn to say those things? Well, I learned it from that old scammer. I see. Then rest and leave tomorrow. Yes, but where did you say your destiny was? I told you last time. I'm really tired. Do I have to keep talking about this? I'm sorry. Moon Yuechuan left Wei Yanho's room with a face, as if the sky had fallen. The impact of receiving advice to cultivate the determination and firmness of Wei Yanho, who seemed to have less connection to the erudition than a dog wandering the streets, was large enough to destroy the composure that Moon Yuechuan had built for decades. Moon Yunjai, who was waiting outside the door, approached Moon Yuechuan. Father. Yes. Moon Yunjai, who had been observing Moon Yuechuan's expression, spoke with caution. At this rate, Moon Yuechuan was going to become ill. Shouldn't we get rid of that sparrow? Since we owe him a debt of gratitude to pay him off, we should first let him do whatever he wants. Then he will be here until next year. Is that probably right? Yes. Moon Yuechuan caressed her beard. It was not good to have someone who had become a royal inspector staying on that property where not a speck of dust would come out of it as much as you shook it. Surprisingly, he did not cause any additional problems, as all he did was eat in his room, but having such a person in the house was not particularly good either. I'd be afraid to let the students see it. Each has its own utility. Unfortunately, in the Great Hanrim Academy, a lazy bum was worse than dog shit. At least dog shit could be used as a fertilizer. Do you have a plan? If I were a person, there would be no plan, but for a suitcase-looking human like that, there is a plan. What do you mean? I've already taken action, so don't worry. Moon Yuechuan bowed his head to Moon Yunjai's incomprehensible words. The next day, Wei Yanho woke up at the noise in front of his room. Puaj. Wei Yanho removed the crust from his eye. Thanks to the dream lotus technique that Beek Muhan had implanted in him, Wei Yanho, who had to train even in his dreams while sleeping, had nothing like a refreshing morning. Why is there so much noise? People try to sleep. Are you now resorting to such cowardly tactics when you cannot openly scold him to work? Wei Yanho rose from his place, grumbling with annoyance. If he beat those who made noise in front of the door and sent them flying out of the farm, peace would return. Wei Yanho opened the door at once. Ho! Outside the door were two people I had never seen before and Moon Yunjai. The middle-aged man had a flag with the word "Swift" written on his back, and another man was behind him as if he was helping him. Thank you for calling the traditional and historic Swift Dragon Escort Agency. What is the cargo we need to transport? Moon Yunjai turned his head calmly and pointed to Wei Yanho. This one. Moon Yunjai's fingertip pointed to Wei Yanho. The three men, excluding Moon Yunjai, looked silently at each other. Please don't joke and show us the burden. Moon Yunjai nodded. I'm telling you, this is it. Seems like a person. Only that it has approximate form of one. The man looked at Wei Yanho in cold sweat and spoke again. Yes, we escort people, of course, but in that case we prepare a separate transport. Also, we have to take into account the weather, so accompany this type of cargo transport. Moon Yunjai shook her hand, like telling her not to worry. Don't worry, they're also carrying cattle and chickens in those cars, aren't they? Yes, it's true, but even if it looks like this, there's no difference. Just put it on top of the luggage, give it 3 meals a day, and it won't complain or cause trouble. I'll pay you what it costs to transport a person. No, I'll pay you double. So please take that animal, I mean that human. No, even if you say that. Triple. The rules of procedure establish. 4 times. We'll escort him this way. Wei Yanho understood the situation and burst into anger. What are you talking about? You're gonna take the cargo and fire me. You get it fast. Oh my god, I hear the morality of the martial world has collapsed, but how is it possible? I am still your benefactor, who saved you, and yet you are selling me as if I were a burden. Even if people are ungrateful, there should be limits. How can you do something like that? Wei Yanho trembled with anger, but Moon Yunjai spoke calmly. I'm helping you. How can I help myself? You said you were going to Hubei, right? Yes. It's the route to Hubei, so you can go with an escort agency. You find it annoying and you don't want to walk to Hubei anyway, do you? Yes. Wei Yanho admitted it unreservedly. Angry or whatever, Wei Yanho proudly admitted what he had to admit in any situation. You can travel in a horse-drawn car, which is good. The escort agency earns money, which is good, and we get rid of you, which is good. It is a course that makes us all happy. Wei Yanho found himself nodding without realizing it. Very persuasive. So stop complaining and follow these people. But Mom told me not to follow strangers. It's okay, they're trusted people with clear identities. Don't worry and follow them. Still, I said it's okay. No one with a little brain would sell you. Where would they sell someone who digs in mines and sleeps there? Don't worry. In that sense, you're the safest person in the world. Puaj. Wei Yanho was defeated by Moon Yunjai's logic. Saitro. Good idea. Thus, Wei Yanho was registered as a cargo for the Escort a Swift Dragon Agency. Well, then I'm leaving. Wei Yanho received a modest farewell from Moon Yunjai and Moon Yuechuan. The huge cargo cart visible behind him indicated the treatment he received. Take care of yourself. You too, Scholar Moon. Don't forget that Li Wangya is watching you too. I'm fine with that. Wei Yanho put an uncomfortable expression, as if it were a burden. Moon Yuechuan looked at the reticent Wei Yanho and smiled sweetly. Even if he says he's keeping an eye on you, given Li Wangya's position, it won't be easy for him to get to know you directly, so you don't have to worry. I am grateful only for your words. Moon Yuechuan snapped her lips. He's surprisingly polite. Wei Yanho asked Moon Yuechuan. Go to the Imperial Palace. It looks like I'll have to. I hope we can meet again next time. Are you telling me not to die? As expected, you get it quickly. Moon Yuechuan smiled slightly. Don't worry, it may seem that way, but I'm tenacious. Well, save yourself if it gets urgent. Honor and all that are things you can only keep if you're alive. Moon Yuechuan smiled sweetly at the sincere concern of a child who had not even lived half his life. If someone else had said those words, he might have considered them presumptuous, but Moon Yuechuan, who had learned how difficult it was to receive so much worry from Wei Yanho, found them simply welcome. I'll keep that in mind. Wei Yanho turned his head to look at Moon Yunjai. Well, I'm leaving. Have a nice trip. Do you seem very happy? Does it show? What? Wei Yanho sighed deeply and climbed into the cargo cart with slow paces. After getting into the luggage, he fell flat. Let's go. The escort guards looked at Wei Yanho loaded over the luggage, laughed slightly, and drove the car. Hey. Wei Yanho responded to Moon Yunjai's call while lying down. What? Keep healthy. Giving me poison and then the antidote, you shouldn't have kicked me out from the beginning. Fix your laziness too. Yes. The cargo cart carrying Wei Yanho moved in the distance. Moon Yuechuan watched the scene quietly and spoke. We're going in. Yes, father. Contrary to her words, Moon Yunjai did not move for a while, observing the cargo cart carrying Wei Yanho. Do you miss him? Excuse me. Moon Yunjai laughed between her teeth and spoke. Did you miss him? It's like I've been pulled out of a tooth with cavities. Moon Yuechuan was speechless at Moon Yunjai's attitude, speaking as if he felt incredibly renewed. I thought I might have grown fond of him. If not, it was more like luck. Well then, let's go. Yes, father. Moon Yuechuan slowly entered the property. Moon Yunjai followed Moon Yuechuan and turned his head in disguise. The cargo cart had already disappeared in the distance. Still a little pitiful. Moon Yunjai smiled slightly. Bye, strange loafer. When you pass briefly, it turns into chance, and when you pass and you find yourself, it becomes destiny. No one could know when the long thread of destiny could reconnect. Have you reflected on your actions? The great eunuch Nak-gi looked at the man in front of him with cold eyes. Yes, father. The man. Nak Mokpung responded with his head bent to the ground. His corpulent body was pressed to the ground. It would have been good if you had killed Li Wangya there. Even if you hadn't succeeded and killed you, it wouldn't have been wrong. However, returning without killing or dying is the worst result. Is your life so valuable to you? No, it's not. Then why didn't you die? Because it would have been a dog death. How so? If I had died there at the hands of Li Wangya, it would have made sense. But I fought another person there, not against Li Wangya. So even if I had died, I would not have caused him any harm. What? Nak-gi nodded. That's a reasonable statement. I do not fear death, but I fear the death of a dog. I want to offer my neck where it is useful, father. Good words. Nak-gi smiled. It's been 3 years since you came in as my adopted son. That's right. Remember this. I don't raise useless dogs. If you want to stay by my side, you must develop the ability to at least bring a bone. I'll keep that in mind. You can retire. Nak Mokpung rose in silence. Yes. Ah's end. Yes, father. Nak-gi's eyes narrowed. Find out a little more about that brat who stopped you. I have a bad feeling about him. Understood. Go away. Yes. Nak Mokpung bowed deeply and left the room. Nak-gi hummed a tune. An incompetent and ambitious pig will end up in the pot. Nak-gi's buzz flowed through the room. Oichempayage. Nak Mokpung snorted. That eunuch doesn't know how high the sky is. Suddenly a man appeared before him and stood silently. Are there words of that person? The man nodded. Nak-gi still has use value, says we have to keep him alive for now. Use value, what can an already exposed force achieve? He said that mere existence can tie the feet of the imperial family. If it's such a big task, couldn't I do it myself? How long will I have to go along with that eunuch? The Grand Duke has other jobs to do. There has been a subpoena from the main castle. He is ordered to go to the main castle shortly. If that's the case. Nak Mokpung smiled. I can escape this detestable appearance. Nak Mokpung passed by the man and walked slowly. Anyway, Nak-gi will be removed when it is no longer useful. I just need to leave it alone until it is useful. After that, all of Nak-gi will be mine. Nak Mokpung's eyes shone. There's no rush to the imperial family, so I should take care of what needs to be done first. At that time, a man came to Nak Mokpung's mind. You have work to do. What is it? Wei Yanho was it. Investigate everything about that man. Don't miss a single detail. Is it urgent? It's not especially urgent, but nothing should be overlooked. When there was no answer, Nak Mokpung's eyes were darkened. Are you dissatisfied? How dare this humble being be dissatisfied with what the young master does? And then what? The man bowed his head deeply and said, I don't understand why anyone of the young master's stature would be interested in such a trivial person. Nak Mokpung sighed quietly. Listen here. Yes, young master. Great plans are often frustrated by small moments of neglect. And he is not a trivial person. Considering his age, he has an amazing level of martial arts. He is someone fully qualified to be considered the future greatest hero under heaven. How can you call such a person trivial? The future greatest hero under the sky is the position of the young master. Tuzgo. Nak Mokpung, who did not like flattery, shook his head. The man seemed to speak honestly, but not even that sincerity seemed right to him. What I needed was not sweet praise, but sharp, direct counsel that would pierce the heart like a dagger. Even if I become the future greatest hero under the sky, do you think I would be valued? The man couldn't answer. What I need is not that evaluation, but achievements. Achievements that even my father and my brothers must recognize. Achievements that even the arrogant nobles of the castle cannot ignore. Therefore, I cannot overlook easily or the smallest things. Why don't you understand? I was a fool. Nak Mokpung's eyes shone. and I have a feeling that this young man will be a great help for my achievements. To him, he has not yet become a typhoon, but it is like a nucleus that will soon become a typhoon. Just watch. Soon that man will bring a sudden storm into the martial world. Up to that point, the man could not understand the overestimation of Nok Mokpung. Of course, it was certainly true that the boy named Wei Yanho possessed excessive martial arts for his age. But considering the countless ancient monsters and extraordinary figures buried in the martial world, it did not seem that it could exercise special power. Can't you believe it? How could this subordinate have doubts? Tusk. Nok Mokpung snapped his tongue. Well, if the man had the insight to see such things, he wouldn't be in a position to help him. That martial dexterity and that personality. If left alone, it would become a gentle passing breeze, but where is the martial world a place that leaves people alone? Nok Mokpung smiled gloomily. You'll understand if you look. Yes. What are my brothers doing these days? I do not know exactly, but I heard that they are currently interfering with the Just family. Just family? That's right. MMM. Nok Mokpung bowed his head as if he didn't understand. The Just family, what could they accomplish by touching such a trivial place? If my brothers pay attention to such a place, there is no loss for me. The question passed, but there was no need to insist unnecessarily. What was important was not them, but how much Nok Mokpung himself could accomplish. What about Li Wangya? It looks like he keeps his mouth shut. Elegant. Nok Mokpung nodded. Hitting the grass to frighten the snake, if the imperial family incited Nok Gi's forces now, they could not avoid a misfortune. Nok Gi could not avoid death either, but the damage that the imperial family would have to suffer in the process would not be small either. Considering that damage, it was better to remain silent for now. In the present situation where imperial power was being rejected by divine authority, if the power of the imperial family was further weakened, it would be difficult to rule the Central Plains. Chaotic times. Nok Mokpung smiled. Heroes appear in chaotic times. A world of great peace could bring happiness to countless people, but for the hidden dragons waiting for their moment, it was like a desert. Nok Mokpung was also someone who welcomed the chaotic times. Wei Yanho, Wei Yanho. Nok Mokpung smiled with itch. Wait, I'll come and get you soon. Nok Mokpung was humming while he was about to go to his room when he stopped walking. But, yes, it didn't look like that guy would stay there, so where is he going? Actually, I had something to tell you about that. Nok Mokpung bowed his head. What is it? They say that person named Wei Yanho has been registered as a cargo at the Dragon Fast Escort Agency, Swift Dragon. You mean he's accompanying an escort mission? No, it's not that. In fact, it's registered as a charge. What does that mean? Talk to me so I understand you. It means exactly what I said. Nok Mokpung grabbed his forehead. Unpredictable, it's unpredictable. Nok Mokpung realized that he had also been dragged by the typhoon that Wei Yanho was creating. Unfortunately. Then, Gok Baihang, the second escort leader of the Dragon Fast Escort Agency, looked at the escort members with a perplexed expression. Didn't you say you would bring a shipment? That's right. Where's the charge? Well, how do I put it? The escort glanced back at Wei Yanho, who was in the freight car with only his feet out. He then pointed to that load with a reticent tone. For now, it's a burden. Gok Baihang's face changed to an indescribably strange expression. An expression of complex feelings where he was angry but could not blame them arbitrarily. He did not fully understand, but was also upset. Are you playing with me right now? We too wanted to refuse, but since it was a request of the prestigious Grand Hanram Academy, we could not do so. Wow. Gok Baihang started to hurt his head. The transfer of persons and the movement of goods were completely different matters. When a person engages in an escort mission that lasts at least 10 days, the things that must be prepared for that person become too numerous. Only for meals, you cannot serve the food that the companions eat to a customer. Preparing 3 meals a day is not an easy task. Also, since you cannot be forced to sleep on the floor with just a blanket like the common companions, the preparation time doubles. That's why there were separate escort missions to gather and transfer people, but there would be too many things to prepare because of one person. While Gok Baihang was thinking about how to return the cargo, the escort slowly opened his mouth. Besides, the escort sneaked up to Gok Baihang and made a coin with his hand. Gok Baihang shook to understand the meaning of that coin. They say 4 times more. 4 times. Gok Baihang, who was a little baffled, was whispered with a secret temptation. And a little bit further apart. You know, aside. Gok Baihang ended up nodding. If it's a petition from the Grand Hanram Academy, we can't refuse. Gok Baihang had changed his position cleanly. No matter what people said, the Great Hanram Academy was a prestigious place with considerable influence in the academic world. Moreover, it was a place where a local elite could be justly called. It was not easy to flatly reject a petition from such a place. Having prepared a legitimate excuse, Gok Baihang approved the charge. Even so, this has become problematic. Moving a person should not be easy. To top it off, as they had not imagined something like this would happen, they were not prepared. It would have to gather separately the supplies and food needed for the escort mission, so it would not be exaggerated to say that the work had doubled. You can't help it. The resigned Gok Baihang got into the freight wagon. Anyway, since it was a burden, it seemed like I should meet with her. Oh. Gok Baihang, who had climbed into the freight car, ran out of words. In the freight car, something I had never imagined until now was happening casually. I once had a conversation with that fellow Peng family member. I was quite puzzled when I first saw him, but that fellow Peng family member was equally formidable. Disconcerting, really. Of course it was disconcerting. Anyone would be puzzled to see something like that. What am I talking about? Well, it's about that escort mission. During that escort mission, the fellow Peng family member met Wei Yanho, and the circumstances of his meeting were extremely strange. What was weird about that? How should I explain this? It's just inexplicable. The man was lying on the ground, with his arms stretched out, deeply asleep. It was an absolutely brazen act, as if he were asking to be treated not as a person, but as a burden. How long have you been sleeping? Well, continuously since I left the Grand Hanram Academy. Here. Yes, it is. Gok Baihang looked at Wei Yanho with curious eyes. The place where Wei Yanho lay was on top of a freight wagon. A freight wagon was literally a cart for transporting goods. It was not a carriage for passengers, but a carriage for loading goods. As it was not made with precision, anyone who rode it would inevitably feel constant shaking. As such, the comfort of the trip was shameful, and even experienced companions ended up in pain all over the body after traveling for a while. Being able to sleep lying on top of that load, especially full of bumps, was not something a normal person could do. Don't you get angry? For an ordinary person, sitting in a place where the load bounced would be uncomfortable, but this guy could sleep like this. What were his nerves made of whale tendons? In a sense, it is impressive. Gok Baihang snapped his tongue. What did they say at the academy? Well, they said to give him 3 meals a day, like cattle or chickens, and that he would behave well until his arrival, so there was no problem. Really? Yes. What? It was even more incomprehensible. Occasionally, there were people who wanted to accompany cargo escort missions for urgent matters. I had thought this would be another similar case, but what the academy said was rather strange. The payment. We were given 4 times the cost of transporting a person. I don't understand anything. Gok Baihang shook his head from one side to the other. Anyone who tried to see the Wei Yanho issues through the lens of common sense was destined to experience great despair. Gok Baihang made a decision. I didn't know how the situation would develop, but first I had to wake this man up. Hey. Hey. What? Wei Yanho turned around. Gok Baihang sighed and shook Wei Yanho to wake him up. Hey. Wei Yanho frowned and raised his head slightly. What? When asked what so directly, Gok Baihang did not know how to respond. Ahem, I am Gok Baihang, the leader of the escort in charge of this mission. And this escort mission isn't about accompanying people, it's about transporting cargo, so it might be pretty awkward if you come in. You'll be okay. Wei Yanho responded with indifference. Don't worry, I'm registered as a burden, not as a person. Gok Baihang looked at the escorts who had brought him in. They nodded silently. Ahem, but how could we treat a person as a burden? You don't have to worry, just give me 1 meal a day and I'll sleep quietly. Besides this, where else would the goods be loaded if it weren't in the cart? The words were correct. but it must be very uncomfortable. Well, I have to put up with that. They said if I stood still, they would take me to my destiny. You're a pretty positive guy. Gok Baihang decided to think as favorably as possible. Since things had turned out this way, it was better for him to have a good attitude. That was his philosophy. But the great Hanram Academy said it would give you 3 meals. Did you just say you'd only eat one? Yes. Why? How can a person eat 3 full meals? People are busy too. At first glance, it seemed like what a very busy person would say, if not for the words that followed. Gok Baihang was confused. He had also made a living working as a companion until then. He had met many people and forged friendship with many. However, he could not understand what kind of person this young man was in front of him. Gok Baihang reluctantly nodded. In any case, it was a cargo, registered for his escort mission. His mission was to transport it safely and smoothly. Then we'll leave. Yes, please take good care of me. The freight wagon carrying Wei Yanho headed for Hubei for 3 days without incident. Wei Yanho slept in the car during the day and ate with the people of the escort company at night before sleeping. At first, people cared and paid attention to him, but after about 3 days, no one paid attention to him. As soon as Wei Yanho got into the cargo car, he slept peacefully, as if he had really become a burden. Later, people forgot their existence to such an extent that Wei Yanho was a burden, and the burden was Wei Yanho. He had reached a state of unity between me and object. I don't know if I call it awesome. Gok Baihang was amazed. He had never even thought that there might be someone able to sleep so comfortably on that wobbly freight wagon. Wei Yanho wasn't just sleeping on top, he really didn't move, as if he himself was a burden, to the point where no one was aware of him. My God, at this rate, we are actually carrying a load instead of a person. Isn't something even more surprising? What's that? That young man sleeps all day except at lunch. Could I have any illness? So it seems, judging by their fate. What is your destiny? Probably Xiangsujang, place of the sacred hand. Ba, then he must be sick. That would explain it. How else could someone sleep so many hours? Turns out that being able to sleep all day, or even in a freight car, is because his health is very precarious. Will your illness not be aggravated if that person travels in that type of car? Well, there could certainly be a problem. It's your decision, so it's not up to us to say anything. However, tell the cart driver to be more careful driving from now on. Understood. At such a young age, poor thing Tusk. Thus, Wei Yanho instantly became a pitiful and ill-healthed young man who had taken a freight wagon to look for a famous doctor. A misunderstanding that would make those who knew Wei Yanho grasp the stomach of laughter was gradually intensifying here. On the 5th day since I left the Grand Hanram Academy, Yaon, Wei Yanho was very tired. This work is also not worth doing. When he was awake, he slept, and when he slept, his fraudulent master appeared to him in dreams to torment him. He was very happy to see his teacher again, but the teacher who appeared to him in his dreams only made him repeat the training mechanically and dryly. Moreover, as Wei Yanho's will was somewhat limited, he could not really enjoy it. The problem was that this training in dreams also affected reality. In the days when I trained too much in dreams, that fatigue did not abandon Wei Yanho all day long. Then when he lay down to sleep a little longer, he had to meet his master again in sleep. It was a repetition of situations in which I could not do this or that. How long do I have to do this? He was told that the dream training method would disappear once he completed his martial arts, but he did not know when. He also had no idea what level of mastery he was referring to. He had asked his teacher about this once, but each time he only heard that he would know when he completed it. At this rate, won't it really last a lifetime? Wei Yanho's body trembled. It was really a horrible thought. That's why Wei Yanho couldn't stop this training. Even if his body did not explode and kill him, as his teacher said, he could not live like this all his life. The only way to live the rest of his life in peace and beauty was to quickly finish the training his teacher was talking about and escape from this damn dream training method. Or maybe find and eat some dragon's inner core somewhere. I'm really going to die. Wei Yanho sighed deeply. After looking into the sky for a long time, Wei Yanho went back to bed and tried to sleep. Even during this time, the car rolled well without incident. Wait. Then Gok Baihang stopped the car. Deaf noise. The cars stopped abruptly. Gok Baihang got out of his car and shouted loudly. Who is the hero? Gok Baihang of the Dragon Fast Escort Company requests audience. Wei Yanho opened her eyes. Then the car driver sat down and whispered softly to Wei Yanho. Looks like there's people, don't get out of the cargo. Bandidos. The leader of the escort will take care of it, so keep the body down. Wei Yanho nodded. Whether they were bandits or whatever it was primarily Gok Baihang's responsibility. Gok Baihang watched the forest with serious expression. This was not a good situation. If they were bandits, they would have blocked the road. If they didn't pretend to be enmity with the escort company, they wouldn't attack the wagons either. Taking so long meant either they were novice bandits who knew nothing, or a really dangerous person attacking the wagons. It was one of the two cases. I hope it's the first thing, but... He could know they were in the woods, but judging by how difficult it was to detect their presence, they were definitely not novice bandits who knew nothing. That point made Gok Baihang even more anxious. I will say it once more. I am Gok Baihang, leader of the Fast Dragon Escort Company. Please leave your hiding place in the forest. Otherwise, I will consider it an intention to attack the Fast Dragon Escort Company. Correct. After a moment, the forest shook and a person appeared slowly. Gok Baihang frowned. The person who appeared unexpectedly was a young man who still kept a certain youth. On the back of his red clothing, the character of a sword was embroidered in large letters. Gok Baihang guessed the young man's identity by clothes. Red clothing, the character of a sword embroidered on the back. Peng family. Peng family. A renowned family of swords located in Hebei and one of the 5 great families. In other words, a family with fame and prestige in the Hebei region that was no less than that of the emperor. The problem was that this young man, who appeared to be a member of the Peng family, was currently covered with wounds all over his body. Gok Baihang's complexion got dark. He seemed to have gotten involved in some nasty business. The young man, holding his deeply wounded chest with one hand, opened his mouth with difficulty. I am Peng Dayaji of the Peng family of Hebei. I am Gok Baihang of the Fast Dragon Escort Company, Swift Dran. What brings a Peng family descendant to this journey? Peng Dayaji continued with a dark expression. I can't get rid of them by myself. Please help me. This could become a crisis for the martial world. Gok Baihang swallowed saliva with difficulty. Generally, the Peng family receives 2 types of evaluations. A heroic family that does not endure injustice. And a family where only crazy people gather, who think with their muscles instead of with their head when problems arise. This was precisely the Peng family that received such polar assessments. Although they received extreme evaluations, if one had to choose between them, it was still a family that was evaluated fairly favorably in general. Although they sometimes acted hastily and aggravated situations, their knightly spirit had no rival anywhere under heaven. At least they were not cunning, and even when they caused problems, most of them arose from good intentions, so although people could criticize them, few called them evil. When someone from such a place spoke like this, surely it should be a serious matter. But how could we? Gok Baihang was worried. With my martial arts, I can't help their pursuit. If you let me hide in the escort and escape from this mountain, I'll pay you back. Gok Baihang sighed. Morally, this was something I should help with. But the problem was that if they got involved in this matter for some mistake, not only the fate of the escort convoy, but the entire escort agency might be in danger. That dangerous smell floated with a lot of force in the air. What do I have to do? Gok Baihang reflected. If only one life were at stake, I would have helped without thinking about it, but the matter in question was not so simple. What worried him most was that this matter didn't seem easy. How could they help with something that even someone in the Peng family couldn't handle? However, if he refused coldly and things went wrong, it would not be strange for the Peng family to retaliate later. Of course, they would not openly retaliate, but from now on, it would be difficult to even set foot in Hebei territory. No one in Hebei would be willing to deal with an escort agency that had been marked by Hebei's Peng family. After a long deliberation, Gok Baihang finally seemed to make a decision and nodded. I will help you. Peng Dayaji's face lit up. Thank you. First, hide quickly in that shipment. Peng Dayaji bowed deeply and approached the cargo wagon that Gok Baihang pointed out. Get in there and get in the cargo. Yes. Peng Deji got on the charge, as instructed by Gok Baihang. Then he discovered a young man with a very sick face lying on top of the load. The young man looked at Peng Deji with an extremely upset expression. Ah, greetings. Nervous by those hostile eyes, Peng Deji unconsciously offered an uncomfortable greeting. Young man Wei Yanho looked at Peng Deji with an annoying expression and then closed his eyes. Peng Deji was bewildered. He needed to hide his body in the cargo, but with Wei Yanho lying on top like that, he couldn't hide inside. If you could get away a little. But no matter what Peng Deji said, Wei Yanho remained impassive. Peng Deji looked at Gok Baihang with pleading expression. Then Gok Baihang climbed into the cargo car in panic. What are you doing? Step aside quickly. Wei Yanho opened her eyes. Why? Wise, you'll wonder. Why should I step aside? Gok Baihang coughed hard. Stand aside for a moment. After this person hides in the cargo, you can go back to bed, can't you? I don't want to. Don't you want to? Why not? It's annoying. Gok Baihang looked at Wei Yanho with an expression of disbelief. What the hell was I supposed to accomplish with this behavior? There's no time for games. Uncle, what's going on? Wei Yanho responded with a very worried expression. You don't have to hide here specifically. You could hold on to the wagon or disguise yourself as a porter. Immediately, Gok Baihang's face blushed with anger. Anyone could see that it meant that he did not turn away because he was upset. But Wei Yanho continued to speak. If not, we could quit and leave. I will say no more. Step aside quickly. I paid to join here, even though it's not my money. Hearing this, Gok Baihang sighed deeply. After listening to the ending, I thought it wasn't just because he was upset, so I needed an explanation. We are not alone here. Considering Wei Yanho, it was right not to provoke danger. This was clearly Gok Baihang's mistake. Acting so naturally, as if it were a shipment, made him ignore that there was someone to protect in this urgent situation. I understand what you mean. You also have the right to travel safely. I know our escort agency should guarantee it. If any problems arise, I will risk my life to protect you, so please step away now. Wei Yanho still seemed upset, but turned around and moved to a corner. Even if something happens, I won't help you. I'll tell you in advance. I understand. Gok Baihang snapped his tongue inwardly. I'd be lucky if you weren't a burden. Gok Baihang untied the ropes that firmly held the load and removed the items from above. Then after putting Peng Deji inside, he again covered it with the load and tied the ropes firmly. His skills were pretty good, so from outside, one could never guess that a person had entered there. Once the work was finished, Wei Yanho rolled back and collapsed again over the load. Gok Baihang looked at Wei Yanho with an upset expression. A young man of similar age is risking his life for the justice of the martial world, while this useless one is simply lying around. It was never someone I could see with good eyes under normal circumstances, but with such a direct comparison, he felt several times more upset than usual. Gok Baihang wanted to give him a sermon, but remembering that Wei Yanho had a disease, he turned his head. I must understand. He is sick. Gok Baihang, having stopped paying attention to Wei Yanho, began caring for Peng Deji. You must not make any noise under any circumstances. I understand. A low voice flowed from the inside of the charge. Gok Baihang nodded and went down under the freight wagon to resume the escort journey. Wei Yanho collapsed on the charge inside. What a meddling person. Being kind was good, but those who did not distinguish between their own affairs and those of others and interfered rarely lived profitable lives. If he had been intelligent, as soon as he saw Peng Deji wounded, he should have looked the other way and left. Originally, Peng Deji would have lost his life on this mountain, and if he was worried about the Peng family, he could have kept his mouth shut and said that he had never seen such a person. Well, I don't dislike that kind of thing, but... Then a small voice came from within the load. How does it look from the outside? I don't know. You don't know? What do you mean by that? I'm lying down, so I don't know. Perhaps puzzled, Peng Deji's words were interrupted. After a long silence, Peng Deji spoke carefully again. Then will you not sit down for a moment and look around? Why should I? Peng Deji remained silent again. If you want to see something, go out and look or stay buried there. Don't bother people for no reason. Peng Deji realized that he could not communicate with the person on top of the charge. In addition, he realized that the person in the shipment definitely had no good feelings for him. But Peng Deji was the kind of straight person who first thought of his own mistakes, so instead of blaming Wei Yanho for his words and actions, he prioritized an apology. I'm sorry I put you in danger because of me. If this matter is resolved well, I will certainly pay you all here. Wei Yanho snorted. What's the use of paying once dead? Don't you have a conscience? You're putting all these people in danger. If you had a conscience, you should have pretended not to see, even after you've seen it. Wei Yanho's words became daggers that stabbed Peng Deji. I think so too, but this matter is so crucial. It's not crucial for the escort agency. Peng Deji tried to make some excuse. Stop talking to me. I'm going to sleep. I understand. Wei Yanho closed her eyes. For a while, the car continued to advance without incident. Gok Baihang was tense and constantly looked to one side and the other, but nothing particularly strange happened. As the wagon almost descended from the mountain, no one appeared looking for Peng Deji. Did we make it through? When Gok Baihang felt a little relieved, the problems arose. Later, there were about 10 men dressed in green. Gok Baihang's eyes trembled with anxiety. Cost leader. Let's move on. Gok Baihang reassured the carrier driving the car. Then he whispered quietly. Whatever happens, don't make any noise. This was told to Peng Deji that he was hiding in the cargo. As the cart approached a little closer, the men blocking the road became clearly visible. Green clothing with the character of the forest embroidered in it. What this meant was significant. The Green Forest Nakrim, 18 fortresses that were said to dominate the mountains under the sky. Even among them, it was a garment only worn by the elite. The common bandits of the Green Forest had free dress codes and did not wear such clothes. No, more precisely, they lacked the skills to carry it. Damn it, after all, it was the Green Forest. He said there were persecutors, but who would have thought they would be from the Green Forest? Well, if it wasn't at least the Green Forest level, there would be no reason for them to chase Peng Deji. If it weren't for Peng Deji, there would be no reason for so many members of the Green Forest elite to appear here. And there would be no reason to block the road. Soon, when the car reached them, Gok Baihang got off with tense expression and hollowed out his hands. Gok Baihang from the Dragon Fast Escort Agency greets the heroes of the Green Forest. Still, the Green men simply looked at Gok Baihang without answering any. Despite Green Forest's hostile reaction, Gok Baihang never lost his composure. If he panicked, it would all be over. Dragon Fast Escort Agency has a good relationship with Green Forest. If there is something we can collaborate with, we are willing to do it fully. Could you tell us what interests you? Then one of the men in green spoke. Have you not seen a young man dressed in red? Gok Baihang shook his head. We have never seen such a person. Are you sure? Yes. A sinister smile appeared on the man's lips dressed in green. I don't think so. Gok Baihang bit his lips hard. The reaction was very unfavorable. It seemed unlikely that it would end well today. But fighting these men with only those who protect the load would be like hitting a stone with an egg. I don't know what you mean, but we've never seen someone like that. Why would I lie? Dragon Fast Escort Agency has had good relations with the Green Forest for a long time. Why would we who have such relationships hide the whereabouts of someone we don't even know and become enemies of Green Forest? Gok Baihang argued desperately. But the man opened his eyes coldly and pointed to the top of the cart. There was Wei Yanho. Gok Baihang bowed his head, not understanding why the man in green robe was pointing to Wei Yanho. What's wrong with that guy? It's someone our escort agency is transporting to. Transporting. The answer came from the top of the car. I'm a burden. Both the man in green robes and Gok Baihang were speechless. Gok Baihang ran out of words on how to explain this situation to the man in green robes, and the man in green robe could not open his mouth because he did not understand what it was about. What kind of nonsense is this? Gok Baihang whispered to the man in green robe. His body is sick and his mind is not quite well either, so we'll take him to a doctor. You don't have to worry about him. The man in green robes looked at Wei Yanho and nodded. His face certainly seems empty. Indeed, it does. Wei Yanho screamed loudly. What's wrong with my face? But neither the green robe man nor Gok Baihang paid more attention to Wei Yanho. And what did you say? That you didn't have to be at odds with the green forest. Sure. Why would we do such stupidity? There is certainly no reason for that. So do you believe us? Believing or not believing is not the problem. The problem is that something has already happened. Because of that guy in the cart. I definitely asked if you saw someone dressed in red, right? Everyone turned to look at the cart. No, more precisely, they looked at Wei Yanho on top of the car. But do I wear white clothes? Wei Yanho shook his hands, as if he wanted to say it was absolutely not him. I didn't want unnecessary misunderstandings. That person wears white clothes, doesn't he? Gok Baihang also helped Wei Yanho. But the man in green robes seemed not to pay attention to his words. If you don't get out, I'll take you out myself, or you'd rather watch everyone die here. Once again, everyone looked at Wei Yanho. Wei Yanho felt aggrieved. I tell you it's not me. Gok Baihang looked at Wei Yanho. It was natural to act as if he really felt wronged to death. At that moment, the man dressed in green drew his sword. Are you trying to play with me? The expression of Gok Baihang was overshadowed. The man in green robes seemed to know everything. That reaction would not occur unless he knew someone was hiding inside the cart. But I couldn't let go of the last thread. I knew if they caught them like this, it wouldn't end with Peng Deaji's simple delivery. I say it again, we. While Gok Baihang tried again to make excuses, the man in green robe carried his sword to Gok Baihang's mouth. Gok Baihang's mouth closed like a clam. The man in green robe, who had smiled discreetly at him, lowered his sword and spoke. Then let's do it this way. The man dressed in green smiled coldly. If no one's seen her, I'll kill someone else. If I keep killing like that, I'll know if they're really innocent. Gok Baihang screamed in shock. What kind of? Just a few moments ago, I would have wanted to keep my mouth shut after a sword pointed at him, but such shocking words made him scream unintentionally. I guarantee that before I kill 3 people, someone will say they saw it. Gok Baihang made excuses desperately. I don't know why the Green Forest thus oppresses our fast dragon escort agency. We've never had any conflict with the Green Forest. That's none of my business. But Gok Baihang ran out of words. The man in green robe looked at Gok Baihang in silence before opening his mouth. Not taking it out means everyone is ready to die, right? The gentle words of the man in green robes clearly pierced his ears. If you get it out, I will spare your life. Gok Baihang was in conflict for a moment. Should I hand over Peng Deaji and live, or should I die protecting him? The answer seemed too obvious. However, there was one thing that bothered him. If they were sure he was here, they would have attacked him without asking any questions, but why do they keep threatening like that? Maybe they weren't sure Peng Deaji was here. Gok Baihang decided to bet on that. I don't even know what you're talking about right now. Kakego. The man in green robe laughed at Gok Baihang and raised his sword. Okay, so who's gonna die first? Really? Before Gok Baihang could finish speaking, the green man pointed to Ying Yasu, who was sitting in the cargo cart. Yo! Ying Yasu screamed in surprise. Amy, sir. Come here. My lord eyes. Do you want to die fast? Ying Yasu ran forward desperately, with his hands shaking. The man dressed in green took the sword to his throat. Answer me. Have you ever seen a young man dressed in red? Your life depends on this one answer. Ying Yasu trembled completely and then looked at Gok Baihang. As he crossed eyes with Gok Baihang, Ying Yasu remained terrified for a long moment before responding with trembling lips. We didn't see anything. Then you can die. The man's sword in green robes went through Ying Yasu's throat. At the same time, Gok Baihang grabbed the sword at his waist. At that moment, he's here. The man dressed in green stopped his hand and turned his head. Where his gaze fell, there was Wei Yanho sitting in charge. The man dressed in green spoke to Wei Yanho. What did you say? Wei Yanho took the dream away from his eyes and said, Stop oppressing innocent people and just take whoever you've come to capture. Gok Baihang screamed angry. What are you doing right now? But Wei Yanho firmly interrupted Gok Bai Hang's words. Stop it, sir. Will it be by some unknowable weight in those words? Gok Bai Hang could no longer speak and shut his mouth. There is nothing stupider than losing your life because of someone else. Living uncomfortably is 100 times better than dying cleanly. Gok Bai Hang looked at Wei Yanho with an expression of pity. Or was there any guarantee that these people would safely pass the escort mission just because they handed over Peng Deji? Hey, you got caught. Get out. Wei Yanho said this, but there was no answer. Will you leave after everyone here dies? Then the charge moved. And from within, Peng Deji revealed himself. With resolute expression, he removed the burden and came out. The man in green robe looked at Peng Deji and smiled coldly. You would have had at least a small chance to survive if you had run away, but you're stupidly crawling. If I had done that, you would have killed everyone here. Are you trying to imitate a knightly hero? Peng Deji let a low snorting slip away. Peng Deji may not be a knightly hero, but I'm not such a mean person to sit around watching innocent people die because of me. A small rat running frantically sure to speak well. Peng Deji bowed with his fists hollowed out towards Gok Bai Hang. Thank you for your help. Since this seems to be a problem that I must solve myself, please continue your path. Gok Bai Hang couldn't say anything in response. Your goal is me, so if I leave, there should be no problem for your escort agency. But young hero, you. I'll be fine. Peng Deji smiled slightly and then turned his head. It would be difficult to avoid them anyway. The man dressed in green spoke. Was the escort's agency Swift Dragon? Gok Bai Hang responded surprised. That's right. Forget everything you saw, otherwise the Dragon Fast escort agency will disappear. The conflict appeared on Gok Bai Hang's face. Certainly, opposing these men dressed in green who stood in front of them was like crashing an egg into a rock. Besides, even if they were defeated, nothing good would come of it. Given the nature of escort agencies that always had to deal with the Green Forest, making enemies was synonymous with not wanting to do business. But if they turned around and left like that, Peng Deji would surely die. Gok Bai Hang had no choice but to feel conflicted about this fact. Peng Deji guessed Gok Bai Hang's feelings and eased his burden. Don't worry about me. But this is something I myself have sought. Gok Bai Hang's expression was overshadowed. Having to turn around knowing that a young martial hero would lose his life was too heartbreaking. Please leave quickly. Otherwise, we will have to bury our bones here. Forget what you saw. Gok Bai Hang let a deep sigh escape. Anyway, they couldn't do anything. Gok Bai Hang finally let go of the grip of the sword he was grasping hard. Then I wish you good luck in the war. Fortune and martial. Gok Bai Hang opened his mouth with a bitter expression. Get ready, we're leaving. Ying Yasu and the escorts got back in the car with uncomfortable expressions. They also understood the situation, but could not fight alongside Peng Deji. Hey. At that moment, a low voice was heard from the top of the car. That won't do. Gok Bai Hang closed his mouth. He would normally have ignored those words, but curiously, he was uncomfortable. What are you talking about? The voice sounded again from the top of the car. You're trying to go over there right now, towards those green guys. Gok Bai Hang frowned. When an adult talks, he should at least sit down and talk. What kind of education was it to lie there and have a conversation using only your voice? Even in this situation, Gok Bai Hang couldn't tell if it was strange that he cared about manners, or if it was strange that that guy was chatting while lying down without getting up. Gok Bai Hang asked while hiding his inner thoughts. Then, obviously they will come after us with swords, and then all will die. Gok Bai Hang's expression hardened. Why would they attack us? Oh, Mr. Chief Guard, you've been through all kinds of battles, so why are you so clueless? That person is from the Peng family, right? That's right. As big as the Green Forest, they wouldn't want to face the Peng family. But what if we came back alive, and someone mentioned that a member of the Peng family was killed by the Green Forest? What would happen then? All members of the Peng family would draw their swords and search through all the mountains, so instead of allowing that to happen, they would try to kill us all. Gok Bai Hang's face turned pale. He turned his head to look at men dressed in green. The man in green robe who said he'd let them go a few moments ago seemed to think of something and then nodded. That's certainly true. Saying, You could hear the sound of swords being drawn. All who surrounded the man dressed in green had drawn his swords. I hadn't really thought that far, but it makes sense. At the words of the man in green robe, Gokbaihang's head turned abruptly. His eyes, staring at the top of the cart, were full of murderous intentions. This fucking bastard. If Wei Yanho hadn't said those words, it looked like they'd really let them go. Oh, you didn't think of that. That was it. No more noises were heard from the top of the car. That bastard sword meat. Gokbaihang was foaming through his mouth. That crazy bastard really. Gokbaihang immediately wanted to jump into the carriage and grab Wei Yanho by the neck to shake him to make no sense, but under the circumstances, he could not put his thoughts into action. He simply stared at the top of the carriage with angry eyes before turning to the bandits of the Green Forest to defend his case. Dealing with that crazy bastard would have to come later. I swear on the honor of the Speed Dragon Express that such a thing will never happen. If such rumors are heard after this moment, wouldn't it be too easy for the Green Forest to annihilate the Speed Dragon Express? But why would we waste our lives? Bandits of the Green Forest showed signs of slight contemplation, as if there were any merit in their words. Also, we have had good relations with the Green Forest all this time. If this escort mission fails, the express company will be ruined, so the revenues of the Green Forest would also decrease, right? The Green Forest bandit nodded his head. Not bad. Just when the Green Forest bandit who thought that was about to let the escort group pass. That's not right. The sound of a clicking tongue came from the top of the carriage. Gokbaihang stared at the top of the car with his eyes wide open. Ah, sir, you're really frustrating. You can't persuade people like that. Those people aren't dumb either. As soon as rumors spread, the Peng family will already be making a scandal for declaring war on the Green Forest. What would be achieved then by eliminating a small courier company? Fire would already be around the corner. In the long run, it would be much more profitable to eliminate the source of the problem from the start. Those people aren't silly, so that wouldn't work. The Green Forest bandit nodded quickly with his head. We're not fools, I was thinking the same thing. At that time, Gokbaihang fell into a very deep contemplation. Since we've come to this anyway, should I beat that young bastard to death first? So they would all die together, but he really wanted to see that brat die first. If by chance Gokbaihang died first, he could not close his eyes even dead. Although he wanted to jump immediately into the carriage, Gokbaihang exhausted his patience over and over again to calm his mind. Now was not the time to make things bigger. It looks like we can't let you live after all. Then Peng Deji whispered softly to Gokbaihang. It seems that these people have no intention of leaving them alive, so as long as I stop them, please escape from here. But don't worry about me, I'm not that weak. I can give you enough time to escape, so when I attack. Then once again, a voice was heard from the top of the carriage. No, that won't do. Shut up, you brat, you talk a lot. Gokbaihang screamed without realizing it. What was that bastard trying to cause trouble with now? Before you do anything, it would be beneficial, in many ways, to put a bundle of luggage in that bastard's mouth. No, sir, don't get excited and listen to what I'm saying. Even if you run away with this luggage, how far could you go? You'd be caught even before you get to the middle of the mountain, right? What could someone block who runs away because he couldn't handle the situation from the start, and for how long? The problem was that what that fucking brat was babbling was actually sounding pretty plausible. And what he's saying isn't very reliable either. Honestly, all this happened because he snuck into an escort party that was good for him, and if he hadn't come, this wouldn't have happened. If we died, it's his fault, you know. Wei Yanho's words became a dagger that stabbed Peng Deji. And speaking of proper words, if you're going to die, die alone. Don't get all these people into this, and then pretend to do them a favor by saying you'll block them now so they can escape. That's ridiculous. It's like throwing someone off a cliff, giving them a rope, and then pretending you did him a favor for the trouble of finding her. Another dagger went through Peng Deji. Where do you get shameless, as if you've seen it all, when if you really look at it, you're the worst person here? You should have some conscience, Thud. Peng Deji's body swinged. If you were going to do that, you should have dared from the beginning and asked for help. If you knew and you did anyway, you are a bad person, and if you didn't know and you did, you are a fool. Thud. Peng Deji collapsed right there and pressed his hands against the ground. Wei Yanho's words were not wrong in the least. I didn't mean that. Peng Deaji looked around. It seemed that the eyes of the people watching him had cooled. Peng Deaji squeezed his teeth. Certainly the words coming from the roof of the carriage were not entirely wrong. He himself had put all those people in danger. When he thought that his hope of an unlikely stroke of luck, due to the relentless pursuit of the enemy, had endangered all these people, Peng Deaji felt like biting his sword and collapsing at that very moment. Whoever ties the knot must untie it. Since I caused this problem, I will solve it. I will block them, so here. Oh, that guy, he's stupid. Why don't you understand what people are saying? Now Gok Baihang and Peng Deaji feared what he would say next. Even the Green Forest bandits standing in front of them were attentive, wondering what he would say next. If you're going to help, just help this side, you fucking bastard. Why did he help both sides at once? I told you if you get out of here, you'll get caught in trouble, won't you? And if you get away, what happens? You know about the Speed Dragon Express. The Speed Dragon Express will be destroyed before the Peng family knows anything, right? Peng Deaji's shoulders became infinitely narrow. It's like a ghost of water, a ghost of water. Tears sprang from Peng Deaji's eyes. Gok Baihang, who had now fully surrendered, sighed and looked at the carriage. So what should we do? He was angry, hateful, and wanted to beat him to death, but it was clear that Wei Yanho was the one who looked at the situation most coldly among all the people here. That's why Gok Baihang asked Wei Yanho for his opinion. What do you mean, what should we do? We have to fight with them. If we run away, we'll have to fight only with the escort staff, but if we fight here, since that ghost of water is here, it'll be of great help to us. It's most likely. I see. Wei Yanho's words made sense. If they had to fight, dying fighting there would be cleaner than running away and being stabbed in the back. And the probability of survival would also be slightly higher. Gok Baihang turned his head to look at the bandits of the Green Forest. Are you really not going to let us go? My mouth hurts to say it twice. Hearing those words, Wei Yanho sighed. At times like this, you should say you'll let them go, catch the ghost of water first and then attack the express company, but that's why they make a living being bandits. The face of the Green Forest bandit turned bright red. Why did that bastard have the talent to make people feel bad, even when he kept saying things that were right? Gok Baihang's eyes and the Green Forest bandit were found in the air. For a moment, there was an exchange of views through his eyes on whether they should join their hands first to catch and kill that crazy bastard. When the conflicted Gok Baihang looked away because of his sense of duty as an escort leader who could not capture the goods with his own hands, the Green Forest bandit squeezed his teeth. Molar, you bastards, even if you die, you will not die in peace. Gok Baihang now looked at the carriage with a face that transcended everything. If I could strike a single blow with my sword before I died, I would feel less aggrieved. Gok Baihang realized that there would be no more negotiations. Then there was only fighting. Close protection guards who understood the situation approximately slowly placed themselves next to Gok Baihang. They also knew that this was a situation in which their lives were not guaranteed, but they also understood that they had to fight to live. What would happen if we scattered and ran in different directions? Gok Baihang shook his head. Then someone could survive, but even if he survived, there would be no future. In the end, the express company would also be destroyed. Get ready. When Gok Baihang's words fell, the staff of the express company began to form their battle formation. Peng Deaji was at the front. Knowing he was the strongest among them, he took the most dangerous position. But even the martial arts of Peng Deaji were on a level that would allow them to face two bandits of the Green Forest. The remaining 8 would have to be handled by the escort guards. Would they be compatible? In Peng Deaji's opinion, it was naturally impossible. Even with only 3 Green Forest bandits, the escort guards would be swept away in an instant. But there was no time to worry. Seeing that their formation was established, however rudimentary it was, 2 Green Forest warriors did not give them time to prepare countermeasures and charged them at full speed. Kaku. Peng Deaji grabbed his sword and blocked the incoming sword. The sword and blade collided, sending a sharp metallic sound that resonated in the air. That was the signal. As long as he could not turn his eyes off the Green Forest bandit in front of him, the sound of weapons collided everywhere. Peng Deaji frowned unconsciously at the tremendous force pressing his sword. Despite having been trained since childhood with good elixirs, good martial arts, and the best teacher, he found it difficult to face two bandits of the Green Forest simultaneously. The martial world is really vast. Peng Deyaji was full of regret. If he had known that the world was so vast and dangerous, he would not have been involved in this matter. Having always faced alone with equals, he had forgotten how frightening the martial world could be. Although he had heard it from childhood, although he had heard countless times that a moment of carelessness could cost him his life, why had he underestimated the enemy? From the moment he was praised as a promising young hero of the later generation, an unknown carelessness had quietly taken root in his heart as a poison. It's too late to repent. It was not time to repent. It was time to fight desperately. He could regret it long after he escaped from this place. Suddenly, the sword of a Green Forest bandit headed toward Peng Deyaji's throat. Peng Deyaji turned his body back, trying to escape the reach of the sword. But the sword of the Green Forest bandit did not allow it. The Green Forest bandit's sword mercilessly attacked Peng Deyaji, who was retreating. Peng Deyaji's face paled. Two people. Even that was arrogance. Peng Deyaji, trained with great care by the Peng family, was on a level that he could not even with two elites of the Green Forest. His hands and feet were chaotically shaken. It's over, brat. An unstoppable sword pierced his throat. Peng Deyaji understood his death. If it were only his death, he could accept it with joy. But his death meant the death of all others. It's my fault. Peng Deyaji's eyes were stained with despair. That was the time. How boring. A loud, rough, annoying, and slow voice was heard. With a frighteningly penetrating sound, something flew between the man in green and Peng Deyaji. The man in green felt the impulse driving him and retreated with all his might. Quang, everything he had flown between the man dressed in green and Peng Deyaji crashed into the ground. What is it? What's that? The man dressed in green and Peng Deyaji looked at him simultaneously. Ho! They were both momentarily speechless. What had separated them was a large box, properly packed and well bound with a rope. This is it, then. Peng Deyaji wondered what the identity of that box might be. But his reflections didn't last long. So this package flew here with such tremendous momentum. That's what I could understand. Whether it was a package or anything else, it wasn't hard for something to fly with a tremendous impulse. But if it flew with such a terrifying impulse that the box crashed into the ground, why was it so perfectly intact? It should have been shattered, or, at least, it should have shown some dents to match the way the world works. Is that guy thinking random things again? Well, Peng Deyaji stood firm again. What am I thinking right now? You brought all these enemies here, and now you're going to die without even doing your part for thinking nonsense. Really, a ghost of water, a ghost of water. Peng Deyaji jumped up and lifted his sword. Oh, Uncle Gok, you'll die if you keep it up. Quang, why does that guy behave like that? Quang, there were noises of things flying, crashing or exploding from all directions. Peng Deyaji was going crazy, wanting to see what was going on behind him. But it wasn't a situation where I could back down. What I can do now is grab at least one more guy and drag him down. Fortunately, there were still 3 men dressed in green in front of him. It could be 2 at the most. To be honest, even 2 would be overwhelming. Had he not been about to fall into the underworld, just now facing 2. With 3, I could at least do his part. The definitive technique of the Peng family, the sword of the cutter door of the 5 tigers, developed in his hands. An intense and dominant sword that seemed to break heaven and earth threatened men in green. Considering their age, it was a level that naturally awakened admiration. A level not embarrassing for a descendant of the Peng family. But the result was a very unfavorable assessment. Just bite your sword and die. The energy impulse of the flying sword broke. Even at that time, Peng Deyaji seriously reflected. What did I do wrong again? Now, every time he heard that grumpy voice from behind, his first instinct was to think he'd done something wrong. Peng Deyaji soon realized his mistake. Seeing the energy of the incoming sword, the men dressed in green did not face Peng Deyaji's sword, but dispersed from left to right to point to their exposed flanks. This wasn't a duel. There was no reason to face the powerful energy of his sword. Especially if they outnumbered it, it was too natural a tactic. Peng Deyaji swallowed air and withdrew his sword. But it was too late. A sword was already approaching its flank, about to reach it. I'm dying. Quang. At that moment, the man dressed in green, who was about to thrust a sword into his flank, was hit by a box that flew from behind and went around. The box opened suddenly, and the ginseng it contained spread in all directions. Ah, that seemed expensive. I threw it wrong. Then a nervous voice pierced Peng Deaji's ears. At that time, the cry of Gok by Hang was heard. Instead of doing that up there, come down and help us. I'd agree. Peng Deaji was very grateful to Gok Bai Hang for saying what he himself could not say. But the answer he received was enough to confuse him. Oh, but I'm a burden. What kind of nonsense is that crazy bastard saying? However, Gok Bai Hang's response confused him even more. Be well, that's true, but now is not the time to be so particular about those things. What does it mean that's true? It became more incomprehensible as it progressed. Before coming, that evil girl from the moon family said that if something happened, she should not cause trouble or get out of the car. Otherwise, she would harm the great Hanrin Academy, and if she finds out that I caused trouble carelessly, she will chase me to the end of the world to torment me. What kind of conversation is that? Peng Deaji wanted to cry. I will take responsibility, so please help us. That's a little hard. I usually keep my promises. Isn't it because you're lazy? Well, at this point, Peng Deaji seriously considered whether it would not be better simply to cover his ears. Then Gok Bai Hang launched his winning move. Don't you need to get to Xiangsu people quickly? I'm someone who doesn't have anything urgent. If we die, won't your trip also be an inconvenience? It's not particularly convenient at the moment either. How uncomfortable it must be to be up there on the wagon if we get this thing right. Let's rest in a couple of days as soon as we get to a town. 2 days. You can eat as much food as you want and according to your taste. Food too. Yes, so please help us, you fucking donkey. In the end, something strange seemed to have escaped, but Wei Yanho didn't care about those things. You promised. That's right. Peng Deaji was completely confused by the incomprehensible conversation between the two. What kind of situation was this supposed to be? And something even more confusing happened. Exactly 7 explosive sounds were heard. At the same time, the faces of men dressed in green in front of Peng Deaji began to pale like death. What happened? Peng Deaji unconsciously turned his head back. That was Peng Deaji's mistake. The man dressed in green who went to the front pointed his sword at Peng Deaji, who had turned his head. Oh no. Peng Deaji squeezed his teeth, cursing himself for making another mistake after having already made so many. Quang. At that moment, with an explosive sound, the man dressed in green flew out. Peng Deaji turned his head to look at the man next to him. Was he about the same age as him? No, he even seemed a little younger. That person crushed 8 elite members of the Green Forest in the time it takes to exhale once. Peng Deaji looked at Wei Yanho with reverence. Where did this young man come from? But on the contrary, Wei Yanho did not seem to like Peng Deaji very much. Wei Yanho looked at Peng Deaji with a face of irritation and started screaming. Hey, yes, let's have a person-to-person conversation. Well, you brought those guys here. Peng Deaji nodded unconsciously. Then, if you have a minimum of consciousness, you should try to be at least a little helpful. Peng Deaji's shoulders shrunk. No, okay, I won't even wait for help. I don't ask for it. Still, if you're human, you should have at least a minimum, huh? That kind of hoe. You should have it right. Peng Deaji's shoulders shrunk even further. Cause trouble and bring the kids here, but when the time comes to fight, you can't even make a living. I'd understand if you did your best with your few skills. You almost get stabbed while you think things at random. You almost get stabbed while you look back. Peng Deaji wanted to hide in a mouse hole. Then Wei Yanho asked as if he really was curious. Why do you do that? Well, no, seriously, why do you do that? I ask you because I'm very curious, but why do you do it? Peng Deaji wanted to cry. Where would Peng Deaji have received such a deal? What saddened Peng Deaji even more was not having words to refute. Since they were all his mistakes, he could not even make a sound. If he issued a single sound, he was sure that the human in front of him would exchange the box he had in his hands with his head. If you have a brain, use it to think. Look. Your sword is an imposing sword. An imposing sword, it's strong, it's heavy, but it's slow. What are you trying to accomplish by wielding a slow and strong sword against several? Are you going to kill two guys and die with them? No. Then you should wait for them to take the first step. If not, eliminate one without a doubt.
Yes.
Peng Deji listened to Wei Yanho's words with the reverent posture of a disciple who receives a teaching. Your old technique was like this too. Why do you waste it in the air? Watch carefully. Wei Yanho snatched Peng Deji's sword. At that time, Peng Deji was so surprised that he felt his heart coming out of his mouth. He took my sword out of my hand, so I couldn't even react. And that means if I wanted to cut my neck, I couldn't even react. Peng Deji felt like fainting. Watch carefully. Wei Yanho swinged the sword in the air. Now Peng Deji's eyes were practically leaving their orbits. The sword of the cutter door of the 5 tigers. How does this person know the sword of the cutter door of the 5 tigers? Don't tell me just for seeing my demonstration. This one. Yes. If you're going to face several people, you have to wield the sword a little faster. May the power of the sword be reduced a little bit. Will it change the fact that you die if you're stabbed? No. Depending on the situation, sometimes you slow down and hit fast, and sometimes you need to hit harder and slower. Why don't you get it? I'm sorry. While speaking, Peng Deji was very confused. But why do I apologize to this person? Frustrating, very frustrating. If you'd met the old man, you'd have been beaten up. I'm being nice, so. At that time, a man dressed in green, who was looking for an opportunity, threw his sword at Wei Yanho's neck at a terrifying speed. Hey, Peng Deji swallowed air. You have to dodge. Quang. At that time, with a tremendous explosive sound, the man dressed in green who had rushed with his sword was thrown back even faster than the speed with which he had loaded. Hit. It must have been thrown with tremendous force, as the man dressed in green bounced on the ground 3 times and twisted as he coughed blood. Someone is talking here. Wei Yanho spread the sword to Peng Deji with a face of irritation. Here. Peng Deji took the sword. Now do it right. Wei Yanho left those words, turned around, got in the car and lay down. Peng Deji looked at Wei Yanho with a very stupefied expression, then turned his head to look at the man dressed in green. The remaining man dressed in green looked at Peng Deji with penetrating eyes. When you face multiple opponents, even if you reduce the energy of your sword, be faster and more concise. Peng Deji was also called a prodigy. He understood the meaning of those words and grasped his sword gently. Okay, here I come. At last, who was it? No doubt. Let's see. At that time, the green man left Peng Deji and fled at a terrifying speed. Peng Deji didn't even think of chasing him and stared at the scene with his eyes lost. Enzo. This wasn't right. He needed to restore the honor of the Peng family that had fallen to the ground. An irritated voice came from the top of the car. Frustrating, very frustrating. Humidity accumulated in Peng Deji's eyes. Thank you for your help. Peng Deji hollowed out his hands towards Gok Baihang and the others as a greeting. Don't mention it. However, Gok Baihang's eyes were subtly hostile. On second thought, Wei Yanho's words were not entirely wrong. If Peng Deji had not appeared, there would have been no reason for them to risk their lives fighting. And if Wei Yanho hadn't been an expert beyond what Gok Baihang had anticipated, they would have left their bones here today. The Peng family will compensate for all damaged goods. Please send the bill to Hubei. I will send martial artists to the Express Dragon Fast Company to prepare for any possible retaliation. Understood. Gok Baihang didn't say much. Because of this incident, they had earned the hatred of the Green Forest. That was a problem that no compensation could solve. It wasn't Peng Deji's fault, so there was nothing to discuss, but it was natural that nice words didn't come out. I will definitely pay this debt. Where are you headed? Faced with Gok Baihang's direct question, Peng Deji seemed to consider it for a moment before speaking. I'm going to the Martial Alliance. Not the Peng family. The Peng family will be responsible for the compensation for the property, but the Righteous Martial Alliance will be in charge of the countermeasures with respect to the Green Forest. Well then. Gok Baihang's face lit up. The Righteous Martial Alliance of the High Sky. Called the Martial Alliance or the Single Alliance, it was the most powerful force under the sky. The coalition centered on the 9 sects, the one house, and the 5 great families, which held the most formidable power in the martial world. If they protected the Swift Dragon Express Company, not even the Green Forest could easily touch them. If handled well, it could even be advantageous. Well then, Peng Deji was about to rush on his way when he slightly turned his head to look towards the cargo wagon. Even so, I should at least say goodbye. Peng Deji got into the freight car. Thank you for your help. I will certainly pay this debt. How? That's... Wei Yanho looked at Peng Deji with a crooked look. How are you going to pay for it? In a way. And what is that in some way? What are you going to pay me with? Thanks to you I struggled and my whole body hurts. How are you going to make up for this damage? Peng Deji couldn't answer. They were just nice words, weren't they? Wei Yanho snapped his tongue. Come on, come on. Let's try not to see each other again if possible. Traveling with a water ghost, it could end up crawling into the water. Oh yeah. What? I said get out. Peng Deji's face was reddened by Wei Yanho's irritated voice. Then be careful. Peng Deji left like this. Gok Baiheng got in the car. Isn't it too cold? What is it? Your words to that young man. Actually, he didn't make any serious mistakes. Of course he made a mistake, but he didn't do it deliberately. Wei Yanho sighed. Uncle, what is it? If I hadn't been here, you would have died. That's probably true. All the others would have died too, all because of that bastard. Gok Baiheng nodded. It was true. But seeing the situation, it seems that he has important issues. That young man was also acting chivalrous when that happened. Caballeria. That's right. Wei Yanho snorted. So it's okay for people to die. Some might think that great causes and things like that are important. But if there are people who have to sacrifice themselves for it, it is better not to have that great cause. If he really intended to act chivalrously, he should have solved it alone. But it's not a problem that a single person can solve, and if more people could be in danger. Wei Yanho snorted. I don't want to die getting involved in saving more people. Gok Baiheng looked at Wei Yanho with strange eyes. They looked like very mundane and selfish words. Common people would normally be ashamed to express those thoughts. But Wei Yanho's face showed no doubt in saying such things. My teacher said that there is nothing more foolish than risking life for other people's affairs. He said that first I have to live for others to exist. What? I have to be happy for others to be happy, so the most important thing is me. Gok Baiheng laughed. But young man, even saying that, you ended up helping him. Otherwise, those bastards dressed in green would have attacked to kill us. Since having that guy around meant using my hands less, I helped him. If it had been a problem that could be solved by simply leaving him behind, I would have left him and gone. Is that so? Of course. Gok Baiheng laughed clumsily. Leaving that aside, you young man, you have more amazing martial arts than I thought. Haha, it's just normal. Gok Baiheng was really surprised. No way your martial arts were of a level I had never seen in my life. It was really extraordinary. Ah well, it's not that much. Wei Yanho acted modestly, but his face showed unmistakable satisfaction. It was natural, as Wei Yanho had rarely received praise from others throughout his life. His parents had tormented him a lot, his older brother had tried to devour him, and his only teacher had constantly rebuked him for his stupidity. Thanks to that, Wei Yanho was very weak in praise. In addition, your body should not be in good condition. What do you mean by that? Don't you have any illness, young man? No, who said that? Instead, Gok Baiheng was baffled. No, you said you were going to Seongsu Hospital. That's just because I have business there. Isn't it because your body hurt that you slept all day? Wei Yanho said with confidence. No, I just sleep a lot. Gok Baiheng's face was instantly contorted. So that was all really laziness. After discovering that sleeping more than 10 hours a day was not due to illness, but to laziness, Gok Baiheng looked at Wei Yanho with new eyes. He may be a bit lazy, but he is certainly a capable young man. It would be nice to take this opportunity to connect with the company. Since it had not been long since he witnessed Wei Yanho's skill, Gok Baiheng evaluated it favorably. Even if someone was lazy, if he had such skill, he had the right to be. But that thought didn't last long. Since then, Gok Baiheng has been a clear witness of Wei Yanho's laziness. Unknowing and knowing were completely different dimensions. Once the preconceived idea that he might be ill disappeared, Gok Baiheng could clearly see how lazy Wei Yanho was. After about a day, Gok Baiheng reviewed his thoughts. Of course he's talented, but it's laziness that makes it difficult for him to prove it, and he might even lose it, and if he wasn't lazy, he'd be a young man destined for great success. And after about 3 days, Gok Baiheng looked at Wei Yanho like he was looking at an insect. They put adhesive on his back. How can anyone live stuck to the ground all day like this? Even if you are human, you shouldn't move a bit. Finally, after staying at the promised inn for 2 days and seeing Wei Yanho do nothing but eat and sleep, Gok Baiheng was able to firmly organize his thoughts. It's not human, I'm afraid the members of the escort will see it and learn from it. I need to separate it from the escort group as soon as possible. Then Gok Baiheng rushed the escort trip. Thank you for everything. I have nothing to thank, it's a job I'm paid for. Anyway, thanks to you, I traveled comfortably. I've never seen anyone travel as comfortable as you in my life. Then I hope we have a chance to meet again. There's no way that's gonna happen. Then goodbye. Gok Baiheng shook his hand and shouted toward the rear of Wei Yanho, who was leaving. Thank you anyway, I will never forget that you saved our lives. Just words. I'm kidding. Wei Yanho made a gesture of disdain with his hand and walked away dragging his feet. Gok Baiheng sighed at Wei Yanho like this. If I were a little more diligent, it would be really wonderful. For Wei Yanho, that was something impossible to desire, a truly dreamy story. Wei Yanho looked at the huge door in front of him. Xiangsu medical room. It's pretty big. The door was wide open, and the patients were coming in and out of it. Wei Yanho had visited several clinics, but this was the first time he saw such a large medical facility. I sigh. Wei Yanho naturally sighed first. What will this place torment me with now? Wei Yanho never thought he tormented others. In a way, everything will be all right. Wei Yanho entered the Xiangsu Medical Hospital salon. After passing through the spacious courtyard, there was a reception area where people waited in line. Wei Yanho headed to the reception desk. Excuse me. Man of keen gaze in charge of the reception raised his hand to stop Wei Yanho. Wait. No, I am. Don't you see people waiting? Go to the end of the line and wait. No, that's not what I. This person, I told you to wait. Wei Yanho's jaw fell. At least let me talk. Wei Yanho turned around. Fortunately, either because there were usually a lot of people waiting in line, or because it would be difficult for patients to stand and wait, several long chairs were placed so that people could sit. Wei Yanho sat at the end of a chair. When one person finished the reception and entered the room where the doctor was, people slowly moved their seats forward. That's how the line works. It was a pretty good system. The only problem was having to move sideways every time someone went out. And for Wei Yanho, that was a big problem. I'm sleepy. Wei Yanho closed her eyes. Excuse me. Yes. The line has already moved, please move forward. Please go ahead. What? I'll let you go first, so please move on. Let me go first. Thank you so. After one person passed Wei Yanho and moved on, the person behind immediately reached Wei Yanho. If you could climb in line. I'll let you go first. No. Everybody please go ahead. I'll go when I feel like it. Thank you. Wei Yanho reclined in his chair and closed his eyes. After spending 10 days in a wobbly freight car, even the hard chair looked like a soft bed. Snoring. Wei Yanho fell asleep like this. This woman has gone mad. Wei Yanho woke up from the loud noise. How noisy. Wei Yanho looked where the loud noise came from. A woman holding a child clung to the receptionist, begging her. Sir, the child can't breathe. Who doesn't know? I know. So go and bring money. If I had money right now, why wouldn't I bring it? If you don't have money, go. Do you think I'm digging the land to do business? The child suffers a lot. I will certainly pay him back, so please help me even this time. The receptionist with a sharp eye snapped his tongue. You think you're the only one trying to evade payment that way. Until you bring money, you can't go in one step, so keep that in mind. Sir, I'll definitely give it back to you, so please. Stop it, either you're going to bring money or you're going somewhere else. When the pleas did not work, the woman ran into the house holding her son and with tears running down his face. Hey! The receptionist screamed and ran after her, grabbing the woman and throwing her out. Oh, this real woman. Even as she fell to the ground, the woman hugged her son tightly and desperately. Was it a mother's heart to protect her child from harm? Do you really want to get into trouble? The receptionist who was scolding the woman suddenly became paralyzed with his mouth open and his body shaking. The receptionist turned slowly with trembling eyes. Glass. There was Wei Yanho, yawning long. Did I feel bad? For a moment he clearly felt a chill, as if he had entered an ice cave. That's why he turned around. Wei Yanho approached the woman. Let me see. Yes. Oh, yes. Wei Yanho snapped his tongue. The child has turned completely blue. Wei Yanho gently pressed the boy's chest. The child's breathing seemed to become a little easier as soft breathing sounds emerged. Thank you so much. The woman continued to bow her head repeatedly when she saw that the child's condition seemed to improve. However, Wei Yanho shook his head. I just helped him breathe a little better. He needs to see a doctor. Wei Yanho wasn't a doctor. No matter how much knowledge I had about pressure points and things like that, I had virtually no knowledge of how to treat those pressure points to cure diseases. Wei Yanho's medical knowledge was limited to the external and internal injuries he had learned while being beaten by Beak Muhan. The disease wasn't his specialty. But the woman hugged the child and shed tears. You don't have any money. Yes. Wei Yanho snapped his tongue. Doctors also did not make a living digging on the ground, so money was needed to receive treatment. Wei Yanho turned his head to look at the receptionist. How much does it cost? It depends on what kind of disease it is. Then why are you asking for money in advance? They charge 5 pun for a doctor's diagnosis. 5-word games. That's right. 5 pun was approximately the cost of 5 bowls of noodles. Can't they get treatment because they don't have that money? Wei Yanho frowned. In other words, they did not provide treatment because they could not afford the equivalent of 5 bowls of noodles. Did you let someone die for that when a person's life was at stake? The receptionist showed irritation. If we accept them one by one like that, do you know how much debt we would accumulate? If you won't pay, step aside. Wei Yanho let a deep sigh escape. I'll pay. The receptionist looked at Wei Yanho with an ominous expression. Really? Have you only lived by being deceived? If the money had been a little older, he might have doubted, but Wei Yanho was not cruel enough to ignore a dying child for just 5 puns. I'll skip some meals, I can sleep without eating. Wei Yanho thought positively. Wei Yanho put his hand in his shirt, pulled out 5 coins, and offered them to the receptionist. Here. The receptionist took the coins quietly and kept them in his pocket. Come in. Wei Yanho watched the woman enter. The woman bowed repeatedly to Wei Yanho before entering the room. Or does it hurt that you came here? It's not my turn yet. I saw you sleeping there before, your shift's over, so tell me what symptoms you have. I'm not sick. You're not sick, so why did you come to the clinic? To see the doctor. No, why would someone who is not sick want to see the doctor? I have business with him. What are you talking about? I came because I have something to talk to him. Where's the living room teacher? Have you made an appointment? No, instead, I brought a letter of recommendation. The receptionist looked at Wei Yanho with a deeply suspicious expression and said, Then why did you wait? You should have said it earlier. I tried to say it, but who was the one who didn't let me talk? The receptionist coughed and drove Wei Yanho to the largest building. Master of the hall. What is it? A guest has arrived. Where did you say he was coming from? When the receptionist looked at him, Wei Yanho spoke. I brought a letter of recommendation from the Grand Hanrim Academy. Great Hanrim Academy. Wei Yanho opened the door and entered. The room was very different from what Wei Yanho expected. I had waited for a medical room smelling of medicinal herbs, but the room was surprisingly a luxurious office. Even the desk and chair showed obvious signs of spending money on them. Is being a doctor well paid? Well, it made sense for such a big clinic. Hello. A middle-aged man with a pretty sharp face greeted him. It looked like he was the master of this place's living room. Welcome. But did you say Grand Hanram Academy? Yes. Grand Hanram Academy is a prestigious academic institution, so what does it have to do with me from such a place? I would like to stay here and study. Do you want to be a doctor? It's not that, I just want to see how the field of medicine works. We do not accept such people. Wei Yanho bowed his head. Hey, but Scholar Moon Yuechuan said if I mentioned his name, you'd let me stay here. Great Scholar Moon Yuechuan. Yes. The master of the salon asked with a perplexed expression. I've heard the name, but that person has no connection to me. What are you talking about? Wei Yanho's mouth opened slightly. It can't be. He said they were friends. Wei Yanho pulled a letter out of his shirt. I even brought a letter of recommendation. The doctor looked at the letter of recommendation and laughed between teeth. You have come to the wrong place. What? Wei Yanho was shocked. Did you get to the wrong place? This is a letter of recommendation for the Sacred Hand Hall. This is the Hall of the Blessed Hand. What? Wei Yanho read what was written on the outside of the letter. To the master of Sacred Hand Hall. So you're saying this isn't the Sacred Hand Hall? This is also the Sacred Hand Hall in a certain way, as our purpose is the same. However, the Sacred Hand Hall you are looking for is not here. If you want to achieve your purpose, cross the street and go to the alley leading to the Sacred Hand Hall. Well, even if you go there, you will just be disappointed. TL/N, the confusion comes from two places with the same name in the pronunciation, one written as Sacred Hand Hall and the other as Blessed Hand Hall. Wei Yanho came out with a downgraded expression. This was not the right place. I'd wasted half a day pointless. Wasn't the sun already starting to go down? I sigh. Wei Yanho sighed so deeply that the ground collapsed and slowly walked out. Lord, please save our wife. We will definitely return the money. If you don't help us, our father will die. You could see people clinging to the receptionist and begging him. Wei Yanho slowly denied his head. It was very different from the clinic I had imagined. At least I thought the clinics wouldn't turn down patients for money. But even here, it seemed that there were many people who could not receive treatment for lack of money. Life really is a matter of money. Wei Yanho again understood the truth of life and came out. He said to cross the street and get me in the alley right. But even when he was instructed, he couldn't find any other clinics. Wei Yanho stopped the passing people and asked them, Excuse me, I'm sorry, but where is the Sacred Hand Hall? Isn't it there on the main street? Not there, is there another Sacred Hand Hall? Haha, what are you talking about? Where else would the Sacred Hand Hall be apart from there? He stopped several people and asked, but they all responded the same. After wandering around for a while, Wei Yanho finally heard an affirmative answer. Did you say Sacred Hand Hall? Do you know him? It's right here. No, not there. That's what I'm saying, it's right here. What? The lady who had been responding to Wei Yanho raised her hand and pointed forward. Here. Wei Yanho rubbed his eyes. Please don't joke. I'm not kidding, this is the Sacred Hand Hall. There's even a sign hanging there. Wei Yanho looked where the lady pointed. Here. A hut with a straw roof about to collapse. On the side of a fence built in a hurry collecting branches of trees hung a board eaten by insects, and on that board there were letters written. Sacred Hand Hall. Wei Yanho ran out of words. So you're saying that that hut with fallen straw roof is the Sacred Hand Hall, famous for medicine in this area with 500 years of tradition? Yes, but what? The lady smiled slightly and said, Originally it wasn't here, but the Sacred Hand Hall on that main street was the real Sacred Hand Hall. But around last year, a new owner took over, and the original Sacred Hand Hall moved here. Anyway, that's it. Wei Yanho bowed his head to express his gratitude. Gee, thank you. Wei Yanho stood in front of the hut with straw roof and kept thinking. So this is the Sacred Hand Hall that I was recommended. Wei Yanho recalled what Moon Yuechuan had said when he wrote the letter of recommendation before leaving. You said you wanted to study medicine. The Sacred Hand Hall in Hubei is a place with a recognized reputation in the field of medicine nationally. It turns out that the current master of the Sacred Hand Hall is a friend of mine, so I will write you a letter of recommendation. If you show it, they will surely treat you well. I'll be lucky if I don't starve. Wei Yanho sighed. But having come this far, he decided to think positively. Even if it were a hut with a collapsed straw roof, as long as there was a proper doctor, there would be no problem learning medicine. Wei Yanho came in and screamed. Is anyone there? No reply. Is there no one here? The door opened slowly with a metallic sound. Then a little boy came out of the interior. What brings you here? Wei Yanho looked at the boy. I'm here on business. Is the salon manager here? Yes. I would like to see the master of the salon. Please speak. Wei Yanho frowned. I said I wanted to see the master of the living room, so what do you mean, talking? The boy said with a slightly blushing face. You can talk. Oh. I am the master of the Sacred Hand Hall. Wei Yanho looked at the boy from top to bottom. You? Yes. How old are you this year? 13. But you're the master of the salon. Yes. Wei Yanho smiled slightly. Stop joking and bring your father quickly. The boy stared at Wei Yanho without understanding, and then answered with an impotent voice. He's not here. Did he go out somewhere? He died. He passed away. So when did you, What did you say? The boy sighed. He passed away last year, so now I'm the master of the Sacred Hand Hall. Wei Yanho's face was strangely contorted. Fold. Yes. So are you the master of the salon? Yes. Wei Yanho sat on the floor and let a cry of frustration escape. Why does that fucking master make me do these things? I want to go home. Wei Yanho's voice, full of resentment, resonated resonantly in Hubei's sky. There is a problem, father. The eyebrows of the old man, dressed in robes of a pure white man, were crisscrossed. His long white eyebrows swayed. The old man caressed his long white beard a couple of times and then spoke softly. Did you say there's a problem? The voice of the elder contained a clarity that naturally calmed the hearts of the listeners. The middle-aged man standing in front of the old man lowered his body as if he were apologizing. The plan to take control of the imperial palace has failed. The imperial palace did Nakgi not hear. The middle-aged man shook his head. Nakgi is still in our hands. However, the side of the censorship has been stronger than expected, so Nakgi's position has been weakened. We will need more time, and we may have to abandon the plan to attack the imperial palace. I see. Although he had reported that a plan that had been in existence for more than 10 years might have to be abandoned, the elder showed no hesitation. And there was also a small problem with the Green Forest Nakrim team. Green Forest. During the takeover of the Green Forest, a fly became involved. The fly itself is not a problem, but belongs to the Hubei Peng family. Have you noticed the Peng family? Because of the situation, it seems that it came from the Orthodox Alliance and not from the Peng family. The old man's eyebrows were crisscrossed. Orthodox Alliance, Orthodox Alliance. When the old man seemed upset, the middle-aged man bowed his head. This happened because of my foolishness. However, it also does not seem that the Orthodox Alliance sent him knowing our plans. It seems that they met by chance while he was in what he believed was a simple subjugation of bandits. The old man nodded and spoke. Gialco. Yes, father. Don't worry about trivial matters. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. In undertaking major projects, a number of problems arise, and we must not be afraid that problems will arise. The important thing is how we deal with them. I'll keep that in mind. What about the other plans? Matters relating to the medical field are proceeding smoothly. The rest of the matters remain the same. The old man gently caressed his beard and looked out the window. The time is coming to bear fruit. It's been a long and difficult time. After that person was confined, we suffered too many ups and downs. It was a difficult time. But now we have acquired enough strength not to worry about his absence. Soon we will be able to show the world who chased us how terrifying our swords are. The old man's smile was chillingly cold, as if he could freeze his soul.